It is day 2 here at One Win Bombshell, volume number 5, and the group stage is still continuing. Lots of stories to follow as we see things take shape. ZP here with Jason Kaplan and Jason. Yesterday, we had a few interesting surprises over the course of the day. We even had some cross-continental competition. It was a good start to this edition of Bombshell.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the big surprises you're alluding to was Aegis Aurora, to be perfectly honest. If you guys didn't catch the games yesterday out of them, very surprising to see them have such a turnaround considering how they performed in Volume 4 of the One Win Bombshell. And obviously what they did put a lot of their chips on to have success when they took a map up against One Win and then taking a map up against Thanos, which is that NA conglomerate team that we're going to have a very tough time saying today over the course of our entire day. But yeah, ZP, it's been a great day, a great day yesterday of action. You got to see some switch ups as well, with obviously E-Shift being changed into a tier 4 item. We didn't see much of it. I don't think we saw it actually picked up a single time, but we also have some amazing matches coming up today.
That's right. And I mean, the group stage is always interesting. I think overall today, skipping ahead even before the graphic, the match I want to see today more than anything else is Paravision versus Aegis Aurora, because I think that is kind of the litmus test of where is Aegis Aurora relative to Paravision, because Paravision has kind of been the number 3 team in the EU for a while now. But Aegis Aurora looks good enough that maybe they're going to be able to compete against that. But there we go. We got our schedule here for today. We're going to be kicking things off with our 2 qualifier teams, Cis Rejects versus Lodos. And then Lodos, after that initial match, goes up against VP, which of course is one of the toughest games they could have here in the group stages. And then, you talk about litmus tests here. Aegis Aurora, we'll see if they can punch above their weight class against VP right after. The middle part of the schedule right now, Jason, in my mind, is very stacked.
Oh, the middle is meaty, man. Virtus Pro Aegis Aurora, Paravision Aegis Aurora, and Paravision Atlas. Like you were saying, that litmus test of like who third place really is over in EU. Obviously, we've known it to be Paravision for such a long time, but I think there's a lot of teams out there who are extremely hungry to take that away from them and close that gap up against Virtus Pro and One Win, who have been so dominated and so clearly above the rest when it comes to EU as a region as whole. But for Aegis Aurora, Virtus Pro or Aegis Aurora Paravision matchup, for me, in my eyes, it's about what is Bandwise going to do, because we did see a response to that Warden play out of him by just kind of keeping him down, constantly ganking him, and not letting him get that free farm that we saw him have when they got their win up against One Win.
Yeah, and these are the standings we have here after 1 day of group stage play. Remember that the way our group stage works is that teams will play against each other and play 2 maps, win or lose, and then after that it goes to their overall map score, and that helps determine who is going to be in the upper bracket, who's going to be in the lower bracket, what the seeding will be. And from the beginning, I think the biggest surprise maybe of day 1 was just Thanos doing as well as they did, 3-1, playing with high ping. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of the story to watch for me going forward. Also, Aegis Aurora able to take a map off One Win, although again, that does kind of come with a little bit of an asterisk, given the fact that the map that One Win lost was a map where they decided, we're going to run the Lash McGinnis at the very end of the draft. So, One Win, maybe a little bit of messing around there.
Yeah, and just to give kind of some context as well, because I don't believe we saw yesterday's matches, we did have Thanos play against Aegis Aurora and Lodos. So for me, seeing them go 3-1 in maps isn't too surprising necessarily. I think them maybe taking the map against Aegis Aurora is interesting, considering they are playing on higher ping, or at least one player is playing on really high ping. Then we had Atlas play against Virtus Pro, One Win, where they didn't score a single map against those teams, but obviously kind of come to expect that when it's Virtus Pro and One Win, you have to play back-to-back, the 2 best teams in EU right now. And obviously Virtus Pro, they're the only team currently 4-0, which actually could come back to bite One Win in the butt, considering if you come out first seed in groups, that means you move directly into the semifinals. It moves you directly into the money as well, minimum of 500 to be won from this event. But with 10k overall, 5k for first place, I don't think the first place seed team is going to want to settle at 500. They want that 5 grand.
Yeah, and I think the problem that One Win team kind of ran into by dropping that map is that, okay, if they win out across the board and then beat VP in the head-to-head later on in the group stage, they would still be number 1 by first order tiebreaker, which is head-to-head, I believe. But now you're also in this weird spot where if they drop another map for whatever reason, and VP is able to hold serve against everyone except them, VP would get number 1, right? So that's kind of one of the scenarios where dropping that map actually could have terrible ramifications for One Win team. But we'll see how it goes. It's still very early in the group stage, and a lot can happen, Jason, between now and playoffs being locked in.
Yeah, it's true. And as we're take a look at the prize pool here, we talked about the 10K on the line. We talked about 5K for first place. But what about second and third? With 5K going for first, 500 going for last. Well, technically not last, you're fourth. It's still 3 grand for second place. It's still 1,500 for third. That's still a pretty paycheck here. And honestly, with the limited amount of events there are right now in Deadlock, every buck goes a long way here for all these teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is something in EU that teams really do wait for, and they try and bring some of their best stuff for, because it is a very sizable prize pool for a game that's still in a closed alpha state. This is great support for a game in this particular era of its competition, and especially for players right now, where anytime you're early in an esports lifetime, you're trying to hit the line between, I need to play this enough to be really competitive, but you don't quite have enough money coming in to be 100% full-time the way you'd want, but you want to keep the door open so that when the game expands and everything ramps up, you're there at the front of the line.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think really a lot of that's going to depend on work ethic. We've seen so many games, ZP, thinking back to Overwatch, we worked on it together. A lot of the players, a lot of the pros, the top of the line pros we saw back in beta, and then obviously within the first year of Overwatch, they kind of disappeared off the face of the planet because they still weren't going to be good enough, because they didn't continue that grind to be at the top of the table consistently year in and year out. And eventually they got toppled on and they kind of disappeared from the scene. So for right now, I mean, you're putting in work right now. You're winning events. If you're one winning your Virtus Pro, you're doing exceptionally well, but you still have to kick it into 6th gear once this game does hit open beta, and once we start seeing these huge LAN events kick off. But you know what I want to see, ZP the VP. I want to see potentially a 1-win Bombshell North America, man. I mean, we talk about EU's having some really good teams, but NA seems to just have a really close grouping of skill between a lot of the teams we have over there.
Yeah, I mean, that would definitely be good to see. But also, if you do want to see that, if you do want to raise the odds of getting 1-win North America, well, you can show some support for 1-win Bombshell Vol.5 right now. Go to chat, check out all the socials you can follow, give a like, give a subscribe, maybe even drop a tweet and say just how much you've enjoyed the program here today. That sort of support would go a long way to more events and more, Jason.
Yeah, and we want to keep seeing these events rolling in. I mean, 10K is a fantastic prize pool, and more importantly, I think, outside of 1-win, we have DFN that runs every week, but we only see a couple of teams in there. It's nice to see what the other EU teams have been up to. In particular, Aegis Aurora, we never really expected them to have such a good showing yesterday, and they've shown that since we've last seen them, they have put up a massive amount of improvement, and it really gives also these teams a formal tournament environment to play in, where stakes are a lot higher and obviously money is on the line. So make sure you guys check them out here at 1-win and show them some support so we can continue these events in the future.
Now, getting down the brass tacks and what we're kicking off the day with here, Sis Rejects versus Lodos. I think it's going to be interesting to see. I'd say from what we saw from both teams yesterday, Jason, where Sis Rejects had a pretty rough beginning to the day, I actually think Lodos I would favor a little bit more just from the eye test, but it's always hard to tell when esports head-to-head is not like transitive property, generally speaking. Just because a team looked good against a better team doesn't necessarily mean they will beat a team that looked even worse. There's a lot to be said about matchups and familiarity that the teams have with each other, but based on the information we have right now, I would say Lodos is probably going in with a little bit of an edge.
Well, I mean, looking at CS Rejects, what they played yesterday, I mean, they did play Warden in their first matchup. They did play Seven and Warden in their second matchup when they played against Paravision. But the problem is, the first match went 25 minutes, the second match went 19 minutes. So it was very one-sided for Paravision at the end of the day in that head-to-head matchup. But they were able to secure Mirage multiple times. They even played Pocket Sinclair. They did pull out some pretty strong heroes at the moment. And then their games were sort of pro. I mean, I think they averaged about 20-minute matches, flat on the line, 20 minutes. It was 19:05 and 21:33. But then again, they showed the Bebop, they showed Warden again, they showed Viscous, they showed Kelvin. So for me, looking at CS Rejects, they are playing a lot of these meta heroes right now. And then look at Lodos. I'm a little bit confused because we did see in our first match up against Thanos, they played Infernus and Seven together, which it hurts a little bit to see that, because I mean, just Infernus in general hasn't really been that impactful in the latest patches and the latest meta. But then they also had a Lash in the second match, which did go 32 minutes to be fair. But I don't know. I feel like CS Rejects, they're playing more on meta heroes, and they did have some tough matchups with Paravision and VP yesterday. I would actually go the other way, ZP. I want to say that I think CS Rejects are looking a little bit stronger just in terms of what they're picking. But at the same time, Lotus probably had a much stronger mid game than we've seen a lot of teams out there have, especially after getting rocked very early on in the beginning up against Thanos.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in the sense that meta-wise, CIS Rejects is definitely a lot more to what you expect meta-wise, but just the fact that Lotus was able to stay within the game more, like make the games closer as is, even with a less than normal draft than you would expect from what we've seen from other teams here so far. Yeah, I mean, on the whole, we'll see where it goes. I kind of trust the eye test a little bit more, but again, that's also a case where you don't really know till you see the teams match up against each other. Because I will say though, is that if Lotus is not up against a team that is really dominant in the early lane, they could just run away with it. Because you think back to their struggles yesterday versus Thanos,
at mid lane,
a lot of it just kind of came from the fact that they got crushed in the early part of the game. And if they go against a team that isn't quite as good in the early part of the game and maintain their parts that looked actually quite good into the mid to end part, I think they actually could just run away with it.
And I think that's where you kind of hit the nail on the head, that the transitive property is really difficult to apply to Deadlock. Because obviously, CS Rejects, they played against the number 3, number 2 team in EU. And then Lotus played against, I don't even know what you want to rank them technically, out of Thanos, who's, mostly a North American team plus Hoot. It's very difficult to say like how things would work out if they played against each other without actually seeing it happen live. And you bring up such a good point as well. Like Lotus got just demolished in both games back to back in mid lane, but credit to them to be able to pull it back. Or sorry, in the early game they got crushed. In the mid game they were able to come back together and actually keep things relatively equal. But at the same time, I'm like, is that because they're playing against Thanos, who has 5 NA players out of 6, or is that because they're actually a pretty decent mid game team? There's a lot of questions around how they're going to perform today, but at the same time, I'm kind of hyped because the fact we get to see these matchups, and to be honest, there's a world where we never would have seen quite a few of these teams actually without the one-win Bombshell.
This is an open-ended question, Jason, because we still got about 3 minutes till the match kicks off here, where it is starting on the top of the hour sharp, not being started early. So, the floor is kind of open to talk about whatever in relation to the day. But, what overall Deadlock storyline, especially within the context of one-win Bombshell Volume 5, are you really most excited about right now in general?
I think for me, I would say it's about giving a platform for individuals to really shine and seeing like what individuals really pop off. You look at Aegis Aurora a month ago, month and a half, but a month or 2 months ago, you had ABL on the roster, and we're seeing now ABL on one win and be one of the more dominated and flexible players that we have in Deadlock at the moment. And seeing him kind of get that opportunity to kind of like grow as a player and show off what he can do, I think it's been really cool. And I want to see that kind of continue here within the teams we have today, because we do have a lot of teams that we normally don't see, like Lotus and CS Rejects in particular. They had to fight through to get through the qualifiers, the close qualifiers, to even play here in Volume 5. So for this, it's like, this is an opportunity for them to kind of make a name for themselves and also have that potential of maybe one day being picked up by like a higher tier team, I'll say, with more opportunities for their future. So I think for me, like, that's kind of the storyline of at least these two teams in particular when we go into our first matchup of the day, is like what individuals can shine and what individuals can kind of make a name for themselves here in Deadlock.
Well, it's kind of interesting too, because while they haven't been picked up by a team or anything, you think to North American side of things, right, where Melee Creeps kind of had the long run up where, they had issues. But we got some stats here. Most picked heroes for the tournament here thus far, and this pretty much checks out. And I would say, interestingly enough, the biggest story to me has been Yamato, not just because Yamato's been being picked a lot, Jason, but the fact that Yamato's had such a high pick priority. Geist is kind of where you'd expect Geist to be for the most part, maybe slightly higher prio, but Yamato to me has been the biggest story by far.
Yeah, I mean, Geist, it's just always a good all-around hero to have in your comp. And for Yamato, I mean, yeah, you're very right. We did see her trend tick upwards of being more of an earlier and earlier pick, especially with the changes to E-Shift. It's obviously frustrating when you have to dive into a team and then you have 5 E-Shifts go off and you're not able to kill anyone. So that kind of switch that we had happen in this last patch, I think definitely gives more priority to Yamato. I think the interesting thing as well, looking at this top 5, is you're not seeing Holiday. Not because she wouldn't be the most picked, but because she's probably being the most banned out of any hero at the moment in the event.
Yeah, and
oh, we have that.
For...
Oh, good. We have that. We have most banned. I'm probably expecting Holiday to be number 1 here. Oh, no. Okay, not number 1. Not even
No,
in, wait,
Holiday's
what?
like in the intermediate zone where she's been picked a lot and banned a lot, but not like the top because she got a decent amount of gameplay, but was also banned quite a bit in general. The most ban prestige going over the GT, where a lot of people just do not necessarily want to deal with GT. The Kelvin bans, though, I will say about this stat that's a little bit misleading. There's a difference. Where's the ban taking place? Is it taking place first or second? Because Kelvin is not eating a ton of bans first in the way that GT is. So there actually is a difference in power disparity between the top two here, because Kelvin is your mid-round ban. GT is the you don't want your opponent to have it no matter what ban.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still like, I went back and checked. I'm like, I'm surprised to not see Holiday actually make that list. I thought she would have been higher on the ban list, but it was, I guess, if we looked at picked or banned, maybe she would be number one coming through.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, obviously the great talent we've seen be a first pick, first ban priority every single game, it seems like so far, and that's where we're seeing him currently be at the number one. Also, the Bebop getting some respect here in 5th place, getting 4 bans, and I think we kind of see why. I mean, we've had Overseas play it, we've had Hoot play it. I don't believe we had Task play it in day one. No, it was not picked up by either team when it came to that matchup. But when we go into this match here, I mean, ZP, this is kind of, I think probably, I know you look at like, you know, the Paravision Aegis Aurora match being probably like the highlight of the day. For me, this is actually probably like maybe the second highlight, a very close second, to see the power level of these two teams going head to head, and also see like how CS Rejects are going to do against a team that doesn't walk over them in 20 minutes. Ideally.
Well, they still might get walked over.
Yeah, that's why I had to say the ideally part.
We cannot be so definitive in this case. They very well could just get clocked in the face very early on. And I will say, the one thing that is a little bit weird to me with Lodos being off the meta, the opening ban on the Abrams, to me, I wonder how much of this may just be a target ban for, you know, CS Rejects, where maybe there's a world of, you know, one of their players is way more comfortable on Abrams than the norm, just based on scrimbucks or otherwise, because first ban Abrams is atypical, Jason.
Well, I mean, so Paravision actually did ban away Abrams as well against CS Rejects in the second match, after having that first match be dragged out the longest to 25 minutes. But even beyond the fact of the Abrams ban coming through, it does leave open a lot of different heroes for you. The Mirage, the Paradox, the Holiday, all 3 available to be taken. And we see all 3 being taken in these first rounds, or in the very first round as well. But then we see Lotus go back to as well as the Mo and Krill. And, you know, I kind of worry about where they're going to put Mo, because, again, a lot of pressure came into that mid lane for them against Thanos, where they really got punished very early on. And for them to have, I think, a good result here, they need to not get so destroyed in the early game, and then show what they can, and then take their power of the mid game and help them actually close out some of these matches.
Well, look, if you're trying not to get destroyed in the early game, what we saw yesterday is that Holiday with Mo is one of the most devastating early game setups you can have. And it's just the fact that you have double ganking threats between the two of them, or they also work out well together, or, you know, in a few moments where some unfortunate heroes got hit with a lasso into a combo, or vice versa, where the two combined put you in a level of, well, you just don't get to play the game. I kind of like the earlier Viscous pick from CS Rejects, though, here. Just because if you know you're dealing with lasso and Mo and Krill shenanigans, Cube is one of the better ways to save someone from certain death.
Yeah, especially get into the second round of bans. I mean, that's where we could see a Shiv ban by CS Rejects because of the popularity of that Shiv Kelvin combo. But you make a very good point. I think there's definitely a world where Lotus we're going to say, hey, you know what? Since we have a very pick heavy comp with the Holiday Mo, we would ban away Viscous as the second round.
What has been the most powerful, or not the most powerful lane, but one of the most powerful lanes, to the point that it is respected in draft constantly. I would be surprised if CS Rejects, based on the overall respective head for the meta, don't actually come in and ban the Shiv here. I think you look overall, it's gone through, I think, like once, but for the most part, if you are going to give up the Kelvin or the Shiv, you don't usually let the team get another. And just like that, Jason, you look at CS Rejects and they go, nope, no Shiv. You don't get to play the Shiv Kelvin lane.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think it's also interesting to see that Sinclair made it so deep before it got banned in the second round of bans, this time for Lotus. But obviously the priority being on the Kelvin, the Mo, and the Holiday. I mean, at the same time, it's like, if they pick Shiv Kelvin as their second, third, then they would have prevented the Shiv from being banned away. But do we think Mo and Krill probably would have been taken by CS Rejects? I would probably say yes, to be honest with you. But as we move into like our next set of picks here, I'm kind of wondering, like, Yamato still hasn't been touched yet. Calico, which we didn't see much of yesterday, hasn't been touched. Seven as well being like one of the priority picks for CS Rejects, at least in terms of like their carries.
Yeah, I mean, the Yamato not being gone yet is probably the aberration here, where other teams were valuing Yamato a little bit higher. I would say the aberration would probably be picking the Kelvin before picking the Yamato in this case, because we saw Yamato not make it to mid-stage bans a lot. And as a result, because it does end up going a little bit deeper, CS Rejects able to get the Yamato pretty late into the draft, like I would argue pretty high value at that. Now for Lodos on the other side, okay, you have to wonder, what do you want to go in turn? Frontline, you'd have to think Geist is coming in here, Jason, is one of the next two picks for Lodos.
And I think Geist still synergizes really well with Kelvin, to be honest. Like your Essence Bomb, basically the same range as the Frozen Shelter out of him, and also can do a lot of a lot of split push like we saw yesterday. You max that Siphon Life, and it's very hard. Was it Xeno that just could not be, or no, oh my gosh, I cannot remember how to say his name. Snow, basically. Let me just say that. Could not be pushed out because of the life drain, and it made it very difficult to actually deal with her as a hero one-on-one.
Also, you're right. Xeno is right. It's Xeno or Snow, but
for some reason in my head it was just like, it's not Xeno. He's not a Dragon Ball god. Could be.
Well, because he's doing with the Z and not an X. Like Xeno and Dragon Ball goes by X. Or starts with X. But okay, Lodo's coming in with the Warden. So Warden again being high prio, and it's also in a scenario where Lodos took care to ban the Sinclair earlier on, so they don't have to worry about Sinclair getting ridiculous value because you dare have a Warden on your team. Also, I do like the fact that it gets rid of the potential of CS Rejects going with Warden Yamato, where we actually saw that combo come into play quite a bit. And just like it was in the past when it was getting more commonly played, it is still deadly in this era of Deadlock, where again, it just comes down to the idea that if you use a bunch of resources on the Warden or the Yamato, the one you didn't use resources on oftentimes can clean up the fight.
Yeah, and sorry, I had a little bit of a hiccup there with my Italian internet. You're very right, and we saw it have great success. The thing is, you also are going to have Warden backed up by Geist and Mo. So you still have like a decent front line, but it's not quite that deadly threat that you're kind of alluding to with the Warden and the Yamato. But with 7 coming in, I still don't understand why 7's kind of fallen out a little bit, at least with what we've seen recently with the changes. I still think, obviously the ethereal shift was pretty core to a 7. But I think maybe it's just going to take some time for people to get used to positioning a little bit more. But at the same time, as a 7, you kind of want to be in their face because you want to be using that Storm Cloud. So maybe we stop seeing the Storm Cloud, the ultimate build out of him, and we see things switch back up maybe more towards the ball build. But then again, that's where he was kind of weak. I don't know. I want to see where 7 goes from here with the recent changes.
Also, I think it may just be because of look, we need something to fill. I think Lodos may just end up here with the Infernus as the final pick. And I'm starting to think here, you kind of wonder, like, well, gee, why Infernus? Why this? Well, okay, now that the 7 is off the table and you don't have 7 as an option, I think it just comes down to the fact that you need something to fill in the rest of your roster. And in terms of something that's like somewhat in the, ranged heavy damage category, and the target of least resistance at times is the Infernus. When you think of other options Lodos might have, it's actually a little slim, Jason. So that may be the logic that's going in here, because I'm thinking here, like, what else could you expect Lodos to pick if not the Infernus?
I mean, they picked Infernus yesterday, so it definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see a crazy Viper or something picked up out of them. So I mean, as we're about to get our final pick in here, it makes sense. But when we take a look at like compositions, with the Ivy being locked in for CS Rejects, we have seen some really good Ivy out of Quig in recent times, just last week. And we know Ivy can still be pretty damn strong. But one thing I semi worry about is if Yamato gets held back in the game early on, I feel like CS Rejects are going to be missing like a lot of damage and a lot of like pressure out of them.
Yeah, I mean, arguably there's a world where the Mirage gets out of control, but, weirdly enough, we haven't seen Mirages completely take over the game, at least back on day one. Oh, okay, Vindicta was actually still available the entire time. I think I'm so pilled to thinking Vindicta is, like, off the table by Lanta draft that it didn't even occur to me that, you still had Vindicta still available. So
I forgot
that
as well.
Also, like, it hasn't happened a whole lot. Like, Vindicta was, like, so heavily up higher in the draft. It's like, what's really left here? It's like, actually Vindicta.
I mean, I gave some crap to Lodos and kind of like their off meta picks and some of the comps they ran yesterday, but you know what? They've got a pretty damn decent composition here, ZP, in this first matchup that I would definitely kind of favor towards them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head when we were talking about, okay, for CS rejects, they do need a Fed Yamato. Again, maybe a few off scenarios where the Mirage gets really ahead or the game goes super late and the 7 gets ahead. But early laning, we'll see where it is. I mean, it's not necessarily super, super weak, but I think once you hit 3K, the pressure that Lodos is going to be able to put down on the map, especially with now they added in the Vindicta on top of it, I think they're really going to have a big edge in like the 5 to 15 minute part of the game. And there's a world where CS Rejects doesn't really have an opportunity to have a good late game 7 opportunity or get the Armado serious farm. I think we'll see how they play around the Holiday and the Mo and the Vindicta, but for me, Lodos is a team that has a way better ramp to the late game in a way, and multiple avenues here that actually just blow the game out of the water.
One thing I want to bring up, ZP, that I remember mentioning yesterday is like helping facilitate a Warden's Last Stand with like some slows or with some like snares or stuns or something like that. And Tether, I feel like, is such a good ability to use to lock down people, to lock down multiple people, so this last tank can hit instead of just one person, and then the enemy team can't run away from you. I almost wouldn't be surprised if we do see like an Echo Shard Vindicta just to do double Tether in these fights to really keep everyone grouped up nicely for the last stand, that you're going to see like the potential of a massive wombo combo. I mean, they have really good facilitation. You could get Geist who can get some slows with, you know, her S's bomb. You could have Kelvin who can slow down with the Arctic Beam, not to mention the Frozen Shelter. You have a catch out of combo. You have a catch out of lasso. Lotus comp is just, it melds really well together in my eyes. And I would say like Lotus, if I were to ignore the team names and stuff like that, I would say like Lotus should win this like every day of the week, just based off of the picks that we have.
Yeah, I mean, if for nothing else, I mean, you kind of almost have it from the Holiday Mo as your opening pick. I think Holiday Mo, just based on what we saw in day number 1, one of the just most devastating combos you can have early on, just because of how both of them impact the game. And they don't even necessarily have to be in the same lane with each other, you know, at 3K. It's just lasso and combo are arguably the two strongest abilities in the game for getting good pickoffs in that very, very key, you know, early to mid game phase where oftentimes a lot of these games are decided.
So I just thought of something, because I was looking so heavily at Lotus here, ZP. There's a world, an airdropped storm cloud. Ooh. That could be pretty damn sick. If we talk about like the safety of 7 with Ethereal Shift being bumped up to a tier 4 item, the safety of being airdropped by your Ivy and flown around in your storm cloud, that could do some serious work, and also could be very hard to get away from. Obviously, with the changes to how quickly it expands, we still see a lot more damage being done by the 7, but to be fair, there's nowhere you can really hide when Ivy's chasing you with the attached 7 on her tail.
I don't know if we're going to see that today, but it would be entertaining if it went down there. And for those who are wondering, we are just waiting for the players again in game. The draft is done, and it's just, you know, first lobby jitters right now, Jason. Although this is normally the NA special. I'm not quite sure what the delay is, but, you know, players going to be players.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, first game, we're going to get in there shortly, and we obviously have some more matchups to come your way today. But just quickly to go back to it, I know I mentioned it before, but I did see on Ido stream once a game where they were like destined to lose, and we saw an airdropped Singularity, and that it was like the flying vacuum. Like wherever they flew, they sucked people in and kept dragging them with them, and they were able to take that game back because of that combo alone. Yeah, I think there's a world where we don't see it, but I kind of hope that there is a world where we do see it, because that is going to be amazing. And what can really, I mean, to be fair, Lotus could be like, okay, Frozen Shelter, you're not going to do anything now. Like, we're just going to hide and be fine. And that would probably break my heart. But that is, it's still, the potential of it is hilarious.
Well, we'll see where this one goes. I think when you're looking at CS Rejects and the, you know, their draft and how that went on, I think the one thing you kind of wonder in terms of giving up potential power on the board is, did they need to pick the Viscous as early as 3rd? Like, I'm kind of looking here as like, okay, things you would trade up. I think 3rd pick for both teams might be a little bit questionable. In one case, Lodos, you know, was definitely angling for the Shiv Kelvin pick, so they wanted to secure one part of the combo. And if you had to pick one of the two, Kelvin is more versatile of the two. Like, having just the Kelvin and not the Shiv, totally fine. Having the Shiv with no Kelvin, I mean, you can make it work, but the times we saw it yesterday, it didn't look great. It was Atlas that was running the Shiv with no Kelvin, and overall, not ideal. But Jason, the wait is over. The first match, day 2, group stages here at One Win Bombshell Volume 5, kicking off here and now. And between these two teams that got in here via the qualifiers, we'll see which one ends up on top.
Well, it looks like we have Kelvin and Geist paired up against Viscous and Seven. So again, a lot of sustain out of both these two teams, trying to make sure they both have good starts here. And it's going to be Force over on the 7 here. Taking a look at, I want to say like the kind of mid lane for Lotus though is where my eyes were really at. Like Wep, sorry, had a relatively good time, but Nakaman was really struggled in that mid lane, got punished multiple times. But luckily for him, he's going to be in the right lane this time, not have to worry too much about being pressured so heavily in the middle. They can't afford to have a bad mid lane considering they're up against the Yamato and Mirage, which is already going to be difficult enough.
Also, Jason, a lot of times the power gets spread up, but they actually decide the lane Holiday with Mo, where that lane is horrifying once you hit 3K. I actually struggle to think of a more horrifying lane to be up against. Just being around at all is going to be miserable in that lane.
Yeah, and I think there's still like limited kill potential in terms of like who are you going to try to combo. And in my eyes, again, it's got to be kind of the Ivy, because she can just use the stone form and to prevent the lasso from moving anywhere, prevent the combo from really doing too much. So they kind of really have to focus over onto time. So you can already see kind of time playing back behind his Paradox to make sure he's not really giving up too much chip earlier on. But again, I mean, for me, if you're to kind of like look at these lanes and really where your eyes are settled, would we both agree it's towards mid?
Well, it's towards middle, and also I don't love the Ward and Vindicta lane. Like, yes, there's a world where you can get like Stake in the Binding Ward, but in terms of raw poke power, they're going to be on the defensive versus Yamato Mirage. No question about it heading into this. And we'll see how it pans out, but it's definitely one where Nayron and Skifovic really just have to not try to make hero plays here. It's really objective survive.
Okay. We already see Nakaman low on HP, down 200 health. Again, it's a Mo, not gonna worry too much. You can also see Holiday, Coffin, already behind them. We still has happened so many times just to try to, oh my god, that crack shot doing an insane amount of damage over onto that Ivy, and time has to be careful, and Coffin will back away. But you can just see, I guess, a little bit of confidence coming out of Lotus off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, nearly cracked Ivy wide open, true to its name. And it's really, again, in about 1,000 souls with this right lane, I think almost becomes untenable for CS Rejects. And I don't really know what they could do to fix it either. It's still going to be in that part of the game where you can't really rotate people over. So right lane, to me, huge storyline. Meanwhile, you kind of look at the flow of battle in middle. It really is the objective survive for Vindicta and Warden right now, hanging on back. And oh dear lord, the pressure coming in from Coffin right now, actually a little ridiculous, Jason.
A headshot booster early on, just doing some serious work. And again, Coffin gonna look to push up here, catches Ivy out another time as they're going to the dive onto her. The burrow is not going to connect, but you can still see the pressure being kept on. I mean, to be fair, they're still farming relatively well. Like, they're still keeping up 2.3 out of Fargareko, up against like the 2.4 out of Coffin and Nakaman. So we're not really losing out on too much, just a lot of HP.
I do worry about Skifovic in this game, where we've seen when Warden's effective, it's because Warden gets real big. At some point, Skifovic is going to have to make a pivot to be the guy who gets farm, and oh, Nayron just getting shot in the gut. Not able to take full cover around the tower. And it's the point I was getting here, Jace, is that I feel like if you want to get your Warden super farmed, I don't think middle is the place to have put your Warden from the beginning. Like, we didn't see Bandwise go middle in any of those games. You stick Bandwise in a side lane, and ideally a side lane that the matchup isn't too bad. I think putting the Warden into middle is, you're kind of begging to have Poverty Warden.
To be fair, like in the very early stages of the major patch that turned it from 4 lanes to 3, we did see a lot of emphasis getting out of teams in that mid lane, so you can invade and go for the jungle farm. But I think you're 100% right here. You want to look to take an outer lane guardian and then leave that Warden there to farm. But the way things are going, I don't think he necessarily needs to do exceptionally well, because they're pretty much winning out on all the outer lanes as it is.
Yeah, I mean, the right lane has gone exactly as we had expected, where ultimates come online and immediately Coffin and Knockman is able to kind of clean up. And I don't think there's a whole lot that can be done at all in this right lane aside from get rotations earlier. It is so long as you have Holiday Mo versus Paradox Ivy repeatedly in this lane, at equivalent skill, it actually should be Lotus just farming in there. So they're going to need Apocycle to come in sooner rather than later. Would be an ideal, especially with Traveler online. Just anything here, Jason. I mean, this is the death zone.
There is a world though where we see Lotus take this Guardian, and then they just rotate Skipovich over to the right lane to solo farm. Like if they want to like really guarantee taking a lane, I think Holiday Mo is definitely one of the combos you want to be going for here, and then you just do the rotate while they go in for ganking towards middle to help facilitate Nayron on the Vindicta. I think that could be a possibility. It could be, potentially the game plan for them, and you can already still see the pressure coming forward as they do have that combo online and available, and they have started to build up a pretty decent lead. A pretty sizable lead of about 800.
I do agree with you on the concept of swapping aura, but take a look at left here. A little bit of 7 action into the air, drops Storm Cloud. No kills coming out as a result. Meanwhile, Frozen Shelter. We dropped here by Weap. Frozen Shelter fading, but just really kind of a restore HP Frozen Shelter, if anything, Jason. Not always have to use it for kills. Sometimes stuff got a little bit, oh man. Okay, he really went for that. Didn't land it. Would have been amazing if it did, but now your last was on cooldown for about 90 more seconds.
Still have combo though, so they still have some kill potential here. The problem is Knockman does have low HP, so I don't think we're gonna see him go for a kill just yet. As actually a good timing here, and a good swap comes in. Coffin most certainly should be falling from this. The backup's not gonna be there in time, and he will fall, so at least some respite coming back in for CS Reject in this right lane.
Really calls in the question for going for the mid-air lasso. Like, huge play there. Obviously would have been amazing if it landed, but the lasso also is a psychological threat when it's off cooldown. You have to respect the Holiday and not really push because you could just get hit with the lasso. But when you expose yourself as not having it on cooldown anymore, then you can be like, you know what? I actually do want to be aggressive and go for a swap, especially when Knockman has just been sitting here in a spot where you can't really use combo when you're at low HP.
He's slowly trying to heal up, farming up some camps, and he's back to respectable HP, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for a gank relatively soon. But that Guardian, that's what's really the focus going to be on that right lane, not to mention mid lane. CS Reject have been able to go for the respawn. A good tether comes through to lock down the Mirage, but Apocycle's going to be able to escape off this with the help of the Tornado. I mean, actually, if I read that correctly, the Guardian still has a ton of HP left, or am I misreading the health bar there?
No, the Guardian in blue has quite a bit. It's the Guardian on the Lotus side that is way more banked up, which makes sense given the fact that, I mean, the Ward and Vindicta lane got pushed back pretty heavily at the beginning, as we kind of called out and expected. Motto right now, moving forward. Right now looking for tower damage, keeping pressure on the Vindicta in turn, although low enough HP that now you have to take cover. Assassinate, not really your friend in that sort of situation.
So the barrel comes through, but Coffin still gets the crack shot either way. And now this should be the Guardian taking a lot of damage. Ivy ×9, you got to be careful here. As Ghost Shifter was used on the left-hand side, able to lock down Sugary to get the kill. And Lotus, I mean, considering the amount of kills we've had for them happen, they're surprisingly not that far ahead, actually. I thought they'd be a little bit further than this.
I also, again, I don't really like the allocation of their heroes. I think even though it is a scary lane, I think putting Holiday and Mo together is a little bit of a waste for how much you want to get done at this point in the game. I think one of them probably should be in the middle. Okay, Motto, it's up there. Actually, lets Blinding Ward hit. However, heals right back up. Crimson Slash moving on forward. Skipovich gonna channel last stand here. Motto is gonna drop Shadow Transmission. They're looking to burst on down. Skipovich, how long can they live here in last stand? Low HP, goes for the emergency parry and just gonna fall right after. Yamato, though, a little bit bloodthirsty. Ends up falling to the Guardian right after.
Oh, be careful. Nayron, you cannot get hit with another stack. There's Jin Mark. We'll actually let that one time out. Yeah, a pretty decent, I guess, like, fight there. And you saw, like, the confidence out of CS Rejects to just fight within that last stand as well. And they really did prevent Skipovich from doing too much damage, to be perfectly fair. As we're approaching the 10-minute mark, it's about these runes, it's about the urns, and oh my god, that Kinetic Carbine stops Knockman from stealing away that buff. But I don't think Fargareko is going to escape with it.
Well, living longer than expected
Oh,
so far. Ivy getting in the fray. That Paradox is still alive. Fargareko No way.
You got airdropped
No way.
away?
Surely Holiday is going to finish it off. Holiday's coming into the fray, looking. Instead, lassos up the Ivy, and okay, Ivy down for him towards the end. Surely, no, they just focused on the Guardian instead. Mo's just like, I don't care about the Stone Rat. I'm just gonna kill the Guardian.
Stone Rat. That's such a good way to explain it. I'd say that's such a perfect way to explain it. But that was a great airdrop by Times9 to save Fargareco. Able to help him escape, but we're still gonna have Guardians be traded on the right and the middle lanes here. The Urn on the left-hand side, I mean, this is definitely gonna be a point of contention here very, very soon at both teams. I would imagine we're gonna have some players rotate over towards this left-hand lane. My God, these barrels, man, have been so spot on. Coffin is coming in like really hot today.
I don't think Paradox is. Fargareco not going to be making the big escape this time around. And now that they have the Guardian down, you'd think this would be the moment where you'd see Mo or Holiday getting a little bit more roam on, or you do the shift where, okay, is this actually the shift? I would love to see Warden go over into the right-hand side now and see at least the Holiday do a little bit of freelance. I don't think you want your Holiday to just be in one lane 11 minutes into the game. I think, while it's not bad, I don't think it's optimal.
No, I agree. Like, you want to have that gank potential, the threat, the fear in your opponent's eyes. Because Stormcloud comes in to lock them all in the old teleporter room. He's gonna actually cancel it out to look to back away, and Force is being pressured now by the Geist and the Kelvin. As Pyro and Wep are still continuing on the push, puts the stun on himself to try to catch them out if they get close, but it doesn't go off in time, and he will fall. But the Urn has been actually secured. Funny enough, while this has all been happening at Times9.
Well, I think for Lotus right now, they're a little bit more concerned with Guardians. They're going to get the Guardian there on the left. They lose Coffin over on the right. Pretty high allocation here on the right, but oh, Warden right now just getting bullied. Yamato right in his face, going for the last stand. And wait, is there a world that Skifovic manages to live here, getting more last stand ticks? What transformation you'd think would be enough, but Skifovic, okay, finally going down. Lived way longer than expected, and okay, Kelvin going on in here. Is Kelvin going to get some support? Take a look at the map. Yeah, Holiday's coming on in. This should be a dead Yamato.
How did Epifine get through that wall? I mean, I know we've seen Yamatos go through space and time sometimes here, ZP, but damn, I thought he got completely around that corner, and it was actually insanely close out of Skifovic. Like 1 or 2 more hits would have been enough. Also use that Shout Transformation to prevent some of that lifesteal of coming through so he could heal up. But either way, at the end of this, it's only a 1k lead.
I think right now, if you're CS Rejects, you're kind of okay with this scenario. The fact that you're 13 minutes in and you haven't had a Holiday Mo just take over the game, you're happy with that. And I think part of that is self-inflicted from Lotos, where you look at it, it hasn't really been a map roaming experience, especially for Coffin as the Holiday. That just all's been the right-hand side, and yeah, they did get the right lane, but they could have gotten a lot more, Jason. Yeah, this comp. However, they catch Yamato, trying to do a little bit of Gamba. Focus Fire should be there. Shadow Transmission, I don't even think is back up yet. No, it is not, and just going down immediately. Fall through in here for Lotus.
Interesting too to note that Neyron did max assassinate, where we normally see Crow as the way to go for the shred that you're inherently given. Obviously, it's been changed around a little bit when it came to the latest patch, but we should see, or potentially we'll have that snowball potential to Neyron if you can continue to do, or continue to get these kills with assassinate. It should be same. They also did leave Skifovic in the mid lane instead of rotating towards the right hand side that we were kind of expecting, which I find interesting. So not really putting as much emphasis on getting him fed as possible. But we've also not really seen him invade into jungle too often here.
I don't think this has really been an advanced level of how to feed your Warden, where we got a masterclass of that when we saw Bandwise yesterday. In this case, Warden has just been in middle the entire time, and not really going on solo pushing adventures, not having a situation where he gets a part of the map to himself while the rest of the team is fighting. And it's not that the Warden is necessarily bad in this circumstance, but this isn't how you build a Warden up to be the 5 to 7k ahead soul threat that we saw from players yesterday.
And he's still technically doing pretty well in souls, right? Like, he's only behind a couple players on his team, but he's still ahead of like the majority of his opponents, like Amplify and Alpha Cycle, the Yamato and the Mirage. It's only Force who's ahead. He's been kind of left to his own just to farm up as much of the jungle as possible, and eventually to farm on that left-hand side. But we do see the response to the CS rejects here. They realize we need a flex slot, man. At 75,000 souls, they're heavily pushing onto this. And maybe we see the counter push out of Lotus while this is all happening. They have the Urn available, but they also have a Walker to get some decent damage onto. I'm not sure about Skipovich being pushed up like this with Coffin. They're extremely deep here, ZP.
This is a up close and personal camera view where, last stand or not, didn't really feel comfortable going in against 7, waits out the storm cloud. Skipovich again at the border between life and death, and it ends up being more death than life. 7 able to stay alive there. Force now moving in, looking for the Ivy intern. Pyro though, looking here on the left hand side. Reinforcements coming in for Lotus, and able to reinforce here, Jason.
There's been, let's break something down here and maybe go podcast mode for a second. I feel like there's been 3 last stands out of Skipovich that have come down to be so close of being turned around and him actually being the one to get the kills and not dying. I wonder, in the world where he doesn't die and he wins those fights, would we see him actually be this dominant force that we're talking about, like we saw Bandwise yesterday out of Aegis Aurora? Because they were so close, EP. They're like, he was down to very low HP, but so were his opponents.
I think the answer is yes, but it's also, that's why you see teams doing strategies to specifically feed their Warden, because being up another 2 or 3k souls makes the entire difference on surviving those encounters and walking away, with a big soul benefit, or getting teleported back to spawn while feeding your opponent, right?
Yeah.
It is a very thin line, and that is why when Warden has done the best is that it's been situations where you can manipulate the economy of the game to feed him.
It looks like another last stand did come out of him here. Goes over towards the right-hand side. He's trying to defend, but the big fight's happening over in the jungle of CS rejects. On the low ground, it's going to be Mo and Krill and knock him in. Looking for an opportunity as the combo's already been used. The last are going to be followed up, but they catch the perfect target. It's Force. He does have his Stormcloud available. And you know what? He's almost surviving off this, down to 300 HP. Gets around the corner in time. Uses that Stormcloud just to defend himself. And actually, at anything, it's Lotus the one being punished.
Yeah, so close yet so far on the 7, instead eating a ton of damage from the Storm Cloud right after. Trade a bit better here for CS Rejects, and again, when you think about the team comps and how this started out, and how the scaling is likely to take place in this game, especially when you haven't made feeding the Warden a priority, CS Rejects is actually looking quite good here, Jason. Like, at this point, I absolutely favor them, even though they're a little bit behind in the overall farm. The window that Lodos had to take over the game in full is pretty much passed them by, and some of their win conditions they haven't really fed the way that they would like in this situation. And also, I mean, you look at Force on the 7 there, and breakpoints. When Force drops a Storm Cloud, if you don't have Coffin there ready to interrupt with a lasso, we see what happens for Lodos. So you just have to run, even if the Warden is there at the last stand.
Yeah, I'm trying to quickly take a look at the items to see, like, is there any knockdowns picked up for Lodos to punish that? So you don't need to commit your lasso. You can commit just an item instead to interrupt the Storm Cloud, leaving that lasso available for like any other picks like Applefine or Oppocycle or something like that. But I haven't seen any just yet. So I think that could be definitely an item we maybe look to see as a big push comes in, and Neyron has no chance here on this left-hand lane.
And speaking of knockdowns, yeah, he got some on the CS Reject side. That much is for sure. And yeah, I'm looking at this here. Unless Coffin and Nakaman can set up some sneakier ganks and do so in a hurry, this now, it feels like we've passed the event horizon, and everything is just going to inexorably shift towards CS Rejects at the moment.
I mean, you're seeing them group up, right? They're currently Coffin and Nakaman holding hands, looking for that opportunity. I think the thing is you need to kind of push into the enemy jungle as like a 4 or 5-man squad, leave maybe Skipovich to farm, and then you get those catches, then you get those picks, and then you get the man advantages that you can use, then start taking objectives. And they kind of set up around the shop, kind of exactly what I was looking to see, but no one's there to buy just yet.
And they do have Skipovich in the farm position that you mentioned. Skipovich could just chill out in the right lane, and ideally maybe even push Walker if a bigger fight takes place. And speaking of bigger fights, Lodos here between left and middle, looking for the gank here and now. Yamato, maybe the target. Yamato though, also targeting them in turn. Combo though, gonna come on out, and okay, the combo breaks. They go for the shadow transformation right after it, and this is gonna go absolutely horribly wrong for Lotus. They don't get the combo gank. Kelvin right now trying to run away. And that is brutal.
It's also a little bit confusing because now that I look back at it, having your Holiday, Mo, and Kelvin be the 3-man gank squad. I mean, you have good catch, you have good sustain, but do they have good damage? Like good enough damage to kill someone? And obviously, if we look at that fight, we don't know necessarily what interrupted that combo to allow the stretch transformation to come through at a Vessel Find. But either way, it's going to turn into a man advantage for CS Rejects, and most likely it's going to turn into a Rejuve take. Not to mention, Skifovic trying to respond with a push on that right-hand walker, which I believe he should be able to get. Oh, actually, maybe not.
No, Fargareco just takes him down, Paradoxy Ward, and what a difference relative to Bandwise, who was just bullying Paradoxes all day long yesterday. But you know, that's a difference when you're not overly farmed. I think, you know what probably happened? I think he got swapped into Walker and may have just ate a stun last stand or not there. There's not a whole lot else that explains why last stand Fargareco was just able to just show up and destroy. So you don't get a Walker trade here. You end up giving up middle. And yeah, maybe for Lotus, the saving grace is that it's, you know, even economy-wise, but the trend of the game just continues to get more and more negative.
And the weird enough thing, though, ZP, is if you look at the soul difference, there is no soul difference. Even though we've been kind of heavily talking about CS Rejects as being the favorite position right now, it's surprisingly pretty close, to be perfectly fair. But with the urn being picked up for Lotus, I mean, obviously they were trying to look to maybe go for a turn-in, but also to deny it away from their opponents. They're going to continue to deny it back towards their own base. But they're going to have to commit one man there to hold on to it, to keep it in that position. So what? He can't be there to join the fight, and his frozen shelter is going to be pretty damn important, as I believe Coffin did go in for a last, so not quite sure if it connected, but the knockdown's going to come through. He'll be able to escape for now. And I'm looking to see, like, CS Rejects, where they're going to go for the push, and a transition towards middle to join up with Force would probably be the play.
Interestingly enough, I do think for the team fights, the way they break down here, it's interesting how much is dependent on ult value between Skifovic, Last Stand on one side, and Force Stormcloud on the other. You're talking about two ultimates that do tons of AoE damage, and both have pretty specific circumstances to get high value. So the positioning of these fights, Jason, is still really, really important, as long as things are even.
And you talk about position, like a Nayron there, trying to rotate across over the top of these buildings. Skifovic, speaking of him, has gone down. Rotation quickly to come in towards middle. That's going to be a free walker now taken. You can also see Apostpsych on the right-hand side has been defending any sort of urn push in towards the turn-in, but there's actually not going to be anyone heading that direction because Lotus are still committing everyone towards this left-hand side. And the Rejuve, I mean, it's going to be falling away pretty shortly. And CS Rejects have backed off, at least for now.
Still anyone's game here. CS Rejects able to get more map control with Rejuvenator. Often though, Lasso is good to go here once more. Could be looking for a pick. Swap though, gonna come out in first. Pyro in real danger. Still has a swap up and available. Chasing a Geist a little bit dangerous in this situation, even post swap. But Nayron able to take down Force. Force went for the Stormcloud, instead gets punished. Lodos, decent opportunity here, even down Knockman. The problem is Coffin quite low at the moment. Or to use Lasso, and Dicta just getting caught over to the left-hand side. Frozen Shelter going to be used. The cleanup for CS Rejects here, Jason. Been quite good.
Sugar is just bouncing her out inside that Frozen Shelter, not able to do damage he would quite like, though, as he's been completely forced out of this fight down to very low HP. Apostcycle again coming through, and you know, he talked about Nayron just being destroyed. He got murdered by Apostcycle, just running it down, holding W with the left clicks. They end up picking up 3 kills. They're going to back away, and there should be an urn turning on top of it. So a big lead being gained. I just talked about how they were even on souls at around 126k. And that lead's been grown further and further here. That's going to approach, I would say, about 20k once they get the urn turning.
Yeah, I mean, it's a significant lead coming out, and you know, okay, you're still running Holiday Mo. You still have opportunities to get pickoffs, but things are kind of at a tipping point here. This lead right now is not insurmountable for Lodos, but they're kind of on notice now, Jason, of you get maybe one more fight. And if the fight doesn't go your way and you don't get a nice lasso to kick this off, or the reverse, if you get swapped in by Fargareco, game's probably over. So Lodos is truly, I think, on their last opportunity to make this map work.
And I think that might actually happen maybe towards the urn turn-in. We're still going to have about 2-3 minutes of time before the next rejuve's going to spawn in. And to be fair, like the urn could delay that amount of time. Not going to go for the swap here. Wonder if they guys actually commit it over to knock him in or not on the Mo. You can see they're still trying to go for these catches in the urn.
They went for the lasso. I don't know if it connected. Right now, I think it might have gotten onto the Ivy. They're looking for Times here on the right-hand side. Are they going to finish off the Ivy? They do. Times goes down. That was Coffin with the catch. Meanwhile, though, the urn is going to be picked up here by Force. And Jason, I think in this situation for Lodos, you get the good lasso pick. You know you have a full 6. You either chase down the urn or you go for walkers. Either way, you do it as a team and you try and snowball this advantage while you're up 1. I don't think they're going to get a better opportunity.
I think they sent Skifovic over towards mid lane to actually push the lane out, as they did take the right lane walker for free. You regroup over towards mid now. You could potentially have a second walker. We're still 25 seconds left to go on times 9 respawning back through. Yeah, I mean, as you talked about, like the next fight, it's just balancing on the edge of a sword or knife, depends on what you have available. I mean, yeah, I kind of like wonder why was times 9 doing that far up. I think he had the airdrop being used and didn't expect to be caught out of the sky.
I mean, Coffin, for better or for worse, at times definitely has been worse this game, has been willing to go for some very lower percentage lasso plays. So, if, you know, maybe there's a world where Times, as you say, was in the air and Coffin's just like, I hit those, and landed the lasso of our dreams. It actually could have been the case.
I'm a little bit sad to see, though, that Lotus didn't really get much off of that, though. They got a walker. I mean, Flex thought, to be fair. But they didn't continue to go for more. As a times 9 has respawned back. Another hook has come through. The lasso connecting into the combo. The cube's going to be there to deny a lot of this damage. And Force charges straight through with that Storm Cloud. He takes down Coffin.
And they dropped the frozen shelter here, but maybe a frozen tomb, because coming out of the frozen shelter, it doesn't get any better. There's still stormy outside. And Lodos looking real low. They lose Nakamen off the end. Might be losing Pyro here too. No, Pyro able to drop the life swap. Still though, you got CS Rejects in hot pursuit. Mirage chasing down a shelterless Kelvin at this point. Not usually a great fight for the Kelvin. Actually makes it a little bit close, but in the end, 3 pickoffs now for CS Rejects. They're in the home stretch.
And that Siphon Bullets for Apocycle doing work. He stole away 800 health in that fight. And consider they have everyone still left alive, Apocycle is going to need to heal up here as they continue to push forward. The Rejuve spawn in at the same time. I think they need to just back away and go straight for Rejuve. And these base guards aren't really going to be worth it here. And it should be a relatively free take. And I don't think I mean, it looks like they're going to go for take the Rejuve and then go for the Earn Turn-In to get a big increase in the amount of souls you're going to have. Buy right after that. And then look for potentially the final push of this match.
Rejuvenator coming on down. See if there's any attempt. No one really looks in position to do much as far as steals goes. And yeah, Amplify gonna finish it off here. Shadow Transformation to make sure it's secure. CS Rejects, Rejuvenator, and a 20k lead. See if Lodos has anything in the tank. Yeah, once again, you kind of have to look to Coffin and go, okay, Coffin, can you land a good lasso here?
Can you do it again?
Once more.
It's going to be tough. I mean, I like the position out of Skifovic. The second they go in to commit for the push, you sure as hell know he's going to be going for that last stand and actually catch out Force. The binding word, a combo has gone off as well.
What?
I'm not sure if it was onto. It must have been Force who just completely taken out of this fight before it even really begins.
Why was Force even there, though? Force offered himself over to the entire team of the Silver Platter. Maybe he didn't realize that many people of Lodos were hanging up over there, but that is pretty rough. Handled. They get dropped right on top of Holiday said. Coffin, though, they'll just back on out. Well, Apocycle on the Pyro. 5 versus 5 here so far. Yamato, though, under a bit of pressure. Still doesn't have Shadow Transformation, by the way, Jason, because of using it to secure mid-boss. Meanwhile, though, this is a Mo that is getting just ripped to shreds from Apocycle. Is really starting to get ahead on the Mirage.
Oh yeah, 36,000 souls. They don't even need Force to win out in these fights. He died so early on. The Shadow Transformation has come up off the cooldown. They're still looking to go for the chaser up against the Kelvin. And what? Trying to escape. I don't think he's going to have a chance. Just Skifovic even is going to gone down during all of this. They're going to lose out on another player. I was going to say maybe we're going to miss out on this one. But they do manage to take a base guard just off Troopers pushing that middle lane. The Urn, I mean, you could go for right now, but honestly, you want to push the base. You want to take the Shrines. You want to get this damage done and that final nail in the coffin here in this first match.
It's a full team wipe. And bare minimum, you're going to get first stage patron or CS rejects. But more than that, too, the amount of money you're going to get from this is ridiculous. You're going to be able to get first stage patron. You're going to be able to back up, get a huge chunk of the jungle on the way back. And at this point, I mean, the win conditions are so remarkably slim for Lodos because you're basically once more hoping, okay, Coffin, get a great pick. Also, while getting a great pick, don't let anyone get hit by Fargareko at the same time or swap. Don't take a full-on team fight just by body positioning. I mean, man, the win conditions are so incredibly narrow now.
I mean, they had that win condition you're talking about in the last fight. And it wasn't even Coffin open things up. It was just a simple binary word on a force, and they got an early kill with combo on him.
No.
And yet, Opposico just left unchecked. Amplified as well. Like, they just did so much damage that front line of Lotus, the back line, any line, just fell over.
Oh, the skirmish going on near Urn once more. And, I mean, a full strap fight, this is something you want if you see this reject. So long as Yamato is able to live here, Amplify, taking that damage, still able to get the Shell transmission off, and it's Storm time. Storm Cloud over the top. It's beautiful, Jason. Everyone getting absolutely fried by that Storm Cloud. And that's GG. Gonna be CS Rejects taking the first map, day 2 in our group stage here, over Lodos.
Did they really even win it, though, without an airdrop Storm Cloud? Like, isn't that a requirement? Actually, the thing is, backdoor protection is here. And there's no waves for a very long time coming through. I mean, they're still going to get it, looks like. It's down to half HP, and disconnect's already come through.
Yeah, Nakaman's not waiting to see if they finish off or not. And, I mean, look, you can have backdoor protection all you want, but you're laying up in the game. The damage is pretty high regardless. And they got 30 more seconds to deal with 20% HP. So, Lodos getting smashed at the end of the game. And, again, Jason, I think about how this really set up in terms of lanes. I really, really like the Lodos draft. I did not like the allocation in terms of laning hero-wise and where they put the heroes around. Particularly, by far the biggest flub of the game, in my opinion, was putting the ward in the middle. Not great.
I think for me, I don't really mind it too much that he was middle. I more mind that they didn't push the right lane tower early enough and take it down early enough to then rotate the warden into that lane and then just have the Holiday and Mo roam. Because the thing is, with Holiday and Mo, you don't want either of them to be sitting alone in a lane. You want them actively ganking. So if you're going to pair them together, the ultimate goal is take a Guardian early and then put that person you want to farm up into that lane while you go around ganking constantly. I think for me, that's where I was kind of like, I don't know how I feel about how it was going, because they put on a click in the right-hand lane. And I feel like, to be fair, they didn't really lose that heavily in middle either. Though we did see Amplify on the Yamato able to pick up a couple of kills up against Skipovich when the last stand wasn't going to be enough. But I mean, at the end, we were really heavily favoring the Lodos comp. But CS Rejects, I guess, taking advantage of the mistakes maybe made out of Lodos was enough for them to take the first map.
Well, I think regardless of how you get there, if you're going to run a Warden composition, at some point you got to feed the Warden, because you kind of brought it up where you're like, let's go to the podcast mode and talk about the Warden multiverse, where Warden wins some of these fights where he just barely lost. And the reason why Warden lost those fights is that Skipovich was kind of starving relative to where you should be at. And a lot of it, again, it goes down to early lane setups, but especially when you're running a hero like Warden, where, again, this is like one of those moments where if you have about another 2k farm on Skipovich, probably wins that fight, Jason.
And at the same time, he shouldn't have really been in that position to take those fights, I almost want to say, because if they properly rotated him over, you would have had a Holiday and a Mo, and they would have shut those fights down really easily in a very big advantage for Lodos. So just some like small little micro things that if they were slightly shifted and changed in this multiverse of different universes we could look at, I see there's definitely a world where Lodos could have taken that match. It actually could have taken it with relative ease.
I think on paper their comp was quite a bit stronger, but in the end, they didn't get the advantage they needed out of the early mid game, and then you see why 7 is still good as you start getting to the mid to late game, where 7 got ahead on farm and eventually just hit a point where it's like, we're taking a fight. Oh, what's that? Half our team has been electrified by Stormcloud, and we're just waiting in the frozen shelter for the inevitable doom. It's like one of those storm movies where you know that there's a group that's just going to perish to the storm. and they're sitting there just saying their last goodbyes before finally the shelter explodes and everyone goes with it. But on to the stats here. Kind of passes what we saw from the eye test, right? Where Force, especially into the later game, pumping an enormous amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of expected as well when you see Seven. I mean, he kind of got fed over the farm, right? He was being gifted a lot of the left side jungle, a lot of the left side lane farm. I'm looking at like the comp for Lotus. I think, feel free to disagree with me here. I think you take away the Kelvin and you put something more damage heavy in that position. And I feel like you have a little bit of a stronger composition in terms of like how some of these fights are breaking out. Because the roam out of like Mo and Holiday, we saw the Mo Holiday Kelvin roam in towards the enemy jungle for that shop. And they just got destroyed because I feel like they were lacking damage. Obviously, the combo being broken early didn't help out. But I feel like you put a damage dealer in there and you actually could have like a little bit more success with how those rotations could have worked out.
Yeah, and I think part of that comes down to ideas like I don't necessarily like the early Kelvin pick if part of your calculus is to gamble on the Kelvin Shiv lane, because it's not really much of a gamble, Jason. You're not going to get the lane against most teams right now. It just they are going to ban Shiv if you pick Kelvin that early, or you'd have to like so over prioritize the Kelvin Shiv lane that, well, you're not going to like the result either. So yeah. I think for me, if you're going to go Kelvin Shiv lane, you know what the ideal value proposition for me is? When you have the double pick after the middle bans, if Shiv or Kelvin are not spoken for, that's when you grab the Shiv Kelvin ban. You grab it all in one clean sweep. You don't leave yourself in these situations where you can get one without the other, because even right now, it's so interesting, but overall, I'm not the biggest believer in where Kelvin is right now, barring like a few specific combinations. It's certainly, if you are going to pick Kelvin, not that early in the draft.
Yeah, the weird thing is we've seen Kelvin mostly come in as like a second round of bans. So I feel like maybe they were worried that Kelvin would be taken away. Then again, you just take away Shiv and you kind of still get the equal footing there. I'm also curious what would happen if CS Rejects had Abrams left up, because we don't really see Abrams ever be a targeted ban ever. I'm trying to think if we've had any of that across any of the events that we've casted.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how the next round of drafting goes here, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think for Lotos, the problem was not their draft. Even though I know we just talked a little bit about Kelvin, but overall, I think to me it's that it was the way they executed on where they played the Holiday and Mo, and where the what's it called, how they allocated farm to the Warden. To me, those were the biggest storylines where they made critical errors, and you had a comp on the other side that late game wise was probably just going to be better if it went really, really late without an advantage being gained. Yeah, that's just kind of where it was for me.
And it's I don't think it's like too crazy of something to expect a team to do either. With like the way things have been working over the last few weeks, like with how the meta's kind of like slowly adapted to, you want to feed over that one person. It's not even necessarily slowly adapted. It's something that was still around when it came to 4 lane. It was still around in the early stages of 3 lane. And we've seen it like yesterday with Aegis Aurora. Like there is so much value in having that one person be fed so much farm that when they come into these fights, assuming they're on the the correct hero, the impact they're going to have is going to be ridiculous. Just like we saw with Force and Seven. We didn't see him necessarily in a lot of these team fights, because he was just left alone to continually become this threat that when that Stormcloud came out, it was a category 6, hurricane coming your way, that there was really not much you could do about unless you could hide somehow inside of a building.
Yeah, also, I mean, you were asking the question of knockdown. I don't think I remember seeing knockdown get thrown Seven's way the entire game long, which also may have been a bit of a misplay. I do feel like, okay, I guess the calculus though may be an idea of, well, you could just lasso. The problem is the way Coffin was using lasso was heavily full on engage every single time. It was never a reactive lasso. So you have to pick a lane there. Either you're going to save lasso that interrupts Stormcloud when the 7 has gotten way ahead of the game, or someone is going to buckle down and buy knockdown and use that as a response. But you got to do one or the other. You can't just be like, we will initiate everything with lasso and also just hope that Stormcloud doesn't kill everyone, because it doesn't really work that way.
I mean, I think you can't afford to save the lasso for the storm cloud. Like you can't be forced to be like, okay, I can't lasso this guy because we need to have it for storm cloud. You need some sort of response, and there was definitely a lot of time for them to build one of those big items to actually come through. But I believe, from what I can see, we're going to be getting to the draft momentarily, and we're actually pretty deep into it here, ZP, as they do have Abrams yet again and Great Tom being taken away. So pretty much a duplicate of our first draft.
Lotus, though, able to get the Sinclair early in. Sinclair not being left for a mid-level ban. And okay, think about what you're getting here. The Kelvin, way better for Lotus. The Paradox, a slight downgrade from the Holiday, but still, you're going with a similar type of comp with the Paradox Mo. I just hope that we don't see a Paradox Mo lane being the play here. I really do not want to see the two of them in the same lane together. I think you need to spread out your pressure across the map, ideally. But the Yamato coming in early from CS Rejects, where, again, you think about modern draft strategy for this tournament. The Yamato in the third pick before bans, super common right now.
I think there's just too many other high priority heroes like your Mirage, your Holiday, your Paradox, even Mo and Sinclair. I want to pick Yamato on that first round of go through. But for Sinclair, I don't know. I don't know how you feel about it. I'm still kind of like hit or miss on his effectiveness. Like we obviously get to see like his potential, like when ABL or Flambles playing it from one win, and obviously can see like how strong the audience participation can be. But I don't know, for some reason in the back of my head, and I could be completely wrong, I'm still not 100% sold on the hero just yet. And it's like impact of being such a high priority pick.
I think it depends on who you're up against and also the player. I think similar to Pocket, where, by the way, we haven't even touched on it, but Pocket is missing an... Well, okay, actually got banned in this case, but I don't think CS Rejects need to ban the Pocket. I feel like it just has not been Pocket's tournament so far post-nerfs. But, yeah. Okay, Vindicta coming in for Lodos, Geist in return for CS Rejects. Oh, man, Jason, I gotta tell you, so far, on paper, I like the CS Rejects draft a lot more than Lodos thus far.
Yeah, but will they execute it the way you want to see it? I mean, obviously, we both liked Lodos before in the first draft, but the way they ended up playing it out didn't work out too well for them. I think also with the Sinclair pick right of Lotus, there's no world we're going to see, ideally, a Warden pickup out of CS Rejects. So Lotus should have that free if they want to go for it. It's like another stable pick, which I don't think like the Warden was horrible, but it was just, again, as we mentioned, the economy allocation towards him wasn't correct, I guess we should say.
I think if anything, I don't know if I'm just trying to think of like lane compositions I'd like to see. I wonder if you could get away with running something like a Sinclair Warden lane and ideally target what's going to be one of the weaker lanes. CS Rejects, meanwhile, though, going to come out with Viscous 7. Pretty solid across the board. And oh, Lodos goes for the Kelvin-less shiv
notice
into Infernus. I don't like this at all, Jason. I actually... The front line here, you have a Mo Shiv front line with... this feels like CS Rejects 2.0 to me.
Possibly. In terms of the draft, most likely. Yeah, I don't know. We're still really sold on the first. Like there was an opportunity to pick 7 instead before you got into the final round of picks for CS Rejects, but I'm trying to think, what would I have liked to have seen? I mean, I would have taken a Warden over a Shiv, I think, in that situation.
Yeah. Oh, or even arguably a Warden over the Infernus. You're talking about like historical, just Warden kind of in the in-between zone between a frontliner and more of a carry style hero. But man, for what Lotus is running here, here's the problem. You're gonna need a really explosive early to mid game from your Paradox and your Mo to make this work, and it's gonna have to result ideally in your Shiv getting fed. Because you think about Lotus right now, who is the scary hero where you think, oh god, I don't want them to get really far ahead of the game? Realistically, it's only the Shiv, and seeing a Shiv get super far ahead, I mean, it's one of the more rare things in this patch. It's not impossible, but the ideal ramp for Lotus, Jason, here, it feels like they're threading the eye of the needle.
It almost reminds me of like old school Aegis Aurora a little bit, with the like Mo and Vindicta. I mean, you're right when it comes to the Shiv, but it's been a very long time since we've seen a Shiv really be fed to the level of carry. As we do head into our second and final match of this series, we still have 6 more series to come your way today, with Virtus Pro taking on Lotus right after this. And I mean, if Lotus was struggling against CS Rejects, they're going to definitely struggle against Virtus Pro, who already 2-0 CS Rejects yesterday.
Yeah, it's a little bit trial by fire for Lotus today, where honestly, the way they've been playing, if CS Rejects is able to kind of stay true to the draft and concretely win this one, it may be a 20-minute match as Lotus versus VP is kind of where I'm rating the teams and where they're at currently. But, you know, Jason, we'll see. For now, I think a lot on the plate of Coffin and Weap here to have a good early game. But I will say, in terms of change-ups, they did split the Paradox and the Mo. They didn't stack them both in the right lane. So in terms of like apportioning your early to mid-game power, especially with what's with 3K, I do like the lane setup here a little bit more so far from Lotus, as they very nearly take down the Yamato at 25 HP, just scared to even go and take the zipline back to base.
Yeah, I'd be pretty scared, to be honest. I don't really know how you get out of this situation. It gets over towards Keelan right, which is going to get interrupted. Levelfine's going to have to go back to base if he can just stay alive here. Everything's just being dodged out, and what's able to get the kill. Oh, all right. That's a good start here for Lotus.
Yeah, and I mean, they're running a vastly more competitive middle lane here. Not that I think like Mo Vindicta is either of their best combos. It still can be pretty effective. You can still get good poke from Vindicta, and you know, the Mo, you know, reasonable at staying alive. So the mid lane for Lotus, far better opening here. Lane wise, you know, the left and the right lane, neither is like killer for Lotus on paper. Infernus Sinclair is like kind of okay. I mean, it's mostly backpacked by the fact that you have a Sinclair in lane, right lane Paradox Shiv. You can't completely disrespect it, but you know, you shouldn't just get throttled by it either.
Even up against the Mirage and the Holiday together.
Yeah, Mirage Holiday, or what's it called? Mirage Holiday should have the edge in that lane.
Yeah.
You know, if played properly.
I think they're gonna have the potential for some insane damage. You already saw Coffin get low before, as they're trying to get some poke on. And Mirage, yeah, going for Jin's mark. Extra Spirit already picked up. Extra regen monster rounds now here for 7, played by Force yet again. A headshot booster and rapid rounds coming in for Skiflovich. I mean, I think it's going to be tough. Like, I think there's no real kill potential on the left-hand side for Lotus, as we were kind of, I guess, alluding to before. They can have a safe enough lane just because, as you said, there's going to be a Sinclair, but with the safety net of the cube and having that stun out of Force, I don't really see them being able to pick up much of anything that on equally, and this is going to be a turnaround at the time. He's going to get his revenge up against Web.
Yeah, we up a little bit too deep there, and yeah,
are you going we up or
left, right? Because the A is capitalized, I look at it as we app. Like, I feel like it's we and then app. Just because you have the mid capitalization there, it's not like a continual alternating caps thing.
Do you want to develop an app?
You want to develop an app? No,
Probably one of my favorite
it says on his head, don't develop the app.
We could have like 7 Z's in the name of whatever app we develop.
Oh man, I can't believe this
The
plan
dreams.
that. But moving along, back to middle lane. And right now we'll see. There's a little bit of a turnaround here for Weap. Of course, back in lane after the quick death and surgery. Finding Coffin on right-hand side. Where again, it's kind of expected because Holiday Mirage, on paper, a more deadly lane than the Paradox Shiv, at the very least until 3K comes in line. Once you get Swap and Killing Blow, you know, it gets a little bit more interesting.
It'll be interesting here for Cycle, as he did get stunned up. Yeah, I was actually thinking, by the way, it could be like Deadlocks with like 8 Z's attached. Could be the app name. Back onto the push here in towards mid. And Weap gonna get revenge with the combo with Nayron. Nayron's amplifying, he's gonna fall. And Weap trying to run away from this one, but it's slowly be sucked away by Fargecko, as it will be just a 1-for-1 trade here in that middle lane. But I mean, if anything, keeping Amplifying down isn't too bad. I think Fargecko being on the Geist, already at 4.1 thousand souls, is a little bit of a worrying sign in the mid lane.
I think the problem here for Lodos is that they need to somehow find a way of getting ahead, but the options aren't great. Coffin is getting put to the ground by Apocycle. Pyro? Oh, returning fire, however, 150 HP, and it could be a Fed Mirage here again. They're not careful, although Apocycle really goes a little bit too deep there. Actually gets hit way more by the tower than they want, and Shiv sets his blood in the water. Moving on forward, needs one more shot, gonna finish it off.
Actually, Coffin steals it away. I was actually wondering, I don't think that right clicks to do enough damage out of Pyro. They do at least get the 2-for-1 turnaround in this, and then Surgery is gonna be left to his own on the right-hand lane. And Weap is just really getting aggressive here in mid. Like, it wants to really bully these two around, but you're gonna have to respect Fargecko, who's at that 4.8k mark. And I don't think Neyron's gonna have necessarily the damage to kind of support this. I mean, the Soul Exchange isn't online yet for Fargecko, so he's gonna take a little bit of time before he's gonna be able to heal up pretty well. But I mean, with Heal Bane, Infuser, it's gonna be very tough to help against Fargecko, who had a really, I'd say, strong game one.
Neyron lucky to get away there. That was actually looking pretty ugly. Apocycle, meanwhile, the revenge happens back here on the right lane, and this is gonna be like the 4th time I've seen Pyro running for their life here as Shiv, and this time around, the decay coming on in, getting poked from both sides. Is the great escape gonna happen this time? No, it does not. Surgery finishes it off. And now big Guardian pressure gonna come in as a result there on the right-hand side, because even the Paradox, you come back to lane, not necessarily gonna be able to take it off. Also, that is one of the least effective combos I've seen. We have just kind of dropped it, but the fall through nowhere near ready to go. Meanwhile, Yamato cleaving in from behind. They might have lost Fargecko, but this Yamato drop shadow transformation, moving on in, and actually might not be able to get the cleanup they're looking for, because Mo was not the target.
Yeah, wasn't able to close the distance either with a flying strike. So some good position of Neyron, even though the combo was really questionable in the beginning. They do still turn around and pick up the kill on the Fargecko, kind of limiting his farm now. So we are seeing a little bit of a bounce back out of Lotus, and technically they're actually ahead in souls, which it feels like it shouldn't really be that way. It's now another dive going to be happening on the right-hand side, and a great parry comes through.
Well, one good parry deserves another. Now it's Mirage taking a knee right after, but you look at the Paradox. Paradox real low right now. Mirage, though, getting pummeled here by the Shiv. Going back and around, ends up falling Pyro. Able to find the way, still good HP. Very willing to dive in for this holiday here, but not so willing to go into the tower under these circumstances.
Well, you know, we kind of talked about Shiv and kind of how he's fallen off without like a Kelvin support. So far at 6,000 souls for Pyro, doing, I'd say, decently well in a lane that you really shouldn't be that successful in, with the Mirage and the Holiday as your opponents. So I think credit to Pyro to really step up here on the Shiv so far. But he's going to take a lot of souls and a lot of work to continue that momentum later on in this game. And hopefully for Lotus, they've been able to figure out how they're going to allocate their economy here. If I see Skipovich be fed farm on the Infernus, I'm gonna rage a little bit.
Yeah. And take a look here. You know, off to the right-hand side, I feel like you need more right now if you're Lodos. And I don't know if they're gonna find more in the situation where they're up a little bit lead-wise. Okay, combo on the Yamato. That's a good start as far as middle goes, and keeping Yamato down. Even if it trades out the Mo here, I think you're okay with that. Mo, though, able to come out of the burrow, grab a little bit more. Fargecko gonna go down and turn. They're gonna get mid Guardian off this, so not the worst. The Viscous coming in. The Viscous, okay, gets the Mo. Nearly ends up feeding for it, though, Jason.
Yeah, very low in HP here. Cuba to come through to heal him up. Assassinate going to be off cooldown in 2 seconds. That's the rotation has come in for Nakabin. Well, they're not able to get the kill, but at least get the Guardian nonetheless. The distance, well, I mean, fight's going to be available. The tether has connected too. Being forced out in the Shadow Transformation. The copy Shadow Transformation coming on top of this. So the Hex, I mean, it's going to be off cooldown yet again, but you're not really going to be able to do too much when the opposing Shadow Transformation is active. And Mo's come back. Weap is looking for another fight, and they consider they have no Guardian to back up against. So he actually is able to catch it up fine, and Fargecko is going to have to back away.
So overall, Lodos finding some room to work with here, but again, they need more heading into the urn at the moment, because there is going to be a world where CS Rejects is able to get straight up ahead. I think the best part for them right now is the fact that Eplifine is kind of in a hole right now. Also looking off to the right-hand side, Mirage might be about to go down here again. Shiv liking what he sees, and Neyron there to finish it off. Urn, meanwhile, up, and that's going to be a quick grab here from Lodos. Document grabbing the Urn, and they're going for the super quick turn, and meanwhile, Yamato back here in middle. Look for the punish on the WF once more, back in and around. Lodo, will be a little bit elusive, and gets parried! Yamato getting parried into the combo. The returner from Reap. You got the Mirage TPing back in. Apocycle. Do you really want to TP in for a bow though at this point?
No, you want to get away from this one because Reap has had such a big turnaround here considering how bullied he was being in the beginning of this game. And now a 6K lead. We talked about Lotus before, maybe like 5 minutes ago, only a 1K lead turned to now 5. And potentially more is looking for the Urn turn, and it's just left to Surgery to defend against this. It looks like the push will come through. The last are going to be used, but I mean, you're by yourself, Surgery. Would imagine you shouldn't be able to stop this too much.
I mean, if that carbine had hit, so that would have been Surgery hitting the ground because Swap was good to go. It's only by the grace of Coffin just being slightly off that Surgery is able to walk away there. So with the Urn, Lodos going up 10K. Some of the lane situations really starting to turn over and into their favor. And for the comp they're running here, Jason, especially with like how you'd expect the late game to develop, this is kind of where they need to be.
But I'm still not a fan though of what they're doing on the left-hand side lane. Skipovich being left, just farm up jungle to farm up the left lane. I feel like this is where you send Pyro over there and bring Skipovich into these fights. Let you feed the farm to the Shiv. Like I know we talked about this yesterday, but we have not seen Infernus carry games like a Shiv can or like a Warden can. So we kind of question why we're seeing so much farm being given over to that hero, not necessarily the player, but to the hero.
Surgery also, Surgery was just trying to get a little bit of Gamba instead. Their jungle not safe anymore. Meanwhile, Sinclair trying anything to get around, did not have the assistant up to blink away with. Swap though coming on in times, just immediately hitting the goo ball and hitting the nitro. Jason getting out of there. Things getting real scrappy into the middle.
I have you.
Let's see where this one ends up. And it's still going on. This is still a long fight, dragging into the subway. Amplifying, heading on over. Shadow transformation though, long over. Still able to take down Weap. Low HP, ends up falling. Bags across the board, and man, this is like an early NA melee level scrum that's going on. One though that CS Rejects may have gotten the better of.
Yeah, they come out ahead at least at the end of it. I believe they only, I think lost 2 in that fight. I'm not sure how they actually won out on that one, considering how things were going. I mean, Fargareco got a great swap in. Weap still just sticking around in that fight for a very long time, just trying to hover in and out of it before he eventually does fall. And CS Rejects, I mean, they're still going to be down about 7,000 souls, but at least they cut that lead from 10 down to 7. Just unfortunate for them. There's no objective to be taken just yet. And they still need that extra guardian for that flex slot. And obviously, the later we go into this, 13 going on 14 minutes in, that's going to become more and more painful for this lineup. So they're going to need to look for a push somewhere to alleviate that.
Yeah, sooner rather than later, before your item builds get rough. And where was this last game? You think about the Mo play that's coming on in here, and maybe it's just a change in players where Weap is playing a way more aggressive Mo and Krill than we saw from Nakaman. Where it just feels like anytime combos on cooldown, Weap is seizing the opportunity, Jason, and going for it, because I feel like we've seen more combos at this point from Lodos at a mere 14 minutes into the game than we saw basically all of last game.
So so much shade, but you're not wrong. I mean, they're giving more opportunities for him, right, to do this. Like, they're giving the opportunity to go for these combos, because at this point, I feel like we saw Nakaman still locked to that right-hand lane.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to the last game, as you say, it was Nakaman just like stuck in the right-hand lane for way too long, whereas this has been it's been a roaming mode. By the way, this may be a dead Infernus. You look here, it's a sea of blue chasing down the yellow, but you talk about why pick Infernus. That's part of it. Is that not the easiest to chase on down? He just drops the flame dash and waves goodbye.
I mean, yeah, you're definitely not wrong. Like, he does have the safety of being in a solo lane, but his impact in team fights is not it for me. And with the kill coming through towards mid, the counter push coming for CS Rejects, they might be able to catch it on Nayron, but at the end of this, CS Rejects are still going to be losing out on a walk around that right-hand lane, and they're still looking to unlock their first flex slot here, so will eventually come through. But trade, still favor of Lotus, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not bad for Lotus at all. I think Interestingly enough, you look at how the farm is going here. I think by far the thing that is haunting CS Rejects the most is the chaos that occurred in middle lane, where Eplifine is still trying to work their way out of the hole. And, a 12k Yamato, when the average player in the other team is around like 14 or 15k, you're not scary at that point, Jason. At that point, you're downright mortal as Yamato.
It's going to be a very difficult turn in, I'd say, for Lodos. Trying to push in towards enemy territory here with the urn. Coffin going to get the swap yet again onto Fargareko. A combo comes through. No chance of soul exchange, and that's the initial pick that they needed. They grab the urn to go for the shove now in towards the turn in. Looking for more, though. They're going to catch it up. We'll find he should be falling from this with a Stormcloud out of force going to be coming through. He finally does show himself, but we do have a knockdown finally picked up on Knockaman to prevent that. They don't depend on the last. They don't depend on a swap. They don't depend on a combo. They depend on an item like we should have seen in the last game.
Where was that last game? Is exactly my thoughts as just bring immediately down. Also, something to note too, the fact that you have Sinclair versus the 7 does reduce the 7's value a little bit as well. Just the fact that you have the ability to drop your own Stormcloud in turn, one of the more valuable duplicates you could get. But CS Rejects, now they're in such a hole here, Jason, that I'm not sure there's a way out of it. I mean, they don't really, aside from the holiday, they don't have a ton really kitted to getting picks at the moment.
It's so weird because in back-to-back games now, we favored the losing team in terms of composition, in terms of what they drafted. We will see we have stopped Fargareka from taking that right lane walker as he gets a kill on towards them. They also get rejuve off of this as well. And I mean, they might lose out on the left lane guardian, but that's not too big of a deal here. That extra flex shot would have been more important. And you can already see the Traveler being used because he knows they're being grouped in on ×9. He doesn't have his ball available, only has the cube. And you would imagine he's dead.
Got to reflect on life for an extra 3 seconds of the cube before getting exploded into, less concrete gelatinous mass. And at this point, I think you retrospective on the game. For me, the part where it all fell apart was middle. It all really just kind of unraveled. The CS Rejects in middle lane, they weren't able to stabilize, and it just got worse rather than better even as the game went on.
And that was some really big damage out of Nayron. I think that was Fargareko. It hits him with the tether. But I mean, you're right. It's been all a big snowball here against CS Rejects. Now it's just about, can they continue to build this lead for Lodos and look to apply the pressure? That right lane walker will go down, so CS Rejects are going to have to hurry back to base. Just saw Lodos still knocking on that door, but they're going to give this one up. And there's still a lot of jungle to be farmed away out of Lodos if they choose to go that direction, though. I mean, Coffin, you're gonna need some backup here. He's just kind of gonna get aggressive, looking for that swap. It's gonna go into ×9.
Quick little swap takedown from the Paradox, exactly what you're looking for in that situation. And again, it just kind of digs CS Rejects into the hole even more. And also, you think about Lodos, you have about 25 seconds of a glorious no cube situation, so we have completely open to go in, land a combo, and stagger this out even more. We have now coming in off the zip line, and right now they're looking for Surgery exposed here on the left-hand side. Is Falter going to be there? Looks like Surgery is able to rejoin the rest of his team. 5 seconds. CS Rejects is back at full strength.
Surgery was
there's a combo from behind. Jason just barely caught him. And that's a quick pause. Fargareko didn't like that one bit.
And it's a quick unpause. He didn't like it, but for only a couple of seconds. This should be a shrine push, no? They catch out Fargareko from behind. We have the push out of Skifovic to keep him out of this fight here as they get that first shrine done in just a few seconds. The second one, well, certainly should be falling with Surgery and Eplifine down. There's really not much left to defend with. I mean, Force has Stormcloud on cooldown. And I'm worried that, actually, Knockaman, I don't know what he took. I mean, his ult's on cooldown, but I don't know what he stole away and used. And, well, if anything, a revive or soul rebirth would be ideally what he's able to steal. And Lodos gonna back off after getting the shrines done. A big push, a big stake to the heart of CS Rejects here, especially with that initial combo and that catch.
I think, again, I kind of brought it up before, but it's hard to say how much of it was overall team strategy and how much was the player and how it was being played. But you think about Lodos, they split their Paradox and their Mo this game, and Weap, coming from the middle lane rather than being a Mo in the side lane, was able to be so aggressive in the mid game and actually get a significant amount of high value combo kills. That's what really led us to this point, Jason. And you know, the point of comparison for the game prior for Lodos, that they ran the Holiday Mo in the right hand lane, and while they didn't lose the lane, they just kind of left it there for a long period of time. There was just nowhere near the dynamic impact on the rest of the game as what they were able to do this game with the shifted strategy for how they played the Mo.
So what you're saying is, if you play Mo the way he's supposed to be played, you can win games?
Yes, exactly.
It's so simple. It makes so much sense. This actually might be the final fight, just FYI here for this match. CS Rejects trying to defend the turn-in, trying to go for a catch here. Skifovich nowhere to be seen. He's trying to rotate in to help out his roster. And they have a decent split. I mean, Aaron, he's kind of caught out of position, trying to get to the reinforcements of his own team. This Shadow Transformation going to be coming through, and Amplifying, he's going to have to do some serious work here.
Amplifying, Shout Transformation, gone. Now Stormcloud coming on in from Force for CS Rejects, and Knockdown is there. Puts Force in a tough situation, immediately punished by knocking him in right after. 3 down for CS Rejects now. That's going to be a clean sweep coming in for Lodos. Only Surgery remains. Probably not for long, but at this point, who cares what Surgery is doing? You've killed 5, you're on stage 2 Patron, you get the base, and you split the series 1-1.
It's almost as if we've been saying, like, Knockdown would have been so good to deal with Force. The second they pick it up, obviously with some changes to the way they're playing Mo and Krill too, they're having such a different amount of success. But as you said, going to split the series at 1-1 apiece. And the CS Rejects able to get themselves a map win on the board. Lodos able to get their second. Oh no, a pretty decent game, but funny enough, you know, again, the team we predicted as being the victor just based off draft alone, it didn't pass it didn't come to fruition in the way that we expected.
No, not at all. And I mean, look, this is a pretty good example of how things can shift from game to game. It is the most I can say, because based on how Lotus played in map 1 with the draft they had at the time, I really did not expect this game to go down the way it did, but they made key adjustments, even to the point of changing who was playing what. And they hit their groove. They were way more active in playing, you know, a playmaker Mo comp, and it worked out way more in their favor, where they did need to be that aggressive though too, Jason, because it was another composition where if things went late, it would have went against them. But also in terms of adjustments, man, what a difference getting a knockdown makes.
Yeah, also just to correct myself really quick, that was the first map that Lotus did win. But yeah, the knockdown, I do wonder, like, again, how different would that first match have been if they just bought a knockdown for Force? Obviously, Skifovich on the Warden, we had a lot of questions on if things could have changed if he just didn't die in some of these like 1vx situations when he had that last stand rolling and popped. But still, looking at this game, like, we put him back on the Mo and Krill. Only he gets to play it for his team, because he definitely made it he pretty much like caused the victory to be what it was. Like the way they dealt with Fargareco too, constantly comboing him so there's no soul exchange to come through, and punishing him lane when he was actually the one really far ahead from his team and from his opponents with how things were going in the mid lane. It was Amplifying who was the one getting caught up most of the time when there was any skirmishes happening. It was just such a difference in style out of Lotus. I still say the one thing I'm not a big fan of is the feeding of souls over to Skifovich on the Infernus. Why not just do that in the Ward in the last game? Also, apparently he was running Intensify Mags, which is an interesting item to have on any hero, let alone Infernus. But at the end, still comes out with the most eject damage, most souls farmed up. But also Nayron switching things up, not going for the Crow build, the Assassinate build, able to get himself the 28,000 player damage, which is kind of insane.
It's quite a bit. Also, I think you kind of answered one question with the other, where you're like, intensifying mag, but also a lot of objective damage. And look, if you look at higher value items just for building damage, technically speaking, intensifying mag is up there, even though I think Infernus's bullet damage is on the lower end relative to other characters you would typically build intensifying mag on. But I don't know. I think the answer to the first question is that you get late into a draft, you want something in that role, and ideally you want something that's like not easy to kill, where, you know, we haven't really focused on this as much, but when you look at the death stat, you know, Skifovich didn't die once. And even in losing games, your Infernus player generally tends to be on the lower end of the death count, just because he's hard to pin down. I mean, you're usually only killing Infernus in a lot of these games if you lead with a Mo and Krill combo, or you get a Holiday Lasso. Even a swap at times isn't necessarily enough, Jason. So yeah, overall, Interesting shift from map 1 to map 2.
Speaking of swaps, I think if I were to crown an MVP of this series, I probably would have given it to Coffin. Like, his holiday was insane when it came to how aggressive he was being, the crack shots constant in the right hand side lane. Here on his Paradox, he opened up quite a few kills as well to really facilitate a lot of his initial engagements. Obviously, the engagements later on with like the swap at the base of their opponents onto Surgery on the Viscus, able to open things up for them to have a man advantage. Definitely a strong player, but it seems like everyone that plays Paradox and Holiday has that kind of level of play out of them.
They really do. But we are going to be going to a short break. It's also be a quick stream reset, so be prepared to refresh the stream. Gonna just, smooth things out, get a little bit of the lag issues control, or that have been here, under control. It's early in the stream. Now is the best time to do it. But this is One Win Bombshell, volume number 5. A lot of deadlock left here in the day, and we'll see you right after the restart. One Win Bombshell Volume 5 carries on here. First match of the day in the books. And now for Lodos here, Jason. They get to face one of the toughest challenges of all, heading in against Virtus Pro, where you talk about the hierarchy here in EU. May not be one-win team, but they are awfully close. And this is going to be a far tougher challenge than CS Rejects was just a map ago.
Yeah, it's going to be exponentially more difficult. That if you have any mistakes being made, you don't allocate your farm properly, you don't have a good draft, then you're going to be in for a very bad time here. And Virtus Pro looking to defend their title as being the #1 team currently in our group stage here, sitting on 4-0 in their maps. And again, if they come out first, or whoever comes out first in the group stage as a seed, who moves directly into the semifinals, where you're automatically in the money at $500, and obviously you can go up to the 1.5 or 3K or potentially 5K from there on. We start to head into our draft here, ZP, and off the bat, we will be seeing great talent still being taken away as a #1 priority out of almost every team out there.
I think GT still does arguably too much, particularly when you think about how people use the Owl to apply mid-game or early to mid-game pressure to set up ganks and just make it really inhospitable to know if you're safe or not. I think people just don't really want to deal with that X factor. But on the other hand, for Lodos, they don't want to deal with the holiday early on. And to me, this signals that in terms of picks, bare minimum, they're grabbing Paradox in the next two. I would guess from what we've seen, likely either Paradox Mo or Paradox Mirage, or in this case, they go Paradox Vindicta. And this feels like a very anti-VP adaptation, Jason. This is purely, we don't want MKLS on the Vindicta.
Yeah,
that's the only reason for the upping the priority.
I kind of like it, but at the same time, I don't know how I feel, because that gives them Mirage to be picked up for themselves. And then the thing is, with Holiday being banned out, Paradox being taken, we know D-Mob plays Bebop, so there's still the potential for them to pick up Bebop if they want. I'm more interested to see, are we gonna have Shark back on Warden picked up? Because we've known him to be like the Warden player for Virtus Pro. We've seen Warden have a massive upswing in popularity after this last patch.
I think the answer to that is probably yes. I think a Yamato Warden frontline is absolutely great. If Lodos doesn't deny it, I think it's going to happen. And I think Sharik is good enough, and VP as a team plays well enough, that they will give some of that farm over to Sharik's direction. To me, it's a bit of a no-brainer that is where we'd end up going. And also, you know, it hasn't shown up yet, but I gotta think Mirage was the pick for VP. It is. Lodos, in turn, they're going to go with the Mo and Krill. So they secure the Playmaker plus Mo combo that's become so endemic to this round of One Win Bombshell. But, man, oh man, I think you've given up a lot of power here towards VP. I also think the fact that Lodos is probably going to pick the 7 on the back in the draft, if VP doesn't pick it, isn't necessarily great into the Sinclair. And Lodos, okay, Lodos is banning the Viscous, so they're signaling here, Jason, if we combo someone, we want them dead.
Yeah, understandable. And but at the same time, it kind of does control what, you know, Shark's going to be playing, and kind of makes him lean a little bit maybe over towards the Warden still yet again. But it's understandable. It definitely shows that they're, you know, being methodical about their picks. But I'm still kind of worried about like how they're going to execute things. Who's going to be on the Mo and Krill, more importantly, is going to be Weap, because that's obviously where they had the most success. And I'm also still looking towards Virtus Pro. Are they going to pick up 7, you think, very early on in the second half of the draft, considering Zergy, I mean, he's pretty much going to play 7 or Infernus, and that's, I mean, I guess he has played Geist once so far.
I think in terms of priority, I think they're going to look to solidify the front line. And to me, that means it's probably going to be Warden or Abrams that are going to get picked pretty early here. I actually think if you're VP, you get the Abrams. And the pure reason for that is that if you do not pick up Abrams, there's pretty good odds that Lodos in turn will pick up Abrams for themselves. And that leaves you exposed to the Vindicta Abrams lane, which has been easily one of the highest performing lanes around. VP, they like playing a whole lot of Abrams. I personally think that they go with Mr. Big and Blue here on the turn. That's it's good for them and it's bad for Lodos because it takes away a good combo partner.
I'm surprised you said that. Actually, you think Lotus would pick up Abrams? Is I mean, I'm trying to think like what would they kind of fill up their roster with? I mean, Pyro probably going to be on the Shiv. We're probably going to see, of course, Force on the 7. I would assume being picked up, but obviously with the next round of picks, it's going to be Virtus Pro picking up 2. I mean, I think Virtus Pro definitely more likely to pick it up than Lodos, but I'd be interested to see what they do with an Abrams picked up, considering they have a Mo already in their own roster. But we see the Shiv yet come through with the Kelvin banned away. I mean, they have, I guess, a lot of faith in Pyro. To be fair, he didn't do terribly in the last game with it, but he also wasn't necessarily like the big factor for them to win in my eyes.
It did work out last game. I don't really like the Shiv picked where they picked it because VP 100% in the next 2 picks will pick Geist. There's zero doubt in my mind. And I also think in terms of power picks, Geist would have been way better for Lodos to pick or the Shiv. I don't think VP was necessarily going to pick the Shiv to begin with. And if you're going between the two, I think you'd much rather have Geist, especially when you're up against Yamato on the other side, Jason.
I mean, I'm thinking Geist,
I don't know.
Maybe Geist Warden, unless they're going to put Sharik over on Mirage, because Listic obviously can play Sinclair. And I think he's generally going to be the Sinclair player. What I'm curious about is like, what's Obi Kim going to be playing in this lineup? Because we still need a pick for Zergi if he's not playing Geist, and then we need a pick for Obi Kim. But then also we have Ward available. So I don't know. I guess we'll see here, momentarily when they get their next pick through of what they're going to be kind of solidifying their roster with. But again, that's kind of like the flexibility of VP. Like I'm sure Obi Kim can play Sinclair. I think he has played it for them in the past. The fact that Listic can hop over to Sinclair, he can hop over to Geist, pretty much play anything that they need. It gives them that ability to kind of pick things early on and still adapt what they're going to pick later in that draft, because they can swap around who's playing what.
Who's Mikhail S playing this game, actually?
Yeah.
As you look at, I mean, could this be the rare Mikhail S Geist game with Listic and Dimov on different things? Because you think about what Mikhail S is usually on, you'd be something like a Paradox or a Vindicta or a Shiv and otherwise. But in this case, okay, the Calico comes on in with Bebop.
So Dimov, Bebop. I'm thinking Listic, Calico, Obi Kim on Sinclair, Sharik on Mirage, and Zergi on Geist, then in my eyes. And then Michaelis Yamato. I mean, because we have, I mean, I know he's been playing a lot of it on his stream.
Maybe. I mean, I think there's a few other combinations, permutations where like maybe you get Mikhail S on the Geist. It's but again, who does Zergi end up going on here? This is interesting draft for VP as far as hero pool.
Because we saw him play Geist once in DFN. But I mean, beyond the relation who's playing what, look at Lodos. They again go for the Infernus over the 7. Funny enough, they actually didn't vouch to go for the 7, even though they had him available. I guess worrying about a potential hook in out of Dimov. Then again, I guess it can kind of work out if you have HP. But the Warden, I've not been a huge fan with the way they've been playing it, and I think I can speak for you as well in saying that. I mean, their comp has potential, but the thing is, it's VP. Like, if this was like CS Rejects, they'd be like, okay, this comp, could have some potential. I'm still not a big fan of the Infernus, but the fact you're against VP, the second best team in EU, you cannot afford to make a mistake anywhere in the game. The draft, the laning phase, the mid game, anything, or VP will punish you for it.
I think here there is a lot riding on the Bebop in particular. Like, Lodos has far more power in the early and mid game of just running at you and making things happen between the Paradox, the Mo, and the Vindicta there on top of it. But also, I think there's worlds where you do things like try and angle for the Bebop versus Mo. Like when Lodos did well last game, they put Mo in middle. I think it's likely VP is going to put Bebop in middle. It'll probably be something along the lines of either Bebop Yamato or Bebop Mirage or even Bebop Calico. I mean, either of those three would be very likely middle lanes and be problematic, I think, to deal with. I think if you're expecting the Mo, you'd keep it ranged. and you'd probably go more in the realm of Bebop, Yamato, Bebop, Mirage, because in that case you've kind of, you've covered your bases in regards to where it's at. We'll see.
Yeah. What's funny to me though is that we talk about like the best Bebops in EU, and D-Mob doesn't really come into the conversation. Funny enough, like I think overseas, I think TAS. Oh my god, who was the other one? There was one more. I mean, it wasn't Hoot. I mean, I guess Hoot technically was in there.
You're thinking of big Bebop players, so
yeah, in EU. Help me.
EU specifically,
or was it just those three?
Maybe it was just those three.
It could have been just those three. But yeah, I mean, like D-Mob is not saying he's a bad Bebop. He can definitely be a playmaker, but I don't know. What's also kind of funny with D-Mob is that he's not really someone we ever talk about as being this like amazing player. Like him and Shark, in my eyes, we don't really ever talk about. We talk a lot about Obikim, you talk about Zergy, you talk about Mikhail S. But like those three, I think even Listic, so maybe those two, we don't really touch on too much, but they're such solid players. I feel like they never have bad games. I never see D-Mob and Shark have bad results, like kind of period within VP.
It's kind of funny. I think if you go far enough in the past, you could find like a few stinkers from Listic here and there, but Listic, even in losses over the last like few months, has been very, very consistent. And I think that's one of the players in the game where it's like this player is in here at the beginning, but has also just gotten better and better as time has gone on. And Listic also has put together games where it's just like, dear Lord, he's taken over the game, particularly, on Calico, particularly when Calico was a little bit newer, a little bit less hit with the Nerf bat repeatedly. It was, oh, you gave Listic the Calico? I suppose the game is over now. We will go next.
Yeah. I'm just responding to Hoot and Twitch. I actually like kind of getting able to talk to them. Yeah, the thing is like that, the initial surge you're talking about with Listic with Calico was when he was doing like a lot of those rotations, and he was bouncing between like lane 1 and 2, I think, when we were on 4 lanes. But we don't really see that happen often anymore because we switched things down to 3. I feel like Calico kind of lost some power in that sense of like the mid-game presence, but obviously still being insanely strong anyways, still made her a rival. But I think this is maybe like the second or third Calico pick we've had here in One Win Bombshell Volume 5. A lot of people have moved away from her in general with like the recent Nerf bat that has hit her. Okay,
so I did get a little bit of insight as to who's playing what while the players are going in the lobby. I talked to Lightbringer and I was just like, okay, who's playing on what? And it is going to be Mikhail S on the Geist.
Okay. And Zergy on Mirage?
Sorry, what?
So then Zergy's on Mirage?
I would assume Zergy would be on Mirage, yeah. So, and then going forward on who's on what, you'd still expect D-Mov on the Bebop, Listic on Calico. You'd think Obikim on Sinclair.
And Shark on Yamato.
Yes. So okay. I think the thing that's a little bit out of the norm there would be the, Sharik on Yamato. Or there's also a world. We've seen Sharik play Calico before, so it could be Listic Yamato, Sharik Calico. I actually think it's going to be that. I don't know if we're going to see Sharik Yamato. It seems a little bit out of Sharik's normal hero pool, and we've seen Sharik on Calico briefly.
I think you're right. I mean, he's played it 8 times Calico, and Listic I think would definitely be more of the Yamato player. Listic would be more of the Yamato player with 1 pick on it, and he's played Calico only 4 times. But again, I think that's what's so cool about VP as a team, and always so cool to look at their drafts, is that you just really, sometimes you can never 100% predict who's going to be on what, considering the flexibility they have. If I hit back on that topic another time. But if we, talk about maybe the game and how it could potentially go, I'm looking at like compositions, or not compositions, lane compositions. And I'm wondering, is D-Mob going to be paired with Mirage in lane? Or is he going to be paired with Yamato in the mid lane to really have a lot of impact?
Well, I do kind of like if you go middle and you go Bebop Mirage. If the Mo is there, that's really tough for Mo, because for Mo, you're in the neutral before any hook comes in. Mo gets punished more by Mirage than the average, as far as heroes go. And then it's also a huge hook target, where if you get hooked and then uppercutted after, but we got our answer. It's going to be Bebop Yamato instead, which is also perfectly fine on the same note. And it's going to be Mo there, so Mo's going to have their work cut out with them, because you wouldn't talk about it too much, but also on Mo being a big body, Also, kind of one of the easiest heroes in the game to get really nice power slash value against.
I mean, we also look at Lotus yesterday. If we think about the mid lane, and against Thanos, they struggled. Their mid lane got destroyed quite consistently up against them. Again, up against NA players. Now you're up against Virtus Pro players who are on, fine ping. I think there's the potential.
Well, that's fast.
Yeah, as I say, for a big snowball to happen yet again this mid lane, and I mean, I know we had a successful Mo and Crow last match, but this is a different beast, man. This is a different team.
Yeah. This is reminding me of the opening Lodos had versus Thanos in their first game, where their middle just got completely evaporated in the first 2 minutes. Which has kind of happened here again. And it doesn't get any better. You have to show up in lane and expose yourself to hooks, to Yamato once more. Also, you look at the lane pressure on the left, you already see Obakib in a great spot on the Sinclair, and this might be sub 20-minute territory if this keeps up. You look at Pyro. Pyro's already hiding for dear life. Again, very early into the game.
You just imagine Virtus Pro just saying like, you made me wake up before 1 p.m. and then just take it out on their opponents, because they played early both days now here in the one in Bombshell Vol.5. So it's kind of funny if that's maybe the route they're going for this, but maybe something you're going to need to get used to, especially if you're going to be playing in some of these lands coming up here when they do come around. This is most likely to be another kill happening here. They're on. You're not going to be long for this world. Listic going to take him down. Looking relatively easy here for Virtus Pro as they pick up even more kills, this time on the left-hand lane. And they sport a 2K lead 2 minutes in.
I mean, you've heard of the 15-minute FF in other games. What about the 5-minute FF?
Well. Maybe. I don't know.
Look, it's not... Okay, I'm being a little bit overdramatic. It is not over yet, but this is about as brutal of a start to a game as you get here so far. And with how early game goes in Deadlock, this can so easily snowball into something ridiculous. And we already know that Lodos against Thanos, when they're up against teams that have super veteran talent on Deadlock, the early game can just like vastly get away from them.
Yeah, and the thing is, Neyron's also over half the souls behind his opponents in lane. He just crossed the 1K mark. He's been punished in lane quite a few times. You can see Michaelis get aggressive here. Going to be burning just a little bit from the afterburn. But if you're a Demob and you're Listic, like you're having a good time here in this lane, and again, with how far they're going to get ahead, with how far Listic in particular is going to get ahead, a power spiked Yamato is going to be almost impossible to deal with unless you do get the burst onto him in time with that combo.
I mean, look, Neyron, that is a tough spot to be in Vindicta, where it's already so far behind that the assassinate timing is going to be about like a minute and a half behind what it normally would be. That is so tough for getting the proper ramp for Vindicta that you need for things to go well. As Obakim punishing coughing here on inside. Shiv losing most of his HP bar in their tree. Even if Pyro doesn't die here, the impact on the lane is going to be massive. A little bit of light though on the right hand side. Actually, even a little bit surprising to see the Warden in Furnace lane actually getting a decent shot into the Geist lane, Geist Mirage on the right.
Thing is, I feel kind of bad defaulting to this like thought process, but in what world do you think that was just Michaelis just getting cocky and being like, I can take you 1v2, and then he loses the fight?
I mean, it's at least 50%.
Yeah, that's why. Like, I don't want to downplay them getting a kill onto him, but I feel like he's the type of player who would be more than willing to just do some stupid kind of play because he knows they're so far ahead already. Jesus.
Yikes. Not a phrase I use too much. I mean, it kind of like has gone through meme stats and then some, but the middle lane has been just a blender. Where, Vindicta is proving why she's a ghost because she's coming back from death repeatedly over and over again in a lane that is just about as hostile as any other planet in the solar system other than Earth. Demob, again, landing another hook. It's go to middle to just die. It's Yamato and Bebop right now. And we're so early into the game, Jason, there's no real help that Lodos can throw into the lane.
Damn, that's all I can say, man. I would not want to be in this middle lane right now because of how mentally frustrating it has to be. Like, I think that's also kind of one of the annoying parts about like Deadlock here is that when you're up against someone better, like it's pretty obvious. And Listic and Demov are just proving to be hands down better with the hooks they're hitting, the damage they're putting out, like the lead they built up to. I mean, Weop is currently sitting okay at 3.5, but that's mostly due to the fact that he's been kind of hiding more so than Neon.
It's a tough position to find yourself in, and it really doesn't get any better at this point in the game. And you look at the overall economy, it's like, it's only 2K difference. And it's like, well, in actuality, it is far worse, because if this keeps up across all the lanes, Jason, aside from the right lane, which has been a little bit more competitive for Lodos, it's going to start resulting in Guardians going down really early. And then all of a sudden, Demov is not contained to just middle. Demov is free to go to other lanes. Sharik gets on the pyro on the left-hand side. The swap comes in right after. So it happens, and Coffin still goes down, not really able to do any sizable amount of damage. And now, if you're E on the left-hand side, you take the Guardian, or at the very least, get it near death.
Yeah, not to really throw shade here, but with the changes to troopers and like the soul orbs, and that you get like the guaranteed first half, I think if those changes didn't happen, this league would actually look quite more one-sided. I mean, we're now at the 5K point, 6 minutes in. They finally take the first Guardian. Well, I say finally, 6 minutes in. They take the first Guardian in mid lane. Yeah, how dare they take so long? And now, like I said, this is going to free up Demov to just rotate to leave Listic now in mid lane and kind of play things out 1v2 and to continue to get his farm through.
Furnace Ward in lane right now, trying to apply some measure of pressure here to the Mirage. But also, you talk about how the game is going to evolve here. Oh, my word. Return the Shadow. Coming on in. Super late. Shriek still not able to escape. So, a little bit of sign of life with the Mo swap here, where Lodos, they decide to overload right-hand side pretty early into the game here, Jason. This is actually a very early rotation, but at what cost to middle lane? You've lost middle Guardian, and what more do you give up for this trying to go over into the left? Instead, it's Bebop going over to the right is the response right now, and this is actually so smart from VP because they're attacking the one lane that wasn't fully lost by going, hey, Bebop, go over there because someone left middle.
And to go back to mid lane then off of that, like it's Nayron at 5K up against Listic at 7, and Listic just is farming up jungle. He's going to go for a catch on a Nayron, I would assume eventually at some point here. And I don't think Nayron's going to win out in that trade, being so far behind already, just in terms of souls, but also mentally he's going to be quite tilted to have to deal with this Yamato in the lane. The counter push comes in out of Obikim here, the time wall as well. And I think the swap was dodged out on Coffin, able to hit that. One of the few times he's not able to hit out on his spread oscar swaps.
Also, in terms of trades, like with this being a, you look at the overall lane distribution here, you really want to trade solo farm Vindicta for solo farm Yamato? That seems awful to me. And yeah, I know you're trying to get the Vindicta back into the game, but even on just like raw macro strategy, Jason, I don't like it at all.
I mean, who would you put there? Namakin? Or Nakaman, sorry? I think he would lose out in that trade against Listic 3K ahead of him. I don't think there's like any good position you put anyone there. I mean, obviously, if you can get the farm safely, I think you would probably put the ward in there. As we do see, they do go for that switch up, putting now Nayron over towards this right-hand side to prevent that Guardian from going down. But it really doesn't get easier from here.
No, I think you do put the ward in there, but you try and shift people in to make the Yamato less safe. Actually, shifting the ward in the middle, I think is actually kind of smart from Lodos here, but the problem is, are they just too far behind at the moment? There's no, I was gonna say, if Demov actually lived at the end of that, that'd be ridiculous. Still though, VP getting way more in this right-hand fight so far. A little bit of poke coming in from Skifovic at the very end. But even still, that is a wounded Infernus, a wounded Mo, Sharik. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, getting things done, and there's not a lane that things have gone well at this point for Lodos.
The thing is, they defended the left lane while this was happening with 3 players. And yet they're still able to defend that and push right lane while this is happening. By the way, as a heads up, our stream is down.
Ah. Well, you never know if there's a world where somehow it's still on somewhere. Maybe there's a YouTube stream or otherwise. What's going on? Who knows where we may be at, Jason?
We'll see. Well, if we get it fixed, we'll keep acting as if this is still happening live, and maybe we can give a good recap to what happens when the stream gets back online here. I mean, the recap is just 13K lead for Virtus Pro, and we just had the first burn spawn.
Actually, people would have thought that it was stream problems on the production side, but it may have been Twitch. Twitch does have rules against gratuitous content, Jason.
And this is indeed that for sure with the way things have been going. Listic again they're diving right back through. We have to able to pick up the urn. The thing is, it's going to be a turn on their own side, so it's actually a smart play for them to group up and go for it. But I don't think they're going to be able to defend Virtus.pro away from that turn-in. Even though it is on their side, we can see Virtus.pro easily, retreat back to help it. Or they can say, screw that, we're just going to push your walker against you, which seems to be the answer they're going to be going for.
I mean, Jason, okay, so we are on YouTube the entire time. See, this is why, you keep form. We've been up on YouTube the entire time, which is also why you got to follow all the various one-win links. So, if one is down, you know where all the action is still to be had.
Well,
it's just that simple.
It is, and it might be that simple fun to pick up another kill and a Demov who just get caught out aggressive. Push on the left lane Walker. I mean, it hasn't really netted into too much damage, funny enough, as even Obikim should be getting overrun here. It's a little bit of a flop actually out of Virtus.pro. Lodos, they get the earn turn-in. They close the soul lead from about 13 to 15,000 down to just about 9. Realistic still push you middle, and to be fair, the left and mid Walker are going to be extremely low now.
Guardian in exchange for Coffin, but yeah, I think if you're VP, you are very, very happy to get the Walker damage that's going on here. Although, might come at a little bit cost. Listic burning alive, as it turns out here, Jason.
Oh, is he gonna escape?
Go for the parry, and why go for the parry there? Just shoot, Jason. Just shoot.
And now he's been a sneaky snake here. I mean, he doesn't have melee life still, but now he's been sussed out.
Oh, walks on out and had enough time to go Shadow Transformation after the Crimson Slash. Moves on over. No way! Listic making ideal use of the terrain. Goes on through, gets a double kill after hiding in the closet for just the right amount of time to get cooldowns back up. I know it's a one-sided game, but that still deserves its proper flowers, Jason.
I actually wish I paid attention to how long his cooldown was on Shadow Transformation. Was he hiding for the reset on it, or did he have it up the whole time? If he hid for the reset, that's kind of like next level. That's kind of insane to see. And yeah, I mean, the lead was pulled down to about 7,000, but it's been quickly turned back around yet again here, as they did take the mid lane Walker eventually. On a 15k lead, now 16.
Well, to say VP has been dominating the early end of this game would be the understatement, especially when you look at the lane situation, where, by the way, I feel like VP is going to be particularly cruel in this instance, Jason, and go out of their way to really deny flex slot on top of everything else.
Hey, it's just smart play, right? I think that's just typical VP play. I don't think there's anything cruel about it. I think it's just, standard. If you want to be one of the best teams in EU, and if they want to be able to take down the likes of OneWin, that's something just usually going to have to kind of take it.
Pyro had no chance in that situation. That was just I'm gonna try and get at least as much HP out of you before it goes bad. Shriek, meanwhile, doing a little bit of climbing here in Ava form, able to get out of the pressure situation. Now getting backed up a turn where you still got Nakamen working on the outskirts going, like, please, I would like to take down Shriek. Is he out of lives? Can I do it? And the answer is no. Zergi comes in for the backup, finishes off Nakamen, where this entire fight was basically just trying to hunt down Shriek, and it ends up being very unsuccessful.
Well, while this was happening, Skifovic was able to do some decent damage to that mid lane Walker. Whether or not he escapes is still yet to be seen. He manages to get around the corner in time, and the hook won't land out of Demov. And even though the soul lead has been closed yet again a little bit, I mean, I still can't help but favor Virtus.pro with how this game has gone, but you obviously don't want to see Pyro get going. Currently 11k souls across the board, except for Skifovic. For Lodos on the other side, the big farm, I mean, Listic at 19k, that's insane. That is scary. That is beyond scary. That is nightmarish.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Listic by comparison, that's band-wise levels of Yamato just enters your quadrant of the map and you actually hear theme music going on.
What's that music? What's happening?
Wait, am I in danger? What is going on? It's like, yeah, you might be in danger. Oh, we can though. Getting caught out by the heavy over-rotation from Lodos in to the right-hand side, just trying to get the last Guardian, which looks like they're going to get, which, not bad. Opens up the map a little bit more, gives them some sorely needed souls, and right in time for the Urn, as Urn is about to drop on down. Meanwhile, though, the disrespect where a Calico could just walk up and go, yeah, I mean, you're Warden, but I don't really care.
I was gonna say the ammo change kind of showing some results right there in that little bit of a 1v1, but in the end it didn't really matter, obviously, right, with how far Jark is ahead by about like 4,000 souls against Nakabin. A quick little restart going to be coming in out of him as well, and it looks like VP are going to be looking to pounce on this right lane walker while the Urn is being picked up by, I believe, Obikim, but it's still going to be it's going to be the enemy side of the map turn-in either way. And what is Demov doing? Is he going to teleport over to the right side, or is he looking for like a 1v1 over there?
I mean, at this point, dealer's choice to an extent. They'd probably looking to teleport, but in any case, the UI just went away. But the key element there is the level of farm that Listic is at now, and the fact that there is absolutely no one really capable of dealing with the Yamato. I mean, the best case scenario is that you get a Moan Krill combo and everything is perfect and you shut down Listic before Shadow Transformation. But I feel like the reality of the situation, Jason, is going to be a lot more grim for Lodos. They've passed the event horizon now, and I don't think when you get this down in the game, particularly when one of the key over farm heroes is just hit a point of being very hard to contest, you really require mistakes to happen from the other team. Like, Lodos could play perfectly and not win this game from here on out. They need to play really well, and they need VP to just mess up effectively.
If I were to say VP, I don't think mistakes or messing up is something you would ever really come to mind within over 24 hours of thinking about them. Definitely one of the few teams out there that really doesn't make too many mistakes. But I mean, that's, like you're saying, it's going to be kind of required. Like, Lotus are going to need that mistake to come through. I'm not sure why we had okay, so Obikim now having to reconnect real fast. But yeah, I don't really see a world where like Lotus can come back from this, just because of the caliber of Virtus Pro. The lead that they have, 27-7 in kills, is quite ridiculous. Poor Weap having 6 deaths so far, Nayron at 7. I think majority of those coming from the laning phase.
I mean, there was a moment in the laning phase where Weap and Nayron, it was just a conveyor belt of, we're alive, we go down zipline, we die. Repeat. Over and over and over again. And by the way, on the other end of that conveyor belt of feeding, the person eating the 7-course meal was Listic. So,
don't talk about food. I'm starving, man.
you don't want to talk about a 7-course meal with slow roasted meats. Nothing
Gymming
like that.
at 6 in the morning and being on diet, just they don't go well together.
Oh, you've done this to yourself.
That's true. I mean, I want to keep my wife around. I don't want to get divorced, so.
Well, does that go to like "Would you love me if I was a worm" meme? It's like you're not even turning to a worm. You're just turning to a somewhat less fit Jason Kaplan.
Whoa, less fit Jason Kaplan. You mean if I didn't diet?
If you didn't diet, yeah.
I would.
Like,
I'm trying to think. What's like? I would become Jostin. Not even Justin anymore. It'd be Jostin.
The transformation before your eyes, Pyro. It'll take down the KLS. Oddly enough, the one person for VP that maybe not having the most sterling game on the Geist, but again, I kind of subscribe to your theory a little bit, Jason, on the it's too early.
And again, like, he doesn't even need to have an amazing game on it either. Like, he's 7K behind Listic, but Listic's doing so well. It's like, I don't need to really, it's like he doesn't need to really try because Listic's carrying the game. He's like, you know what, I've carried the team in the past. Listic, it's your turn. Just continue to put the pain on, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing here. Just gonna get into position to take down Weap. I don't know if they're gonna get the actual like team wipe coming through. But I mean, there's Rejuve to be taken, there's base guards to be taken, there's another Walker that will go down. Everything is just turning up all Virtus Pro.
it's incredibly VP sided and has progressively gotten more and more in that case. If not for the pauses, we'd be already on the map too, Jason.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just relishing the fact that I get to see what Mikhail S and Obi Kim and Zergy and Demov and Shark all look like, because I don't think I've seen their faces before.
They do look like people that did wake up probably about an hour ago.
This is like 3 hours earlier than they're used to waking up.
I mean, look, this is true of a lot of gaming communities, but I do feel like a lot of the Deadlock players do have uniquely degenerate sleep schedules. It's a little unreal.
I think Shark's the only one that looks like more normal, but he's also the old man of the team.
That's right. You know, you say old man, you know, I say seasoned, grizzled. You know, the word
potato.
Come up with an English language to excuse like a man being old, effectively.
But what am I?
Well, you know, I don't say seasoned or grizzled just yet. I didn't know your age. I'd probably guess you're younger.
No, I am way older than him. You kidding me? I don't know what to say how old I am anymore, but you know what, Listic, he might have the amount of kills to go with my age at some point in this game. 27,000 souls, picks up a nice dub here on the Reju. I mean, they only had, what, 2 players there to actually finish it off. The rest are pushing out lanes, so trying to get some more catches. We have just trying to escape. In the meantime, Skivovic is trying to run away here. I think he's trying to take that walker that he was pushing on so heavily before. And you know what, with the help of Pyro, they actually might be able to take it here.
Well, the problem is they're starting to hear raid boss music, because you take a look at the minimap. Who's rotated over? Ah, right. Listic. Just the actual Terminator right at the moment. Pyro, though, is going to get caught, and the punish coming on in. Rejuvenator again, Shriek back up into the battle early, and I mean, look, you have such an enormous lead for VP here. You know, there are safer ways you could play this, but I kind of feel like VP is in the mode of, can we just kind of go into a lane, get a pick off, and snowball this into next map? They're very, very close to that ideal at the moment.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think this might be potentially the final push coming through too. The shrines to be taken. There's no mid lane base guardians there. Obi Kim actually should fall from this one with the help of the patron. They do get a man advantage now with Skivovic respawning back through, but the raid boss has arrived. The music has kicked in. Phase 1 is underway. And phase 2 is going to be when that shout transformation happens.
Well, getting focused mid-shout transformation, if he wasn't ungodly ahead, actually would have died in that situation. But the stat check between the teams still pretty severe. Kalos able to get the kill, no soul swap required. Shrines now getting pummeled in turn. Lodos doing whatever they can to at least slow this down a bit, but it is a tough call. You have what is oftentimes the get out signal, the Warden ult being popped, and just a tickle to VP in turn. Shriek get hit by Nayron at the very end. Skivovic on the one, and you know, VP is bleeding a few kills here. The problem is for Lodos is that it's not really enough to stop this inevitable push onto the patron.
And the Stolen last stand going to help out too. We can't forget about that. And yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to hold them back. The patron will be taken. I mean, they still have Reju even if they fall here, so it's not a big deal if they die. But I don't think they want to give up too many souls to the side of Lodos, though. I don't know how much it's going to actually matter. And they do get away cleanly. So for Lotus, I mean, it's going to come down to the urn. The urn is going to be turned in on the enemy side of the base, or so towards Lotus' side, and they're going to have to contest it. Because if they don't contest it, then they're just giving away even more souls for Virtus Pro to continue to buy up items. They have to fight for it. And that's going to be the final fight of the match.
What does a successful contest look like? Based on what they have here, I mean, I guess it would be Coffin with a swap into a combo. But even if you get that opening, even if you get a 6v5, I don't think Lodos wins up 6v5 if they've already used swap and combo.
If you kill Listic,
that's
maybe.
The problem.
Maybe.
There's a swap, there's a combo, and Zergy is in fact down. We get to put this to the test here, Jason, where they get the clean 6-on-5. Can they now win without swap and combo versus the remainder of the team, including a fully operational battleship that is Listic?
I mean, a battleship with 1,000,000 cannons, 50 cals, 100 cals, whatever. I don't really know much about weaponry, to be honest. The Chaos already is able to take down Coffin, and now Alchemist's going to fall thereafter. They haven't really need too much of Listic, as he has been able to at least get the assist into this one. even with the man advantage, Lotus just weren't able to hold up against this. They aren't going to be going back towards its original spawning place, but then again, so is Lotus, as they're being sent back there into their own base and into a map 2 with Virtus.pro being up 1-0 in the series.
Nothing is going to be able to save the patron here. And, Jason, every now and then you get the moment, casting-wise, where you feel pretty smart. I feel like I laid that out about as well as possible. It's like their ideal engagement was what they got. It just doesn't matter because they still lose because of how far behind they are.
Yeah, I think it's not too much of a surprise, right? It's not disrespect to Lotus. It is Virtus.pro, like the number 2 team in EU, one of the best teams in the world. It is very difficult to take them on, even one-win struggles at some points. So we're not too surprised. And the early game was not kind to them whatsoever. That mid lane, Listic got so damn farmed up with the help of Dimov. But we did see some interesting things out of them. Taking away the Vindicta from Vinkelis did force Virtus.pro to have to adapt to it. But the thing is, Virtus.pro, their roster runs so deep with what they can play that you really can't ever ban them out or pick them out.
No, you can't. And I mean, look, there was a baptism that kind of took place there again of the idea of this is what it's like to go against a true top team in Deadlock and how they run the early game. And, to put it simply, Jason, they punish mistakes. They punish positional errors. And it's not even that Lodos is the worst team in the world or anything like that. It's just, if you're one step out of place against a Listic Dimov lane, I'm sorry, you lose. You go back to spawn. And if that happens too many times over the course of the first, 8 minutes or so of the game, I'm sorry, but it is going to go against you, and you're going to deal with Listic, who is not going to be like 10K ahead of the game on Yamato, and that's basically it.
Oh, this turnaround though, and the highlight was insane. I did get confirmation in chat actually, so shout out to you guys for keeping me on my toes about it. He did wait in the closet for that shadow transformation to come back online. Then he went right back into the fight after being spotted out by the couple of stray bullets that went his way from Skiflovich. So really, really well done by Listic. And again, showing that he's I think Listic might be one of the best players in the world. Not based off the fact of just raw individual skill, but because his hero pool, I think he has one of the strongest hero pools by far out of any player I've ever seen. I think maybe Hydration could maybe live up to it. But
ABL, I put ABL up in the
ABL.
I mean, maybe not quite as much, but ABL has been very versatile and very good on that.
He's played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different heroes. ABL from my my track record. And Listic, let me quickly just find. He's played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different heroes. Then again, Listic does have more games played, to be fair. But still, just insane stuff out of Listic to show that he can really carry and put in work on whatever hero is needed out of him.
Yeah. But you look at the stats and, man, taste the rainbow. Take a look at Listic. That's pretty much all I got, Jason.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to get the rainbow for dust because there's no color for that, but that's... Yeah, there's not much else to say, to be honest. That is just Listic, and that is just Listic doing some serious work when he can get fed in the lane, especially early on. And you have to obviously give some credit to Dimov. That, I'm not saying he would have had the same level of play without Dimov there in the Bebop, but he definitely facilitated a lot of those kills for him.
You think about lingo early on in a game's lifespan and, way to call things here. I'm just trying to think of neat ways to talk about that stat line for Listic, where you get top in every category, minus deaths, obviously. Yeah, mostly is taste the rainbow, lucky charms. I don't know. It just, you don't see that very often. That's actually very, very rare to see. I can think of maybe 2 or 3 other times in all the Deadlock we've casted, which at this point is rather substantial, Jason.
It is quite a few things for sure. I think you just call him. Because that's what he was. He's just him.
Yeah.
He's the raid boss. Cue the Dark Souls theme as well in there, and that's what you have to deal with. I mean, the phase 1 is getting him into a shadow transformation. The phase 2 is when he's in it and he goes back to almost full HP with how this things have worked out. But for you guys who are watching at home, make sure you get some love here to Woman Bombshell. We've been really enjoying their events. It's nice to have an English cast this time around as well. We hope to see more of them in the future. You can scan that QR code there, or you can check out all the chats as well. Go follow them on socials, go follow them on all their different streams, not to mention their YouTube on there as well. And hopefully we have more of these in the future. I'm still hoping one day, ZP, we get an NA version of this, because that could be very interesting with like the depth of teams that we somehow, it seems like, came out of nowhere for North America.
NA is, it's weird batch in NA where there is like a lot of diverse talent, but on any given week, it's questionable if any NA team actually wants to play. It's sort of a mix of attitudes there. Even teams like Melee Creeps are arguably on top now. Had weeks where they're like, we're too emotionally burned out, we can't do it. But either way, going into the draft here, Lodos gonna open up here with the with the holiday, and they did not enjoy the taste of the rainbow, Jason, is what we found out here, because they have first banned the Yamato, something I believe the first ban Yamato we have seen, at least in the games we have casted so far.
Yeah, for good reason, honestly, with the way Holistic played it. But the problem again is, like, you're not going to ban them out. You're not going to outpick them. Like, Virtus.pro are always going to have a solid composition for their team. What they're going to go for, though, I mean, Sinclair is left open. Paradox is left open. I don't think we'll obviously see Pocket anytime soon. But Sinclair, Paradox, I was talking about, they're going to be scooped up by Virtus.pro, and they're going to be more than happy with this. So I was gonna say, we know where Michaelis is going to be, but that's actually not true, because Obikim has played Paradox just last week for Virtus.pro, and Michaelis was playing Pocket.
Yeah, I mean, they got options, and VP, based on how they've picked, I think if Lodos doesn't grab the Vindicta here, I would expect them to kind of go Vindicta Mo or Mirage Mo. But regardless of whoever they don't pick between Vindicta and Mirage, will probably go over the VP in turn before we head into mid-level bans. I think the way Lotus has gone, though, they've picked Mo every single time in this position. The only question mark is the Vindicta or Mirage, and they did early prio the Vindicta last time around, purely as like an anti-VP pick. So my guess is that I think they actually may keep that part the same and just go Vindicta Mo.
Really? I was thinking, I think I'm leaning more towards Mirage Mo. Okay. Or Mirage Vindicta. We're both half right.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, we'll see. I mean, VP doesn't necessarily value the Mo as deeply as some of the other teams. They still could finish out strong here at the Mo. Or if you're VP and you don't necessarily need to play with it, but like playing the Paradox, I think you could just go with another strong value pick here and then ban the Mo on the turn. That might be more where they're going.
I think Shark would be more than happy for Virtus.pro to ban Mo and Crow. I feel like he gets so excited whenever he sees an enemy team pick it, so he knows he doesn't have to play it in these games. Yeah, I mean, Virtus.pro, like, okay, Mirage is taken, Vindicta's taken. I actually don't know off the top of my head what I think they would kind of lean towards right now, like what they value. Like, I think Geist wouldn't be necessarily a turn 3 pick.
Wait. Vindicta's not taken.
Yeah, she is.
I think we just... No, or yeah, she is. I'm losing my mind. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. It would be Mo. I'm looking at the bands. I'm like, clear it's open. It's just like my brain just like flipped. But okay, they go Geist. I don't hate the Geist this early in the draft. I think the reason why you're seeing Geist this early in the draft is purely just because the Yamato is gone. Like, this is a spot that Yamato has basically been picked almost every time. But I think the key here is that, okay, you want to secure some amount of front line before going in. Now what I'm curious on is, does the Mo get taken out?
I'm kind of thinking Kelvin Mo might be the bans. Like, Kelvin is pretty often being banned away by both these teams, I would say. Maybe, I don't know, Mo would be an interesting one for Virtus.pro to kind of deny it away from Lotus, but then again, I think they had such a strong match one against it that maybe they're not too worried about it, but obviously a lot of that was due to Dmov, to be fair.
I think you're Lotus. Probably bad Bebop. I think the Bebop ban would make sense. If you think about ways that the game really went away from you there, it was Bebop in the middle just being a huge pain. So in this case, you basically ban out the entire middle lane, and okay, Jason, there you go.
Here's the Mo.
Mo is taken out by VP.
Okay, so maybe no need for Lotus to take away the Bebop unless they intend to run like a Kelvin Shiv. I think Kelvin should most likely be coming in as the ban for Lotus. It would kind of make the most sense to me here.
I think when you get slammed that bad in a game, you kind of want to not deal with the things that brought you back there. And clearly they did not enjoy the Yamato. But Dimov was such a huge part of it that I just think you hit both. However, for VP, I do think when you think about like what Listic is likely to play here, the other option for Lodos, if you want to like target Listic a little more, you could ban Abrams. Because if you don't ban or pick Abrams, I think this is 100% a game where VP would pick it, especially with Yamato off the table. And their front line may end up being something along the lines of Geist, Abrams, Warden, if Lodos doesn't pick the Abrams or Warden first.
Well, they do decide to go for the Kelvin ban, and then Virtus.pro respond with the Calico pickup. So again, not 100% certain of who's going to be playing. I feel like it's not certain of who's playing what. This is what's so cool, and I will say every time when looking at Virtus.pro is I see these 4 heroes, and I'm like, I don't know who's playing who yet, because that's just how diverse they are as a team. It's kind of crazy, right?
Oddly enough, I've seen a lot less of Michaelis on Paradox in recent times. Like, I really wouldn't be that surprised to see Obakim on the Paradox, who's like done more playmaking roles, and even Michaelis on to the Geist.
So
again,
I think normally when we don't see Michaelis play Pocket, it's because they picked Holiday, and Dmob will play Holiday, and then Michaelis plays the Vindicta if like they pick a Vindicta early too. But I think also we've seen Michaelis not play Pocket Paradox as much, is because he's been playing Pocket, and I don't think we're actually gonna see a Pocket pickup out of Virtus.pro. Yeah, I know. It's me. It's him. It's Lash.
Don't like, Jason. Do not like the going to the Lash, especially this early in the draft. Like, first off, just in terms of pure draft strategy, was there any world where VP was picking the Lash in their draft? No. You don't need the prio the Lash as early as 4. That is no. Absolutely not. You save it to last at the very minimum, but also in general, probably I'm not a believer in the Lash at the moment.
Yeah, I would say kind of same. I think there's definitely a couple of like higher priority heroes you maybe could have gone for there, like Warden. I mean, Virtus.pro could pull out a Warden. We know again Shark is a very avid player of it. I mean, I think Lotus, like, they're lacking a front line right now. I think if anything, you maybe would have picked Abrams in that position to have a somewhat front line. And then you would also deny it away from Virtus.pro as a potential pick.
Instead, we get the Shiv showing up here for Lodos. And I mean, based on their history, they'd probably finish off with like a 7 or I would guess, 7 or Infernus. And if that's the case, not really loving the end draft here. Whereas, for VP actually might take the 7 here, Jason, as I'm looking at it. Like, that would make sense, because you stop and look at this and go, okay, what is Zergy going to play in this spot? They could go Infernus, where, I mean, Infernus has been played by VP in the spot, even with 7 available. But I'm thinking about what you would like to see the rounded out. I would guess it will be 7 or Infernus, one of the two for sure. And then it's just kind of a matter of how frontline heavy do they decide to go here for the last pick. Do they still pick up Abrams? Do they pick up a Warden instead? Or do they go Bebop in this case, where, Dmov? Give Dmov what he wants.
Decent counter. Oh my. Okay. Okay. The infamous Zergy Haze. Is that actually going to happen? Do I actually have him as playing it before? I think he has played it before. Yeah, he has played it twice. 50% win rate. So, all right. You know what? If Virtus.pro potentially pulling a 1 win from yesterday, though not quite as crazy with their composition this time without a McGinnis in there.
So, I mean, Lightbringer is pretty open about the logic behind there. It's not like a throw or anything like that. It's the idea for Haze is that Haze is basically a mid-game demon. Haze is not going to crush in the very early game in lane, nor is Haze going to be a big late game carry, but there is this window of the game where Haze's mobility to go from lane to lane and ability to catch people off guard with Sleep Dagger, and still, it's kind of that part of the game too where like you don't really have a ton of warp stones and other defensives online where Bullet Dance can be pretty devastating under the right circumstances. Like, that is the window that you hope Haze will carry the game for you effectively. It is arguably the most mid-game centric hero in the game when you decide to play it.
It's funny. Oh, go ahead.
No, that was good. We'll see if it works.
I was gonna say, I was wondering, like, in your opinion, who do you think was hit hardest by the recent changes of the last 2 patches? And I was kind of thinking like Play With Me and Zergy. Like Zergy playing a lot of like Seven and Furnace, Wraith, and obviously Wraith fell out, and Furnace is kind of falling out. Seven might be falling out now with the recent changes to E shift, and that's why we're starting to see him play a couple of different heroes like Mirage and now potentially Haze.
Well, I will say when it comes to E-Shift, the biggest loser by far, so far as we've seen in terms of both pick rate and win rate, is Pocket. Pocket was on top before this patch, was getting played by everyone. One of the key heroes often picked by one-win team, and usually very heavily contested. And it's been one day of group stage play, and you can put Pocket on a milk carton. He's out of there, Jason.
It's kind of sad because I was actually really enjoying Pocket. I mean, kind of similar to like Greytown, just puts out a ridiculous amount of damage in these games, though obviously some of the stats a little bit skewed because of how Affliction works. But still, like the amount of work you could do on him was kind of crazy. But to see him just immediately fall out like this is kind of insane. And it does kind of shift things up a little bit. You're being forced now to play a couple of like different heroes. I'm still eyeing this Haze, by the way. I'm still looking at it like, I wonder how this is gonna work. I mean, if you're Lash for Lodos, good luck getting any Death Slam off of value. I mean, you're gonna have Demoff who can hook you and stop it. You have a Sleep Dagger that can come in and stop you. I don't think the Hex can hit you for that one. A swap could potentially like dislodge you in the position you're in.
I'm not a fan of the Lash. Reading some commentary, some people goes like, certified Lash hater. I would love if Lash was effective right now, but the reality is that even post-patch, even in a E-shiftless world, the way teams have been playing, when Lash has been played, it just hasn't looked good on the whole. And until that changes, that's kind of like, I see no reason for the opinion on Lash to change.
Obi Kim Haze. Okay. Interesting. I mean, we have talked in the past so much about how, Obi Kim, I would say one of the most like mechanically gifted players in EU. If we talk about Lefa being one of the most mechanically gifted in NA, and he's been able to, I'm kind of happy to see him be able to flex out to different heroes instead of seeing him on Kelvin every game. They're allowing him to play like Vindictas, Paradox, now Haze. But I want to see how this is actually going to work out for him here.
Well, Obikim is basically at times the secondary playmaker for VP at this point. And, you'll see Obikim at times on things like Holiday, or in this case on Haze, where the ideal power spike for Haze is to be just a very mobile demon, making things happen into the mid game after the laning phase is over. So, once more, we'll see if Obikim is able to make it work. You got your like whole game playmaker in Michaelis on the Paradox, and okay, goodbye Lash.
Yeah, just we up getting caught out of position there. Relatively easy kill coming in for Zergy. And, well, if you don't want to see him get going early on, means you don't want to see. I don't know. Actually, I don't know where I was going with that one. I completely messed up in the beginning. I was going to say, you don't want to see him get going early in the beginning, because it's going to be tough for Lotus, especially when we approach the mid game. And then also, not to mention, another hook, I guess, landed in towards mid, and Coffin had gone down. So pretty much a replication of that first map.
Yeah, I mean, Demov continuing to just dominate the middle. You're getting immense amounts of early push. Zergy, a little bit far out. Getting caught on the Geist over in the left-hand side. Also, I gotta say, in terms of nostalgia, it's kind of good to see Michaelis on the Paradox again. I feel like, we went from an era of seeing Michaelis on Paradox basically every game, if VP was able to grab it, into the era of, Vindicta Michaelis, and, nature is healing a little bit.
Good. I'm not gonna lie, I was not a huge fan of seeing Michaelis on Vindicta that often. I understand it, and I respect it, like, what the intention. But man, I like seeing him on like more proper playmakers way more often. Like his Paradox is a thing of beauty. I want to see his pocket come back again one day. Nayron, you got to hit those shots. Michaelis able to escape just around the corner, and eventually we'll fall to Pyro.
No. Well, able to escape through the Vindicta. Although here's the interesting thing: Pyro overextends to the point of still getting picked off by Zergy. So still not clean from Lodos in the moment here. But 13k to 14k, VP not with the overwhelming lead. I would actually argue that so far, while the middle has been a little bit tough going for Lodos, they've looked better in the early game here so far. And it's not quite the just absolute crushing that we saw in the last map.
Ooh.
Although you gotta love it. Audience participation, grabbing the lasso, Train Holiday to taste for all mess, and that is a massive bomb hit there, Jason.
You know, it was a good escape of the cube out of coffin, but knock him in again. You just give the jump pad to your opponents just as easy as you can use it, and that creates the escape, or I guess the kill to come through. And Virtus.pro now sporting a 3K lead 4 minutes in. I mean, wow, even using the hyper beam over towards the Scar because they want to get rid of it right off the bat here in mid lane, and that's going to free up Dimov quite heavily to rotate around, but he actually might get punished here for this one.
I think Dimov messed up the movement there a little bit. Also, you know, might have been a world of like, oh, right, you know, down the stamina on Bebop. But regardless, you're still not entirely unhappy with the damage onto the tower. And, you know, Weap, one of the interesting stories here, Jason, because we're still looking here for what's going to be the good Lash game to show that, you know, Lash has it in this patch. And given the other circumstances going on in this game, I'm not sure it's this one.
I mean, sure as hell one way to do so if he can do it against Virtus.pro. That's going to be a dead stint. I was going to say, I don't think he has a spectral assistant down to warp out of. Mystic's going to fall from this. It's not quite as dominating. I think he wants to go back to his Yamato, but obviously that was panned away from him. He was pretty much unstoppable with Dimov in the lane, but with the viscous pickup out of Coffin obviously gives you a little bit more safety, which has been a nice adaptation out of Lotus.
Oh, right now, keep an eye here on the left. Shriek under a little bit of pressure. Turn some of it back here onto Mirage. Now the Lash, super low, gonna be taken out. Return the Shadow, slowly creeping over. Actually still lands onto the Mirage. Inevitability to an extent there, Jason.
Yep. Nice little burst combo though, coming through out of a Shark there. And yeah, I don't think we're gonna see him have that level of impact. Like, he's definitely not gonna have the opportunity to make something happen in lane, it feels like. Though I'm getting a little bit nervous. I might cast a curse because he's heading in over towards the left lane, boosted in, and with Coffin off to the side, they're trying to bait things through. Okay, I can rest easy now.
Yeah, the bell got wait, you just turned your back to the Calico? Hello? And now instead you got the clone Death Slam coming on out, and I think Weap actually was able to get away, but none of that felt great in the exchange. It was just, you just see Lash going, where did they go? And okay, they actually do get Lash towards the end. A little bit back and forth. They were unable to get one off the assassinate, but the overall sequence of events there, not ideal if you're building the case for Lash.
Interesting for Virtus.pro though, they left Dimov in the mid lane after they already taken the Guardian, and they rotated Listic around to help actually facilitate these pushes on the left lane. And Dimov was able to win out the 1v1 against Nakaman, so continuing from before. I said if you're not continuing from before, that was Weap who died over and over again the Mo. And another kill coming through for Virtus.pro, up to a 4K lead, 7 minutes, and they're pretty much eyeing on this Guardian, and I think they're probably going to be taking it here. They're actually getting a little bit caught out. He does have into the shadows to get aggressive and maybe take down this Holiday.
I think the part I really want to look at here, Jason, is kind of, you know, prep for other games coming up. You got to look at Obakim's rotations, because now we're starting to get into what is objectively the Haze power spike. The part of the game where Haze, you know, gets a good 10 minutes to make her mark known. And the mobility from Obakim and how Obakim rotates around the map, this is the thing you want to see at this point.
My thing is, like, he'd have to get aggressive. He'd have to get, like, pretty much dive under the Guardian to really have that effect with his bullet dance. But with them being aggressive like this, I don't know. We're not really seeing them actually be able to successfully push onto the Guardian. If anything, Virtus.pro losing out on their Guardian on the right-hand lane instead. So Zergy, I think he still has a lot to say about this. You can see just 1 HP left for Pyro. He's going to fall, though, as Zergy gets the final shot. He's actually almost able to 1v2. He's going to 1v2 this. That, I mean, I guess he did have Michaelis to help out last second, but that pretty much looked like a 1v2.
It was strong, to say the least. Also, take a look here at the left lane where things turn into a bit of a 3-on-3. But one of the participants is Obakim on the Haze. So we'll see how this one develops. But all in all, VP nursing a pretty healthy lead here so far, Jason, as we're about to head into first turn.
He's not really that fed though. I mean, he's at 5k. Demo's at 9. Like, he's been pretty much still sticking to this lane, trying to take down this Guardian. And Demov has just been farming away. Don't tell me like Demov's gonna go full spirit build with his 10k souls, because he is so far ahead of everyone in this game at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is a kind of a giant game here for Demov, but Lasso here on the Sinclair, no Spectral Assistant down from the looks of it. However, it's not really Listic isn't actually being challenged too much here. However, might have felt himself a little bit too much. Dives on it, 90 HP. Oh, the Trooper heal. Okay. Listic again saved a little bit on that one.
I think he did that to copy an ultimate too. And then he backed away to have it in this next push. But the thing is, because he got so low, he's been forced back into the shadows. And with Nakaman already low on HP, he's going to have to go back to base and heal. I think these pushes are finally going to come to a close very soon. And like you see on the right-hand side, they're still committed to take down this guard. It should be falling on this push. I don't think Zergy can defend against it. Novakim, we talked about him a lot. Able to finally strike here, getting the kill onto Nakaman on the right.
Meanwhile, on the right-hand side for Lotus, they're able to get the right-hand Guardian. Both teams down one Guardian here so far, but for VP, there's so many stacked here into the left that this Guardian cannot be living that much longer. Up close and personal on the melees.
Oh.
Meanwhile, missile parry onto the Paradox as looks for a way out. Doesn't really want to be involved in this fight versus the Paradox much longer.
Understandable, even though he's been gifted. So this is, again, I think one of the big critiques we've had with Lotus is their economy allocation, like their soul allocation. They put We Up in middle, was at 9k, and I know you said yesterday, you know, a Lashu gets behind, it's really hard to get back into the game, but to feed him over like Skipovich on the Mirage, or Pyro on the Shiv, or Neyron on the Vindicta, though that's a little bit questionable sometimes, it's not the best allocation. Like he's 2-3k ahead of everyone on his team at the moment.
I mean, you just kind of hit on some of the core pillars of why I think Lash struggles. That Lash is in the weird zone where Lash arguably needs more farm than an Abrams to be truly effective in the game, because you need your ground strike to actually be threatening. And you also need to survive when you go for a good death slam timing. But also, you know, generally speaking, you don't necessarily want to stack your playmakers with farm. I mean, in this case, it's kind of working out for Demov, but, you know, overall, your playmakers usually are not the #1 farm target on your team. Obikim, though, into the mid game. You know, they'll seize the opportunity, chase down Weap.
Got a little bit low from it, though, to be fair. I mean, the lead's going to continue to chug along. It's up to 7k now. And I believe... Actually, I didn't even notice. The Urn got ran in, didn't it? I didn't even, like, pay attention to that for some reason.
I believe it did, yes.
Okay, I'm assuming that was VP that got it.
Yeah, I may have been distracted by all the Bebop Lash stuff going around. As speaking of Bebop stuff, Demov over here, and okay, you lasso Bebop, but do you want this? He has Hyper Beam.
Oh,
wait, I can't actually believe that does slam hit. It looked like he was free and drops a 1,000 soul care package. So, you know what? We gotta be fair arbiters. Did get a little bit of Lash value there, Jason.
He did look like it was around a corner though. On my on the observer feed, maybe it was a little bit different than what we saw in game. But yeah, let's get some value, like you said. I mean, he's got to be able to do so with 12k souls. He's got to show that and make it reflect into impact in the game now. And that was at least one way to do so. But the problem is they still lost someone else on another place of the map. They still lost Neyron. So like, even if they get a kill, it's like one step forward, but one step back still. Maybe even sometimes 2 steps back for them.
I will say, I mean, it hasn't been an absolute takeover of the game, but there has been pretty noticeable Obikim value in the last 4 or so minutes. And you have seen like the distinction where now Obikim is very aggressively going into the enemy jungle and looking for opportunities. So, you know, if you're gonna play Haze, right now you play for where Obikim is on the map and how Obikim is playing right now.
I mean, if I'm like Virtus Pro, I would leave like maybe Haze in the left lane and then group as their team over towards objectives or over towards taking some other things, and then let him join in once he pushes out the lane. Or maybe they don't even need so, because Zergy wins out the 1v1 against Pyro. Demov gets another hook onto Nakaman. But we was able to respond here, and that was without a Death Slam coming through. That's with the bullet dance and immediately canceled out on. I mean, we're talking about the value in picking up some kills here or there, but his ultimates definitely have not been strong just yet, because it's very difficult to do so against a lot of raw damage. I think at the end of the day, Haze is still extremely squishy.
Oh, Obicum actually won that. We swapped away, and I think he had a little bit of help from Dima. Obicum was at so low HP, Jason, and it's like, okay, now Lash, are you gonna finish it? The answer may surprise you, as Obicum stays alive just long enough for D-Mob to get over, give a little bit of support, and actually takes down the Lash. Kind of wild.
Yikes, yeah. And the lead is still creeping up for Virtus Pro. Looking at 10K now. Even taking away their center sacrifices, taking away those slot machines for the Gamba, for the +3s. And they've taken away, well, 2 of them on the left. And they're even picking up their own on their own side of the jungle too. So it's going to start to be like a really big downward spiral. And to try to think about Lodos turning this around, I mean, step one is you need to stop getting caught. Like, you need to stop just bleeding members like this.
This is an extraordinarily thick Bebop. I mean,
Thick.
is large, Jason. Like, this is one of the largest Bebops we have seen in a long time, where it shifted from, oh, it's Bebop playmaking and setting up the rest of his team, to I am the team. Like,
I am the playmaker.
I'm just everything. As, you know, Nayron goes down, and, you know, okay, you stop and think about this logically. You got Nayron at about 10K and D-Mov at 19K with like 1 million bomb stacks. You know, how close is Nayron to getting nearly one-shot by a single bomb at this point? It's gotta be pretty close.
It's gotta be pretty close. I'm almost hoping that D-Mov picks up an Echo Shard. I gotta get Average Jonas in here to watch, because I think he's gonna want to, you know, rewatch this back again to see how it's being played. I'm not say how it's being played, or just kind of be happy about it being played in pro play. And let's stick with the Urn now. I mean, they're gonna set for a push on the left side. Like, D-Mov, maybe wait for his hyper beam, but that should be up, you know, about 30 seconds time. All you have to worry about, of course, is the Death Slam. But you know what? You've got the perfect hero to counter it with just a hook and a sleep dart. Like, there's so many ways you can stop it.
Well, he did just use hyper beam a second ago, and well,
yeah, the cooldown's a little bit wonky there, because it was showing like half, but then maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be getting looked up by the UI. It looked like it was recovered for a second, and then whatever. You know who's not recovered? Shiv. Running foul of Obicum, where, you know, again, if your goal was mid-game power spike, and obviously it's been aided by a Bebop just eating the entire game, but I mean, targeting the mid-game as Haze hasn't been bad for Obicum here thus far.
They're getting the right lane walker while this is happening, just delaying it. So smart. I mean, Obicum's rotating over. Maybe that's going to be go time for him if he's able to catch up. I think it's like, if we talk about like Calico being a human ward, Haze becomes that when you get enough spirit. She becomes that like perma stealth hero that you have to deal with. And it's kind of difficult to do so. He feeds over so much information to the team. I mean, Virtus Pro pulling all of Lotus to defend the Urn turn-in, while Shark's pushing the right lane to get that walker down for free. He had another flex set unlocked, and now looking at 22K solely. And you would imagine the Urn's going to head back towards the direction of turn-in momentarily when they regroup for it, or they're just going to pick up another walker off of this. Just depends on like what the playmaker does. Himself, D-Mov.
D-Mov has ascended beyond mortal concepts of roles within this game right now. Again, it is, you think back relative to the opposing team, you do have to go deep into the lore, remember a game when a Bebop has been significantly far ahead. Also, I mean, credit to Zerg. I guess the difference between Zergy and D-Mov, Zergy's been eating the jungle for most of his farm. D-Mov's been getting it the hard way, you know, getting his hands dirty with the blood of his opponents. Yeah.
Exactly.
They are not the same, Jason.
There was one Bebop in not too far recent memory that I can think of, and I'll get back to it in a second. As we do have, looks like a Death Slam going off, and to catch it onto one, that's going to be Obicum. And the health Nova isn't even enough to keep him alive here. So a decent fight so far for Lotus, to be honest. They pick up the Urn too, so they could run it back to their own side of the base. They have lost it on 3 players, and Pyro realistically should not be able to turn it in. But I do remember one game. It was like maybe, it was definitely months and months and months ago for sure. I remember doing the recap for that and looking at a certain Bebop player. I think it was a North American game where his hyper beams were kind of insane.
Oh yeah, that's going way far back. Maybe a TF2 Boomers game, but okay, we at some point off camera was just brutally destroyed by D-Mob. Where the funny thing is, I'm looking at the mini map and you just see like death and destruction following, Bebop's mini map picture. It has been the story of the game. Just where it's going. Also, oh, it's just keeping Sharik as the camera regardless. I was gonna say it's not Sharik on Bebop, but it is Sharik on the Calico.
I like the smart play here. Skifovic send him in the right lane, apply some pressure. They can't just afford to keep sitting here, letting VP just like look for that turn in or look for the counter turn in. So we just see them respawn with a push on right for that Walker, but he's have to rejoin the party here because the fight has kicked off. The Walker has gone down. That's over in mid lane, so that's the last Walker of the game being taken down by Virtus Pro, and then they just back away. I think they're happy to let the urn be turned in at this point, but they might have a need to because again the hooks are still coming through and they're looking for mid boss.
I do wonder if you've been studying the VP games, the last few games we've seen VP play, where I do feel like D-Mob has always been pretty good at the Bebop, but in a way it's almost like D-Mob has taken a level up in skill on the hero. The next match coming up that we're gonna be casting is gonna be VP versus Aegis Aurora,
I believe.
Yeah, if you're Aegis Aurora, I do think you have to really consider doing an earlier ban on the Bebop, because in this series, it's been pretty ugly when you give that up. And Tornado away from the Bolt Dance. The shortest dance you'll ever see, but Chase down and Mirage here still going to be good. Zergy and Obikim following it on up.
Yeah, with Rejuve in hand, with no walkers left to be taken, it's just pretty much just avoid the Death Slam or make sure you have a hook ready for it, or just siege for days here with the hooks. That's 75 stacks on his bomb now for D-Mob. I wish I looked at his items. I didn't check if he had Echo Shard yet, but I would assume he has it at 25k souls.
You would think. I mean, the only downside of going Echo Shard is that you do kind of just pigeonhole yourself into really encouraging everyone else on the other team to get debuff remover if they haven't already. But still a quite a good power spike.
Oh, okay. So Lasso comes through, but it immediately gets pulled back by D-Mob. So actually Lasso netting pretty much nothing. The Q comes through and not long enough to save, knock him in. Now the charge is going to happen. Zergy going to be the forefront of this spear. As Listic will go in towards the backside and die to Skifovic, who's going to have to return towards his party. The first Guardians of the base is going to be going down. Obikim stealthing up as well, looking to push through and catch out some players. And Zergy, well, the soul exchange comes through, but he's still losing a lot of HP here.
Yeah, I mean, VP should bleed a little bit here. Zergy super low, even with the swap. But okay, as I say that, what if you have D-Mob just come in and do a little bit of cleanup, even as other members of VP are low? Bebop, not so much. Shrine's going to be going down here in short order, and it's going to be a pretty quick 2-0 in favor of VP. You know, maybe a little bit longer than some people have expected, but still pretty decisive games. And if we had to give an MVP for the two maps we've just witnessed, to me, Jason, it'd have to be D-Mob. Not only for this map, but also what we saw in the previous map.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no question. I don't think anyone out there can say, wait, what? Okay, sorry, that was a counter. I thought we saw for some reason like an not Echo Shard, a refresher Lasso, but that's not possible for Listic, I don't think. Actually, no, maybe it is possible if you steal it twice.
It is possible. And also the sad squeal of Viscous as D-Mob picks up another, where, yeah, the Patron now just gonna get pummeled. Not much fight left in Lodos at this point. A masterclass of Bebop play. Doing it again at the, a decent nod here to Obikim. Did like the haze pressure from the mid game. Lodos did not have options back on in. And that is a 2-0 from VP. Still perfect in our group stage here on One Win Bombshell Volume number 5.
I think the real first test for Virtus Pro is definitely going to be over towards their match versus One Win. I think if they want to hold on to this #1 seed and get directly to the semifinals, taking down One Win would be ideal. And taking them down, I guess if they trade 1-1, I don't know how the tiebreaker is going to work past that, because it's going to be a tie between them potentially, and then they would have one map drop total if they go on to win the rest of their games. So maybe you'd have to look at like some other tie, or you'd have to probably go and look at like how many series they won 2-0, and then Virtus Pro would have won 6 out of their 7 series 2-0. So I don't know. For Virtus Pro, like, keep on this pace, man. If you do so, you're going to be directly in the semifinals, though we expect to see them in the finals pretty much anyways. But for Lotus, it's tough. I mean, we did see some good things. I think we still have some questions and can see some rooms for improvement for them in terms of like economy allocation, maybe some of their draft. But you're up against Virtus Pro, and it's hard to beat a team like that, to be honest.
I'll tell you what, though, when it comes to answers to Virtus Pro, maybe it does put me in the certified hater camp, but I don't think Lash is it. I said that from the intro, and I've kind of said every time Lash has been picked, and I've yet to be at the end of a game going, you know what, Jason, I was wrong. The Lash really worked out. Especially in this case where I think there are arguments to be made for Lash if you miss out on the Holiday Paradox sweepstakes, but you already had the Holiday. I don't think you had a deep need for the Lash in this game.
I mean, maybe it comes down to just hero pool limitations. I think that's one thing to take into consideration. Maybe that's what they had to do. I mean, you couldn't play Mo and Krill.
Jason, that's a damage topping Bebop. That is exceptionally rare in Deadlock.
Yeah.
At the very least, at the pro level play. Probably happens in pubs far more than it should, but within pro level competition, even when a Bebop has an amazing game, top damage, pretty rare. But hey, when you're at like what, it was like 80 bomb stacks by the end, not too much of a question as to what was fueling it.
Yeah, it was tough to be Lodos, and Dimov just I think he enjoys when he gets to play Bebop. And I mean, why wouldn't you when you get to pull off plays like this? Even Obi can maybe getting to pull off the haze because of the comments they had in this one, maybe trying to test a couple of things, dip their toe into the water of some other heroes they could potentially go towards with all the changes to E shift as well. And then Zergy, I think he's got to work on his pool a little bit. Not to say he played a bad Geist, but we're not really seeing that many 7s. We're not seeing that many Infernuses, or we are seeing actually I think too many Infernuses for what we should be seeing. But then the Wraith isn't going to be seen for a while, it seems. So I don't know. I want to see Zergy kind of adapt his play a little bit here.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of our second match. Still so many more left to go here. This is One Win Bombshell Volume 5. We may have a technical restart of the stream, I think, coming up one more time. But when we come back, a match you won't want to miss. Virtus Pro taking on Aegis Aurora. We'll see you after the jump. We are just about at the midway point of the day here in One Win Bombshell Volume 5. ZP and Jason Kaplan here to bring you through the action as Virtus Pro takes on a newly reinvigorated Aegis Aurora team, Jason, that has looked better than we have seen in recent times. Certainly a step above their performance in One Win Bombshell Volume 4, where they just got slammed back then, but not so much now.
They didn't have Bandwise on the roster. They didn't have the current patch, where Warden can be quite a pain. But the funny thing is, we looked at Aegis Aurora yesterday, and we're wondering what are teams going to do against them because of Bandwise on his ward in particular. We talked about, banning it away, taking it away, playing a little bit differently. Well, I think maybe we need to ask over for Aegis Aurora is what are they going to do for Demon's Bebop? Because it has been pretty damn good here in this last series. And I almost want to say they're going to pick it yet again if he continues to play out this way, because he's had massive impact in lanes when it's come to mid. He's even gotten to the point where he can almost, single-handedly carry the game with the amount of stacks he's able to pull off.
I will say, I think part of the value of the Bebop and Demoff playing it has been the supporting cast around it, where the fact is that they're getting the Bebop late in the draft. I don't think the circumstances for Bebop are as good if you have to invest a top 3 pick into securing the Bebop. And that to me makes me feel like if you're Aegis Aurora, maybe you don't overreact and first ban the Bebop. I think you probably stick with your more meta openers in terms of, you ban a Holiday or you ban the Grey Talon. But once you get to the mid-level bans, at that point, that is where you should probably take down the Bebop and, take a look here. They appear to be following that advice where they take away the Sinclair, VP in turn, get rid of the Grey Talon, Paradox, Yamato opener from VP, and again, just what I want to see from Aegis Aurora, take down the Bebop at the mid bans.
Also, VP taking Yamato fairly early on. I think you pointed this out before. We're starting to see Yamato go up higher and higher in the actual draft order for a lot of these teams here with the recent changes. But it's already had a little bit of an upward trend anyways these last few weeks, especially when you look over towards One Win. But for Virtus Pro here, I'm kind of wondering, do they care much about the Warden? And for Aegis Aurora, does Bandwise have another gear to his play if he doesn't play Warden? Is they're gonna need that. If Aegis Aurora want to be a successful team, you can't be limited to we have great success, we have Warden, and we don't play well when we don't have it. There has to be some other play style they can go with, as we do see our next couple of picks come through, and pretty smart picks considering it basically take it out of the hands of Virtus Pro.
Kind of. I don't know. I feel like any scenario here where you give Mirage where...
Yeah, I was going to say...
Mirage is getting locked in for VP. There's not a shadow of a doubt in my mind. I think for VP now, the question is... The mid-stage ban gets very interesting because, dealer's choice here, Jason, but do you ban the Mo, which Aegis Aurora likes playing a lot, or do you ban the Warden? I actually feel like you ban the Warden, but I think meta would dictate you ban the Mo.
I can see that. I'm trying to think in my my thought bank of Virtus Pro, do they do targeted bans a lot? And I mean, thinking about One Win, they always ban Kelvin and Bebop is definitely one of their bigger players for overseas, or bigger playmakers for them. So I'd be surprised if they do go for it. And there you go, as you called, the Warden ban does come through
along with the Mirage pick. So okay, I mean, kind of mind melded a little bit with how VP is approaching this, but that makes a lot of sense to me. I think even though this is probably going to result in the Mo being picked up on the turn, I think you're okay with that. And I think for Aegis Aurora, you want them to prove to you that Bandwise has other heroes that they're going to play well on. Maybe this is a case where I'm thinking about things for Aegis Aurora. Probably Abrams is coming in off the turn.
I think though, not even playing well on, playing amazing on, playing carry level on is for me the caveat for him. Yeah, you might be able to play well on another hero. Could he carry, or can someone else on the Aegis Aurora roster carry like he was able to do? And what do you see here, ZP?
Well, what I'm seeing here is I think the world where if Aegis Aurora goes Abrams, if they do anything other than pick a Kelvin or a Shiv, VP is actually going to be able to get the Shiv Kelvin lane. Oh, wait, no, okay, the rotation's a little bit different. But okay, it goes in reverse then. VP's picking the Mo because they had first pick out of bans, but that means Aegis Aurora, they can go Shiv Kelvin here. They can actually get the combo, Jason. I think based on what is still available, even though they would like the Abrams for the Vindicta, I almost feel like the Shiv Kelvin lane is too much to ignore.
Oh, Shiv, Kelvin, then Abrams. That's your last pick, maybe for Aegis Aurora.
Yeah.
It's a possibility. Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I think if one team's gonna know how to play against the Abrams Vindicta combo, though, it's definitely Virtus Pro, considering I think they were one of the first, if not the first, teams to play it with Michaelis and Listic in hand. But yeah, I think you might be onto something. I think you kind of like read the script here. I mean, you called the Warden Band, you called the Mirage pick coming through. I think Aegis Aurora have done like a pretty decent draft, to be perfectly honest, so far. Like we talk about, it's very hard to ban out or pick out Virtus Pro, but they go Viscous Shiv. I mean, Viscous for Mo and Krill, understandable, but
yeah, it's 100% for the Mo, but it is the weaker option. I was gonna say is that, you know, I feel really good. Like this, you know, been one of the, you know, Nostradamus drafts going on here, but I was gonna say, watch it all be just blown up in the smithereens as Aegis Aurora just comes in hot with the random Lash pick and be like, no, what are you doing?
oh god,
but
no.
I don't know. I mean, the Viscous. My take here is that the Viscous is probably in lieu of the Kelvin. I don't think they're going to finish out with the Kelvin here, because if anything for Aegis Aurora, they're looking towards like what, Infernus or 7, I would guess, to round it out, right?
I mean, I don't see, so I don't see a world where Virtus Pro maybe let Kelvin get through. Like I think Virtus Pro are going to like scoop it up for themselves, but then the Infernus 7, hopefully it's 7 and not Infernus. Like, again, we have to think about like where are these souls going to be going for Aegis Aurora, and I feel like you'd want to feed. I mean, in this comp, you want to feed over to the 7 if you're gonna pick someone. Oh, sorry, with just those 5, I don't see like a really good hero to feed it to. Maybe Shiv, but you kind of want Shiv in the engagements a little bit earlier than to kind of be this late game force. So it's got to be like a 7 between 7 and Infernus, where 7's going to have so much more impact.
Yeah, I mean, I think VP probably grabs 7 at the end here. I would guess 7, maybe it's the Infernus, and then Aegis Aurora grabs the one that they don't pick. Is kind of how I think this pans out. I don't think Aegis Aurora if Aegis Aurora grabs Kelvin, I feel like it's a bit of a beef. I don't think you want
VP get the next
team
pick,
comp
right?
wise. I just feel like they're lacking damage wise if they go the Kelvin. The rest of the AA team. Like I don't think they can do it.
That's a good point. I mean, we did mention something like that earlier. We had a Holiday, Mo, and Kelvin, and we were definitely seeing some signs of like lack of damage. But Virtus Pro, I mean, they still have one more pick here, and they go for the Ivy instead. So they leave the Kelvin free, they leave the 7 free. So Aegis Aurora, it's like about like what do you feel good with your comp, and I think you're kind of right here with the Kelvin being just a little bit too lacking in damage with what they have. So it obviously just gives you some good pick potential, but I think a 7 would be a decent round out for Aegis Aurora. They only really have the stone form or a combo to stop him from ulting.
You know, it's funny though, like even though my brain says 7, I feel like my gut with what teams have been picking, even though I don't really agree with it. If you you know, put me in a life or death situation and I had to choose, I would guess Infernus. Even though I would prefer the 7 personally going in on this. We'll see though.
Why are you in a life or death situation when it comes to predicting a draft? That's my first question when it comes to this.
I mean, look, you know, a little bit of extra adrenaline gets the blood pumping. You know, some people go skydiving.
Oh! You could have been more wrong.
Oh God. Well,
I think you willed it into existence by mentioning his name earlier, Lash.
I mean, that was the just scenario of clearly, you know, what are ways you could blow up your draft as it was looking good. This guy right here. Where, by the way, you know, we didn't talk about it too much, but you know, the Bebop band from Aegis Aurora also shows that they were looking around and be like, yeah, we don't want to deal with debuff. No, thank you.
I think maybe Aegis Aurora were like watching or listening to the last game. We were saying, you know, with Lash, like, you know, you've not seen really good Lash, and you don't value him that highly, and you know, the trend has been it's just been bad Lashes, and they're like, wait, hold on, hold my drink. Let me play Lash and prove him wrong here.
Look, I will be the world's happiest broadcaster if the Lash pick works out. If we see Lash just bring it here in this game. But Jason, we've seen, you know, there's a reason why Lash's name begins with an L, because that's all he has been taking in the last month of play, pretty much. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's harsh, but true. But so true. I mean, as even chat's pointed out too, you have a strat transformation to become immune to the Death Slam. You have the tornado to get out of it. You have the Enter the Shadows, and you have Stone Form. You have like 4 heroes who can all escape this Death Slam too, which makes it even more difficult for you to have that proper impact with the Death Slam.
Dude, honestly, if Aegis Aurora get blown out here, I'm just gonna say it. You know, PSA to all teams competing in one win Bombshell and beyond. Please stop picking please stop picking Lash in your draft in the 5th or 6th position.
You can tell how angry and passionate ZP is about this because it's messing up his speech. Yes, he's just so flustered and frustrated by seeing this. I mean, I understand, and yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. And again, you look at like Aegis Aurora, and if you think back to the bandwise conversation, I don't see a single hero here that can carry like his Warden would have been able to, even if he's going to be playing it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, think about who bandwise is likely to be on here. I would guess if you're keeping within roles, it most likely would probably be Shiv, and then after that, like the priority would be like Shiv, then Geist, then just we've gone off into wacky land if it's like we see bandwise on the Lash.
Even Hoot in chat's like, I'll show you Lash, don't worry. Okay, Hoot. As good as you looked at times yesterday, I would also worry if you picked Lash. It's not about the player right now. It's about the hero and the lack of evidence of anyone winning with the hero in a match situation. Maybe there's scrimbucks going in on it. Maybe there's scrimbucks and be like, yeah, it can work from time to time. But from the actual match footage, picking Lash is just a disaster. It really has been. Yeah. Maybe we start to think about lanes here and where we expect them to be. In terms of like combos, I'm actually not 100% sure of who's going to be where. Like, I mean, I'm assuming we're going to probably see Mo in the mid lane. Actually, no, I don't know. I would still like to see him in the side lane, to be honest. But I don't know why I'm leaning towards like a Mirage as like a pairing.
No, I think you got it right the first time for how VP, you know, and I think other teams have played it. I think it's, well, you stop and think, it'll probably be like VP running Yamato Mo in middle, would be my guess. And then side lane combos, I think at times have run like, I would guess Calico Paradox or Calico Ivy. And then, you know, Mirage, you can kind of, or actually, you now that I'm thinking, maybe I think you actually do Mirage Calico is probably what you decide to go with here. I think Mirage Calico is like your second lane that's gonna be really strong, and then Ivy Paradox. I mean, you're probably not gonna blow them away, but you're probably not gonna lose the lane.
Well, we should be getting into the match shortly. This is just our 3rd best of 2 of the day. We still have 4 more to come up after this. We've got Paravision making their first showing today with back-to-back games. They play against Aegis, Aurora, and then Atlas. And after that, we do have Atlas up against Thanos, and then One Win making their only appearance of the day up against Thanos as our last and final game. That'll be covered by Seymour and Metro after we're done with this series. And speaking of the series, we're going to head on into it here now, ZP. And let's see how our lanes worked out. We do have Mirage and Yamato going to be in the mid lane up against it looks like the Lash and the Holiday.
So you're right, in this case, they decide to move the Mo off into the side lane. It's a Mo Calico in one lane, and then looks like Paradox Ivy.
Oh, Zergy. Right. Zergy's on Ivy. Are we gonna have like a gun build for Ivy?
You kind of wonder, like, did Zergy do something to get punished? Where just like, hey Zergy, you just imagine Zergy's reaction, where just like, we need you on Ivy. It's time.
Man, I think Zergy's been the biggest hater of the recent changes because he's not able to play any of his like favorite heroes.
Zergy yearns for the days of just being in the jungle for 25 minutes. Going to shop.
Come out as 7, like godlike 7.
Wizaster, I mean, we've seen Wizaster on Paradox even yesterday, so it's not foreign for Wizaster to be on some of the playmaking roles. Bandwise is on the ship, so that does check out, all in all. But this middle lane, I mean, the upside of running Lash middle is that if you win middle,
You got a great ramp otherwise. Ooh, Obakim and Shriek both a little bit low, but still able to take down Saint. Turning pressure back the other way. Trying to get the bow as the Viscous, and no, Obakim gonna live with the slimmest of HP margins here to start off the match. So left lane already a bit of a problem, and gets the free reset into the Guardian. Love to see it from Obakim.
Already off to that strong start for VP once again. And this is going to be the real testing match of the day, or at least we kind of assume so on paper. So I don't think we've had Aegis play yet up against Lotos. I think that's going to be maybe for another day. I think we still have 2 days left of group stage, if I'm not mistaken. And then on Saturday, Sunday, we hit playoffs, I believe.
That's right, it ramps up quickly. Look at middle right now. Listic slaying in the pressure here on the Amato. However, down to 300 HP in turn. I mean, kind of an explosive lane to be against the Holiday Lash, but if you're looking at Holiday's HP right now, it's not good, Jason. It's hold back, healing right, and let Lash get some last hits for you. This is current
that's
state of
rough.
affairs.
Very rough indeed. I mean, Fremok over on the Vindicta here, able to apply some like decent pressure, but again, I think we were conversing before, this is definitely going to be the weaker of the 3 lanes for Virtus Pro with the Ivy and the Paradox together. I mean, considering they're already winning mid and left lane, I think it's all right to not have to win all 3 lanes to look good in this series. It's more about how can Aegis Aurora do something.
Listic has been relentless on some of the right click pressure here. It's kind of fine for Yamato. The right click falls off later into the game, but in the beginning, it just we've seen it be the orbital cannon, or in this case, just really good spam from afar. And it is really taking it slow. Disaster, super low, continually just forced out of lane this entire time, where, may not be the most fair evaluation of Lash, as hasn't had a whole lot of support from his Holiday in this game here thus far.
Yeah, if it's already bad enough that you're playing Lash, then also pair it with the fact that your teammate in the lane's also struggling. It means you're gonna fall really far behind. But funny enough, Sonic Sniper's actually gonna be ahead right now compared to Listic and to Demob. How long that'll last, I don't know. He's gonna hit that 3K mark for sure first. Obakim getting low, but the scoring gonna heal him back up yet again. And Saint's gonna run directly into Shark, and they're gonna look for more, looking for the kill on the Neon Primer. It's the cube up behind the Guardian, but that Guardian's gonna be parried, and he's gonna follow as well. A big whitewash here for Virtus Pro in this left lane.
Also, I mean, catch Obakim on the end of a fishing pole, because that was pure bait. That just happened on there, where they thought they could get the kill on Obakim. Obakim just riding the line of survivability, setting up Shriek for 2 kills. So a fed Calico, now a distinct possibility in this game for KLS with the swap. Quick kill on the Bandwise. Not going to be the Bandwise Ultra Farmed Legend this game, I'm feeling right now, Jason.
No, not feeling that either. I was also, just to kind of quickly change topics here, Sonic Sniper, I mean, he hit 3K before his opponents. I was kind of hoping to see him go for a very aggressive death slam to make a play happen before the 3K mark was hit for Listic and Demob. And actually, funny enough, they're rocking a lead in their lane somehow. How are they rocking such a big lead here? That's kind of crazy.
I mean, the only explanation would be you'd have to do a deeper dive onto the denies, generally speaking, where clearly the deny game has been pretty good in middle, despite all the pressure that's been coming out. Only way you can make sense of that, because in terms of pressure and where the lane's been pushed up, I mean, Disaster's been just crying out for dear life for half of this lane.
Jeez. I feel like Listic, when he finally gets on one of these cures, he can carry on. He just wants to get really aggressive. Just constantly, as you mentioned before, put on the pan. I mean, look where Demob is right now. Listic's going in by himself, 1v2. Demob's going to finally join the party, but he doesn't need the help of his teammate. He gets the initial kill. Death Slam is up. The Sonic Sniper's just trying to live for his life.
Yeah, and Sanya doesn't use it. Sanya doesn't like the way that's developing. Meanwhile, off here, take a look at the left-hand side once more. The Guardian nearly already down. Would be a very quick Guardian at 6 minutes. Meanwhile, though, Shriek under pressure. Goo Ball in hot pursuit, and Shriek's just gonna go. Okay, I'll go take a little bit of elevation as Saint tries to bait out the melee instead. Just gets shot mid parry, and you look at Shriek. Shriek laying some damage down on the Viscous. Obakim chasing down in turn, dodges out of the melee, 160 HP, and just gonna take a step back, focus on the creeps, let the heavy lifting be done by Shriek.
I didn't think that this would be the lane that was like so dominant, overwhelming. I mean, Saint's going to be coming back in. He's eventually going to turn the kill over onto Obikim, but now Listic's going head-to-head against the Holiday Lashes with Zaster and Sonya trying to survive, and Freemock's going to come in. So it took 3 players to get a kill, and they actually did have them push back to their own Guardian. So maybe we can see H4 pick up a Guardian for themselves here in the mid lane, but they might be losing.
It's a roaming Vindicta right now, Jason, where Freemock, did the pit stop in middle, and now is just taking the train all the way over to the right-hand side. We'll see if it's effective. I mean, I don't know if either Paradox or the Ivy are going to be the easiest to instantly grab here, and surely they're aware that the Vindicta is still in the area. And yeah, you look at the current positioning, but we're just taking a step back right now, Jason.
Yeah, play it safe. I mean, they know the other lanes are pretty much winning here. I'm worried when, Obikim starts to roam. That's where things get very spicy, and this is where we wanted to see the use earlier out of Low Toast when it came with the Mo and Krill. Is like, you need to be able to take a tower early and then send that Mo and Krill out and let the other player in that original lane just farm up as much as possible. And Obikim, he's already looking towards the mid lane. They want to pick up the Guardian, it seems here. Sergey's going to trade out with Freemock and Bandwise. And that combo, it's up for Obikim. That Guardian's very healthy.
Guardian also keeping Listic at bay. 400 HP. This isn't ideal as the Yamato, because Shadow Transformation, you might not get the most value, but oh dear, Saint, again, tries to go for the Miracle Parry to stay alive, but it is not going to happen. Still a little bit away off from Soul Swap being online. Meanwhile, back over here in the middle, things heating on up. Lasso connected on the Listic. Not going to be able to Shadow Transform out of that.
He had it up, but just being locked down. I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of our focus is on towards middle, but maybe it should be towards Shark at 10,000 souls, 4K ahead of anyone on his team. And we talk about Listic in the first map of the last series and how he was so far ahead of everyone on his Yamato. We're seeing something happen yet again here out of Shark.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Calico takeovers as often since she's gotten hit with nerfs, including a fresh batch this last patch, but that's one rich cat is what we're looking at. I mean, 10K, that's over 1,000 souls per minute. We're not even at 10 minutes into the game here thus far. We are, however, looking at some chaos taking place in the middle. Again, Power Slash directly on the Disaster. Not quite cutting through the shields just yet. See the rotation of Freemock back here in the middle of Vindicta. Certainly spicing things up and making the dives a little bit less safe just with Assassinate thresholds.
I mean, both teams have put very heavy investment onto this mid lane. I think it's partially because it's a response out of Aegis Aurora with Virtus Pro extending Obikim in that direction. Now Michaela's going to be getting caught here. Great tether comes through, but he uses the paradoxical swap to actually create some distance. I think he should be falling from this though, as the final knock out of Shiv comes through, but somehow Michaelis is alive and it just completely blind sniped through the veil. Freemock catches out Michaelis.
That was a guess and then some. Oh boy, it looked like the double whiff and the mistimed killing blow would have let Michaelis live, but instead sniped through the fog. Now, got the lasso in play. All around the Guardian we go here on the right-hand side. Emov getting chased a bit, but you got the return. Michaelis coming back into the fray, quick off the respawn. Soon they have a swap as VP trying to punish Aegis War for perhaps going in a little bit too long. Meanwhile, you take a look at the urn. The urn may just be turned in here by VP. You get the interrupt though from the end primer on the Viscous. Part of why Viscous is more highly valued at times is the ability to change the dynamic of some of these urn fights, Jason. The urn still loose on the ground as VP rotating more and more over. Urn picked back up again. Is it going to be interrupted by another puddle punch? No, it will not. Obikim getting the turn.
Yeah, I mean, Sonya Sniper was in mid lane. I don't know why he wasn't there, unless they were trying to avoid a fight completely or a team fight. Listic now in the head-to-head up against this guy side of Saint, and Saint's looking pretty damn healthy here, able to pick up that fight, and a lot of damage onto this Guardian off the back of that. That should be freeing up their flex slot if he does commit towards it. But instead, he's actually going to back away, being on low health, and Michaelis going up against the hero that he's been playing a ton of lately with the Vindicta. As Freemock does have the backup. Sonya goes in with the ground pound, the ground slam coming through, and Chaos immediately just going to back away from this one instead. But Shark, he's here and he's ready to fight. And this is where things get very spicy. Oh, he is on low.
Well, good for that for VP because Listic is maxed out his credit cards at this point. kind of deep in the debt. Not a wealthy game at all. As Freemock just comes in from the side, finishes off Michaelis effortlessly. 61k to 58k. Aegis Aurora slightly ahead right now on the aggregate. And, you know, we've talked about how farm Shriek has been and how Shriek started off well, but the real person that's starting to get ahead of this game is Saints.
And you kind of saw that reflected in his 1v1 against Listic too. He would get a lot of free farm in that lane, and Listic's being forced to just take the double vault room. You know, I mean, Aegis Aurora, like with how things started in the beginning, you gotta give credit to Aegis Aurora, like to kind of bounce back into this. Like they struggled in a lot of their lanes, especially in that left lane. It's a great pedestal spot, comes through into a combo. They want to take down Bandwise immediately, and he should be falling from that. Okay, let's gonna secure it, and maybe some more out the back of this. Sonya gonna be coming through though. He does have grounds, or he does have his ultimate ready to go.
Might not be getting out here for free. He picked up a big bag, but you see Wizaster missing actually quite a few shots on this. Michaela should have died ages ago. Tries to bait out the heavy melee. Still alive finally. Gonna go down. That took quite a long time though. Still, Wizaster gonna walk away with the bag. No great escape from Michaela this time.
Smart decision by Listic to actually go out this way towards the left-hand side, knowing there was a fight that kicked off towards the right. Aegis Aurora actually in the lead by 3,000 souls. You know, at ZP, we haven't really seen too much impact necessarily out of Sonya Sniper, though he's still sitting on the second, well, tied for second highest souls in his team. But I'm honestly surprised to see Aegis Aurora kind of keep equal foot and actually be ahead right now against VP.
Can we talk about the economy allocation that's going on for VP right now? We're living in a world where your Ivy is more farm than your Amato. That's my observation and point, Jason. I leave the rest to you.
I feel like that's just kind of like normal for the VP side, giving this farm to Zergy. But with Listic not really being threat on the Yamato, I mean, Zergy's got to make up for it. And right now, with the items he has, it's just not quite going to be there. Going to be trading out on Guardians on the left and the mid lane, so both teams going to have the flex slot. Aegis Aurora have no Guardians left to take. But you're very right. And the question for me is, like, do they kind of start feeding more over to Listic at some point? To make him become this threat, to allow him to become this threat, because he can't really hold his own against Saint anymore.
I mean, at this point, if you're Listic, I don't think you can really fight in a lot of these team fights, or at least it's a bad idea. VP is better served by leaving Listic as some of these fights, letting Listic at least get back to even with the game, and going from there. Because if Listic keeps going to these fights the way Listic has been doing, the odds are high that Listic is going to continually fall behind, because when you go in early as a frontliner that is behind, you're also usually going to be the first to die, which ends up being a death cycle, and you get even further behind.
Oh, good catch on a free mock, but again, the cube comes through to save him, and Michaelis going to be thrown back by the death slam and be chased down here by Sonya.
If Michaelis is able to escape, instead Listic diving on in. You got Obikim in, combo, onto the lash. Listic got bursted super quickly. Not great to find this fight, given that Chao transformation isn't even up, but now Mo, hot pursuit over onto the left. Not quite able to finish it, and Listic is still chased down. Again, Jason, Listic cannot be fighting here. I'm sorry, it's not the way to go, because we didn't even see Listic on cam for half of that, but we saw Listic go in, lose like 75% of their HP immediately, didn't even have Shadow transformation up, and the end result is you're back in spawn, you're not farming, and your Ivy has nearly 50% more net worth than you. This can't be right.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need to see something change up on the VP side, unless Zerg is able to come online at some point with the Ivy. Once he gets a couple more items, Obikim's going to go down the urn. I mean, as long as we see the rotate come out of Aegis Aurora, there should be another urn being picked up for them. But you can already see Verspo trying to defend against this. I mean, the thing is, Aegis Aurora, you don't need to turn it in. Just let Bandwise continue to farm up this right lane. Let him to push into the Walker.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get your Shiv farmed, I mean, Shiv's still one of the characters that, you know, you don't see it as often, but if you get ahead, pretty deadly right now. Taking a look as Aegis Aurora just getting a effortless urn turn in onto the left, not going to be contested, and yeah, I mean, it's not even that the aggregate is that messed up. Like, the aggregate is close, but this is probably one of the most messed up economy allocations we have ever seen for VP. And I mean, a lot of it is just whatever is going on, where you've had your Ivy out of more fights and eating farm. and having your Yamato just getting more pork, taking payday loans. It's not great.
Okay, that's Slam on to, well, pretty much none there. He's gonna fall for this, but the chase could be on for State. And Ivy's just gonna fly away, so Zergi's gonna be safe for now, and Shark immediately gonna back away too after trying to help his friend escape. They come out with the 1 kill advantage there, even though they did lose Michaelis in the fight. Because they technically didn't come up with an advantage. And then Banwise, we have to also give some attention towards him. 18,000 souls, kind of being the second soul carrier for his team, with Saint at 22. He's gonna start to become a threat, especially when he's sitting in that lane, staying on max rage the entire time. I don't know if like Demob could contest against him.
Victa just getting pummeled. Fremont a little bit too deep here as Mikhail picking off 2. But yeah, I mean, the front line for Aegis Aurora is actually in a great spot. You talk about the VP economy allocation troubles, but not the case for Aegis Aurora.
No, not
Take
again.
a look. I mean, this is one of those things where it's like, oh, Listic, you're chasing down the Geist. Did you ever stop to reflect that the Geist is just vastly more rich than you in this situation?
This is all just coming up Aegis Aurora, man. Saint able to go back in. Listic might be going back to spawn for another time. And Banwise, he hasn't even been in these fights. He's been pushing out this right lane. He wins out the 1v1. I believe he won out the 1v1 against Demob, or did Demob Traveler over? No, he didn't, because his ultimate's still up. So he wins out the 1v1. He's going to start to push on towards this Walker, and Aegis Aurora, they're going to start to build up a pretty damn big lead in this game.
This is going to be so difficult for VP to come back from, where, again, even if the aggregate is only 10k, it's all in a rough spot. Shriek, though, able to work a little bit of magic, a little bit back and forth here on the Calico, using mobility to his advantage, picks off the Viscous, Disaster getting caught on the other end. I mean, there are avenues for victory here, I suppose, for VP, but the groundwork right now is really bad. The upside is that Shriek has still been finding room to work with. You know, Demob isn't in a bad spot. I mean, Ivy is like not entirely, you know, not a threat at 21k. I mean, you'd much rather invert Zergi and Listic here, but I mean, Zergi is still a threat in these instances. The biggest problem is that when you get into pure frontline fights, Saint and Bandwise are just going to be able to kind of impose their will in the game. I guess maybe a factor against the fact is that you're still like relying on a Lash for utility, but I think there's bigger issues at play in this game than, you know, Lash's, you know, performance, whether it be meeting expectations or a little bit under.
As you did talk about Zergi a little bit there, like I still don't want to count him out necessarily, because I still feel like once you get a couple more items online, he can still become like a really big threat in these fights. And also don't forget about the amount of utility he's gonna be able to provide to his team, like in terms of healing. But I mean, with Zergi, he's a strong carry player, right? We can't deny that. We're used to seeing him play 7, then he comes out of the jungle with, you know, a large amount of souls and huge impact. I don't think Ivy can have necessarily the same level of impact as a 7. But the way his farm's going, as he's leading his team, like there's definitely a point where he can become a major threat, especially if he can just stay alive, if his team can facilitate that.
Listic, what do you do now in this game? I carry the urn. Which, I mean, on one hand, if you're the, you know, have your urn carrier be one of the more underfarmed players, it makes sense for movement while the other people fight. On the other hand, this isn't necessarily helping Listic get back into the game.
They just sort of grouping up for a push on towards this Walker. Zerg, in the meantime, going to be pushing out middle, looking for his own Walker. And HR immediately going to be halted from this, because not only are they trying to push this Walker, they have to worry about the urn looking to be turned in, which, you know what, you can't really secure this one Listic, not up against Bandwise. And then Zerg, you get the Walker in mid for free. Like, if Aegis Aurora were playing well, but the macro play to Virtus Pro is what's getting them back in the game.
Yeah, the macro plays keep it even though you kind of look at this, VP has kind of had to revert to a more ratty style at this moment, because I don't think they can win a straight up fight with who has what now, especially not with Demob getting caught. But it's kind of full rat a little bit for VP, but also, dude, what has been going on the last minute? It's just been Listic running around in base with Urn, and I get it, you need one person to hold it back, but this is not good for keeping her motto relevant in the game.
Oh my gosh, look what Zergi has item-wise. Berserker, active reload, crippling headshot, intensifying mag. He's gonna do some serious damage. I mean, that Walker did fall pretty quickly in mid lane. If they could free him up to do that, like time and time again, like slowly VP are going to continue to get back into this, especially if they're more efficient when it comes to farming. Realistic, you're by yourself against 4. Just trying to buy some time, but he will fall. Not necessarily the biggest of losses for Virtus Pro, considering where Realistic's at the moment in terms of souls, but it's still going to be a loss no matter what.
I mean, at this point, VP basically has to win the game. There's not enough time left in the game for Listic to become a threat. Listic is going to basically be a distraction for the rest of the game. And they basically are all in on Gun Ivy being the solution.
I mean, by the way, Virtus Pro just took the left Walker. They lost Listic and they got left Walker. That's a trade you'll take any day of the week. And then this is just the out macro play out of Virtus Pro compared to Aegis Aurora. I mean, AA, you had the lead. It's been cut down to 3K when it was about 15, 20K at some points. And Virtus Pro just are toying with them right now. They're like, okay, we're gonna turn the urn. Okay, actually, we're gonna be sending players to go kill your walkers. And the objective is what's really keeping VP in this. They do have the advantage when it comes to Guardians, or the additional Guardian and the additional Walker being taken. Like, I think this is where Aegis Aurora might, you know, definitely have room to falter, is when it comes to the macro play, because VP are one of the strongest teams when it comes to macro in EU.
I mean, if you're Aegis Aurora, you're screaming to get a full team fight. Aegis Aurora wins a straight up team fight right now. Where it's at in Disaster. A little bit of catching right now on the Shriek. Are they gonna be able to finish it though? If anyone could get out of it, it would be a Calico, and I don't think they have enough lockdown. Looks like Shriek still on the way out, getting chased by Saint, but it's Calico. If anyone's gonna leave, it will be her. And Shriek is able to get out the lasso now on cooldown, and VP just doesn't fight right now. That's where we're at, Jason.
Yeah, they have to get caught. And well, actually, they actually go for a catch themselves. So you can see Mikhail's using the pit outs for swap. The combo's still in line for Obikin, but they're just trying to delay as long as possible. Zergi's going to be rejoining the fight with his team, though, as he head back towards base. This could actually be go time for them, knowing a couple of key things might be down, might be exactly what they're looking for. Listic's just trying to be a human ward for himself. And not to mention Zergi getting aggressive. You're trying to get a catch out, buy some time with the stone form, the stun on the bandwise, but he will fall either way, and VP are going to lose 2 off the bat.
I mean, he was able to flank in onto the Vindicta, but it's still, at the end of it all, you're still Ivy in that situation. Meanwhile, we got Lash in the sky, chasing down the Parallaxing Carbine, but just gets the last little bit of poke to take down Mikhail S. 4 kills for Aegis Aurora, finally getting their team fight versus VP.
I think, actually, 20 seconds right now. D-Mob is going to pick up the urn if it spawns in. Oh, okay, yeah, so be careful about this, because I was going to say, if they switch it around with the urn turned in towards the left, then they can allow them to split push the right lane Guardian and the Walker. I mean, Shark's actually to go up and take the Guardian himself, taking the last one. Trying to respond. Wait, why did they stop? Why did you stop? Why did you stop?
I mean, you're asking the relevant question 3 times in a row, and I agree. Why did they stop? They actually had a perfect window to go in and finish it off, and instead, they decide no. Instead, going for a little bit of Walker pressure, but you have your Shiv at half HP. This may not be the most ideal area to engage for Aegis Aurora right now. At least not with bandwise, not feeling comfortable and hard engaging.
What? They go from having Reju to just taking 1 Walker. That's it.
I don't have an explanation for you, Jason. Like,
Give me
I'm
one.
racking my head on it all, and it's been a strange game.
Like, it was a neutral turn in for the urn. 4 players were still dead. Yeah, buff spawned in, but I mean, I guess are they going back to it now? Did they make mid boss scream? I don't remember hearing that. Maybe that's why.
I heard,
okay, no, there we go. Now we have the answer.
And it didn't scream because we just couldn't scream that. I thought it did, but all right. But okay, now you go for it when the full test is in from VP. We'll see how this goes, and if Listic is good for one thing, even under farmed, he can still shadow transform and go in for the Rejuvenator. However, the timing is off instead. It is quickly grabbed by Aegis Aurora. VP not able to get here in time, and Deathslam comes on in. Catches 1 towards the very end. Warpstone, though, out and over. Still, Mikhail S. and Listic unable to get away. Should be a 3rd soon to fall here, too. To see Obikim just unable to get that. So another 3 down, a firm advantage out from Aegis Aurora, about 15k. Still shocking it's as close as it is, given the fact that it's been a long time since VP has been able to evenly team fight, Jason.
Yeah, it's been a very long time. And while all this was happening, Shark and Zergy go for a push onto the last walker, so they get that one down. Not gonna be able to contest the urn here, so it still should be going net positive for Aegis Aurora. But ZP, can you believe, as Metro pointed out, that Lash is gonna win a game? At least with the way it's been played so far?
Yeah, I mean, this just adds to the giving crap to Zergy lore. You'd be like, hey, how do you get Lash to win a game right now in the current meta? You give most of your team's farm to Gun Ivy. That's how you do it.
Oh man, big fight happening now directly at the shrine. I mean, Aegis Aurora, why are they so split? They have 2 players nowhere in the vicinity here to help defend or to help push into this one. Luckily for them, I guess Virtus Pro are not organized in terms of how they're going about for this attack. The second shrine is going to go down. The Patron will survive for now, and VP is going to go on the chase here. But the reinforcements are going to be showing up for Aegis Aurora. And Fremont, yeah, you gotta rotate over to get in position to help out here. The fight is still kicking off, and Listic with his 21,000 souls is looking for some blood.
Also, look at the warp the rules reality. A little bit of clipping through the building there, off the grapple, gets one. Basically throwing a quarter to the impoverished man on the street with how far Listic has been out of it economy-wise this game.
And the fight's still happening over towards middle. I mean, Shark is just continuing to farm the right-hand side. Prima gets a kill on the Listic, where the Patron phase, or stage 1, is still up. And Demos was actually circling around behind Aegis Aurora, who lost out on 2 players, but those respawns will be here momentarily.
I'm just thinking back to the mid game, Jason, where you think how VP was playing a lot of mid fights. But you kept seeing camera shots of Zergy off in the jungle, continually farming, as Listic just like threw himself body and soul into fights for repeated trips back to spawn, and had like the 3-minute detour of just holding the urn in spawn. I don't know. VP, who's usually really good about economy in game and who they're funneling stuff to, they lost some of the plot on this game. Like, I can't believe that the goal coming in was just be ready, avoid fights, and set a new record for Listic on deaths on Yamato. It could not have been the plan coming on in.
Cypher Bullet's not picked up for Zergy. I'm just gonna hop back to that really quickly. It's gonna help him a little bit in the fight, but I think, like, you're kind of right. He's just not gonna have the damage output that he needs in these fights to counter kill while his frontline falls to the wayside. I mean, Obi-Kim, he's pretty much just a combo bot, as we talked about before, when the underfarm Mo and Krill. I mean, Listic is a Yamato, not a Yamato. And Mikhail's at 24k. Like, they're really invested into Zergy to be the one to carry this. I just don't know if the game, or him and Shark, to be fair, I don't know if the game's gonna last long enough for them to be able to do so at this rate.
I mean, there's still a few ways that things, work out, but, for one, Viscous right now just saying, how many shots can I take from Calico before I have to do ball away?
Oh, look at Sonya coming in from behind, looking for a combo, or sorry, looking for a Dust Slam.
Would be the time. Meanwhile, Sharik, again caught here towards the end, ban-wise, looking to put it away. Sharik having to use Return the Shadow pretty early, not lying again, killing below range. And here comes the least scary Shadow transformation. Listic, though, gonna pop it. Look for anyone. Zergy is able to burn down Fremont. Gun Ivy getting a little bit of damage in here. One up is VP, but Demov super low. Had to take back out of the fight. Sharik also has to be super careful. Listic, though, able to grab one, and okay, Aegis Aurora. The positioning, awkward. The heavy chase down the Sharik not paying off. They get basically run on a chase. Sharik still lives, and they end up losing 3.
Okay, so I brought up, I interrupted you to talk about the Death Slam at Asanya, but I don't think his Death Slam hit anything. He was circling behind them, but I guess the buildings that they was going to be fighting around didn't allow him to get off a good Death Slam. I'm not sure if he hit on to even a single player. And Virtus Pro able to turn the fight off the back of that. I mean, obviously keeping Zergy alive with his 40k soul. Shark was able to do a lot of damage off the Neo and Primer before he got into the fight. As we saw, things initially started over the right-hand side lane, and now Virtus Pro get in the air and turn in. They close this lead to the 5k. And with the time left on the respawns, they have the ability to push here even more.
Hey, I'm glad we're on the Ivy point of view, because this is basically all in for VP on the Gun Ivy, trying to take down Sanya from afar, or Sanya is able to get the last little bit of mobility. Meanwhile, was Aster wrong place, wrong time. Taking down Mikhail S. 200k to 199k. VP still in it, even though the overall situation not as ideal for them as they would like.
I was getting a little bit worried for Aegis Aurora there. Like, if they kept going out and getting caught, then there was going to be a massive snowball happening. As they get out 41, Shark at 41. I mean, Shark has 7.3 thousand souls to spend. They could really use that next flex slot, but they need to get those shrines.
You know, one storyline we haven't really touched on too much here just yet, but Bandwise on the Shiv, not the worst game, but it's no Bandwise on the Warden. I think that's a fair assessment thus far.
Yeah, I completely agreed. I don't think there's been any individual player on Aegis Aurora that's had like an amazing game like to carry the team. I think it's just been a really good team effort. I think they've all been kind of mostly doing their part. We've seen a couple of good lassos. I still like to see maybe like a really decent death slam. I think the most we've seen is like maybe 1-2 players. Like, I think back to one where it was just a catch on to Mikhail S. But I think, even with the lead they had before Aegis Aurora, like, weren't able to push it to the limits, or at least Virtus Pro were able to find little mistakes to get themselves back into it. And that last was going to connect.
Ooh.
It's on to Listic.
Honestly, okay, you use Lasso on Listic. As far as pickoffs go, you're up one, probably the least valuable target you could grab right now. But, for AA, we'll see if they'll fall through. VP isn't really able to punish them or counter-engage at the exact same time, so ends up being a freebie onto a man that's already down. Like, he was already in the gutter, and Aegis Aurora just comes over and kicks Listic one more time.
Yeah, poor Listic, man. It's been such a rough game for him. I mean, sitting on 30k souls. Again, like Aegis Aurora, I think if the script was flipped here, this would be like full go on for the mid boss out of Virtus Pro. But go ahead.
No, I also think you try and go mid-boss right now while Listic is down, because while Listic's been having a rough game, the one thing he's still going to be good at, regardless of farm, is contesting mid-boss. And, okay, was Aster just... That was ambitious, throwing out the lasso there. That was not the greatest of angles. And, okay, so you put your lasso on cooldown, and now you just roll in the mid-boss anyways. You still have the window here where Listic can't come in the Chow transform, though, so I think you got to take it.
Well, you still have to worry about the Ivy Stone form. Zergi's going to be here. She's the airdrop initially. It's going to come down to who can get this last hit, who can get the parry off in time. The Stoneform comes in, but State's still able to secure it in time. And now Virtus Pro on the retreat here. They're going to lose out on Zergi. But will they lose out much more than this DP? That's going to be the question, because if they do, that could be the game being done.
Can we talk about the incredible pain you have when, normally an Ivy going for a steal, worst case scenario is like, oh, we lost the Ivy. It sucks, but we'll get over it. You just lost your main carry. The way you've apportioned your souls here when you have Zergi going for the steal. And also the timing a little bit off, not getting time. 4 down for VP, losing Rejuvenator in turn. The least threatening Shadow Transformation you'll ever see in your life coming in from Listic right now.
It was to be fair, a little close. 400 HP for Neon Primer there. But yeah, definitely not threatening whatsoever. The first stage patron is going to fall. I think they're still going to be able to get a couple of respawns back through. Zergi and Shark should be able to get back online here. So is D-Mob. Listic, though, on the 30-second respawn. Michaela still at 20 seconds. Neon Primer, if he boosts in, like, this should be Aegis Aurora taking the first map of the series and delivering Virtus Pro their first map loss so far here in the 1-win Bombshell.
That's right. Virtus Pro is going to lose their perfection that they have cultivated here over the group stage. First map loss underway. Aegis Aurora working with every advantage in the book as they move in for what should be the final fight. We'll see if there's any fight left here in VP, but it's not looking good. And okay, Aegis Aurora, I feel like you could go in, but they decided to play it safe here, Jason.
I don't know, man. I'm really worried because the longer the game goes on, the more opportunities Virtus Pro are going to be gifted to get back in the game because, I mean, Aegis Roar aren't doing a good enough job of suffocating Virtus Pro. They do finally clear out the left side of the jungle here and take some of the right-hand side camps too, but they weren't suffocating him hard enough to like keep growing this lead. It's only 17k with how this game has gone. If Aegis Roar don't finish it soon, the lead that they have is going to mean less and less and less. And Virtus Pro are going to be given more opportunities to find that mistake they need to get back in. So I'm honestly a little bit worried. I don't want to say it's over just yet, because I thought they would have finished it right there. They had every tool in their kit they needed. So let's see.
Now, Rejuvenator still in play. We see Aegis Aurora moving on in. Surely they want to take the attempt here to end this here and now. They have a good team fight. That would be it. VP though, holding really far back, and VP to an extent almost challenging Aegis Aurora. Come on in, make it a pit fight. However, see Sharik right now under the gun, dropped the return the shadow just to be sure. Didn't quite know how much was coming in from the back. But at some point, Jason, you wonder, is Aegis Aurora showing too much respect here? I mean, they have Rejuvenator, but they are petrified to go on in.
They kind of shouldn't be when you have Death Slam up like this. I mean, obviously you're worried about, I guess, the paradoxical swap to come through. And I mean, again, to be fair, like, there's a lot of targets who can escape away from you on that Death Slam. But they get the Rejuvenator, and they got nothing off of it. They got nothing, right? I guess, no, they got first stage Patron.
Yeah, they got that, but overall, a tepid commitment coming in from Aegis Aurora in the moment. I mean, I guess to an extent, I mean, you look at the overall economy of the game, again, it's a little bit misleading because the allocation is so messed up for VP. So they're not quite as close as the economy would indicate, but I mean, Aegis Aurora is playing about as safe as you can get in this situation where they really want to be sure and they'd ideally just rather take the battle outside.
I honestly didn't have this series pitted to be going so long in the first map. Thinking back to how the game started, I mean, that left lane domination out of Sharik was kind of ridiculous. Him and Obikim together were just completely destroying it. But let's see the fight initially break out. Bandwise being forced to back away. He's taking a lot of damage, to be fair, and the ball is going to be rolling. Neon Primer getting some decent damage too. He's got to be careful not to have too much returned against him. They don't have Sonya here. He's going to be teleporting over to help out. To be fair, I mean, Virtus Pro have taken more damage than Aegis Aurora.
This is kind of ridiculous where, okay, Fremok goes down. Aegis Aurora a little bit split here. They lose the Vindicta, and now VP looking for the opportunity. You got the Lash, Death Slam, in over the top. A little bit of movement here. Taking good advantage of Superior Stamina, back the other way. Now, this fight taking place in a very, very split up fashion here so far. Sharik gets on the bandwise. Aegis Aurora, I mean, they follow this in such a weird way, Jason, after VP disengages. VP just skin picks here, there, and everywhere. Sanya unable to get away, and this has to be one of the weirdest games of Deadlock we've cast.
I don't know how Zergy gets away from that too, because he was like 1v1 against Bandwise. Sonya comes around the corner, is like, oh, it's a free Ivy, and yet they weren't able to finish him off. Instead, he airdrops himself out of this back into base to heal up. Now Virtus Pro are going to be picking up the Urn, and with the man advantage, they're going to get the turn in. There's a lot of jungle to farm on Aegis Aurora's side, which you can see them kind of, I would imagine, quickly heading out into the jungle to secure. At least Saint is doing so. But remember what I said before, like the longer this game goes on, the more hesitant you are to close it out with the lead you had, the more chance Virtus Pro are going to find those mistakes, and they just had that first mistake used against Aegis Aurora. And now with mid buff spawning in, they're going to get the rejuve here. Virtus Pro are going to win this game. I'm just going to call it now. Like, Aegis Aurora have had so many opportunities to close this game out, but they've been way too hesitant, way too reserved to go for it.
Well, this is going to actually be terrible for Aegis Aurora if they try and contest haphazardly and go in when they're not ready, but it doesn't look like they're going to make that mistake. Instead, they let VP grab the Rejuvenator. 258k to 251k. And also, I mean, as rough as it's been with income allocation relative to the norm, in terms of scaling, I mean, there is kind of diminishing returns on the later end items. And at this point, Listic is getting a lot of the core on Yamato. Like, the recovery is there, even if not in raw numbers. And that means Yamato gets to become a threat in this game later on. And you look at the Aegis Aurora comp, you're still stuck with the Shiv on the other end. Or not Shiv, but you're still stuck with the Lash on the other end. I kind of am on your side that Aegis Aurora, you think back to when they had Rejuvenator and could have pushed in and just, they decide to wait. They're so tepid on trying to engage that they've given VP a lot of opportunities to play around, and VP have finally, in the previous fight, found their way back in.
Aegis Aurora were 6v5, man, with Rejuve and the first stage patron down. Like, that was their opportunity to go. And finally, Virtus.pro have been able to flex out past their base in what feels like a very long time, taking away some of these center sacrifices as well, taking away some of the jungle on top of that. They actually have the Soul League now for VP. But as you said, with like the economy allocation, if you get a catch onto Shark or Zergy, then that's a lot of souls that they're not going to have to their disposal to use in that fight. And with Rejuve in hand, Virtus.pro, I think they're looking to show them how it's done. If you can hit one swap on Michaelis and a combo, that player is for sure going to be dead. And Aegis Aurora are going to have to respect this and might just be wondering where did it all go wrong.
I mean, I just wonder where the mental is at for Aegis Aurora at this point, where you had this game essentially all but locked up, and you basically commit the crime of playing it likely too safe. And now you're stuck. You've went from being outside the enemy base forever to now huddling inside your base as you're giving up base guardians, potentially going to be giving up shrines here. And VP, by comparison, they have no fear with Rejuvenator. They're going to start pushing on in. Wizaster already under the gun. Lasso's been used, doesn't get anything with it. VP fully in, and actually I say he does get, I think he actually might have gotten Listic. Like Listic might have gotten grabbed. So Listic is down. Now, Death Slam comes on in, and off the Death Slam, they get Zergy. Zergy immediately taken on down. With 2 kills, VP. They have the Rejuvenator, so it's not going to be GG just yet. But Aegis Aurora able to get themselves breathing room back onto the map once more.
I'm so confused, man. I'm so confused with this game. It's been so weird throughout the entirety. And I agree. I agree with what your statement. This has to be like the most odd match we've casted in our like 4 or 5 months now of working on Deadlock.
Longer than that. I think we passed the 6-month mark recently, because it's October to now. October to essentially May. It's like, I think, 7 months.
Jeez.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Aegis Aurora though. I really thought this would be a quick, easy 2-0 for VP. And I think they have shown a lot of growth compared to where they were in the last one with Bombshell and the last time we see them before that. But I think we're also still seeing some like holes in their gameplay, and it's obviously all around the macro play and also knowing like when you're strong enough to finish off the game.
I think one way or another, the next patron, or rather, yeah, the next mid boss is going to determine who wins and who loses. And I think the problem for Aegis Aurora is that they need to get a pick off before they go mid boss, ideally, because they're still at an inherent disadvantage in an open melee onto mid boss just because of Listic. Like, at a bare minimum, you need to do something fight-wise to make Listic burn Shadow Transformation and then go mid boss, because if you just go mid boss while everything is still up for VP, I think VP actually gets mid in that scenario. So we're just stuck in this weird scenario where neither team is particularly keen to engage on each other.
Yeah, no one wants to make a mistake here, because you realize with the death timers being 45 minutes in, you make that mistake, the game's probably going to be over. And for VP's sake, trying to hold on to that #1 seed to get directly into the semifinals. For Aegis Aurora, I mean, for their hopes, maybe looking to get like a 2nd, 3rd seed, or even maybe actually a 2nd, 3rd seed, because then that would mean you avoid playing in the initial losers match that kicks off between seed 4 and 5 on day 1 of the playoffs. But I mean, at this stage, it's just so late in. One misstep, and no one wants to make that misstep. With the boss or the mid boss spawning back in, technically Aegis Aurora do have the position around it, and VP are gonna have to be very quick on the rotate if they want to defend it.
Swamp in onto Holiday first. Wizaster getting caught out. Cube coming in trying to save, but instead Lasso yet to be, or Lasso was actually attempted. Wizaster I don't think even hit anyone there. And now VP, they get a really beneficial engager so far. Wizaster having to back on out. Cube on cooldown early into the fight. VP now in the aggressor slot. They finish off Wizaster anyway. Sanya super low in turn. Listic though still gonna get caught in the back and forth. Down goes Sanya, 3 down for Aegis. Only Listic down right now for VP. Right now, trades back and forth. Gun Ivy trying to take down the Geist. The Geist not too scared about it so far, but the swap is on cooldown. Now getting chased down by Zergy in turn, and just able to finish off with the help of the KLS. Meanwhile, take a look here. Shiv versus Sharik. Again, a very split out fight taking place in an actual closet at the moment. With Fiskoff's in here from Bandwise. Sharik holding form all the while, backing up. Bandwise is still alive, in fact. Eventually, though, burned on down.
A little difficult for Zergy to burst down a 4.9 thousand health Lady Geist out of Saint. Like, insane the amount of health he's going to have on that one. So at the end of this, it's going to be a 3-for-5 trade. And Virtus.pro ideally should be able to confirm this mid boss too, because they have Zergy left alive, and Zergy should be able to shred through with the help of the KLS. Shark going to be rejoining as well. Fremok, I feel like you have to let this one go unless you can somehow do some insane damage to Zergy without getting caught.
Yeah, I don't think you go for the solo Vindicta steal here. Okay, Disaster is coming out. This game has been so off the script and so ridiculous. I'm down for the most YOLO steal of all time, though surely not in this situation. Rejuve, down and over and grabbed. VP, Rejuvenator once more. 313k to 308,000. 48 minutes now into the game, and you really run the earn here. I guess maybe. For Sanya.
48-minute match one. I think you and I definitely got the longest game so far in the first 2 days of Bombshell.
It's true. We only had three matches here today, but watch our 3 matches take way longer than the 4 to come after.
Yeah, Seymour and Metro are going to be done in like 2 hours, and we're going to be going for like 5 or 6 today. Funny stuff. But you know what, Virtus.pro, what's not funny about this is how close this came to them potentially losing out on the match. They're still trying to shove out a lot of these lanes to really collapse in on the base, and they do have to obviously worry about the Death Slam into spawn here.
VP is still protecting their perfection here in the group stage of One Win Bombshell Vol.5. But also for VP, it's sort of weird in the sense that, do you really want to try and push into the Lash and Holiday in this situation? Like, both teams are petrified of engaging for very different reasons at the moment, but here we go. Engage coming in. Obikim, quick combo. Disaster down. No lasso even attempted. The cleanest 6-on-5 you're going to see. Meanwhile, Death Slam just solo onto Listic, who's going to Shadow Transform in the pit. Meanwhile, Shrines getting focused here. The main priority right now for VP, they're not necessarily looking for kills so much as they want to get first stage Patron done and over with. We'll be getting Disaster back in the fray a little bit earlier. Patron now transforming. You see here for VP. Deciding to back out a little bit. They get the swap right now on the Saint. Saint low, can't get the swap. Might have gotten silenced in turn. D-Mob with the Geist down. 6-on-4 for VP to complete the comeback in a game that was certainly all but long. They go in, they melt the Patron, and VP survives, taking the first map against Aegis Aurora.
Aegis Aurora are going to be tilted about that. Considering they had the game for such a long time in their grasp to win out. I like the way Virtus.pro ended that too, because they take the shrines, they take the first stage Patron, they back away because you know what? They just got their final flex set unlocked when they have over 300,000 souls as a team. They were intending to let's just buy up another big item, the 6k item, then push back into the base. But Michaelis lingered around, hits a good swap to open things up. He actually technically won that game at the end with 2 big swaps. He hits Disaster initially into a combo, then hits the fadeaway swap at the very end there to get themselves the closeout. And that's what I was saying, man. If Aegis Aurora, you had the lead so many times, you had 20, 30k lead at some points. The longer the game goes on, the more chance of mistakes going to be made, and that just means more of a chance for Virtus.pro to still take the map.
I mean, there was a point where they had nearly like a 30k lead and Rejuvenator, and it was at the point in the game where the income allocation still had made Listic basically just in a very tough state. And they really hesitated. They just did not commit. They played safe to a point that it was no longer safe and no longer a good decision. And oh man, this match, this is a journey. But I will say, as an aside, it continues the trend of Lash just not winning games. And I mean, truthfully, while I think that was like, story number 4 or 5 within this, because there was a lot to cover, I will say, relative to other things that they could have had there, other things, maybe even along the lines of, say, like a 7 or otherwise, I wasn't in love with the Lash in this game, even still.
Yeah, I think I saw like 2 as the biggest death slam. Whether it was, having death slam mitigated by abilities. But I mean, the last death slam we saw was just onto Listic. It's just onto one player. If anything, you need to kind of force out those immunities with that death slam instead of just only hitting that one target. But I mean, for me, there's also, ignoring the whole Lash part, there was like 2 big opportunities that were just really confusing. Like one of them came down to when they had the 6-on-5 man advantage with Listic being dead to push into the base to close out the game. But then before that, you remember when they started off mid boss and then they just stopped for no reason?
Yes.
Ern wasn't going to make it in time. They had a massive man advantage. Those are like 2 things that really stand out my eyes of like why did that happen? Why did it play out that way? Because if Virtus Pro was in that situation, one was in that situation, Paravision was in that situation, I think it would have played out much differently.
We were stun locked when that happened. Where you have 4 down and you're on mid boss. There's nothing conceivable that could really steal even. Like, I mean, Yamato's long dead in that situation. The Ivy's dead. Like, any of your normal steal threats aren't there. And you just decide, no, we won't be doing the mid boss today. We've lost interest. It's no longer a sporting game. It's so weird. Some of the decisions that came in from Aegis Aurora in this game, and
yeah, and to kind of like going further there, ZP, is that there's a lot of times where Aegis Aurora in the lead that they could have extended it even further. They could have grown that lead so much farther than they actually did by taking away jungle and denying that. But they didn't. Like, there was definitely like moments where they had Rejuve where they were like in the driver's seat. And instead of taking the jungle, they left it open for Virtus Pro to take, and they kept grouping up to go for some objectives that VP were able to take advantage of. There was 2 out of the 3 walkers were taken because Aegis Aurora were distracted by an Urn. Like, Zergy pushed out and got the mid lane, then Shark pushed out the right lane with Zergy, and they got that one as well. For no contest, for no result there off the back of that. And that kind of blows my mind.
It's funny. I think back to the last time we saw Listic on Yamato, like, he had the full rainbow, just the most dominant player in the game by far, leading in every stat category. And this is like truly the returning to the mean, because it is the reverse, not so much in the like being low in stats, but certainly the being high in death count. 14 deaths. That's like leading the game by a massive margin for both teams.
Sometimes good, sometimes not so good for him here. No. 63,000 player damage for Zergy. Pretty decent. Yeah, pretty decent. It took a while though for him to get to that point.
It's not bad on the Ivy. Obviously, like, a massive amount of farm was put into it, and also the fact that, like, Vines do tend to stat pad a little bit in the same way that, a Pocket might have stat padding if Pocket were still in the meta, where, by the way, if you're just tuning in, Pocket got exiled out of the meta, and that's just, not getting played at all so far here on day 2, and in day 1, when Pocket got played, it was pretty much L's across the board, so...
well, when you have a 5k... Lady Geist to shoot at, it's definitely easy to stat pad your player damage. We saw there at the very end. Kind of ridiculous, but that does mean, like you said before, Virtus Pro defending their undefeated title so far here in the one-win Bombshell Vol.5. They're currently sitting at 5-0, but we still have another matchup in this best of 2 between these 2 teams before we can call it a close and bring in Seymour and Metro. And I would imagine the players need a break after that game. 50 minutes long. That's definitely one of the longest games that we've ever casted before.
It's a long game. Also, just to be clear, we call it as we see it, because you go back like a match before, and we could not have praised Listic any harder, as Listic became server admin and just crushed the entire game. But if you're going to praise someone for becoming server admin and annihilating the game, you also have to call the other side of the coin when things don't go as well, We've seen Listic as best and as worst, and usually it's at the best in recent times, but that game was weird.
I mean, it would be biased to like talk positively about his performance in the early stages of the game because he wasn't playing well. I think it's unbiased for us to criticize players when they're playing bad, and then obviously give props to players when they're playing well, to be perfectly honest with you guys. But either way, I mean, going into the next draft phase when we get there, I would imagine we're not going to see a Lash this time. I would kind of hope.
Also, I think while you're going to the other game, just the narrative story is we told it too. It's not even so much a player skill thing as much as a team decision thing. Like the problem that VP had, and I think why the game got like so ridiculously distended, is that there was a decision made of who they were allocating farm to. It wasn't like it was a situation of like, oh, just play better Yamato. It was more so, the call has been made. Get in there even if you're behind, and instead, Zergy, go accumulate farm. Like that was a clear, conscious decision being made. It's not like Listic had bad mechanical play or anything towards the end of the game. It's just you start dealing with stat realities when you decide that you're gonna allocate your income in a specific way in Deadlock.
I mean, it was definitely a switch up in mindset for Virtus Pro to say we're playing for the long game by let's get Zergy farmed, because it takes a lot of farm for that Ivy to really get to the point to dominate like he did at the very end. Whereas you could have said, okay, you know what? Actually, let's switch it around. Let's actually let Listic get all this juicy farm, and then Zergy, you're going to be playing from behind. In that case, it's very risky to just throw all your eggs in one basket either way. But I think Virtus Pro knew they were having to play the long game if they wanted a chance to get back into it. And speaking of getting back into it, we're going to go straight into our next matchup here, into our draft. And very similar to the first. Well, actually, wait. A first pick Geist over a Mirage. Well, technically got first pick, but over a Mirage, over like Paradox. Surprising.
It's
a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Geist come up in value. I mean, Geist has been very good. I think also, maybe part and parcel of it is the idea that if you want to give Yamato a rougher game, playing Geist is a pretty decent idea. I think Geist is one of the very best heroes around at giving Yamato pause in some of the dives. So you pick the early Geist, and now even if VP decides to value a Yamato in their next two picks, they have a more difficult road ahead of them.
Yeah.
Interesting, though, overall, because certainly you would expect VP to take the Mirage in one of the next two picks.
Paradox Mirage, that's what I'd be expecting. And I mean, the thing is, Yamato's still open too, Virtus Pro. Obviously, with what we saw in that last game, maybe it's are kind of okay with letting Yamato go through. But I just want to point that out because we did see Latos actually ban it away because of how impactful it was in the first game. I had to like confirm that in my head.
The Yamato or not decision is actually quite intense for VP here, because Yamato is still going to work really well with Geist on the other team, and Aegis Aurora very well might take it with third pick. And it's usually where Yamato has been landing. So if you don't pick the Yamato now for VP, I'm not sure you get the chance to ban it on the turn. But if you do pick it, you are going to be going into the Geist, and it's still going to be a tougher game. But I think the lesser of the two evils here is just picking. But okay, instead you go Mo, you arm yourselves with the Holiday Mo early game. And Aegis Aurora, okay, they go for the Viscous. So we've seen this more and more, where as soon as Mo comes into play, the other team counterpicks Viscous. And we've seen it across multiple teams now, especially here in day two.
And obviously with the way Mo's been so heavily invested now as an early pick, especially like the first three, the top of the draft. Not too surprised to see Viscous being picked up as like a response to that. But I also do like kind of worry, like, are you missing out on other opportunities, like other heroes you could be picking up at this point? I'm trying to think. I'd have to go back like really far in my database to see if Aegis Aurora like actively play Yamato. They have 6 games played, but I want to say like, yeah, 5 of those were ABL when he was on the team. And Sonya played one of the others. I'm kind of like thinking, go ahead.
No, sorry. But I was gonna say, here's something to consider though. As you go in here, Aegis Aurora doesn't ban the Bebop. They don't go for the Bebop ban. Instead, they go for the Mirage ban. But on the same note for VP, given the fact that they've opened with like a 2 playmaker opening to begin with, do you even want a Bebop in this team comp for VP? I'm not sure you do.
No, I mean, you've got D-Mob probably gonna be on the Holiday, though we know Obi-Kim can play Holiday. I mean, I guess Obi-Kim will be on the Mo and Krill most likely, though Shark could obviously go the Mo and Krill. There's a lot of flexibility in their play, but yeah, I don't think you want like 3 individual playmakers like that, like 3 different ways to pull people in, though that would be kind of disgusting to see. But we do see, Virtus Pro respond with a Warden ban, which again, even after that 50-minute slogfest, they still respect the ban-wise Warden, and they do not want to go up against it, which I can understand why.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Warden ban is smart, especially given everything we saw yesterday. And also, I mean, I don't think Bandwise necessarily played poorly on the Shiv, but there's a huge difference between the two. And now Aegis Aurora decide, yes, we will be picking up the Yamato, which, I mean, makes sense. I think it still works really well with their team comp, even if the Yamato may have a little bit of issues with the Mo and Krill, depending on where it's at. The front line for Aegis Aurora looks really, really good. And now for VP, do they go with the Calico again? They've really been preferring Calico for frontline. I'm not convinced it is better than options have had with the Abrams, and I think you kind of saw some of the limitations of Calico in the last game, where even with the good start from Shriek, Calico does not snowball as effectively as she used to, even when she has a good game. Because I feel like you go a few patches back and Shriek has the opening that he did in the last game, and Shriek is just tearing open the entire game while being unstoppable. The E-Shift nerf on top of general nerfs to the character has made it less effective. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I don't think it's the gotcha pick that it used to be. And you know, at times I feel like VP has made Abrams look way better when you compare the two.
Yeah, but I think the HMC change as well might have, I mean, it definitely did indirectly nerf Abrams, though we've seen it a couple times so far in one Bombshell. I still think it's a massive nerf to him in the mobility that he had to get in positions to hit a lot of these shoulder charges, and also for the escape, since Abrams isn't really gonna have a great escape unless you have your ultimate up. But we do see Virtus Pro, they're like, Zergi's like, come on guys, please don't make me do it again. Let me play something more normal. They pick up a 7 this time.
Yeah, they pick it a little bit earlier. I mean, usually you've been seeing 7 Infernus picked up in the 6 slot for teams, and maybe VP just didn't want to take the risk. But oh dear, Jason, they gave up Kelvin Shiv. If Aegis Aurora wants to go for it, they can back-to-back now go Shiv Kelvin. It's fully on the table, the combo that has been completely denied for most of the day and most of yesterday too. Like, they could come in with that and secure a very, very strong lane if they wanted to.
If they wanted to, I think is the key there. And yeah, with the Ivy being, oh wait, what? The Ivy being picked up, Virtus Pro? Wait, hold on. Virtus Pro would get the last pick here, I believe. So that means Aegis Aurora will have one more pick to pair him with the Ivy before we could see the Kelvin. But you don't take Kelvin now if you already have Ivy. So Virtus Pro, I think that's possible.
Yeah, no, there's no way in God's green earth that you can choose Kelvin for Aegis Aurora. So VP can actually finish out strong with the Shiv Kelvin lane.
So that'd be what? Listic over on Shiv. Shark on Mo and Krill would be Obikim on the Kelvin, Demov on the Holiday, and Zergi over on the 7, if it ends up playing out that way.
That sounds about right.
That's so hard to do, man.
Aurora.
It's so difficult in Deadlocked when there's 6 players as well, with everyone playing a little bit of everything to kind of predict who's playing what, not to mention like what lane matchups you expect.
It gets very deep very quickly, and this is just at the current state of the hero pool, Jason. Imagine when the hero pool gets deeper, and also, you know, just the entire complexity of the games and the staff behind goes even deeper. But okay, Aegis Aurora finishes off with the Calico. So they decide to end up with like 3 frontliners at the very end. I look at the overall comp though, and it is lacking. Like, you're relying on the frontliners super heavily for the damage, and in particular, I feel like if for whatever reason Vindicta has a bad game, like finishing off kills at times and getting people even low, it's gonna be problematic for Aegis Aurora. I mean, there's ways it could work, but I'm not totally in love with the comp. What I'm curious on now though, does VP, Jason, pick Kelvin as the final pick?
I'm gonna say they probably will here. I think it kind of rounds out their comp decently well. You have technically like triple picks with the combos plus the swap, and then the last on top of that plus the frozen shelter. You should have the damage with Zergi there, not to mention Demov and Mikhail S on Holiday and Paradox respectively. There it is. We will see it locked in. So that's going to be Virtus Pro rounding up their composition. But for Aegis Aurora, like I kind of don't hate that they're so frontline centric though. I mean, you do have the Viscous for safety with the cube. Then you have like Yamato and Calico and Geist pushing into the team, but then like the backing up of Vindicta. Like, I think there is like some decent potential in this comp. I think the one problem they struggle with is that you're running, you know, somewhat deathbally with the Geist, Calico, Yamato. That running into a Kelvin with the frozen shelter is going to be a little bit difficult.
I mean, the early to mid game is going to be hell for Aegis Aurora, where yeah, they have the cube to kind of mitigate a few combos here and there, but you have lasso threat, you have swap threat, you have combo on top of it, and you have one lane that's probably going to at least moderately lose because it's going to be the Shiv Kelvin lane, which is frankly very difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
Aegis Roar, if it does go late, they have options. I don't know if it goes late against this comp, because I feel like the early lane phase into the early mid phase when you get ultimates online is pretty overwhelmingly strong for VP here.
I mean, we already saw like how dominant VP could be in lane before with Shark and Obi Kim together in that left lane. Seeing Listic and Obi Kim together on the, well, I'm assuming it's Listic, with the Shiv Kelvin is going to be like just as deadly, to be honest. Especially when they hit that 3K mark, man, you're going to see dives happen. You're going to see those frozen shelters come through and just isolate an individual player and then go for the kill. The only worrying part of it is that like Zergy takes some time to get online with the 7. So like while the rest of his team is going to be strong in the early to mid game, he's really not going to pop off until like mid to late.
I think that's fine though, because you have so much power of just what Holiday, Paradox, and Mo and Curl are going to be able to do while moving. The fact is that Shiv and Kelvin are probably going to get a little bit ahead of the game in the beginning. You're going to have space created for Zergy. Now, I'm curious what you do lane-wise here, because there's a few things. Like, you could put both Holiday and Paradox middle. You could run a mix where you could do like Holiday, Mo middle, and then do Paradox 7, which has like reasonable synergy. I mean, it could work out either way, but I'm kind of leaning towards the idea that it's probably like Holiday, Mo middle, and Paradox 7 as the other side lane.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, you don't want. Why would you take Kelvin, Shiv, and then separate them? Makes perfect sense in my eyes. And then for Aegis Aurora's side, I feel like you almost. What, do you have to put the Viscous middle for safety? Or do you put the Yamato Calico? Or I feel like if you get behind, you can kind of potentially stay behind against the power of Virtus Pro.
Well, I think the Viscous, you take your best guess on where the Mo is going to go. And the best guess of where the Mo is going to go usually is middle, but we have seen Mo go the other way. I think, I mean, again, this could go either way, but my gut feel, just based on what we've seen in the past, I think you're probably going to see Kelvin Shiv go into right lane. So, if you're trying to game it here for Aegis Aurora and you're guessing between middle and left, and you do have the mind game of like, I think you think, therefore I will, do the thing you think I won't do, sort of mind games. But if I was a little bit of gambling, maybe I throw the Viscous into the left lane, because I think it might be Mo showing up in the left. We'll see though.
I think there's more of a chance Mo's left. I'm gonna call it. Actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna call it Mo Holiday middle. We're gonna see Kelvin Shiv right and 7 Paradox left. That's what I'm gonna stick with. What do I win if I'm right? I don't know. Nothing.
Well, we know if you're wrong on any of it, you have to shave your head live on stream. That's how it works, right?
People have their chance, and that chance is come and gone. And I don't want to become single after I just got married a few months back, so I have to keep the hair. So much that she wants me to go to Turkey.
Wait, Jason, is that the secret to a good marriage? Just a full head of hair?
No, the secret to a good marriage is saying yes, dear. And going with whatever she wants. We're about to head into game here, and it's going to be the final match with ZP and myself. We do have Metro and Seymour waiting on the sidelines to kick off their 4 matches of the day, as we're into day 2 of the one-win Bombshell Vol.5, and we do see actually Paradox Holiday middle.
That's what I called it. And that means we got the Mo and 7 off in the left lane. Now, where did the Viscous go? The Viscous chose right. Viscous is in right lane with the Geist. I'm glad we had a little bit of time to just do lane theory craft. It feels good when it kind of, works out. And you have some reasoning that who knows if the reasoning was right. We're just going to trust the results.
Yeah. I don't like to know when I'm wrong anyways. Even though it kind of visually shows that I was maybe a little bit wrong there. But as we do, obviously kick this one off, the Paradox Holiday, that's a lot of swap potential. That's a lot of kill potential in that lane. Again, I do wonder if I guess they're not really looking to take that Guardian first. I think they're looking to maybe push the right lane, then leave Shiv alone, and have Kelvin be the rotating around. Or maybe obviously left lane too. If you can leave Zergy to himself on the 7, you can get a little bit quicker to that power spike we need to see him hit for Virtus Pro.
It is worth noting that I do think the late game is rather superior for Aegis Aurora. So, we talked about the benefits of the VP comp here, but if VP is even or falls behind with this comp, the put themselves in a very difficult spot in this game. So, you know, with great early game power also comes a bit of responsibility as well, Jason.
Oh, jeez. Shark, did we miss it? I think he missed a scorn there. As Benwise was able to get back in time. He's going to be relatively low on health. And the Kelvin Shiv, we're going to see coming on in a little bit, especially when we get close to that 3K mark. Sonya Sniper. Again, he's only played it like once when it came to at least DFN in my database. It's usually ABL, the one to play it on his team. But I bet he's happy to be off the lash and more towards one of these carry heroes.
Oh, the Shiv, Kelvin Lane maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, falling early. Demob, though, the punish in middle, where you see this all day long, where Holidays go middle and just continue to find off angles and really just make it so the tower is not a safe place to be. So, straight outs on both sides here. Interestingly enough for VP, I mean, even with the death from Listic on the Shiv, they've had a lot of lane control in the right. Like, you look at the minimap, they've been pushed up the entire time, and certainly Guardian pressure has been in their favor.
Okay, another kill coming in for Aegis Aurora. They are off to a strong start here. This little parry comes in on the Bandwise. And Zergi's gonna actually win out on this kill initially. He might be able to get a second kill here. Going head-to-head fisticuffs, gets parried up, but it doesn't matter. The ball is going to get the kill either way. And now Zergi, you don't want to see him get farmed up if you're Aegis Aurora or a fan of him. And he's already at 2.5k, and he's going to get very close to that ultimate.
Zergi was just on the training weights in the Ivy game, and now it's just like back on the good stuff.
Yeah.
At least eternally. Not that Ivy can't be played the way he's playing it, but yeah, overall game time, Zergi's definitely has way more play time on the 7.
Demov gonna get aggressive here with Michaela still in towards middle. We're about to hit that 3k mark where VP's gonna be hitting it earlier than their opponents. The stun had come through. Guess that was the stone form out of Ivy. Yeah, I mean, the right lane.
Close to 3k.
Go ahead.
3k. Hit Ivy. Under the gun right now, super low. Paradox looking to finish off Mikhail. Gotta grab it. Low HP in turn. Needed a little bit of life leech there. Got it. And Demov on the finish as the ults come in, Jason. And this middle lane has just turned nuclear against Aegis Aurora.
Definitely. I mean, Freemox also being pressured back here on the left lane, and that's just pretty much Shark by himself able to do so. Only sit at 2.4. Luckily for him, Freemox doesn't have his assassin online just yet. This is where things get a little bit scarier. Already a 3k lead for Virtus Pro. I mean, to be fair, they did have a lead in the last game, mostly off of Shark on the Calico. But I think VP after that, you know, match 1 in this best of 2, I feel like they're not going to let slip if they get a lead this time.
You would think not. I mean, they're also a little bit more traditional on the heroes they're on here. You know, most notably, you don't have Zergi going full gun Ivy. Here, into the middle. Take a look at Sanya right now, under a bit of pressure. But you talk about cooldowns going in here. Swap, just about back up from Mikhail S. Demov close to the lasso, and it's the ebb and flow in the middle lane here, where it is a pretty ult-reliant, but once the ults are up, I mean, Azumata might have Shadow Transformation. It's not going to matter if that just happens. Forget the ults. Just get bursted on down between Crackshot and a Carbine.
Man, this is such a... It reminds me of like the CS reject game against Lotos too. It's like, it's so scary to peek middle up against like sometimes what comps people bring, but obviously like what on an individual level, like how skilled they are. So we see the Frozen Shelter come through. We talk about the Shiv and the Kelvin lane being very strong Saint. Be tucked away inside of the cube, has no swap anymore, and he has no health anymore. He's going to go down, and you can see Listic pretty much on full HP here as the domination continues. Still only 2k in the lead at the moment for VP, but this is that power spike we were talking about at the 3k mark.
I mean, across the board, there's power spikes at the 3k mark for VP. Overkin though, getting caught towards the end, but up you go. Something tells me Lash should be good at basketball. Moves like that. Great vertical leap distance. Disaster, though, getting caught in the middle. And again, the mid lane, a bit of a meat grinder at the moment, and not a good one for Aegis Aurora.
Try to also swap and the lasso on cooldown. And Michaelis and Demov as they look to return once again. I mean, Sonya Sniper, to be fair, he's like really... I guess he's like decently far behind. I was gonna say he's not that far behind But as we saw with Listic last game, you definitely don't want to be in the position to be playing from the back foot. And the angles that they keep taking in middle just make it so hard for him to be safe.
Meanwhile, durability of the Shiv Kelvin lane. Very aggressive in fights. Not so aggressive with the dive tower here just yet, but enough that anytime you look at the right-hand side lane, it has generally been pushed up in favor of VP. Back here to the middle, though. Ring the bell. It's about time for swap into Lasso once more. And if you're looking at the cooldowns, as you should be, if you are Sanya, you got to be worried at this point. Because you just see the change in tempo where it's like, yeah, Mikhail S. just going to walk forward a little bit more and get ready. And you just end up ceding ground by the threat of what could happen.
4.7 and 4.7 compared to the 6K out of Michaelis and Dimov. I mean, that swap, it's just the threat of the swap alone in the Lasso is already like hard enough, right? We talked about like Bebop. Sometimes it's better to have your hook available to be used instead of being on cooldown, because the threat of the hook is so daunting for some players, and especially in some of these situations. And speaking of situations, the right-hand side yet again, fight breaking out. Frozen Shelter is about to come online here, so we have to see Aegis Aurora respect this. Don't want to get trapped in with the Shiv.
That's a Viscus that very well could be dead soon. However, Geist comes in, pushing the Shiv back. Now Shiv in real danger,
Jeez.
but gets it low enough. Listic riding the line, gets a Kung Blow on the Saint. Meanwhile, Neon Primer just taking a step back. They're like, oh, you got that, Shiv. It's totally fine.
Doesn't matter. They want him to. They want all of the trophies to put on their mantle. The swap has come through. Immediately into a Shadow Transformations because they're trying to create some distance down to 70 HP. He just like 180 Connect Carbine that.
He lives, does the 180 carbine, gets out. Mikhail S, the great escape, the robbery, whatever you want to call it. But just when Sanya's like, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, the light immediately goes out and he's back in spawn. And even poorer, relatively, than before.
I feel like Sonya was going to die either way, though. Like, because of how far he was committed forward. Like, it was either Michaelis was going to take him down or D-Mob was going to take him down. And again, Neon Primer having a tough time. Saint having a tough time up against Listic. Just having a little bit of a redemption arc here in this series. Oh, no, they're not done just yet.
Well, they're at the point, too, where you talk about ult cycles here from middle, and sure, the swap is back online, but there's just a power gap here, stat-wise, that makes things even more deadly as Disaster. Stone form may as well be made of paper. The way middle lane has transpired here thus far.
Well, their response is Freemock sent over to the right-hand side to alleviate some of his pressures. They're pushing in towards this Guardian. This actually should be a kill on Obikim. And Freemock able to secure that one. Well done. Just get something back for themselves, but they did lose out on the left-hand Guardian. They most likely be losing out on the mid-lane Guardian too, especially with how low it's going to be. And you can already see Sonya's going to have to back away. Swap isn't up, but the Lasso is, and that's going to be 2 Guardians and the first flex slot taken for Virtus Pro.
VP with the flex slot, a healthy lead here so far, and the Urn coming up, and the Lasso on Disaster, who fighting back reasonably right now on the Ivy. Now going back over towards Sanya. However, the swap comes on in again. They want to break the statue into its bit pieces. Disaster down. And you talk about games where you're dying a lot. I think Disaster has died like 5 or 6 times here already. Zergy summoned in a Storm Cloud here. Right over the Walker here on the right. The push from the Shiv Kelvin line. It's ballistic. Bits up the 2-piece into the back. Chop, chop.
I feel like poor Disaster's like he keeps trying to get out, but they keep pulling me back in. Whether it's the Lasso or the Paradoxical swap, this Walker, it's gonna go down. I don't see how Disaster could defend against this. I mean, it's him and Freemock. They're looking to actually force them back, but it's still either way. Without the Walker being taken, it's still a lot of damage being done. And the Urn, I didn't even notice what happened to it. I've been so distracted by like the great individual plays and kills that have come through. I didn't see. I'm assuming Virtus Pro picked it up as they have an 11K lead.
Yeah, it's safe
to say.
VP, so. And on top of it, VP was still able to put enough pressure to nearly take right Walker. So, also, you talk about the progress in the game. 0 Guardians thus far for Aegis Aurora, and this comes back to we were talking about in the draft where. Yeah, if Aegis Aurora could get ahead, their comp would probably be vastly superior. The problem is, the laning phase is a nightmare, the way that these teams drafted, and it's a nightmare that you usually don't wake up from when you fall this far behind.
So it's death. Like, if you don't wake up from the nightmare, do you just die? Is that what that is?
Yeah, I mean, presumably, or at least, very least, like some form of coma. I don't know. I don't make the rules. Shelter, though. Zergy getting caught, nonetheless. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, you see VP wanting to get that walker, and they get it. Listic onto it. A little bit of damage here on the Saint after the combo.
I mean, death has been what's happening for Aegis, to be fair. If you're not waking up from the nightmare, they've been dying constantly here. Almost, we're starting to approach like a 20k soul difference at this point. And I think, again, Virtus.pro, like, they're out for redemption after that last game, out for revenge after how close this first map of the series was. And just remind, if any new viewers are coming through, like, it's very important to come out as first seed out of this group stage. You go directly into the semifinals instead of having to play out additional matches. More importantly, you get into the money too. A minimum of 500 for your team, and ultimately, you're gonna be playing to try to get that 5,000 for your team. And Virtus.pro continuing to go on the charge here, a 16,000 lead 12 minutes in. And you can see, like, once they get the lead, they're taking away the enemy jungle. And that's one thing I criticized Aegis Aurora about in the last game. It's like Virtus.pro know how to take a lead and run with it and not allow your opposition to get any sort of chance to get back in.
Also, I think the problem that you have here with the Aegis Aurora team comp, Jason, on top of VP just being able to roll into the jungle uncontested, who's going to make plays for Aegis Aurora? Like, who actually gets the ball rolling to get a pick off in the comp that they have right now when you are behind and you don't get to, say, stat check someone with the Yamato? No one. The answer is no one. At best, Jason, like, the very best you could have would be a really good puddle punch from Viscus that got someone just so far out of position you were able to focus fire onto them after. But other than that, Aegis Aurora really doesn't have tools to get stuff going, to put people out of position, to get uncontested pickoffs. And when you're down this amount of farm, I don't know. I mean, you're basically just hoping that VP makes a tragic mistake just to get back into the game.
And VP, they're not known for making too many mistakes, if any at all. Able to get a catch on the Saint, who was, really one of the factors that kept him in that last game because of how farmed he got. Can't really forget about that. The fight's going to continue. Disaster's able to respond with the kill into Obi-Kim, so at least they're able to trade 1-for-1 for now. But the question is, can they trade in a positive manner? Shark going to continue to dive in deep with the Warp Stone. They're able to just focus down Neon Primer, who's already had a ton of deaths before in the lane. And then Zergy, he's here for the party on top of this, able to clean up the rest of it. They get themselves the 3 kills in total, only losing out on Obi-Kim. And they're going to get themselves a mid lane walker on top. Yeah, and that's the scary part about it, is that they're so far ahead. They go to D-Mob, who's on holiday, by the way. You're just like, hey, D-Mob, you want to come out of this fight? No, it's fine. I'm just going to go take mid-walker. And you get the walker down. You get to rotate over into mid, where, in theory, maybe someone comes up, but the mid-boss is just melting. And your best steal threat. Well, you have 2 steal threats here. You have Ivy with Stone Form, and you have Yamato. Yamato doesn't have ult to steal, and Ivy is just straight up dead. No options to even contest the Rejuvenator here for Aegis Aurora. And on top of that, Virtus.pro come out with both buffs. They're even delaying the left-hand buff to give it over to Zergy. And they have the Urn. This is all going the way of Virtus.pro. That left-hand walker, that's going to be the next objective to be taken. Well, uncharacteristically, another lastly going to be missing out for D-Mov. I mean, that last one wasn't just a miss. That was just off by about a mile, but at the same note, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. This could be back in the time before he needs it anyways. And you know what? Worst case is a swap out of Mikhail S. So he's not really going to be worried whatsoever. As we do see the Urn, still being dropped over in towards their own side of the map here. I guess Shark is just going for a couple of melees onto some minions here. Maybe some jungle camps. Because you'd imagine they're going to look to push this one forward. But look at this, actually. Bandwise has pushed up aggressively to maybe catch him out from behind and steal the Urn away. I'm still just racking my brain here, Jason, and I just cannot concoct any scenario short of just full-scale, get full investigation level match throwing that VP could lose this. It's just, there's no pick power at all for Aegis Aurora against a team that's now vastly more farmed, that has tons of pick power. I mean, sure, bring the Viscus on a ride. I'm not quite sure how Lasso holds onto a gelatinous ball, but it doesn't. Zergy sets up a storm over the top.
and you get one kill on the Shriek, you end up dying in turn. It's still a massively well-trended out fight for VP. And the reward, Jason, even more buildings.
Yep. And Listic wasn't even here. He's been pushing out the right lane so they can get the base Guardians coming up here in a few seconds. I mean, also with Shark dying, he's going to have the rejuves. He's going to rejoin the fight momentarily. That's the last walk of the game going down. And I don't think they're going to stop here. With the lead they have of 40,000 souls, like they want to take the shrines and the stage 1 patron at a minimum.
You know, on some level, Aegis Aurora may be thankful that they're lower on soul count right now, because it'd be hard to spend the souls still not having a flex slot at nearly 20 minutes into the game. Think about it.
Good point. It's a very good point, and I don't think they're going to be gifted any flex slots either with the way Virtus Pro are playing, as they're still focusing on the fights. Fremok, I don't think he probably got swapped there because Michaelis is on cooldown. Is just to get a combo over on the Disaster, and you know what? Actually, Virtus Pro might just look to finish the game here right now.
Why not? You are so vastly far ahead, and also, unlike other situations where a team usually has like one hero good at picks, you know, a Holiday on the other side that can lasso you into the fountain, or, you know, at times the other game, a Lash. What's going to happen when they come out fountain? They're going to walk at you while being vastly underfarmed.
Look at bandwidth though,
matter
on the minimap. You see it, right? He's over towards like the left lane walker of it. I mean, either way, we look at that. We also have to pay attention to the patron, down to about 20% HP and falling. And Virtus Pro will still be the only undefeated team here in the group stage of the one-win Bombshell Volume 5. It became extremely close in the first matchup against Aegis Aurora, but the Virtus Plow came into full effect here in match 2.
He gave us a little bit back on schedule with a masterclass, but look, while the execution was good here for VP, I think you reverse course and you go draft and you just say, that was a failed draft coming in from Aegis Aurora. Because the only way this worked out, Jason, is that they would have had to endure the storm of early game power that VP picked in the draft. And they would have had to at least stay neutral to get to the point where the true power of the Aegis Aurora team comp was walk at them. But once you get to the point that you're really far behind and you can't win a straight up team fight, and you have nothing in anyone's kit that can generate picks, the game was already over, and it was effectively over by around 10 minutes, maybe even before.
Yeah, they let too many like key heroes get through to lock in. Like the Geist first pick, that's the part that's really going to stand out to me as being a little bit questionable. The Vindicta, you can definitely, you know, argue for 100%. I've seen Virtus Pro even first pick it quite a few times. But this is kind of why we were, you know, not necessarily talking so negatively about Aegis Aurora, but really like kind of focused on the fact that they should have finished the game when they had, because like when Virtus Pro get an inch, they're going to take a mile from you, or if you give them a centimeter, they're going to take a kilometer. There we go, for all the Europeans in chat on that one. And this is how dominant they can be, and this is also why it was also so surprising to see Aegis Aurora have such a strong start in that first match. Well, not necessarily start, but like a strong match in that first game that you kind of almost forget about it as we head into the second.
Yeah, I get the stats here at the end, and you know, this is one of those games where it's like I almost don't care about the stats, where it's just like the eye test was more than enough, and just we saw what happened in the laning phase, and we saw that once you were a bit ahead, nothing was really going to bring it back. You know, maybe small bright spots. Fremok was able to generate a little bit of pressure with Vindicta, which, you know, at least in the lane phase had some pick potential, just because, you know, it's Vindicta in the earlier lane phase once you get Assassinate online, but it was brutal. Also, in terms of brutality, I mean, you think about what happened in the middle. It was the Paradox Holiday show, and Sanya had no hope of becoming just ahead of the game on the Amato, and Disaster was effectively and killed on cooldown anytime Swap and Lasso were up. It was a brutal middle lane, and yeah, I mean, just too much lane power being given up. I mean, you got what, Holiday Paradox in the middle, you got Shiv Kelvin on the right hand side, and you know, 7 Mo, that was the weakest lane there, but still at least like held relatively even. Just brutal lanes.
I think this is also why we like talk so much about like having a good draft and like being very methodical about how you draft things out. Like you gave over so much to Virtus Pro in that situation that you kind of find it hard to see them lose whatsoever. Yeah, I really don't know what else there is to really say about this. I mean, for Aegis Aurora, though, the pain doesn't stop because they still have another match up next. They have Paravision to play in a best of two as well after this, which is currently seen as a number 3 team, but could be a good chance for Aegis Aurora to show that they could potentially become the new number 3 in EU.
Also, if you're looking to keep on watching some of the best here in EU all this week, maybe give some of the One Win Bombshell socials a follow. Check chat. All the links are there. We even got a QR code. You can scan it on your phone. One Win has been doing a lot to help support action here in the Deadlock community in this early stage. And look, the more support you throw their way, the more tournaments like this you are gonna see. Win-win for all involved, no pun intended. But that's gonna do it for me and Jason here today. Coming up next, though, still a lot of group stage action yet to go. Paravision versus Aegis Aurora, the battle perhaps for number 3 in Europe. We're gonna be taking a quick break. When we come back, it'll be Seymour and Tanner on the mic.
good evening from across the pond as all our NA folks start to wake up and tune on in. Let's just jump right on into it because we got a lot to talk about, and unfortunately, we don't have a top of show to do it. Shout out to ZP and Jason Kaplan for holding it down for us. They had a tough morning or evening or afternoon, wherever you're from. My name is Metro. I'm joined once again by Seymour. And Seymour, we have I think a pretty proposed banger matchup right in front of us.
Yeah, it's like a litmus test, I would say, for what the number 3 team in Europe is going to be. Aegis Aurora, they've showed up this weekend. I've been really impressed with the way that they've played Virtus Pro earlier on, and one win yesterday. Sitting 0-2 and 1 with a tie against one win yesterday when they were bringing out the McGinnis, but they've looked like they've really stepped things up in their own rights, and they're making strides to be a top contender in Europe once again. This Paravision team on the other side, they've been at the top. They've played fight nights, they've played top teams, they've actually combated against Virtus Pro and one win at times, but even still, they've only had one game so far in the Bombshell. So it's like, how do they fare against now the team that is looking to nip them in the behind and take their spot in that like number 3 proverbial spot here in Europe? And I think that all eyes are really on this Aegis Aurora team to see if they can do it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and this is exactly what we're looking at, right? This match right here, Paravision, Aegis Aurora. Aegis Aurora, on top of what they pieced together yesterday, like you mentioned, right? They steal away a game off of one win. They take a game off of Thanos, which is another team that we've kind of got our eyes on. They also almost take a game off of VP, a very winnable game. Unfortunately,
it was a weird game.
It wasn't. And I think it was kind of beating a dead horse to go back to the Yamato pick and where the Yamato was in that game state for VP, but it really was, right? We just needed to pull the trigger to be able to get it done for Aegis, so we'll see if they can do just that. We jump right on into the picks and bans, and it's a first ban Mo and Krill, which I think might be the only time we've not seen a Grey Talon in this tournament first banned.
Grey Talon was actually played yesterday, I will say. I was pretty like impressed with like the fact that, okay, we did get to see a Grey Talon, but on the board, is it going to be an early pickup right now? No Warden ban. So again, Ken was telling you about this, like Aegis Aurora, they didn't get it either time versus Virtus Pro. However, it was the second ban versus Virtus Pro. So do you go into this series knowing how crucial yesterday that Warden was in Bandwise's hands, and maybe slip it into like your third pick slot just to confirm that that Warden's going to be on your team, that Bandwise can play him? I'm not saying Bandwise wasn't good on the Shiv or the Calico in the past couple of games. It's just we saw how good that Warden was yesterday, and it was ridiculous, especially versus Thanos, the time that he was like double everybody's points within 14 minutes of the game. And I think that Paravision, they know it's going to be an issue. Yesterday, they did their homework against the CIS reject, so I'm sure their second ban is looking to target that Warden. However, they're going to pick up that Lady Geist for a little bit of frontline power for the second pick.
Yeah, and Lash ban, I feel like Aegis Aurora giving a lot of respect to Wolfie on that one. But Lash is Lash. You know, it feels strange based on how...
knock the Lash, man.
No, no. Listen, chat knows. I was going to say that VP win was our win because I popped it in the chat and I said, guys, I'm going to curse this. Lash is going to win a game. And then unfortunately, Lash didn't win the game. So I did, in fact, curse it in favor as that Grey Talon does get picked up. Mirage on the other side, that's been a huge point of contention as well. You know, if not Mirage, Lady Geist, it kind of feels like. I do want to mention, though, with the Lash ban, that means a first pick Holiday, which Taz went, I don't remember where I wrote the numbers down, but like 16-0-28 on the day on the Holiday. So that is just such a strong pick to be given up. You match it with the Paradox and the Sinclair, obviously great in their own right. But man, Taz is just a different player on Holiday.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Paravision in that match either. I definitely think it's a step up in competition playing a team like Aegis Aurora in comparison to Sis Rajax. I still think the Holiday pick is going to be good. I think this is just going to be more of a test for, you know, how good Taz can be with this Holiday pick. And you know, considering the fact that Paravision, they went for the Mo and Krill Sinclair is going to be on Aegis Aurora. So it's like 2 big power picks there. Of course, second bands come through. It's the Warden. Targeting band-wise. Abrams on the other side has been just a solid takeaway from that front line that teams have been playing in Europe all well, for the past 2 days. I guess I can't really say all week long. We're only in day 2 here, but that kind of leaves us into, you know, what's going to set up. We have definitely the playmakers with, you know, Holiday and Paradox as those first 2 picks on either side. I like the Sinclair. It's going to be good for disarming any of that playmaking. You know, if you do go for the lasso pick up, and then you can maybe rapid hex the Holiday, pull them, drag them, do whatever you can to, you know, stop a lasso from Paravision. But I'm wondering where we're going to be going for this one too, because I definitely think that for Aegis Aurora, you want to look for a little bit more frontline. You don't have that Moe and Krill. You don't have that Warden. Now Abrams isn't available, so you can maybe look towards a Shiv. They're going to go for the Vindicta, which they've been playing a lot for Freemok, but you know, you can maybe go for Shiv to be that, like, I'd say, I don't even want to call him a frontline, but he is somebody who definitely takes a lot of attention away from the rest of your team in the way that he is able to brawl out there. You can have the Calico still alive. Yamato could still be there. Just anything that, like, might not be a pseudo, like, tank role character, but like something that can just hold that front line and brawl.
Yeah, well, now for Paravision, right, with that Vindicta getting locked in, the Warden being banned away, ban-wise looked good on the Shiv. And unfortunately, maybe just out of steam after a 50-minute banger in game 1, but ban-wise didn't quite look the same on the Calico. So I'm thinking, if you're Paravision, you've done a pretty darn good job of making sure that somebody who had so much presence in the games yesterday and in the first game against VP could have, you know, little to no presence if you, there it is, take away the Shiv. Yamato also coming on through. That's been a heavily contested pick back and forth.
This has got to be like a Calico Viscous second pick for Aegis Aurora. In just my eyes, because you have Kelvin still up too. I mean, why not just like go for like Calico Kelvin? Because if you give that Kelvin up to Paravision right now, Kelvin Shiv would be a terrifying lane duo to have. So it's like you almost have to take the Kelvin here if you're Aegis Aurora, I feel, and just mix it with like a Calico. Anything really? I think that
the draft got a little awkward for Aegis Aurora with letting that Shiv go through, with not having the, I guess, priority for yourself on the Shiv. And Neon Primer's been, I think he's what, 6 for 6 on Viscous or something like that. So the Viscous,
I know he's been playing Ivy a lot too.
Oh, so he did bring through the Ivy as well.
You have options right now if you're Aegis Aurora, but it's just like, do you want to give up the Kelvin right now? And I can't believe Kelvin is going all the way to like a potential last pick on either side. So pocket pick for a little bit extra damage. I know like Jason, he was saying that it's like, if you are a team that doesn't have pocket, like what are you doing right now? Like you should have like somebody who is capable of playing this pocket pick. And I agree. I think pocket has been, you know, it went in the right hands, a pretty lethal force, especially for those intros to fights, especially when that affliction does catch a lot of players inside of the team fights that you're going to be looking at for Earn, or for, you know, maybe any of the fights under Walkers, or whatever you're going to be looking at here. It's an important hero we've seen for a lot.
It also has, you know, pocket strong in the right hands. Who is the right hands, right? Because yesterday we saw a lot of pocket, and let me tell you, it was pretty flavorless. Whether it did damage or didn't do damage, pocket players weren't having a good time. As we round things out, is going to be that Calico picked up. I would imagine Bandwise will be piloting that one again, unless Bandwise shows us something different. Maybe locks in that pocket to look to make some plays that way. And then the Kelvin taken away for Paravision. You mentioned it. It's a little stunning to see Kelvin going all the way last pick. But Paravision have got themselves, this is just a good draft, man. They drafted this one really well. I feel like Aegis Aurora, no emphasis on the Warden, no emphasis on the Shiv. Again, the Calico looked a little lackluster in the previous game. It could have been just, you know, hey, we needed a 7-minute break and now we've got one. But I think Paravision did a really good job kind of choking out Aegis Aurora in this one.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think that it's crazy to see that Kelvin went through at the end there. I thought that's something that you would want to target if you're Aegis Aurora, but I guess instead you're kind of looking at this with the Sinclair, that possibly you have a chance to do exactly what, you know, VP or exactly what kind of One Win was doing to you yesterday in terms of playing the Sinclair to counter out the Warden. Maybe the Sinclair can counter out the Shiv at the same time if you're landing those killing blows on the other side. I think that this Paravision composition just looks really scary. We haven't seen much Grey Talon. Everybody's been so apt on banning him all week long. I'm gonna say it. And I think that it is it's something that when you give over like the Grey Talon now with the Holiday, the Shiv, and the Calvin mixed into it, like this is a pretty lethal pick-centered squad on Paravision. And for Aegis Aurora, I'm looking at heroes that kind of need to keep up, that need to make sure that they're staying ahead in combating these picks from Paravision.
Yeah, getting behind really on anybody here for Aegis Aurora feels pretty awful, right? I think we would let it slide, you know, if your Paradox doesn't have all of the souls in the game, but outside of that, you've got a handful of hungry heroes, which means you have to have not only a strong early game, but you really need to start working towards taking objectives, work to get some of those flex slots online, right? 10-minute mark hits, and we're thinking about how can we get this earned? How can we make sure that when there is an opportunity to bolster our souls, because we need a lot of them around the board, that we are doing that, right? Every 5 minutes on cooldown, looking for ways to make plays for the earns. As far as lane assignments go, excuse me, man, you saying all week and me dealing with this cold is going to be the death of us today, unfortunately. You've got the better end of the stick, though, because I would say all week, because you're right. We've got a week full of games, and it has been all week technically so far. As far as lane assignments go, right, we already talked about why the Shiv and Kelvin can be so strong, or it was talked about earlier on the day, assuming that is probably going to happen. We saw a lot of strong Holiday Yamato mid lanes yesterday as well. I would imagine that's kind of where that lands on top of it.
And then, you know, you put the Grey Talon with the Lady Geist. If you hit that snare, disable them, and Lady Geist could land an Essence Bomb. That's another one, especially with that power shot, just going to continue to chip you down on top of everything. So it's like, that is a nasty comp with a lot of capable lane duos that you could be looking at for Paravision. For Aegis Aurora, I mean, you're definitely going to be looking to probably pair the Paradox and the Sinclair together in mid, hopefully to fight that, you know, Yamato Holiday, if that's what it's going to be. But then on the outer lanes, maybe like, I want to even say like possibly Calico Pocket, just because you have that chance to really engage under a Guardian and then get out both of them.
Yeah.
And maybe Vindicta, Mirage, who can both just consistently keep range, work together and poke. There are options for Aegis Aurora to kind of mix that one up. But I think no matter which way you spin it, I think you're at the disadvantage. I think that they've lost this draft.
So, yeah, to that point, like when we're talking lane assignments specifically, you almost feel like I haven't seen or played enough Sinclair to know if Sinclair is okay to kind of take a step back. It didn't feel like that yesterday. It felt like you want Sinclair to be strong as well. So when I see this and I start thinking about a Pocket Calico lane and a Mirage Vindicta lane or whatever it looks like, again, you've got a lot of hungry hippos here that are going to be fighting over souls. So you need to be so far ahead in this early game. And Paravision have done a good job, which this is the trap that we saw Paravision fall in the other day when they were playing Virtus Pro. It was kind of that same thing. Hey, we need to get ahead, and we're kind of just getting bullied out. But now we get to see, all the speculation aside, we jump on into the Cursed Apple. Paravision, your Amber Hand, Aegis Aurora, your Sapphire Flame, and Seymour. We are underway.
Yes, we are underway. A little bit of pause right away, though. So, freeze frame on the Grey Talon. Mad hops there. But you see the Pocket laning with, I think that's going to be the Paradox right away. So, Wizaster going to be on that Paradox for the other side. So, a little miscue on who's going to be with who, I'd say. But at the same time, I don't know. Something must be going on in terms of like getting this thing going for these guys, because nobody's able to get it going. But here we are. So we get a look at the laning phase. It's going to be the Paradox mixed with the Pocket, Calico, Vindicta. The Stake definitely going to be setting up for those bombs to land. So not a terrible thing to be seeing whatsoever. Mirage, Sinclair, you get a Tornado in. That's going to let some Vexing Bolts loose. But even still on the other side, you're matching up into the Yamato and the Lady guys. So that is going to be a pretty powerful duo. And when you're kind of dealing with the crack shot on top of the power shot of the Grey Talon, this is going to be a tough lane through mid for you to be able to cut that gap.
Yeah, and much like we saw, very forward-facing, aggressive. Speaking of forward-facing, Sanya in an awful spot, hoping to scoop up some souls there before making an exit with the flying cloak. But yeah, this is nice, right? You lasso somebody in, you can play the trap off of that. You also can play the kegs off the trap. So I like the look at the Grey Talon Holiday here. This is also why these guys are playing and I'm here on the desk, right? Because I love the Mirage Sinclair. I'm not saying that Sinclair is Viscid. What I am saying, though, is if somebody's getting dope and you turn them into a rabbit, that's kind of doing the same thing as a cube, right? So they're making good on, hey, we need to make sure this Mirage can stay safe. And if they're going to play aggressive, if they are looking to dive like we're expecting from Paravision, I'm just going to turn you into a rabbit. I'm going to make sure that Saint can get going.
Yeah, Sinclair has probably one of the best dismiss in the game right now. So we look across and how things are going. A little bit of a lead growing for Aegis Aurora just off of the lane phase alone. As you can start to see them gaining some ground over towards the right side. Wolfie on the Yamato. Going to be stepping up with Prestus as well. Again, this is a team of Paravision that, like, I got to say, this is a big match for them because they've only played one match against this Rejects. They win that match pretty convincingly. And I think you're looking at this to kind of decide, you know, where this team stands when matching up against some other strong talent here in the EU region. So you lose to Aegis Aurora, then suddenly you're leaving that possible third place open for somebody else to take your spot.
Yeah, and a nice pickup there. This far left lane, Bandwise, able to get something done with Fremont. We talked about the Calico and maybe it leaving a little bit more to be desired, but it turns out that that last game played for Bandwise was just getting things figured out, and now they found a strong lane right behind it. The response, however, is that punishment in the mid lane. Taz just pushing forward. Pocket not having the best time, but is in the game, right? Nobody's getting too punished that they've been too starved of souls just yet. We are pretty even here. Actually, Aegis Aurora with a minor lead.
Yeah, doing good at farming, doing good at slaying. Was Zastor going to be caught? Playing the Paradox too. I know we saw a couple questionable games from him yesterday, especially in the first couple that we caught. He was struggling, but today it's been a lot better for this Aegis team. You know, big chance to take one off of Virtus Pro. You fall short at that finish line, but it just kind of goes to show how you've been growing together for this Bombshell tournament. So if everything can line up at the right spots for Aegis Aurora, this is a good chance to really stake some claim here in Europe. And you look at this play in for Neon Primer. He's down. Good power shot there on the second too. Saint goes low, but I don't think you're going to go deep to chase that Mirage just yet. They got what they came for. A little bit extra tower damage. They can keep farming.
Yeah, and again, Neon playing support for the most part, right? A lot of viscous games for Neon. Happy to do that, right? Supports maybe not always happy to die for their carries, but happy to die instead of, so that way Saint can stay in this one as Bandwise bites off a little more than he can chew. He's got to back away. Fremont also headed for the hills. Bandwise all the way back to base, a reset here. So Fremont gonna have to try and hold on to this left lane after what felt like a small lead for them. And for a very, very small moment, Bandwise and Fremont had their ult online before anybody else. Speaking of, Affliction on, so the health bars will start to tick away. Sanya able to sneak on out, doing magic tricks of her own as Disaster goes down. The Paradox can't quite get things going. swap available, but not able to be used just yet. So we bring on the talk of ultimates, and the affliction used on the side of Aegis Aurora. Both the lasso and the owl used respectively in that mid lane to get things done for Paravision, which again, the mid lane, this is their strong point, and they are proving or showing us why.
This is the frozen shelter. It looks like they've trapped Bandwise inside. Fremont not in trouble just yet, but you got to be careful not to get caught out. So excellent disengage, coming in for the punch too. Together though, the Shiv too strong to deal with, and a double kill in the left lane frees up some space for Paravision to start gaining some ground, finding some space back, and hopefully answering with some tower damage in there. Power swap out. Troublesome for Saf, but good movement in, and turns back around with Zaster plastered on the wall. What a shot.
And Zaster just can't catch a break. Can't get anything going, unfortunately, in response to this Holiday Grey Talon. Sonya hoping to get something back. It's only a bit of chip damage for now. And the pocket's been sneaky, right? The pocket's been slippery, but Aegis Aurora hoping to get a little bit more than that. Meanwhile, their side lanes are doing all right? It hasn't been awful. Saint, again, farming well. Fremont and Bandwise obviously taking the cake in this one, as they've got a couple of kills for themselves. But Grey Talon starting to tee off here. Saf will take to the skies. Can't find anything, unfortunately, so they'll head back on down. And speaking of this Vindicta, right, Fremont is looking to try and help this mid lane supplement in any way possible. Has the assassination available too, so if anybody gets too low, they might be able to find something. There it is. Sonya awarded the kill as Fremont awarded the assist, and now some of that pressure alleviated here. Aegis Aurora starting to find wins all the way across the map.
Yeah, I think this is a good just battle across the board on every side. Together we're starting to put a little bit of force down over towards lane 1, and that's a battle where originally Paravision, I mean, you can see that they were shoved around under tower for so long. They battled their way out. They're going to be able to steal this first Guardian of the game, it looks. Bandwise isn't going to get there in time, and that frees up this Calvin now to go assist through mid, and he's immediately going to do that with the Grey Talon. See if you can lock somebody down for a second.
And the owl was searching, unfortunately, Saf. He's piloting that thing well, but couldn't find anything with it. However, the team did. Was Aster goes down once more. Saf now spotting out Sonya's sniper. Beautiful shot. Plays the cloak so incredibly well. That was exactly what Sonya was looking to do. That's been the mid lane though, right? Sonya goes in, jumps into the satchel, and then cloaks away. So Sap was so ready for that one.
You got to give like Paravision some props for what they're doing. I mean, they were coming out a little slow to the gate, and you could tell that Aegis Aurora were warmed up, and you know, that laning phase originally definitely looked like Aegis Aurora had a little bit of a leg up, especially in terms of the fights that we were seeing, but they quickly turned things around. Lots getting invested here from Aegis just to see if you can bring things back, find some trades across, and the paradoxical swap is gonna catch Litz. That is all they're going to get so far. Fremont drops, and you can see that quickly Paravision just working lane from lane to see if they can get these tier 1 Guardians down.
Yeah, and I think you're happy right now if you're Aegis Aurora that this little skirmish didn't happen 60 seconds from now, right? Because a couple of players are dying, you're losing Guardians on the side of the map, and then the urn is spawning. So you're kind of counting your blessings now that everybody's back online, coming back to it. But will they have the affliction for the urn, right? We talked about Aegis Aurora wanting to not only win this early game, or at least stay in this early game, but start to pull ahead once we hit that 10-minute mark. And now that we're getting there, you know, what does this landscape look like? It looks like aggression on this far left side. 4 players pushing together underneath the Guardian, and he's just going to walk away from that, give it up. And now Aegis Aurora have some space opened up on that left side.
And not only that, you're kind of leaving Saint and Sonya just alone in their own respective lanes. They're going to be defending as much as they can, but soaking up all of the souls that they can get on their own, just to see if they can continue to farm their way to power here on the pocket. And the Mirage Urn's going to be dropping now that we're past the 10-minute mark. Guided Owl hits 2. Is there any follow-up? Not just yet. They're going to grab this Urn, They're gonna hightail it out of there. It's still an even earn, so this is potentially a fight that could be drawn out if Paravision deems so.
Yeah, and a good read from Paravision. You know, dance to dance on the left side, and then immediately Taz and Sap are looking towards this urn, and that Grey Talon just ripping arrows through anybody who wanted to try and pick that one up. So not favorable. They were also playing the right side of the map really well. They pushed all the way up on that right side, grabbed that Guardian up top too.
And Aegis Aurora, I think they're recognizing that this urn is going to be ran through. Possibly a chance to overwhelm this middle Guardian. They're going to send 3 players here. Time Wall going to be dropped down, but still, it's only Disaster that goes down in this whole sense. You have the Soul Exchange if you do need so, but you're doing a ton of damage here. Nobody going to be answering the Flying Cloak, maybe to escape, but it's a killing blow from Together that finishes off Sonya Sniper. And you have to decide if you're Neon Primer, can you get away? Spectral Assistant not going to come up in time. Together finds 2. The urn is secured for Paravision. And the only thing that you trade is just 1 measly Guardian.
Yeah, they do get the Guardian in the mid lane, which sure is nice. They also get the flex slot for it, but they did definitely overstay their welcome. Fortunately, that wasn't the case on the left side of the map. Bandwise was creeping up towards that Walker, and with all that action in the mid lane, had to get out of dodge. Fremont, however, is on the wrong side of the map still, is looking to take that teleporter, but went from being in between 3 to also being in between 3, right? Pops out of the teleporter right by Prestis. And we just saw Prestis, when Prestis smells blood, he is on hunt mode. He ran down Sonya Sniper and made sure that that pocket could not get away. Fortunately, Fremont is out. And now, yeah, with that urn being given up, 8K soul deficit, not the worst in the world, but overstaying your welcome is definitely not what we're looking for here from Aegis Aurora. Small skirmish that's going to take to the skies. I mean, a healer in Kelvin manages to stay alive for now, is also hanging on to the ultimate. Nice shots from Saint, but all said and done, it's Fremont the one to go down.
Yeah, and that comes off the back of a good lasso from Taz to land. Saint a little turned around in that fight, but Paravision, they spot their target, they dive, and now all grouped together. Where does that take them? A lot of tier 3 denizen camps around, just in case you want to disengage, farm up, push these lanes. You can see that they're going to leave Together alone. I mean, he is scaling right now. 14K leading the lobby across the board. Potential to 1v1 almost majority of these Aegis players, so seems like that's going to be the case. Get together as beefy takey as you can and let the rest just swarm like a pack of wolves on anybody that steps up. Neon Primer, you didn't stand a chance, and that was the audience participation burned in that fight too. So no ults used for Paravision. They can continue to hunt, continue to steal in the side of Aegis Aurora. Poke and prod wherever they need to. And punish any mistakes that is being made here. Aegis, I mean, like, which way do you kind of look at them to counteract this ability? Because if they're going to be walking as 3 just throughout the map, I mean, you have to almost match them in that same sense. You don't have anybody who can really shut down those team fights, though. Just, yeah, you're looking at Sonya Sniper to see if you can get this affliction going, but another lasso. And again, it's Neon Primer just getting caught a little bit too far forward.
And there's just nothing you can do, right? You get lassoed up and just nuked by the Grey Talon. That is, you're not even overextended. Neon Primer wasn't in a great spot in the previous death, but both of those deaths, there's just no response to that. You can't rabbit somebody fast enough. And Fremont, again, caught in a tough spot, but is able to take 2 of the skies. Unfortunate timing on this. Fremont may be going down as the urn spawns in another 10 seconds. Bridge buffs as well, right? Your Vindicta's now out of the fight. Neon Primer going to be making his way back in, and eventually Fremont goes down. Bandwise in the area, in the proximity, maybe trying to see if that Vindicta could get out safely, but it's not possible.
And look at like the health bars of Paravision too. Here's a battle going through as you're going to get the transformation in. Neon Primer trapped inside the frozen shelter. Not long for the world, as that's another good catch for Paravision. But in these fights, I mean, you're just walking away with near full health every single time. Aegis Aurora hardly doing any damage in these battles. It's just constantly being caught out, over positioned or overextended in your position, and giving away so much for free to these Paravision players who are happy to take these kills. You're now at 19k souls for Together, 17 on Saf. This is why the Grey Talon's been getting banned in every single game, because those charge shots that you get powered up, it pretty much two shots anybody sub 1000 HP.
I was gonna say too, Sonya and Bandwise, the only players who really haven't been getting picked off in all of this, and now Paravision are starting to set their eyes on the two highest net worth players for Aegis Auroras. Neon Primer to be under the magnifying glass, but fortunately able to use the assistant to sneak away, and Sonya just around the corner. But your highest net worth players, both Sonya and Bandwise, have been on opposite sides of the map just farming up and have not been a part of any of this action. And they're not getting farmed up enough to where, you know, Aegis Aurora are going to have that moment, that comeback arc of, nice, okay, guys, we are strong enough that the next time this happens, you know, our Pocket and our Calico are going to blow everybody up. Like, that's just not happening.
Look at that. But he stops any damage just by lassoing Fremok. Backing up. I mean, you are crowed, but that's okay. You've done enough for Taz to show some respect to this holiday. That is just such a good play coming out from Taz. But they're going to be running this urn still. Bandwise is here. Neon Primer as well. Affliction from Sonya Sniper, but Together is going to finish off that kill again. Everybody's going to turn now to see if they can secure this.
And Aegis Aurora just really can't do much. They're just trying to find a response around the map. They do so in that right lane. They pick up a Guardian and maybe look to pressure the Walker. If it's not a mid-boss call with two dead here for Paravision, okay, I was gonna say, they're definitely looking to catch those two on the right side, but they'd be happy to take this rejuve. And now, at this point in the game, right, you're up 18,000 souls, and you're getting a 17-minute rejuve. If Aegis Aurora were going to find their time to come back into the game, it gets that much harder, because when you kill somebody, they almost resurrect immediately, right? So, you know, any win right now for Aegis Aurora is still neutral, net neutral, if not, you know, still kind of a loss.
Delivery for Prestis.
Taz is the monster under the bed, dude. If you leave your feet hanging
crazy
over the edge, you're getting lassoed, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, Taz is making it look like child's play here with that lasso. Sonya Sniper going to be caught again, just extended over into the half of Paravision. Now for the Walkers. Blitz is going to be lighting it up alongside Together. Another flex slot. This number 3 opened up. And look at this one from Wolfie, just fighting underneath this Walker, happy enough to do it. The Guided Owl's gonna trap them in the side. Looks like that's a good parry onto both members, but Sane not gonna be able to turn it into anything. Too low to make anything happen. Another Walker, and now you're gonna be looking to open up that third flex slot. The TP is coming out over towards the right side of the map. They're gonna group together on this one, possibly push the base.
I mean, just about completely opened up, right? The only thing keeping your house safe is going to be those garden gnomes out on the lawn, that being those base guardians. But Paravision really in a spot to do whatever they want. They'll back away, take their time, right? They had all that time, right? They pick up the mid boss, and then they just get so much more. And they can play so aggressively because there can't be a response for Aegis Aurora because that Rejuvenator is still available. So with all of that, right, let's not overextend. Rejuve going to be falling off soon. We don't want to be caught in an awkward spot. So let's go ahead and go get stronger before we fight. So out to the jungle, picking up all the denizen camps that they can. We'll see what they come back with. I mean,
they have a
players
target
on the map for Aegis Aurora, but they need to be careful. And Wazaster, I mean, has just been on the wrong end of the beating stick every single time. And if not Wazaster, Fremok has also been lassoed up a handful of times, and now make it a handful and then some. Fremok has no escape. And Taz, doesn't miss with the lassos. A lot of them have been point blank. We'll give Fremont some.
You gotta watch
there,
out
but
here
that
if
one
you're
was
Neon
not.
Primer. They should have noted that the Sinclair is gonna be pushed all the way down, but are you gonna expect him to be this deep? Same thing for Saints. Gonna back up here, see if they can contest this urn drop, as there are going to be 4 members here from Aegis Aurora to battle this one out. You have the Affliction. Same with the Return to Shadows if need be. Wazaster going to be carrying on for this Paradoxical swap, but you're not here. You're going to let that soul urn get returned. Fighting from the outside in. Now it's together, chasing them down. Finishes off Saints. And they're going to turn right around to peel for the 2 that are walking down mid here. Wazaster running for his life. Time walls up, but that's not going to stop you. Healing Nova, nothing can save you in that fight. Prestis going to collect another kill onto Wazaster. And Neon Primer's running for his life.
Yeah, I mean, one shot in the health bar is gone. Is able to swap ult here, but the exchange for exchange. Prestis still in a good position. 3 players now wiped away, make it 4. As Saint will come back online, but it's really only to watch these shrines go down. So more flex slots just around the corner. A chemical fire maybe gonna stall for just a second. At the very least, it stops them from pushing this right side of the base, but they work their way on over to the left. Frozen Shelter gonna get everybody topped off on the inside. Maybe just a little goofy moment from Paravision as they're having fun with this one. 52,000 souls the lead. Fremont falls once more. The patron to be reset, and into the pit it will go. Now the question is, do Paravision just march in and look to finish this one? Because 3 players are still dead.
I'm pretty sure it's an 8-kill streak for Prestis. 11 for together. 4 now for Saf in a row, so you can take your victory. Aegis already getting ready for game number 2. So Sapphire Patron going down. Game 1 to Paravision, and all questions that were asked answered here. Paravision looking like the stronger team, looking like they're still at the top echelon of Europe.
And you know, this is really difficult. It's a really difficult landscape for Aegis Aurora to play in, because they're coming off of a great day 1, right? They're coming off of a 1-1 split against OneWin. They're coming off of a 1-1 split against Thanos. And then they start the day against Virtus Pro. And they're looking like they're going to take a map off Virtus Pro, and they don't. After a grueling game. And now it just seems like, 7 minutes wasn't enough to reset from that boom that happened in game 1 against Virtus Pro, because it was a very quick game 2. And then, not that this was the fastest game in the world, but as soon as Aegis Aurora were out of it, Paravision made sure there's no way getting back into it here in game 1.
Yeah, and I will say, I think that this Paravision team, just from start to finish, they look strong. I mean, Aegis Aurora, you had your chances earlier versus Virtus Pro. The second one, that was quick, sub 20-minute game that finished off that 0-2 loss, and maybe you're still not feeling too recovered after that one going into Paravision. A lot of just plays where you can see them just individually separated, not together. The chemistry, anything is off. Like, this is a team that is looking to shake some standings up, shake some brackets up, maybe into the playoffs even, but it still looks like they have some work to do in making sure it all molds together for Aegis Aurora. But however, I'm not going to put things away just yet. It's only game 1 out of 2, so I mean, there's still an option to come back a little bit stronger. It's just when you look at game 1 and you're like, where do we patch this one up going into game 2? You have to not be giving yourself up overextended over and over again. And for somebody like Neon Primer, 0-8 across that one, Fremont even, Wazaster just constantly getting lassoed by Taz, constantly out of position. And I think Paravision, they're happy to take those ones.
Yeah, now, what does it look like moving forward? We're going to swap sides. I do want to touch on the end of the game and talking about the mental boom. Disconnect early, that could mean one of two things. That could mean mental boom, or that could mean whatever, let's just go next, right? Goalie mentality. We're forgetting about this one. We're moving on to the next one. And what does the next one look like? I think Neon Primer, give him the viscous, or give him the motorcycle that just drove by my house really loud. Give him the viscous. Neon Primer looks really good on the viscous. There are so many moments where Neon Primer saves multiple teammates by cubing one and then goo balling through the opposition to make sure that the squad is staying alive. And that is not a contested ban or pick in this series. And it wasn't in the last one against Virtus Pro. And give Banwise something he can carry on. We talked a lot at the start about the way that the draft went. And then when you watch the game play out, you just think, okay, yeah, I guess we expected that because of the draft. But now that you have first pick, what do?
I mean, I think you gave way too much up to Paravision in that first game. I mean, Shiv, Kelvin together, we knew how that one was going to go. You let Taz get this holiday. You know how this one's going to go. You get first pick, you get first ban this time, ban the holiday right off the bat. Look at, if it's not going to be your first pick, which I understand it not being your first pick, I would go for the Sinclair 100%. I would go for, Mirage or, even Lady Guys, because we've been seeing it getting played a lot. Just look that before that second ban comes through, why not keep giving that Warden a try for Aegis Aurora? If they're going to let you play it or let you pick it, just give it a shot going into this next game, because it was pretty much a catalyst in a lot of that play style that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and maybe now on this side, I'm not trying to manifest this and speak it into existence, but Sonya plays the Yamato. That seemingly a contested pick in this series, specifically in this best of two. Do we call best of two series? Either way. The Lash, it didn't look awful until I think the late game against Virtus Pro, when the Yamato was out of the game for so long that was a great target to ult, and then towards the end of the game, there was no good target to ult. But, let Sonya breathe a little bit, right? Get Sonya something more playable as well. If not ban-wise, if you're not gonna work towards that Warden at all, get Sonya something that Sonya can carry on. Pocket has just been, I think I saw somebody in chat, shout out to the chat geniuses, but I don't even think about these things, which I should as a commentator. Like, without E-Shift, Pocket does feel, and I say without, but now that E-Shift is harder to get, the Pocket definitely loses a bit.
Yeah, definitely off that initiation, you don't get that E-Shift just in case you're in trouble, but at the same time, it's like, you also look at it, in both sides, is that also your opponents don't get E-Shift, so like that deflection can have a lot more targets earlier on. Same thing with Lash. Why everybody's thinking that Lash is still valuable is because that E-Shift isn't there to kind of stop from getting pulled. But at the same time, yesterday and today, Pocket just hasn't been working. So I don't know if that's going to be a user error or if it's still just like the E-Shift has really nerfed this Pocket fully. But on the other side, I think Lash just isn't. It's predictable. I think that's one thing that I always read into like Lash and why people don't want to play play those Lashes, because eventually over the course of the game, you're going to recognize the tendencies of Lash. You're going to expect it at some point, and you're going to be able to counteract it as soon as he's going in there. And it is something that, as long as you're communicating well, you can work around a Lash. But it's going to take, a pretty good Lash player to maybe break that same vibe. But I think that E-Shift is definitely shaking things up here in terms of getting Pocket. It just doesn't look good. I agree.
Now, a team that has been playing together, right? A team that has experience, a team that has a lot of competitive experience versus a team that might not have as much. I would love to see Aegis Aurora just do their thing. Maybe ban the Grey Talon. Maybe take the Holiday or the Paradox, right? Be okay to trade that, but just pick to your strengths. Don't necessarily pick to what the meta is. I don't want to keep like hounding Neon Primer on the St. Clair, because I think the vision is there. Hey, I can keep my guys safe and I can do it AoE, right? If we're getting dove, I can, hey, it's Year of the Rabbit for everybody. But just isn't the Viscous, you know? So get Neon Primer the Viscous. Get Bandwise the Warden. Get Sonya the Yamato. Just pick for the strengths of the team because that's what works. That's what worked yesterday. That's what had them beat the best team.
Look,
I should
I'm
be
going to
saying
put
it
a
more
little bit of an
confidently.
asterisk on that match versus 1-win yesterday because, you know, and it doesn't always come down to just one hero pick, but like the McGinnis was a little silly to be coming out in that matchup.
Yeah.
I will say,
I guess you could say that it almost worked against Virtus Pro because they were playing the Gun Ivy. Sorry to all the Gun Ivy lovers out there. Zergy just didn't get to do Zergy things until 70,000 souls. So I guess I'm there with you. Yeah, it did work eventually. Was that because of the Ivy or was that because of the Yamato, right? Did Listic finally start playing the game at a certain point, you know?
Who knows? Who knows what was going on over there? VP, though, how good do they look in this tournament? Because, like, if there's one thing that, like, is certain that, like, VP are coming into this one as the defending champs for the Bombshell from Volume 4, but that 1-win team has been, you know, winning everything in recency. So like when you see that 1-winner coming out there having a little bit of fun, they've only played those 2 matches, so we're going to be able to see them a little bit later today as well. But Virtus Pro are going undefeated. It kind of sets up Virtus Pro for a chance to like still keep that number 1 seed spot going into the playoffs, depending on, you know, how the matches go against 1-win and Virtus Pro, because that's what everybody expects it. And if you don't expect it, well, wake up. At that point, is that those 2 teams, they look like the distinct best. And I think that I'm excited to see when they do match up against each other again at some point during this tournament. But this Virtus Pro team, they're showing that they are doing everything right and looking to reclaim their spot at the top of Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys have been following the action, thanks for following the action. We appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't been following the action and you're like, how are these games playing out? What are you guys talking about? Aegis Aurora took a win off of, and McGinnis was played. Fortunately, all of these VODs from today and yesterday are available for you to go back and watch. All of the scores and all the matchups are also available for you to go and check out. And you can do that by checking out 1-win on X or Twitter, whatever you may still call it. We're gonna have a nice little QR code for you to pop up on the screen, so that way you guys can super quickly scan that one. What was it, 5 seconds? Is that where we were at? It takes 5 seconds. Who can do it faster than 5 seconds? Because that's how long it took faster.
I was a little tired when I was doing it last time.
Okay.
So, you know,
that's right. We had
sure.
we had the first shift. We had the early slash. It was a late shift for us, but early for.
It's pretty easy though. I mean, you scan the QR code, follow along, go subscribe on YouTube, Twitch, everything, to show support, because at the end of the day, I mean, the support that 1-win is providing towards the deadlock scene like this, I mean, it's not every day that we get a tournament like this. And big shout out to 1-win for putting on this Bombshell, for putting on all of the Bombshells that they've been hosting, because that is doing a load for the deadlock scene.
Yeah, 100%. And if you can't scan it because you're watching on mobile, if you check down on the panels on Twitch, you will also see a link to their X/Twitter. I don't know. I feel like I'll be called a boomer if I give up on calling it Twitter. You know, do you feel that same way?
Yeah, I'm never going to call it X. I'll be honest.
Okay, there's. Called it X.
I'm never going to call it X.
He's doing it again. He called it X again. Clip that. Somebody clip that.
I'm not going to do it. Metro, you're not going to make me do it. But anyways, though, we can push even further, as it seems like these players are like taking a little bit to get this draft going. And I just want to remind everybody just on, you know, what's going on here for the schedule of play. If you weren't around yesterday and you've kind of missed out on I'd say the meat and potatoes, what we're looking at here for this EU Bombshell is that we got 4 days of group play, round robin style. Everybody plays each other at some point in time. You play 2 games in a best of 2. You win both of them, you get 2 points. You tie, you get 1 point. You lose both the games, you get 0 points. At the end of it, it's going to be top 5 going into a playoff double elimination bracket, and then top 4 gets paid out at the same after that one. So, and pretty sure it's 5,000 for first, 3,000 for second, 1.5K for third, and then 500 for fourth. Yeah. So winning that match to get into 4th place when the playoffs does come, that is going to be a big game to watch.
Well, and so I guess since we have some time, we're hanging out Aegis Aurora getting a much needed just kind of refresher, splash some water on the face, do the banana thing. What was the ice water in the bowl at 3 a.m. and then I know there was a banana involved, and then there was some, what was it? Some stretching or dancing out on the balcony. There was a video that was going around. That's what's happening right now for Aegis Aurora is they're going ahead and getting reset. And we're talking about the top 4 making in the money, top 5 making into playoffs. I think now is either a great time for Aegis Aurora to show, yes, we are absolutely going to be in the top 5. And for the other squads that might be just on the outside, I know CIS Rejects and Lotus and Atlas are looking at this one probably as contenders to maybe take away that number 5 spot. It's obviously difficult because Aegis Aurora got a couple of nice wins yesterday against Thanos and one win, which bolsters their points. But yeah, what are we thinking for top 5? Are we looking at only day 2? So this is very, very early speculation that will get us absolutely buried if we're wrong. But where are we at, Groundskeeper Seymour?
I don't know. I think that, any sane person would be looking at Virtus Pro, Paravision, One Win, Thanos, and Aegis Aurora. But you got to look at that Atlas team who has, found themselves a couple of chances to, play towards these top teams. They don't look, I'm not going to say they look bad because they've been playing close. And I think that this Atlas team has, a chance to maybe fight up towards Aegis Aurora. Yesterday, they didn't really get it done, but they have that chance to possibly even sneak that spot away. I think Thanos, we've only seen them twice play. And that's a team that obviously, the NA coming over towards playing in EU servers. Just like, everybody talks about ping, but they looked good yesterday. I mean, both times that we saw them, they were just dominating their laning phase, and they really struggled towards the I'd say, team fights. But I think that's something that even with like the knowledge, the capable skills that players, from Melee Creeps or Hydra Nation have coming over and playing like this, like they are able to mitigate that and work around it. And we saw that yesterday for Thanos. So that's another team that I would expect to be inside of the playoffs. And for this Aegis Aurora team, I mean, yes, you're losing to Paravision in that game 1. Yes, you lost to Virtus Pro. And, these are kind of things that I think people were expecting for this team. Still has a chance to put it all together, claim that 5th place spot, and have a shot in the playoffs.
Yep, and that Thanos team also is obviously working uphill with the ping stuff, but it's also kind of just I don't want to say for fun roster, but I'm going to say for fun roster, where it's, it's not Hydra Nation, it's a core 3, and then they grab a couple more and they say, hey, are you guys available for this tournament that starts at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time if you're on the East Coast in North America? And fortunately for Hoot, it works out pretty darn well, but Zeno and Lomain were on board with waking up early, maybe not too early, right? If you have the later matches, it's not the worst in the world, I think, for normal people, but for gamers, even if your match is at 9 a.m., you're still a little, you're rubbed the wrong way about having to wake up at, 7:30 and get some sprints.
I think they could deal with it. I'm just saying, this is one of the biggest prize pools that we've seen at Deadlock.
Yeah,
I think they could deal with it. Not every day you get to play for this stuff, so
yeah,
you're gonna wake up, you're gonna play the tournament, you're gonna like it.
I come from the world of Valorant, so it's like
I have zero. I'd say I don't feel bad for NA players. You chose to play in the EU servers. You chose to play at this time. So like, come on, like just show up, you play. You'd be happy that you get this chance to play. I think that at the end of the day, I think everybody we're thankful that One Win is putting on a tournament like this.
Well, and it's also, I think it shows the testament too of how much a tournament like this means, that folks from NA are wanting to participate, even understanding like this doesn't happen all the time. So when you get the chance, you really do have to take it. So it's, again, just another big shout out to One Win for putting on this bombshell. Obviously, we're at volume 5. I was spoiling it yesterday. I'm going to spoil it again today on the Liquipedia. I didn't check the Liquipedia today, so maybe they took it off because I was spoiling it too hard. But there is a little red number 6 which seems like there's more of this. So I know we already talked about following and stuff like that, but if you think there's also a closed qualifier, right? I think what 6 teams were invited, 2 teams are coming through the closed qualifier. That could be you in chat. You could do that. So if you're not already following, make sure you do, so that way you can keep your ear to the ground, either as a viewer or as a player, to possibly get involved on the largest prize pools that are coming to Deadlock. I think like accumulatively, right? If you're putting all these bombshells together, one win is bringing the big bucks. So please get involved. And if you get involved, then maybe other people will want to get involved, and then Deadlock will start skyrocketing, and then all of us who have hundreds, if not thousands of hours in this closed alpha invite only still game will have a very happy and successful future, because we'll start to see things take off when more people get involved.
I'm excited for it to just take off. I think a lot of people are excited for it to take off as well. I'm looking at the rest of today. I mean, you and I, we got Paravision Atlas up next. Atlas Thanos after this one. Thanos 1-win team. That's going to be a fun game to watch as well to close out the day. But for Aegis Aurora, I mean, tomorrow they got both of the close qualifier teams. They play Lotus and Sis Rejects. And I think for Paravision as well, tomorrow they have that matchup against 1-win. That's going to be a big game for them. So big things coming here for both squads, and I think I'm excited to see the rest of today happen.
I am very excited to see the rest of today happen, but it sounds like we're working through some technical difficulties maybe on the player sides. What we're going to do, though, so you guys don't have to listen to us yap any longer, we are once more going to chill, and we are going to say, please drop a follow, give 1-win some love across the board. And we're going to give you time to do that. I know what you're thinking. We don't want to miss anything. We don't want to open up a new tab. Sometimes our internet browser, it lags, and then we might miss what you guys are saying. So we're going to give you guys 5 quick minutes. We're going to hop away for a short break. Make sure you drop some love on all the socials. Grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself a snack. I know we're all starting to wake up here in North America, and we'll jump back into the games in a quick 5. We'll see you guys in a sec. And we are jumping right back into it. Thank you so much for hanging with us. It sounds like Aegis Aurora are making a switch. So Fremont will be out, Arian will be in, and we're going to be jumping into game 2 here in just a moment, Seymour. That's your Paradox Vindicta player taken off the board now. I say taken off the board, but maybe has something going on. It is the middle of the week. And now what does that do to this roster, right? Did you just find a plug-and-play player and make it work? Or is that really going to shift things up? You know, it's a scary little prospect. Maybe
like I muted
some
myself.
audio
It looks
issues.
like-
Unfortunately,
Looks like I muted myself in the VMix, but yeah, no, I was saying, it's like, I hope
chat. Oh no!
I hope that it like breathes some new life into this Aegis Aurora team, because it definitely looked like things were getting to them back in that game number 1. Everybody just caught out of position, not a lot of communication and teamwork coming through after that 10-minute mark happens, and then towards the end of the game, I mean, you can see like the disconnect early. They wanted to get to that second game. They wanted to get to it as fast as possible. And it's been a tough schedule for this Aegis Aurora team. Probably a frustrating one as well when you play 1 win for your first match, Thanos for your second, then VP and Paravision for your third and fourth. So it's like, this is a tough strength of schedule for Aegis Aurora to kick off this Bombshell. However, they've still been going for ties against, you know, 1 win and Thanos yesterday. So things aren't totally out of the water for the squad either. So you get a new substitute in, you wipe your slate clean, you come into this match, hopefully go even against Paravision as well, and you still keep your sights set on the playoffs for a little bit of revenge. I mean, things are definitely not over for this squad.
Yeah, and looking at the schedule for them, you have to think, right? We just have to get through these first 4 matches. Not that any win is a free win, but it was very, very top loaded. So it would really stink to see them play as well as they did yesterday, play as well as they did today, and then kind of just peter out because they just, you know, kind of got beat to a pulp mentally off rip, you know, in the first couple of days. So we've got a handful more, right? 2 more days of groups after this. Obviously, they're going to be playing the likes of Atlas. They're going to be playing the likes of Lotus and CIS Reject. So things ease up just a little bit, but they still have to get through this Paravision squad. And now they have to do it with a substitute. We talked about, I'm assuming, a draft just around the corner for us. We talked about how important I think it's going to be for them to just pick what's good for them, right? Just pick the picks that make sense to you, that make sense. And I don't know, in Deadlock, I guess unless, you know, you pick a Dynamo, I don't think anybody's really questioning, like, what are you doing, man? Right? You know, if you're grabbing,
there's a couple that you could go for.
Yeah,
I think there's a couple picks that you could do that everybody's like,
so?
"What?" I mean, yesterday that McGinnis had everybody like scratching their head for sure.
Yeah,
Like there's definitely a lot you can look at and like, say that is a bad draft. That is something that I would see in my ranked play. But yes, earlier I think in this matchup for Paravision, I mean, what was an issue was that they gave so much up towards Paravision. This time they're going to take both the holiday for themselves and ban the Sinclair. Paravision, get rid of the Moan Krill. It seems like that is something that they just don't want to play against, or they want to keep away from Aegis Aurora's hands. And that kind of puts things into, you know, Aegis's court now. You're going to give up that Grey Talon.
Yep.
You know, hopefully it's a lot easier now that you don't have to deal with a Grey Talon that's, you know, catching people off that lasso. You give up the Lady Geist as well, so that frontline damage that you were getting from Prestis, again, just like the soul exchanges, even when Sinclair was grabbing the soul exchange on the Lady Geist, I mean, she was just there to soul exchange it back. So it's like there was like nothing coming out of Neon Primer in those engagements versus Prestis. Prestis was just walking all over it. I'd like to see Aegis Aurora, like I said before, in these next 2 picks, you know, you go for, you know, some kind of like, I'd say a typical like a Mirage maybe even pick up, and then go for that Warden pick on ban-wise. Like, it's just before it has that chance to get banned out second. I'm just saying, like, Tanner, it's that whole thing is that yesterday when they looked so good against these teams, it's because that Warden was in their roster. Or at least it was a big piece of the puzzle for why they were doing so good.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
Bandwise
say it's the
looked great on it.
definitive why, but it was good.
Yeah, it made sense, right? You know, if they're picking that up, it makes sense. Now, the problem is Paravision played the draft so incredibly well. Again, right off the top here, they don't opt into the paradox, which that means they give up the paradox. But then there's a world where this once more feels like Aegis Aurora just picking the power picks and then not necessarily having the oomph behind it, because Great Talon Geist goes, and then Aegis Aurora have to make the choice. Mirage, yes. If we pick the Warden, that means we're going to give up the paradox. You know, we can't give up too much, so we reach another moment where ban 2 for Paravision is probably Warden.
It's definitely going to be that case. And yeah, it's a very difficult thing to say. Just pick up like what has been a pocket pick for you rather than keep the strength of Deadlock in your hands. But Warden doesn't even get banned. So here we go. This is different. The Calvin gets banned. That's going to make sure that if Paravision do opt in for that Shiv, you don't have that Calvin alongside it for the early laning, or even that Frozen Shelter just to lock anybody down that is, you know, diving into those team fights or diving under Guardian in that early parts of the game. But Paravision, they get rid of the Lash, so keeping that away from Aegis Aurora just in case they wanted to go for those Death Slams. They also pick up the Bebop, so that is going to make you question if you're Aegis Aurora. Do we still want to stick with the Vindicta? I mean, Fremont is out, so I'm not sure if that is still something that is going to be inside of their hero roster, but it's going to keep Bebop away from Aegis Aurora and keep that Grey Talon nice and happy in the air for Paravision. So it's a great pickup there for Paravision.
Yeah, it really is. And again, that Vindictive pick, like you mentioned, the Bebop kind of nullifies that, makes that pick a little scarier. And then as the draft continues, you know, which of these heroes is Arian playing? Fremont was playing Paradox or Vindicta. I love the Viscous pick. I'm glad we're going back to the Viscous pick for Neon Primer. I'm assuming that's where it's going because they just look great on it. This is obviously a very comfortable pick for them. And then instead of opting into the Shiv, which is available, they actually go back to the Calico. I'm assuming that's going to go back on Bandwise. And now 3 games into it, the first game against VP, they're deflated as a team. We're just going to go ahead and erase that Calico pick. We're not going to talk about that game anymore. The first game against Paravision, there was definitely a different look to Bandwise's Calico in that side lane. They were actually finding a lot of pressure. They were finding early kills. And so game number 3, right? Third time's got to be the charm for Bandwise here.
I mean, Calico's still a good pick. I'm not going to take that away from Bandwise. He's been playing good, whether it's on the Warden, the Calico. Definitely the Warden's looked better, but it's still like that whole chance of like Calico is still something that I'm sure you're going to be feeling pretty consistent, pretty comfortable on. But they're going to go for the Shiv last to mix things up. Kind of weird to, again, see the Calico and the Shiv together, but it's something that we saw yesterday. Yeah, it's something that we saw yesterday, though, is having both of those heroes on. It's going to be some potential, like, assassination, some potential big 1v1 capabilities when routing through the map. Paravision, though, this is going to be tough because, like, you're looking at... You get both the Grey Talon and the Vindicta. You take the Bebop away, so there's really nothing to kind of stop them there unless it's like the paradoxical swap that you're getting or the lasso out of the air, which again, those are pretty tough skill shots in comparison to the Bebop. The Bebop hook, and then not only that, you get like the Sake and the shoulder charge into what could be like that charge shot from the Grey Talon, shoulder charge on top of that Essence Bomb. Just a lot of lockdown there from Paravision, a lot of CC, but you know, and it's something that, you know, ZP and Jason brought up yesterday for the Abrams that I think is definitely something that is important to kind of understand, is that like if this Abrams starts to fall behind, sometimes that can be an issue for this pick.
I'm still so confused as to where the Warden is. And the Calico and the Shiv coming through. Bandwise looked good on the Shiv. Started to look better on the Calico. Maybe Arian brings something into the composition as far as being able to play one of these beefier frontliners. I'm a little worried at where the damage is coming from, right? Obviously, Mirage does Mirage things, and we know that Shiv and Khaled, like, obviously everybody does damage, but What are you thinking?
You got Holiday there. You got Paradox. You got the Slime Man. You got these guys.
Wait,
like,
those are the opposite of damage.
I'm just saying,
they're
it's
not
like,
going to
it's
do
like,
damage.
it can scale. Like you get the burst down. You get any burst from those heroes, and then you have a Shiv and a Calico who can clean it up. The damage is like there. It's not like you're not going to have those heroes like Vindicta or Great Talon with like the proper range that are going to just kind of blow you up in 2 shots or like assassinate you from afar, or even the Yamato who's just going to jump in with the power slash and like shut you down. That is like it's definitely see that like Prayer Vision have just more of that upfront damage, but I think like this kind of brawly composition that Aegis Aurora going into alongside the Shiv and the Calico, it has good support with the the lockdown that you're getting from the Holiday, from the Tornado on Mirage, and the Paradoxical swap there for the Paradox. It's like it's there. I can see where they're going, and it's a lot better than what they had last game.
So I'm right there with you, but however, to that point, vis-a-vis, ergo, maybe I'll keep count, but Holiday is disabled when you're ulting, right? You're not doing anything with Holiday when you're ulting. So if Holiday lands a lasso, somebody has to turn that into a kill, like we saw Paravision do, right? It was a lasso and then almost immediately getting blown up. And I don't know if Aegis Aurora have a lot of that. I would love to eat my words here. I'm going to keep a little counter for myself. How many times we see the lasso without a kill behind it? But we are underway. Paravision. Is this... Wait, Paravision? Amber?
Yeah, Paravision Amber side. It looks like Aegis.
Was it switched in draft? That
Sapphire.
really just ruined my brain.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but just gonna look at this one. Bebop with the Great Talon. I mean, you land a hook and then you get a charged shot off there. You put a bomb on them. You are nuked, especially if it's that Holiday. I mean, like maybe Calico has a chance to like turn Ava, like get out of there or do whatever you can. Like if you do get that ultimate with the Return to Shadows, but that is going to be a tough lane to match up against. Yamato, Lady Geist over on the left side. I'm guessing that's going to be then Vindicta and Abrams on the right. So like stake shoulder charge into just the non-stop damage off of that Crow that you could get from this Vindicta. And not only that, you're playing up against the Viscous as well. So definitely a cube to save anybody in that lane from being assassinated. But we got ourselves a pause right away. So again, just taking our time to get into this game. Possibly
I don't know.
Tech issues, possibly, whatever it is for these teams. But it's going to be together on the Great Talon this time. He played the Shiv last game, so switching things around a little bit.
Yeah, different look for Together, a little less in your face and more in the air, in the skies. Has that same burst potential like the lasso with that hook, like you mentioned. I'm so thrown by the logistics of how we did draft and then jumped into the game, and they were on opposite sides of the draft. Crazy to me. But what's even crazier is if you're not subscribed or following One Win. This is volume 5 of the One Win Bombshell series. 5 of them we've had thus far. And so make sure you stay tapped in with One Win if we want to keep putting these on. This is only day 2 of a 6-day run where somebody will be crowned king. It sounds like we're jumping back into the action. So I
like the sign there, and it's like polish your skills, win the battle. And it's like you're in the dentist chair. It just goes to show that you can't fight a war without good dental hygiene.
Nope, you can't. You absolutely can't.
That's the thing here in the Cursed Apple. Everybody just got good teeth. That's the thing.
Even Bebop.
Yes.
Even Bebop's got teeth in there.
Even Bebop, somehow, some way. That is silly. I love the signs. I love the design here on the map for all the different ads that you get. It's just, it brings so much fun culture to the realm of Deadlock. But here we go for Saf. He's going to kick things off onto Saint. A little bit of trouble here for Neon Primer. but at the same time, you are going incredibly low, Saf. So you don't want to chase too far. You leave that up to Litz to see if you can finish things off. And this should be a kill onto Neon Primer. It will be. Saf eventually lands that shoulder charge. So both members falling on the right side. And a good start between the Abrams and the Vindicta.
Yeah, and the best way to beat a Neon Primer on Viscous who can cube is to go ahead and get in there before they don't have cube. So a big pickup, really able to punish that Mirage Viscous lane. Is Wolfie gonna scoop up another? That one onto Bandwise on the opposite side of the map. So the corners looking pretty darn good for Paravision. Meanwhile, this middle lane getting pushed in for them. As was Asker erased from the left side as well. So this left Guardian gonna take quite a bit of damage.
Oh, yeah.
Fortunately, there's a little saving grace in this mid lane, but gonna need to start to come online. And with the changes, so Arian fits into the roster fine, right? We know Fremont was playing the Paradox. It's happening here again. Was Asker now on the Calico, so hoping to be a bit beefier, maybe caught out a little bit less now on the Cat Lady.
Yeah, hopefully things are better for Wizaster. I don't want to see that Wizaster class that we got in game 1 again. That was tough to watch for sure. But coming out ahead here between the Yamato as well. 2.5k already there. So farming over in towards the left lane, especially staying ahead of Bandwise on this Shiv is going to be important. But just in general, across the board, everybody looking good here from Paravision again in game number 2. Bandwise is going to be in trouble. Careful not to go down in this position. So on the escape, goes for the parry. Not going to stop Wolfie from baiting it out. So another kill there. Arian's going to fall as well. Another 2 kills. And Wolfie already with the transformation.
Yeah, that left lane just getting even more grim there. And just an ill-timed, either an ill-timed time wall or just a great timed dash to the other side of the time wall. Just left Arian nowhere to go, right? Lady Geist on one side, Yamato on the other. And that Guardian has now fallen. So 4 minutes into this game, it's already a 6k soul lead showing itself. And just more fighting on the opposite side. Full HP is Prestis. Is this guy even fighting? Is he playing PvP? It's like he's playing a single player game on easy.
At least the Walker's got your trade, but I think you're going to take that if you're Wolfie, like, all day long. But things not looking good over towards the left lane. Already Guardian down, shoved under Walker. And that opens things up again. You see Wolfie already heading over towards the right side to see if he can assist your Abrams and Vindicta. Litz Saf already shoving Guardian. So a little extra pressure is going to go a long way here.
Still without the lasso, still without the paradoxical swap as well. So these players that you would hope to get not as many souls as the game goes later, but definitely souls in this early game. Get those pick ultimates online and start to work your way around the map. Just unfortunately a little bit behind. We now have those ultimates online, and it's right as Neon Primer goes down. 3 players pressuring the right side of the map. Paravision hoping to scoop up not only another kill onto Sanya's sniper, but quite possibly another Guardian. As Saint can't do a whole
Good
lot.
hook.
Finally,
Wow.
Neon's coming on back as, yeah, hook comes through. Was Asper forced to use the ultimate just to stay alive, and it's only delaying the inevitable as 6k now grows to 10k. What is that, 4,000 soul lead grown in the last minute and 30 seconds. There's a good swap, however, and this Lady Guy's put in a bad spot, doesn't have the exchange, will play the Veil. And with 5, make it 50, make it 20, make it 10, stays alive, out to safety, and Prestis will find the reset.
Going in deep here, Force of the Shadow a little early, no escape for Saints. Off of that, Saf for the follow-up. Lasso onto the Abrams. Good chunk of damage from the Walker, but Saf happily just gonna walk away from any danger there. So things starting to calm down, at least in the right and left lane in terms of pressure under Guardians, but that is just because the Guardians are gone. For the rest of it, Aegis Aurora need to start finding some answers here. Good kinetic carbine
Damn
down
it.
to Taz, but it's just nothing really to follow things up. Instead, it's together on this Grey Talon, showing exactly how big of an issue this hero truly is when in the hands of Paravision. Both game in 1 and game 2. I mean, you are just getting a ton from this GT.
And every minute, the soul lead has been growing by anywhere between 4 and 6K for Paravision. There's just whatever happened in that break. Yeah, it was a full reset for Paravision to just get back on the board and go ham. And Aegis Aurora, again, everything working against them, especially today. They just don't have it in the tank as maybe an accidental pause. Maybe not an accidental pause.
7.5 minutes in. And we're looking at, what is that, like a 17K lead?
Yeah, quick maths. And how many Guardians down?
3.
Quick math. Exactly. I do think Paravision definitely came into today very well refreshed, right? They opened the day yesterday, and then they've just got to watch and learn and understand. And it really showed, especially understanding that, hey, their first matchup is good. They've got 3 games of footage, 3 series, I should say, of footage. Series? Matches. 3 matches, 3 best of 2s of footage before coming into this one. And it really showed in the draft, just the way that they were able or okay to give some stuff up to make sure that Aegis Aurora don't get exactly what they want here. And Paravision still managed to get what works for them, you know, together on this Grey Talon, making it look just as good as we saw previously. I think it was Saf on it last time. So Paravision just having fun, man.
Yeah, a lot of fun too. As there's nothing going to threaten together, even stealing away your camps. But you got to watch out because Saf is just in behind and around. And I mean, if this is what it's going to be all game long, just Abrams and Grey Talon clearing out the enemy base over and over again. It's how do you even step up to that? Because as soon as you show yourself and you get shoulder charged, there's possibly a spirit snare waiting for you and a charge shot with your name on it. So everybody grouping up onto the left side of the map for Aegis Aurora. 4 players stacked inside. It looks like they're going to be looking to see if they can overwhelm together. However, nothing going to knock them out of the air just yet. Some good escape. And the chase for Aegis Aurora, I mean, you got to be careful. I like this call. They don't want to go too far in, just give themselves away.
Yeah, that was, force the goo ball out of Neon Primer just to stay alive and get out of that. And like you mentioned, they don't do too much. It's a 20,000 soul lead, but we've seen teams, come back from worse and steal away games. So Paravision still keeping a good head on their shoulders to make sure they're not overstaying their welcome, not trying to do too much. Because at this point, I don't want to say you can kind of do whatever you want, but whatever you set your eyes to on the map, you're probably going to win it just because of the lead you got for yourself, especially if Prestis together and Wolfie are in the mix, because that has been, 10,000 souls just about on all of them. Prestis was a monster in lane and did so in also allowing Wolfie, right, to be just as healthy coming out of that left lane.
Yeah, they were quite a monstrous duo, but Wolfie's just kind of been left alone to his own antics over towards the right side of the map. Just farm up whatever you can get, activate this Yamato, and slowly, I think you're looking to kind of break into whatever is around you, but they're going to go for the bridge buffs. Good shoulder charge onto Arian, and right away, the Paradox just running for their life. Needs some help, needs some assistance, but is it going to get there in time? Time wall shoves you in the corner. And Arian's not dead just yet, but you lose ban-wise, and this is going to be an earn run. And with the comeback feature, it is going to be in the half of Aegis Aurora. So going in towards this earn, too. You have Lasso, you have the Paradox go swap. If I'm Aegis Aurora in this chance, yes, you could take this opportunity to, shove into Guardians. But this would be a good opportunity to maybe even catch players rotating. See if you can use some of these abilities to open up a pick, but they're just going to stack the left side, get this Guardian, potentially rotate to the right, and get mid as well. But you can see that Paravision's middle lane is just pushed all the way under Walker, that they could just get this urn and then get the Walker themselves, possibly.
Yeah, great wave control there. A beautiful play to the right side of the map. Together goes down, does quite a bit of damage. Unfortunately, that's not going to save this Walker here on the left side. So there is a response coming back in from Aegis Aurora, but the response is ultimately a trade and a losing game, and you gave up the urn, right?
Oh, we're lassoing here.
It's
Walker
Finally,
wrangling
that Walker
time.
goes down.
Well, here comes the Hyper Beam, and it's doing so much damage to Aegis. It sets up Saf, Litz, and Wolfie just to walk all over them. Yes, you get the Walker, but at what cost? It's just nickels and dimes in comparison to what Paravision are taking.
Yeah, I mean, you traded Walker for Walker. 4 players then died after you took the Walker, and you gave up the urn. It's every couple of minutes, every 1 minute, it was like a 4,000 soul growth in favor of Paravision. And if we go back to it, now we're looking at
a 12-minute Temple Guardian.
It's the earliest we've seen. I think we saw
So
First
far.
Pro. Yeah, First Pro took a 13-minute yesterday, so. No, yeah. What stings is I had begged the question, the urn's being run, what do you do? And Aegis Aurora just couldn't do it in time. Together stalled that Walker enough to allow not only the urn to be scored, for them to grab the Walker on the opposite side and make it back and kill 4 people as the Walker died, right? That's a whole novel written by Paravision, where Aegis Aurora, they just got through the artwork of a children's book and getting that Walker.
I think it's just a bad trade in giving up 2 Walkers for a Guardian and a Walker for yourself. And that whole sense, they're giving everything over to Paravision with little to no fight. And here we go. So Guardian over towards mid. Got an Owl. Gonna hopefully catch them on the chase. Bandwise stunned up. Is there follow-up? It doesn't seem like Prestus is gonna get there in time, but even still, with this Rejuvenator, you are A-okay. Saf gonna be caught in, TP over, so they're gonna dedicate themselves to this, and you can see a late rotation from the lady guys in the Vindicta. They want to fight this.
Yeah, they do. A player down. We'll see what they can get from it. Assassinations are available. A swap is available, but that only helps for 2 individual players, but it doesn't matter. The melees, the mouse ones, they'll do just enough. So even a player down, the rest of Paravision get here to the fight just in time. And we'll leave Bandwise and Sonya to try and hang on. The base Guardians now being pushed. This left side of the map opened up. Kicking down the door is Paravision. And although the game's not over yet anymore, from
This might be the fastest game we've seen so far in the Bombshell.
Yeah. Resets to happen. Saint will be back up for this. They've yet to reset the Patron. But surely there's just nothing you could do. Warp Stone, shoulder charge to instant stun there. Arian goes down, dies inside the base. The beam will keep everybody at bay. Patron will be transformed in Paravision. Looking reawakened after having some time off after their victories yesterday, as they just showed up and showed out with 40,000 souls, the lead at 15 minutes.
17k soul lead at 7.5 minutes. And it never stopped at that. We asked the question, Aegis Aurora, is this their time? They played 1 win close. They played VP close. But when it came to Paravision, it was strictly business for this team. A 2-0 win. Stamp that onto the records for this group stage. It's going to push them deeper and deeper into the top 3 for this tournament. And that is a feel-good separation between the top side and the bottom side for Paravision and what they can accomplish here inside of the one-win Bombshell Volume 5. That is a statement and a half, and I think that there was literally no remorse from this squad. It was bloody. It was a bloody fight there.
I just, the road for Aegis Aurora was an impossible one as we take a look back at this second game here, which the highlight reel was really all Paravision. They switched things up a little bit. They put together on the Grey Talon and looked darn good on it. Those guiding owls going across the map, always finding something, if not kills, damage. But for Aegis Aurora, fortunately, this is the end of your day. It's not the end of your run, not the end of your week, not the end of your group stage. But now you can take a break after getting through the gauntlet of the top 4 teams. And they were just dealt the first game they played and lost it against Virtus Pro would have ruined my friendship with all of my friends. If I had 6 friends, 5 friends with me playing that game, we would no longer be friends. The way that that game played out, because they had it in their hands and lost it. So I use that in reference to just how tilted any person would be, and then to have to come back and play another game against Virtus Pro and then play a team that is just as top tier after that. This is the hardest day of gaming for Aegis Aurora that they probably ever experienced in their life, just based on the way that it started.
Yeah, the hardest 2 days, I would say. Pretty tough strength of schedule. I think it really shows, just like as a competitor in that whole sites, is that even when you're kind of pushing a team against the ropes like that, there's always potential to come back. No matter what way you spin it, when you're looking at a team like VP, when you're looking at a team like One Win or Paravision, there's always potential for them to come back. And losing that, it's tough. It's gonna hurt and it's gonna be frustrating. But as a squad, you just gotta recognize that you messed up. And for Paravision, game 1 especially, it just didn't look good in their second game of the day. We swap in Arian. We're hoping for a little bit of a breath of life. It didn't change much. A tough look coming in, 1-10 on the Paradox. Still, not a whole lot going off across it. There's just not one player that you can really solo for this team. I think it was just a full team effort on what went wrong across the board for them. But I'm going to shine some light over towards this Paravision squad, because yesterday they showed up. They were playing Sis Rejects. They handled that pretty easily. Taz playing on the holiday, 0 deaths across the 2 games that we saw. And that one comes in today, does it again, has the holiday stolen, says, don't worry, I got Bebop too. And that Bebop was setting up so much in that early game for Together on this Grey Talon. They get the Grey Talon both times. And it's something that every team needs to note, that there's a reason why this GT's been banned. First ban. Over and over again, and it was put on display here.
Yeah, even a different look at it, right? We saw a whole lot of Grey Talon bombing with the holiday in the previous game, and this time, although we set it up kind of the same, Taz can still hit the hook and Grey Talon can still hit the charge shot. It wasn't necessarily like that. It was just a different look, right? Together got to play a different Grey Talon that was just consistent damage across the board, and hopefully, Seymour, we'll have a chance to see that one again, as we're going to be continuing on this road with Paravision. Aegis Aurora get to take a break for the day, and we'll see them again tomorrow. However, Atlas now has to step up to the plate and take a big swing at what is looking like one of the top 3 teams in Paravision. But we're going to get things set up for you guys. We're going to hop away for a short 6-minute break. And on the other side, the one win Bombshell Volume 5 will continue. We'll see you guys then. Right back into the action here for the one-win Bombshell Volume 5, where we keep things moving forward with Paravision. As I put my headphones on because my inner monitors were hurting my ears, Seymour, we get to do it once more. Now Atlas has a chance to step into the batter's box and take a big swing at an undefeated Paravision that has looked undefeated. Like, obviously their record says it, but their gameplay also shows you exactly why.
Yeah, if they played Sis Rejects yesterday, it looked good. It looked like cleaner than clean. Too clean, you'd say. Especially Taz on that holiday. Today, versus Aegis Aurora, I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from Paravision the way that they played. I think that they played lights out deadlock. I don't think that is the best iteration of Aegis Aurora that we could have got for that game, though. I think that if you run that back again a day later or a couple days later, hopefully we get a rematch of that in the distant future. But I'd like to see that run back because I think Aegis can bring a little bit more to the table than we did see. But for this Atlas roster on the other side, it hasn't been as pretty, and especially considering like yesterday we saw them play against what was it, a one win and Virtus Pro. That is like the number 1, number 2 team in Europe, kind of similar to like the story that we were spinning for Aegis Aurora. This is a pretty tough start to the week for a team like Atlas. The strength of schedule is putting you through the gauntlet right away.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Atlas, we saw, as far as maybe what we can expect once we jump into draft, right? We saw some priority on Viscous being a hero that they like to have in their composition. Calico also not afraid to get away from that. Calico want to try and find ways to make that one work. Although, again, Calico has left a little more desired. It looked good when Sherritt played it, but that's one of the best players on one of the best teams. So it's like, where does the Calico lie? Atlas has also been playing a lot of pocket, which we've kind of said right now it feels a little out of pocket, the meta and also the staying out of pocket. So maybe we see some changes, right? Maybe we see, after watching what happened earlier this morning, Atlas is looking at switching up maybe where their priority lies in hero picks.
It's funny because like a lot of the teams that are winning so far have kind of moved away from that pocket pick. They've moved away from like playing against like, or playing with things like we've seen more warded is something that I was going into, and we've seen like a lot less pocket, a lot less picks that we would see before last patch. And I think definitely like the E shift is something that like is to note for that, possibly hindering the abilities of a pocket in terms of your engagement. You don't really have escape when you do go in. Instead, now you're using that cloak as your escape rather than that engagement. Might take a little bit of time for pocket players to kind of understand, your positioning now and understand how you're going to walk into fights rather than using that cloak right away, E-shifting out, waiting for your cooldown, and then getting out, or like having your team there to follow you up. So like possibly it is just a very consistent showing that like a lot of top teams moving away from that might be something that Atlas talks about overnight. It's not working right now. Maybe we do make some changes in that whole draft phase, but it's over the board in general. I think that, one thing that I was really happy with yesterday was seeing OBT play. And, again, it kind of goes into saying like, how are these North American players going to play when it does come over to these European servers? OBT, coming from Canada, he was looking good playing that shift yesterday. He was actually looking at like some of the best on the team yesterday when he was playing.
Yeah, and you just had to say, you couldn't just say North America, huh? You just had to say Canada. We get it.
My Canadian friends, my Canadian brothers.
We get it, man. We get it. No, yeah, OBT definitely, again, an uphill battle for them specifically on this team, and is also playing like the frontline bruiser. We saw a little bit of Mo and Krill. I think we saw some Abrams and some Shiv from OBT yesterday. So we're jumping on into the draft, and we'll see where it goes, right? If you're watching that last game, okay, Paravision actually respecting the pocket and just getting rid of it. Maybe that helps Atlas out. Maybe it doesn't. But I'm wondering, if you're Atlas now, what do you look to ban? The Grey Talon looked really strong. The Holiday, obviously, also a problem, and you can't ban both of them.
So they didn't even get the chance to like not play Pocket. Like they're just like Paravision's like, no, you aren't going to play it, and you don't even get the chance to play it. Holiday ban, of course, keep it away from Taz. But now you have to be thinking like, is Taz just going to be going for that Bebop? Because obviously Taz has some depth in the roster that you can go for. But Atlas is going to get the Grey Talon. They're going to get the Sinclair. Another 2 big picks to keep away from Paravision. Whereas it's going to be the Paradox on the other side for this Paravision team. I'm wondering if Paravision does kind of move into grabbing like an early Kelvin that can like later on move into like matching up alongside that Shiv or matching alongside that Pocket or not Pocket, Calico, in that same sense of just some laning phase presence, some team fight presence there. Possibly going for the lady guys too. I mean, Preston played it both times in that game before, so that is another pick that I could see them going for.
Yeah, I could definitely see maybe like a trade in, let's take the Lady Geist and X.
Let's go for the Lady Geist Mirage.
Yeah, I guess you could also take the Mirage. I was trying to piggyback off of like, if we go Lady Geist Kelvin, although it'd be an early Kelvin, then you are kind of forcing Atlas. OBT play the Shiv. That's totally fine. But you're, you know, hey, we took away your Pocket. Now we're going to make you make the decision. If we grab Kelvin, you have to grab the Shiv or else we're going to do it. And we're going to run away with one of these lanes. So Paravision showed big strengths in the draft against Aegis Aurora. We talked about it, how good it looked in game 1. Game 2, it looked, you know, I think I was a little confused that they didn't ban Warden, but obviously it worked in their favor. Aegis Aurora were working with a substitute. But it is going to be two power pick mouse ones. Let's just go ham here. Mirage and Lady Guys locked in for the Viscous on the opposite side.
Yeah, so good picks there. I'd say like pretty par for the course. Getting the Lady Geist and the Mirage, like we said. Yamato ban. I mean, yeah, sure. Wolfie was tearing it up earlier on versus Aegis Aurora with that pick. So again, another just... I'd say unorthodox ban, something that we haven't seen banned out too much, but you're not going to be able to take it away from Paravision. So like, why not, or like in like the picks phase, and you don't want to play it, so why not just like ban it outright and not have to worry about it? For Paravision in this cell sense, I mean, you can go for, you know, certain bans to target now. So, you know, possibly this is where you can take away Trax's Mo and Krill. You could take away, you know, that Viscous, or I guess Viscous is going to be picked up for Captain in general, but even take away that Shiv if you do so deem to keep that out of the hands of OBT. Maybe even a Kelvin ban. We've seen them ban it before, just last game. So who knows what they're going to go in that whole sense, but I'd like them to take away some kind of form of picks that Atlas has had in the past.
Yeah, a Mo and Krill I think would make a lot of sense. I know that we kind of just snap our fingers and then the bans and picks will pop up here for us, but I would think, yeah, Mo and Krill, because then somebody on Atlas hopefully plays Bebop, right? If you're looking for some sort of pick potential on the side of Atlas, because Holiday's banned away, Paradox is picked up by Paravision. That's super fitting. So maybe assuming a Mo and Krill ban
takes away some lockdown too.
Yes, yeah,
possibly
big time.
Forces them into a
what I think
lash.
Which
if you do it,
never looks good. Never looks good. Well, hasn't looked good. I don't want to say never looks good. Hasn't looked good. Somebody could still prove us wrong. Vindicta's also on the board.
Bebop, yeah.
And okay, so they respect the Bebop and give the Mo?
Yeah, but that just kind of bleeds into now that you give up the Mo towards Atlas, you yourself possibly go for the Vindicta pickup for Paravision. In that whole sense, I mean, you don't have the Yamato, so maybe just put, you know, somebody on this Vindicta. You don't have to deal with the Bebop, and you really don't have anything that can steal that one away. Even the Mo and Krill is going to have to, you know, Phantom Strike up just to grab you or something like that. So it wouldn't be a bad grab for Paravision because of that. And having that Bebop ban seems like that's going to be the case.
Yeah,
just
I guess
where
that
do you
makes
go
sense.
from there too? I mean, maybe pull the Abrams out again.
Yeah, Abrams, Shiv Kelvin's still available as well if Paravision want to lean that. I mean, their draft could easily look like Vindicta and then Shiv Kelvin, or Shiv Kelvin. Okay, never mind. Boom. Blink, and you missed it. Locked in there. Paravision
Okay.
are trying to find the first Lash win here. Abrams does get locked in. That leaves Vindicta towards the end. And then Calico, which we've seen Vrake on the Calico. 7 also picked up here. It does now look like Mo and Krill is put in a tough spot, right? Because like you mentioned, with Paradox gone and Bebop banned away, Mo and Krill has Phantom Strike, maybe Warp Stone, or just run at somebody to hit that combo. Nobody else is really helping Mo and Krill be able to get somebody on the back lines and lock them down and find the kill. So big shoes to fill for OBT, I believe, is going to be rocking that Mo and Krill this game.
I imagine OBT would be on this Mo and Krill. I think that like one thing that I was kind of looking into is the fact that like we haven't seen a lot of 7 this week, even when it's like VP playing. Like Zerky, I think, has played it like one time, this 7 pick, and I don't know if this whole E shift change, like from it being tier 3 to tier 4, has created a ripple across the board of like players who, I wouldn't say like use it as a crutch, but essentially have that safety net of E-shift in case they find themselves in trouble, no longer have that. And we've seen every single time that 7s got played, that Stormcloud comes out, there's somebody on the other side that's able to counter it immediately. And you do have that still with potentially that paradoxical swap and that Lash on the other side who's going to grab you with that Death Slam. And as soon as you do get caught in that, because you're a sitting duck, you don't have an E-shift now to kind of save you. So it has been kind of like a pick that we've, again, just like Pocket, seen a lot of the winning teams move away from. I'm not sure if that's because of the change in E-shift, or it's just people are looking at these more so brutes to kind of take the limelight now that they can just do this bullying.
Yeah, I've kind of got eyes on an insane. We got it a little bit. Saf was showing off some fun stuff with Abrams. But a Warp Stone shoulder charge. If you understand the game at the highest level like these guys do, you know exactly how many pixels you have to play with. So if that 7 takes to the skies, if you're not trying to swap him, maybe you're just leaping at him with your Abrams, Warp Stone shoulder charge, if not the seismic impact, seismic slam there. So we'll see. The 7s have left a little more to be desired. We've been saying that about a handful of heroes today, unless it's on those stronger teams, like you mentioned.
I will say too,
Virtus Pro,
that like this Atlas pick, like this composition just in general, like this is a strong comp that they've put together. Like you're kind of checking the whole list off. I mean, you have your damage on your Grey Talon, Calico and 7 as well will be into the mix. You have some safety in terms of the cube. You have your lockdown there for the Mo and Krill, and Sinclair just in general. It has options in what to grab. I mean, you could go for the paradoxical swap. You have the Death Slam to pick up as well. Like those are 2 key ultimates that can make plays for your team. So it's like, all things considered, like Atlas have put together a strong comp. It's just we haven't really seen them put a win in that column yet. So it's like making the most out of this composition against one of the top teams. You have the tools to make it happen. I'm looking forward to see if they can make it work this time.
Yeah, I will say to the Sinclair, like, I think the developers have done a good job at taking an ability that can be really OP and balancing it pretty well in that, sure, you can have everybody's ult. That's fine. You can take whatever you want. But the range isn't infinite, and the time also isn't infinite. You kind of have to make a decision relatively quick. So there's a big tell, right? It's the magician kind of giving his tricks out. We're like, dude, yeah, we see the cards in your sleeve, man, because you just walked at us and grabbed a Lash ult. Now we know that here in the next, 20 seconds, you're probably looking to Lash ult. So a good Sinclair player is obviously going to be able to pilot around that very well. And that's a very telling ult. I would imagine we see a lot more of grabbing either an Abrams ult because Abrams is going to be in your face, or the Lady Geist soul exchange because you're going to be dueling the Lady Geist. But you just have to be smart about not giving up the whole playbook by being the Sinclair who runs in and is like, gotcha, here it comes. And then everybody's like, oh, dude, come on, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure, but an important one here in the likes of Atlas, with their next 2 games being Paravision for this one and Thanos right after. This is going to be a chance to maybe upset a few, and sneak your way into the top 5. At the moment, Aegis Aurora, Atlas, Sis Rejects, and Lotus all tied for that 5th place spot now, -4 in the leaderboard. All of them have lost 2 games. A couple of them have, tied a few matches together. I think that was like Sis Rejects and Lotus tied each other, and Aegis Aurora yesterday were able to tie both 1win and Thanos. But for Atlas, if they come out, they tie Paravision, or they maybe beat Paravision, that moves them into that 5th place spot. That separates them into a chance for an early playoff contention, and it would be a major moment for this Atlas team to really take over here in the Bombshell.
Yeah, that would definitely throw a wrench into things. That would spice things up as we jump on into it. Into the cursed apple we go. Paravision, your Amber Hand. Atlas, your Sapphire Flame. And we are underway, taking a peek at a Calico Grey Talon lane.
Yeah, I like this again. I mean, like, it's just having Grey Talon in general has been a force for so many teams coming out and winning yesterday and today. It's been banned nonstop in the early couple of matches that we did have. It sneaks through yesterday later on, but for today, it snuck through a lot. So what can Waldo do with this pick? I know yesterday Waldo played a lot of Paradox, a lot of 7, so going to be that guy who could potentially take over this game for Atlas. At the same time, you look across for a couple different laning phases. I mean, Abrams, Vindicta together for Paravision. You look for the stake shoulder charge, the shoulder charge into the Crow Familiar, and that is going to be a lot to deal with, especially for a 7 there, in terms of trying to farm your way back up.
I do think Atlas got a pretty solid end of the stick, though, in terms of, like, coin flipping the lane. And Carbine used, health getting low, out towards mid, over to the right side. The skirmishes continue, but the lane assignments, 7 Viscous feels pretty good into the Vindicta Abrams, right? Because you have the cube, because you have the stun.
You do,
you can kind of slow down a lot of that pressure that could come through, right? State comes out, okay, well, so does the cube. And so, if we're coin flipping for lanes,
that's good wave clear as well, off of both the Viscous and the 7. So chance to not really be stuck under Guardian for long and maybe keep this Vindicta on her back foot. I agree. Owen Krill Sinclair, though, I mean, you get caught in that one, that could be a blender, especially considering that Sinclair eventually gonna have a chance to get that audience participation, grab that soul exchange, and possibly deal a heavy blow towards Prestis playing this Mirage. Wolfie, though, not able to play that Yamato. Gonna be forced over towards this Lady Geist. How good will he be in this game with it?
Uh-oh. Good bit of damage onto Taz there, who stepped up to look for a little bit of poke in his own right. Prestis gonna take the high ground here. Also on the losing end of this trade, down to 200 HP. We'll toss out the Scarab. And the Scorn doesn't land. Backstab just behind it, though. Wolfie trying to punish this one. Trax will eventually go down. OBT caught in the tornado. Able to pop up with that burrow. Good damage in response, but now needs to sneak away, but can't do it. Big kills in this left lane for Paravision.
It's a good static charge there to back off Vindicta, but here's Zach and seeing Paravision starting to find some ways around these tough laning compositions and grab some good Guardian damage here. If you're Wolfie, by the time they get back, damage has been done. You can just back up and do it all again. So swap things over to the middle lane. Another difficult lane to kind of deal with in terms of having to fight against this Calico and this Grey Talon. It's very oppressive. Lots of damage. You can see Together has been struggling against it. This Lash, where does the Lash come in against all of this? Because eventually, I mean, you're going to get there, but you have to make sure that you're not falling behind.
Oh, man, and just the pressure here in this left lane again as soon as OBT and Trax get back. I mean, where does OBT go? They put Baby in the corner. you're not supposed to put baby in the corner, but big pickup there. That's going to force the Magician now to have to try and play safe, and you can even see the health bar there. It's so dangerously low. Good pickup. In response, though, Waldo and Vraic to get something done. Out goes the Owl, looking for one, finds the stun into the back lines together. Just has no room to run the Flog to try and steal back some health from the troopers, but not enough to keep him alive. So responses from left to right in that middle lane, and we go all the way to the right now as the stun's just around the corner. Fortunately for Staff, he's not going to be followed up on, so he'll stay alive for a little bit longer. OBT hanging on as eventually Saf goes down. That forces Vindicta underneath the Guardian. Litz is healthy. Unfortunately, when your bodyguard's getting beat up, you don't get involved in that.
This is great across the board for Atlas. I mean, they're giving nothing up and just continuing to lay down pressure in every single lane. Especially the fact that, like, you use that guiding owl just to stagger out together and continue to keep them on this back foot, whatever you can do to keep this Lash behind or keep them out of lane as long as possible. Look to snowball into these Guardians as well, but one thing is certain is that you just haven't cracked this code over towards the left side. This Mirage and Lady Guy still being an issue. Rabbit Hex has good escape to play around the corner. Not a lot of damage off the back of it, but this is some good spacing to deal with from Prestis. He's got to be so annoying having a Mirage here.
And you just can't do anything, right? 2 or 3 times they try to fish him out of this fire department here, and he just stays put. He's full HP, and he's just sending shots. They pick up OBT. Meanwhile, while Prestis is doing that, Wolfie's just trying to take the Guardian. It's going to take a bit of damage. We'll back off so that way Track can't get too much on the Lady Geist there. OBT is back, has the combo available. Tornado out to safety, though, and I mean, this is, no matter which way you look at it, a win all the way across the board in this left lane for Paravision.
Paravision just steadily keeping ahead in general, just in farming. So even after, you lose these fights, you lose these early kills, laning phase really coming down to how long you can hold these Guardians and how much you can continue to farm up. And all things considered, how long we've seen some of these lanes held under Guardian, they are still staying ahead in souls, and over to that is mostly because of what we're seeing over towards lane 1 and lane 3. Some solid plays coming up from Saf and Litz, especially, but not able to get into the death slam. Waldo shuts it down with the guiding owl. Another kill onto the Lash. However, in terms of trading, Paravision, they're going to pick up the first Guardian of the game.
Yeah, and that's so important, right? Because of how neck and neck it's been between a winning left lane for Paravision and a winning middle lane for Atlas. Now, somebody from Paravision can be expended elsewhere on the map. So what is a pretty close, but I think Atlas-favored mid lane can easily be taken right back by Paravision if they send either Wolfie or Prestis that way to start working on that Guardian themselves.
You're going to need to see a little bit from OBT in this one to provide support as well. Keep up and mirror these rotations. Waldo under fire. Lash versus GT. But as soon as the Sinclair shows, the Calico shows, she's going to clean it up. Almost dying, though, Vraic. That has to be, what, like 100, maybe 10 HP left on that Calico. I thought the slam might have been able to turn it, and Vraic bit off more than they could chew, but so far together, hasn't truly been able to find form in this Lash. Still keeping a lot of attention, though.
Yeah, Gubal's out.
Traveler in.
Just goes up and over the top. Blob able to pick up the kill there. So this 7 pick has been passed around to a couple players now on the side of Atlas and Blob, finding ways to make this one work. Captain low in HP, still riding the Gubal out to safety, and back to the shop they go. So 3 players going to try and hold this right lane against Litz and Prestis, and back comes Sap. So 3v3 into the right lane. Meanwhile, in middle, things are looking just as they always have. They're just neck and neck, toe to toe. Vraic maybe on the wrong side of that. Carbine gonna slow him down for just a second, and then with the step up there from Together, he'll back away from it as OBT
Look
just
how deep they are.
is collecting kills, or collecting death, excuse me.
They are behind Guardian. Getting those as well, so really forcing Atlas back now. It was a good start to this laning phase, but it seems like Paravision have figured it out fully. There's another Guardian's gonna fall. Suddenly, you have to start looking at this. If you're Waldo and Vrake, who haven't been able to finish off their Guardian through mid, even just having a little bit of an edge in that, now they're going to need some assistance from the rest of the team to keep this one alive. And you can see that the rotation from Captain is going to be in just to re-support mid. But at the same time, you have that urn up. This almost seems like something for Atlas that you kind of want to contest in this urn run. You don't want to give this one up, considering you're not that far behind. So this is going to be a big one to pick.
Yeah, Captain put in a tough spot, though. Low now gone. Combo going to be used onto the Abrams. Saf not only going to stay alive, but OBT dies. And, I mean, now you just don't even have an answer to the urn. Blob, I mean, would have to win Deadlock to be able to turn this around all by himself. And I don't know if it's going to be possible. Stun is on. It's going to force Paz to drop inside the jukebox. He goes, and he gives up on the chase. Instead, will go into the touchdown to try and stop it. Out comes the melee. Flog for a bit of damage into a rabbit and up to the skies. Blob maybe is winning Deadlock until he gets death slammed out of the animation. Urn still in hand.
They're holding
Paz,
this, yeah.
but they're not giving up on it just yet, and the cavalry has arrived, Seymour.
They've done good enough to delay the inevitable. Now for a fight, though. Blob first to fall. Press is barely sneaking away. OBT, Scorn, not going to clean it up just yet. A couple of melees in, but this is a long, drawn-out fight, and it looks like Paravision going to be able to stabilize it through OBT. Now fight is turned. The help is here, and that urn is going home.
What? Was it a... Get 200 health, and OBT just couldn't land a shot, and then I think he got hit by that restorative locket from Staff to give him some extra health. I mean, that is heartbreaking. And I mean, you begged the question, and that's exactly right what the state of the game was. It was, we're a little bit behind. We cannot afford to give up the urn, but we also cannot afford to just get absolutely mollywopped. And they chose the latter, right? They had to pick the perfect fight if they wanted to keep that urn, and that fight was anything but perfect.
Everything was good until Blob goes down in that fight. And suddenly you don't have that damage to finish off kills like Prestis, and even with OBT just not able to chase it down. However, still losing that urn. You're fighting well through this middle lane. You can start to see a couple players from Paravision are collapsing into it. Combo on Saf. He gets away. Still in around half health. Into the sky. Assassinate. Not able to finish off OBT just yet. But Vrake right there. Getting the better of Wolfie. So Atlas have their answers. Now looking at combo together to see if they can turn this fight around. Open up some of the map. You can see they've pushed them away from this middle lane. At the same time, Trax does a good job at holding on to that Walker over in lane 3 as well. And not allowing Prestis to just farm up for free.
Yeah, and a soul lead that probably should be a little higher for Paravision. It was 5,000 when they went to secure the urn. And then they won the fight and secured the urn. So Atlas are staying in this game. They pick up a really big kill onto Wolfie, who's got 15,000 net worth on that Lady Geist. But more importantly than that, if we find a kill on the Lady Geist, right? This is supposed to be the strongest player. It's the richest player, the healthiest player on the team. Well, now she's out of the fight. What can we do? And they were able to win another skirmish and get a little bit more. So not out of it yet, clawing their way back on into it. But now a minute away from that next urn, right? The next bridge buffs. Atlas need to be first to strike and grabbing something here.
Zaf using the fans. Keeps the decay off him for a little bit longer, but manages to get to safety. Things starting to stabilize here for Atlas, but you're looking at your waves over in lane 1. See if you can hold this Walker, but you can't. So here they come. Stormcloud up is going to be enough to do some serious damage. It's not. They just walk right through it. Blob goes down. Nothing to keep that 7 alive. A glass cannon that is shattered immediately. Now for the Traveler back over towards. It's going to force away Captain.
Yeah, keeping that mid Walker nice and healthy. Maybe giving up the play a little bit there. Taz was looking for the flank, but that goo ball able to just walk away. Unfortunately, Captain gets out without having to use that ultimate. So we'll have the ball available should it be needed. Yeah, and for the bridge buff, Atlas made the right call, but Taz was ready for it. Heaps of damage. And how much do you get there? Cube used to pull in as well. Unfortunately, Taz was trying to get something there, and he walks away empty-handed. Just a bit of damage there.
That's a little gun buff, too.
I see paradox.
For Vrake, so stabilizing those nerfs that you fell a little short to. If you're Calico, got a little buffed out. Nice slam down onto Trax. Together, maintaining the status quo over towards lane 3. The rest of it's going to go around. Traveler into the midst of this team fight through mid. Urn being ran. It's even, and you can see Blob's going to be the first one here. Static Charge potentially is going to drop this Urn, and they're looking to try to see if they can overwhelm both Wolfie and Zap in this lane.
If Blob doesn't have ult for this either, and in this Urn spot, that's a pretty decent ult for that 7 ultimate to have line of sight over just about everybody, but won't be available as shots from the back line here. Litz looking to get involved. OBT to fall once more. Sinclair takes to the skies. What can they get here? Saf falls in response, so the Beefy boys are out of the mix. Unfortunately, Captain no longer going to be in this one either. Met on the outside, however, is Prestis. He's going to be met by Waldo to try and hang on to that Walker. And while that 1v1 may take place, Atlas is losing everything around this Urn.
It's good peel from Paravision just to support this Urn run. And a heads-up play from Zaf too, not just to go directly to the Urn Returnal, but instead drop back behind the Guardian, force Atlas. If you want to take this fight, you're going to do it in our zone. You're going to have to overextend for it, use a lot. And once they do, Litz shows up, assists on the first kill towards OBT, not even able to get the combo off onto Zaf in the first place. And you saw Trax having to copy the Abrams just to stay alive. And in the end, you're chased down nonetheless, so it didn't matter. Paravision just ahead of the game and doing everything right for this macro support in terms of the objectives, leading as well, taking both the lane 1 and lane 2 Walker. You haven't even seen a Walker claimed for Atlas just yet, so you're gonna have to step up big time to get this one done. Nice cube and the rescue beam just to keep Waldo healthy. It doesn't look like Paravision don't want to give up just yet on it, and they won't. Waldo ends up falling. That is tough for Captain, who tried their best to keep their great talent in it.
Yeah, far right Walker though, being pressured. I mean, Prestis alone has been enough to fight here, but Zap also gonna swing numbers even for Paravision. Blob goes down. OBT surely will follow as he's headed the wrong way.
Yeah, he's just delaying it, keeping them under tower for a bit more for that Walker. Freezing that wave too. You lose your last Walker if you're Atlas. That's 3 flex slots now for Paravision, as that Soul Lead is leading or is starting to grow. And they have plenty of slots to just buff out this itemization. This should be a Guardian Temple as well. You can see them grouping together, and that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even hope for anything in this moment here for Atlas. The rejuve should go the way of Paravision, relatively uncontested. 3 Walkers still stand. Meanwhile, Paravision knocking on the door, right? Base Guardians next up for them. There's still some farm to be had through the jungle, so there's some extra souls just lying around and waiting. We'll see how much they look not only grab from themselves, but take away from Atlas, because Atlas has shown, right? In that first Earn fight, they're down 6K. They lost a fight and the Earn, and then still managed to be within striking distance. So, although 35,000 was a little more than 6,000, Paravision, you know, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making sure that Atlas don't have many options to get back into this one.
Headed to green.
Looks like a little bit of a rotation out towards the left side of the map, and it seems like Paravision are going to group up to see if they can shove this wave into the base Guardians, maybe crack that open, force Atlas back, successful in at least forcing them away. As well, the bridge buff's going to spawn up, so because of that, there's not going to be many players here from Atlas to contest these bridge buffs, and in doing so, should be safe and sound to go collect it because he Prestis thinking about it on his side. He's going to get it. Earn now picked up. So you're looking going into this next fight. You got Taz with the Paradoxical Swap, Wolfie the Soul Exchange, a Death Slam in case everybody's grouped up for Atlas. You're going to need to see something big out of Blob here. Possibly OBT grabbing this Lash early on, but it's a Death Slam right away.
Ooh, combo out of the air. Unfortunately, there's no health. That is a Dorito bag of chips. It's all air for OBT. Blob also going to go down after trying to rip the ult, and it just doesn't matter. Rejuve going to cut down the timers on the Amber Hand. Meanwhile, you do not have that same luxury if your Atlas Owl comes out, but it's only going to stall for a little bit longer. The base Guardians absolutely shredded by Litz and friends, and the Shrines are next up.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just the nature of the game, Deadlock. When you're behind 40K, you see that Atlas are not necessarily doing things wrong in that fight. I mean, you comboed the last shield, you had the Rabbit Hex as well as the participation to have a Death Slam of your own. You get the players displaced from Paravision. It's just that lead, that extra damage and the extra items that Paravision have. They're just able to outlast you and outdamage you in every sense of the matter. So no matter how much you do things right, if you're Atlas, you're still at a disadvantage and you're still losing your Shrines and your Patron. That is so tough when you're trying to come back from this deficit. It just feels like you can't.
Yeah, we're also getting a really good look at why this Mo and Krill alone isn't working as Captain, the first erased in what could be the last fight of the game. I'll hold that Mo and Krill thought as we get on into it. Out goes the slowing Hex knockdown. Gonna connect onto Waldo, and the next fight may just be in the pit. That is where the head of the Patron lies. Lash out on the outside. Slam comes down onto two, and they've been immediately deleted. Blob, OBT, Trax won't be here for this one. Guided Owl doesn't matter. While you're looking through the eyes of the bird, you're 6 feet under, and Brayek can only watch and pet the cat as this one gets closed out. A big pickup there from Paravision to keep marching forward. They remain undefeated.
Par for the course here for Paravision so far, just really separating themselves from the doubters when you're looking at the other side. Atlas come in with one job, and that's the upset. So far, we haven't seen it. They had a great chance, I'd say, in the laning phase. The draft as well looked good. I mean, they had the making, the tools to get it done. It's just you're really seeing the flex and the skill from Paravision just across every other lane. I mean, it comes down to even at the start when we were seeing like the advantages from the mid lane being won from Atlas, Paravision were winning both the outer lanes in lanes 1 and 3. So you weren't able to fully see OBT turn into that denial that you really wanted to. Every single time there was a combo, it just felt like you were right for the picking. On Paravision's side. Every single time OBT goes down, Blob goes down, it's a very fragile, very fickle line to cross if you're Atlas, and every single time they did cross that line, it's just there was somebody there from Paravision to just punish that and really show up. You just gotta say, I mean, yeah, like the Lash wasn't like the difference in general for winning this game. I mean, you had a great showing from Prestis on this Mirage. You had Wolfie on this Lady Guys again, just laying down so much damage. Assists from Taz and Saf, but every single time you saw a team fight, there was a death slam in the air, and what does that do? It draws out the static charge and the combo, and it allows the rest of your team to just have freedom to do what they want. So it's like this Lash, albeit wasn't getting a lot done in terms of kills or like actually grabbing people with that death slam, but when you did, or when you distracted them, or when you pulled out those abilities, it just enabled the rest of your team to do so much more. I like the Lash pick here for Together. It worked so well.
And at the end of the day, Together will have the bragging rights of being able to make Lash work, or giving Lash a win. Whether or not we do see that one again, that is yet to be seen. I do want to go back to that Mo and Krill, because we all saw how it looked. And it's because there's nothing else behind it, right? OBT had arguably one of the worst lanes, right, in dealing with Wolfie and Prestis. It was just unplayable. There was nothing that OBT could do. And so if your Mo and Krill isn't beefy, but also has to be in the front lines to combo somebody, right? You're saying it ripe for the picking. Instead of getting a swap or a hook or a lasso, pulling somebody back and then comboing them, OBT just had to be front lines. And unfortunately, this game didn't have the tools to be able to do that. It was just made of paper.
It's really difficult too. I mean, when you're playing Mo and Krill, you feel it a lot just in general when you're playing. It's like, he's a beefy boy. That is a big guy. So it's like you look at Paravision, and when you have like Mirage, Vindicta, Paradox, Lash, just people who can just slowly poke at you if you're OBT, it's hard to get things going there. And you really feel for OBT in so much. I mean, it really felt like he had to wait on the world sometimes in those fights and just trying to combo what you can, but even when you did, you just die. So it's like no matter what you do, you feel like you're messing up, and that is probably a frustrating thing to feel as a player. So going into our second draft, right away, Atlas on the Amber Hands gets rid of the Holiday again.
Yep.
No doubt in my mind. Keep that away from Taz. That is perfect. But hey, Grey Talent back on the ban list. So you don't got to deal with that if you're Paravision, and it's going to opt in for Atlas to grab the Paradox first and foremost. So I imagine going in for Paravision, you're probably going to be seeing the Sinclair, probably followed up by a Lady Geist or a Mirage. That's how things have been going.
I will say there's a world where this there might be a little more emphasis on the Bebop, only because we just saw how tough the Mo and Krill has it without having somebody that helps get somebody into combo range. And Atlas could save this second ban for a Bebop ban, right? And the only reason I say that is because usually Bebop goes towards the end of the draft. And so if you're waiting for sixth pick to be your Bebop, well, the second ban's already happened by then. So Atlas could kind of be forcing the hand of, we'll give you Mo and Krill, that's fine. But without a Bebop, can you make the Mo and Krill work? Now, Paravision, they're sitting pretty. They've got a couple of strong picks right there. We just saw what the Lady Geist could do in the hands of Wolfie, and that was
it was good.
Yeah,
it was good. And Prestis too on the Mirage. I mean, like, yeah, even still, like top of the leaderboard in terms of like kills, damage, just in general, doing everything on that Mirage. You know how strong it could be for Prestis. So for Atlas, I mean, Sinclair's still open again. It wasn't terrible seeing Trax play on that Sinclair. I think that, like, again, you have good options there, and it's something that you don't want Paravision to have just in general. So, like, I see where you're coming from. If, you know, if Paravision are going to be getting this, you know, Vindicta eventually, do you go for this Bebop early on as well, just to kind of go alongside it? If not that, do you bring back the Mo and Krill for OBT? Like, it's like, you know, I think that, like, yes, it doesn't work, but Mo and Krill is still very strong. But they get the Bebop right away, so good call on that one. They're picking up the Pocket for Vrake, which every single time that we've seen Pocket played this yesterday and today, it's been a loss. And then Paravision are going to be the ones to grab the Mo and Krill.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. They also, in picking up the Bebop, Atlas having somebody proficient to play, that means that they can save that second ban for something that they might actually want to look to ban away, which is right where we are headed into our next round of bans. Vindicta still on the table to be banned away. Kelvin has been making its way on in, so nobody can get that strong Shiv Kelvin lane. The Abrams looked okay. I don't know if Abrams is going to draw a ban here, but we've seen some pretty good proficiency. I think getting captain off of the Viscous could also be another
You should ban the
option for
Vindicta.
Paravision.
I think right here, this would be a good one. Okay, so it's actually Atlas are going to ban the Viscous. So in that sense, you're taking it away from Paravision. In the whole sense, you don't want to give it up to them right away. Lash banned by Paravision. So obviously, two heroes that we've been seeing a lot more since the recent patch that definitely have some chances to, show up if used properly and, give time. I do think that we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of them just in general, whether it's going to be here in the Bombshell, DFN, anywhere in Deadlock competitive. But kind of makes me wonder where Paravision are going to go for this one, because you have the Bebop. Do you go for, or you have the Bebop for Atlas? Do you go for the Vindicta still? I don't see why not, because it's been so good. And if you are a good, confident Vindicta, you're going to be like, Bebop who? That whole sense. So it's like,
True.
Yeah, we can still see that Vindicta come through for Litz. And yeah, it's going to be the first pickup right away. Doesn't even think twice.
Yeah, have some of that supplemental damage. Also, just kind of changing the sight lines. A game that the Vindicta does need to play a little bit smarter, but there are a lot of targets too that you're going to want to be looking to pop out of position. So the onus also on that Paradox and Bebop to make sure that they're scooping somebody up that is importante. Now, we've seen a little bit of 7. I'm assuming that's going to be on the table. I think we're looking towards something beefy. Yamato's still available. Obviously, Shiv Kelvin can no longer be banned away, but that pick scheme could be maybe broken up a little bit if they're not going right now for Atlas. I'm wondering if Atlas has a Yamato player.
Well, let's see. So far, I mean, you can definitely see like that they haven't played Yamato too much. At least yesterday they didn't really play her.
Yeah. What's picked up? And Abrams. So
yes,
it might be a blob pocket angle, and then maybe Vraic is your Yamato player, because Vraic also plays the Calico. Not necessarily the same exact play style, but is that kind of in-your-face skirmisher. So maybe we hey, we're getting to see a little bit of Yamato for Atlas here.
it's putting a lot of pressure, I'd say, onto your Bebop though, in really shutting down this Vindicta. Like, because like if the Bebop is struggling to land those hooks or doing whatever, like that is going to be really good rain there for Litz to kind of worry about. So I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more, at least damage, possibly lockdown coming out from this Atlas team. I was gonna think about the, maybe I was actually gonna say Lash, but possibly but that's bans, and possibly you go back to the 7 in this whole sense to kind of round things out. I haven't been too hot on the 7, but they've been playing it, and they're one of the only teams that do still play it. So, like, why not have a little extra CC coming out from that alongside the damage that you could be doing to this Mo and Krill pick?
Yeah, that would add another, like, strong layer of CC as I step on my dog's tail. Sorry about that, buddy. It's not personal. There is a chance, I don't want to get everybody's hopes up, but we are day 2 in our groups, and there's a chance that we might have a couple of interviews for you guys. So if you've got some burning questions in the chat, feel free to leave them there. Maybe we'll see if Seymour and I can't sneak them in. I've obviously got lots of questions, so I hope that we do get to talk to somebody eventually, because I want to know why the pocket picks, and I want to know why the Lash bans, because surprisingly, as many L's as Lash has taken in the event so far, we have seen a handful, I think 2 Lash bans. So I would love to have that question answered for us. Is Warden going to be the last pick for Paravision? So it won't be the Shiv Kelvin, which maybe that makes sense if you don't have another support-y-ish player. to lock that Kelvin in, but you still want to have that Shiv on your squad. And I mean, Warden was drawing bans previously, right? Aegis Aurora, ban-wise, was able to make sure that Warden was not played after a good first couple of games against 1 win on it. And we'll just wait to see what Atlas has to round this out. Like you mentioned, a 7 would be something that's going to give you some pretty solid, consistent damage in the back lines, because everybody else is going to be right on top of somebody, right? Pocket wants to be in there. Obviously, Abrams, Yamato want to do the same. So who can reach out and touch somebody? 7 would fit that bill pretty good.
Sinclair, yeah, okay. I was like, well, Sinclair's still up. I didn't want to say it because it was just like, it's one of those things like, it didn't work last game, really. It was seeing tracks in it, but at the same time, like, Sinclair, like, why wouldn't you pick Sinclair in this whole sense? Even if like that Vindicta is close enough, if you can land a good rabbit hex there, if you can, steal away the combo for yourself, or even now that Paravision have this Warden, like Sinclair has been shown to be like a direct counter to a Warden pick in grabbing that last stand for yourself. So it is a good, solid way to round out this roster for Atlas. Good pickup there. I still think that Paravision now have outdrafted this one in the same sense. It's like, I think there's some things that are going to struggle in and around seeing this Vindicta played. It really puts a lot of force on whoever's going to be playing this Bebop to land these hooks and make sure you have these hooks to land at the same time. Cooldown management is going to be important there. Because if not, like, your Yamato is going to struggle, your Abrams is going to struggle, Pocket is probably going to struggle as well, and Paravision are just going to have the freedom again to just do what they want, like they've done in the past games that we've seen them. I mean, they're looking to go 6-0 so far in games here in the Bombshell. Atlas are still looking for their first win, and if you steal it away from Paravision, like I said, that is a big step to take to get to that 5th place spot, albeit you still would be looking for a tie right now.
Yeah, Paravision have created a wall around this Vindicta pick, right? Just everybody in the front lines there. Not a whole lot of targets except for that Vindicta to pick. So we'll see exactly what that target acquisition looks like for this Bebop as we jump on into game. Atlas, your Amber Hand, Paravision, your Sapphire Flame. We're here in the Cursed Apple, and we are underway for game 2 in this best of 2 series.
Well, here we go. Watch and 1 win. To see if Atlas can do what feels impossible right now. And let's take a map off of Paravision here in the 1 win Bombshell Volume 5. So taking a look early on, we get Bebop and Abrams together. That's going to be up against this Mo and Krill and Lady, guys. So again, that just kind of opens up a lot in the other lane for this Warden Vindicta on the other side. Not to really have any contention. What is the Yamato going to do against this Vindicta?
Yeah, that's a really tough lane assignment there. Your Vindicta Paradox against, or I'm sorry, your Yamato Paradox against a Warden Vindicta, which Warden Vindicta, I mean, zombie lanes were being created, right? Unkillable lanes were being created with the Warden Vindicta, and so it gets hard on the left side of the map for Atlas, but their right side is still really strong, right? And there is always, until we're out of laning, kill pressure between this Abrams and this Bebop. And I think it was Kaplan who was saying earlier, right? Like, just having this hook on cooldown is enough pressure to be able to do what you want in the lane. So if we're not seeing a whole lot of hooks, that could be the reason why. Right?
It's always going to be like
onto it, always threatening it.
It's just going to be in the back of your head as, somebody like who's playing a Vindicta or a Great Talent is just like, okay, like I'm waiting to hear for this hook cooldown so I can take to the skies. And if you never really hear that hook cooldown used, like that's something that you're going to be thinking about. So it happens in a lot of different hero shooters, a lot of different MOBAs. Just that one cooldown that's always in the back of your head that you're waiting for to get burned. And if it never gets burned, you are overthinking.
Yeah, God, I mean, yeah, that's like Prestis definitely has his work cut out for him, because that's really the only target that you would love to grab as OBT. So yeah, so the mind games are going to be huge in that regard, because everybody else from Paravision is way fine to just be in your face. You know, the Lady Geist actually prefers to be there. So does the Shiv, and together, who's taken quite a bit of damage. Taz also on the receiving end of that butt whooping being sent out by Vraic, who is showing us a bit of the early game pocket, as we've got, I mean, a magnifying glass about to burn a hole in this pocket pick, because we've just been wanting more from it. So this could be the game we get it.
It's so cool too to be seeing, like, you know, even outside of, like, you know, when we used to really talk up VP and one win on the fact that, like, they have so many options in terms of switching heroes, switching roles between players. Like, you're seeing that again here from Paravision with, like, Taz going over to the Mirage now, Litz swapping over to the Mo and Krill. We've been seeing a lot of Vindicta on Litz. This time it's Prestis going to be playing it, and, like, it just shows that, like, this team can work around each other and continue to keep moving their comp around. So that goes a long way in terms of building a team in any video game, and just how much depth you have in your talent pool. So a little bit of showing off here for Paravision through the draft phase and into your hero picks. And not only that, they are looking quite solid in terms of the lanes. I was going to say for a second, but then Together gets knocked down low. He has to back down. I thought maybe Vraic was going to be able to land that last barrage to close the kill, but he lives to tell the tale.
Ults online, Affliction already used here. You can see it's ticking away at the HP of Taz, but not going to be much follow-up behind it. Hook was used and missed, and I think another good point to this Abrams Bebop lane is, even when the hook is on cooldown, you can't really breathe, because a shoulder charge is always possible. As in goes Vraic to do a bit of damage, but takes heaps on the way out and doesn't have the satchel. And on top of it all, Together's the one to walk away with the kill, and it doesn't get much there. 1 HP, was hoping to get some more, but is fortunate to just walk away with his life.
Good connect carbine there on a Sav, barely escaping the assassinate. Press is just not there yet to finish off these kills. Now on cooldown, in for the power slash. Other side, hyper beam from OBT. A good old get off me ability. Sets up the shoulder charge from Captain to collect the kill onto Wolfie. Takes a little bit of pressure off that Guardian, a little bit of space to be gained now from Atlas, working away from their objectives. As you haven't seen a lick of damage to the Guardians to the other side, though, for those outer lanes. This time, though, Litz parries it. I can't believe he's still alive.
It hit the Scorn before the bomb went off, so got a little bit of HP back, enough to survive and come through with the combo kill.
That's a tilter. Little return to sender.
Wow.
From Litz. Still barely holding on to life, but it's enough to allow Wolfie back in. That life drain sets up the combo, and the other side too. Paravision just looking ahead when it comes down to how to work these matchups, how to play their lanes. Not a worry in the world when you're a team that's 5-0 so far.
Throwing stake.
A much smaller lead here in game 2. Atlas taming this one a little bit more. Vraic, you can't stay any longer, my friend. You've got to go, as the bloodletting will chip away at the HP of Together, but still healthy enough to start to pressure this mid. Walker, Waldo needs to be careful here. Walk up for the parry, bit of damage on the way out, and with that, Taz and Together will back away. Man, that is a very volatile lane that Together was kind of getting beat up a little bit, but you start to get some points into that bloodletting, and then you're A-okay to take those trades and then some. Meanwhile,
Another
this
combo.
holy lane combo comes through. Captain completely locked down, but will survive. able to sneak away for now, but gets spotted out. The exclamation points come on through, and both Wolfie and Litz see the big blue and take him down.
Couple trooper bombs. Still really nothing. You're shaking this one off if you're Paravision. This is your movie, and you're the star of the show. Litz showing OBT how it's done on this Mo and Krill pick so far. And look at the way that they're playing in towards that left lane. Last stand right in front of the Guardian. That is surely gonna fall. No, it's a solid kinetic carbine just to hold on. Blob's gonna finish off Zaf, and now you're looking for a little bit more. Across it though, Life Train in. How are you still alive? The parry's coming out from Captain, but it doesn't matter. Another set of kills coming out from Paravision. And more damage onto these Guardians.
Health bars low across the map, although kills were found for Atlas. Prestis ended up overstaying his welcome in that far left lane, got chased down after Saf had died underneath the Guardian. Meanwhile, this right lane really feels to me the epitome of these fights have been so close, and Captain and OBT just continue to take them. But Paravision, right, Wolfie and Litz, they're slowly starting to pull ahead, and now they're just winning these fights. So Atlas are coming into this thinking, hey, we're on pretty even ground, and they're just not. So they need to slow this right lane down just a little bit as the left side continues to heat on up, jumping through. Trax goes down. That's going to leave Blob all on his lonesome. We'll pick up the kill onto Staff, so it would be a 1v1, a very healthy Blob, but an even healthier Prestis means they'll back away from that one, wash their hands of it. But ultimately, that Guardian did go down. So first Guardian in the way of Paravision.
Yeah, and they are doing a lot down onto this middle one as well. For a long time, Atlas was winning this middle lane, but it seems like eventually they've whittled down this pocket. They forced him away. And now you got to come into this with quite an iron fist. See if you can get a trade into this objective. As that right lane, it has been pretty even on both sides, but as Vrake's gonna go down, you get the group together to finish off this middle Guardian. Urns being ran. This is where we're gonna see Atlas try to trade that middle Guardian and see if they can provide some support to this Urn run.
And Prestis leading the charge to the turn-in here. Yeah, just nothing there for it, unfortunately. And the lanes played so well by Paravision that there's not a whole lot of response from Atlas. Trax is going to go on in, but you're headed the wrong way, buddy. Runs right into the left hand of Together there and gets cut down. Waldo just trying to get away. Eventually Together falls. I believe that'll be the bloodletting that eventually does that. Waldo gonna go down on top of it all. The trades are there, but the win was there for Paravision, right? Anything that Atlas is getting right now is kind of getting erased because the urn was scooped up for free.
And you're losing your Guardians too. I mean, this is a chance where I think Frank just needs to try to give your life to trading this middle Guardian if you can. He's not gonna get it in time. So you can see that, like, literally Atlas just across every single lane. I mean, you are drawn thin. You're trying your best to get anything going. But because you're now starting to snowball, Paravision just happy to take these fights over and over again, knowing eventually that they're going to have a moment where the mistakes are shown from Atlas. They take it, they take the wins, they take the objectives, and they just continue to push down this lead. We've seen it game to game, is that no matter how the lanes go against this Paravision team, they're just the better team in the macro. And eventually you see those Guardians go down. Eventually you see those Walkers go down. No matter how close every fight is, Paravision still walks out with advantages.
Yeah, and we're going to see Paravision. Waldo can't pull himself out of that hat. No disappearing act, unfortunately, for the Magician there. It's the third Guardian going down now. Pressure in the mid lane. I was going to say Paravision will always have somebody here to defend this, but they did not have enough. So trading a Guardian for a Guardian.
Get that Guardian, you got to go.
The best part about that, Yeah, you have to get out of there. Who is this? Trax just on the opposite side. Kinetic Carbine gonna slow things down for a second. And
Divine Barrier keeps
this
you alive.
is
This is something where you rotate over. You try to see if you can grab together here. You can see 3 people jumping on this Shiv. 3 beefy guys, too. I mean, surely together dies here.
surely. There's just no commitment, right? A little too afraid to go deep. Finally, Captain gonna get into the mix. Will find the charge. It is just sat down.
That is so...
Everybody bailed except for Captain. He's the captain of the ship. He went down with it.
This is why I said it's just like a lot of pressure on OBT to make these plays because you had 3 people there and you're hoping the Bebop lands that hook. He doesn't. And you're just dancing if you're together long enough for Prestis to get there. And as soon as they are, you turn the fights so easily. Waldo's going to go for the audience participation, but it's too late. Your team's already gone. You're just using ults for the hell of it. You've lost the Walker too, so realistically, any kill is just you trying to find some space back in your lanes.
Oh, Lit tried to hide inside the jukebox, does get run down, so Atlas gets something for their troubles. And the game is still close, right? They find a couple of kills on the backside there, and given the state of the game, the state of the map, there's only a 1,000 soul deficit, not even for Atlas. And there's 2 standing statues that are just free souls, right? For Paravision, they have to extend a little further to try and get these walkers.
Yeah,
Atlas have 2 guardians still standing on the outside of the map that they can pick up.
The difference is, though, it's just like you have this soul lead even. You just don't really have anywhere to spend these souls compared to Paravision. So it's like that's where the difference is going to be shown in these fights, is just having that extra item for a couple of these players. It's going to be a big difference maker here for the combo. Sets up Prestis, the assassinate. Second one as well. Sword high and free. You see Waldo's going to try to escape over towards the left side. Ern's being ran again. And immediately the Traveler back for Taz to just back things up a little bit is brought in towards it all. So this is going to be a free Ern run. I don't even think that OBT will hook this if he can.
Yeah, I mean, your Bebop Paradox.
You got people here.
Like, are you...
It's going to be your turn.
Not enough.
Even if you take the fight, you lose this fight. So it's like you have to kind of like find any way to stabilize here. They're going to send some bodies over towards the right side, but even still, Blob a little bit too far ahead of the rest of your team, and that is down before the fight even starts. So follow-up is here, but it's an even fight, and any even fight is still an advantage for Paravision.
Hyper Beam, a bit of zoning underneath this middle walkers. Wolfie does eventually go down on that far right side. Paravision being pushed back to this Guardian here. A flex plot is on the horizon, and they finally got it. So they grab that Guardian, pick up a flex plot. Now here in mid, the bodies are starting to drop.
Oh,
unfortunately,
my
Atlas, your body's going down as Paravision come up big in the mid lane. But what are they losing in the right lane? Unfortunately, for Atlas, they're only able to collect that Guardian before having to recall.
Yeah, you were getting max value too out of that last stand. I don't even think I've seen anything like that for a while, but hey, at least you get that Guardian. I will say you give up a Walker, but like you're starting to kind of peel these layers back one by one, and I think that Atlas, they recognize that that is the case. I'd like to see them kind of like stack these middle and right lanes a little bit more, see if you can open up that left one to kind of be pressured out, send a few bodies over there later, and try to kill off this last remaining Guardian. Do it as quick as possible because you don't want to be too far behind for too long, because again, I mean, you just know it's like longer this game goes right now, the way it's standing, the easier it's going to get for Paravision.
I think the cloud looming over the head of Atlas here, outside of the minor soul lead, the 12,000 soul lead for Paravision, is in 2 minutes, we have to figure out what we want to do on the map because the Urn's going to be back up. And Paravision has been, I'm pretty sure on the day, perfect on Urns. They've collected any Urn they've tried to run at the very least. They've been able to run successfully. So Waldo steals away the combo. Captain within assassination range, hasn't died just yet, will eventually go down. Hyper beam from the back lines to try and stall things out as the last stand not only ripped through the front line of Atlas, but also this walker that eventually goes down. Staff traded on the backside. Big hook from OBT, but that Vindicta getting punched the wrong way will stay alive. Bomb won't be enough, and here it is. The natural cover of the map will keep Vindicta alive, and shots continue to land. Atlas tried to fight back, but at what cost?
You're being forced underneath your base now. You can see every single lane healthy for Paravision. Together did a fantastic job at just working that middle lane, wins the fight against Trax as well. Split pushing for the sake of trying to put some pressure down, give you that chance to win these fights and go back for this Temple Guardian. So they're going to get it. They're going to have the rejuve. Everybody's going to be back up and healthy. And as soon as they get this Temple Guardian, that's go time to rush in and crack open Atlas's base, get these shrines, get whatever you can, and start looking to the end game. This is taking a while, though. I mean, you still can maybe sneak something out here if you're Atlas. You have the Paradoxical Swap, the Affliction, maybe a hook from OBT, but no, they're not going to go there. They're not even going to go anywhere close to there. They're trying to get this last Guardian as quick as possible. But as soon as that Temple Guardian goes down, a Rejuvenator starts falling, you see immediately Wolfie, he is running to save that Guardian, and he's going to get there in time to keep it up. So you get nothing there if you're Atlas.
That's incredibly heartbreaking. I understand it for Atlas because the waves are in a really bad state, right? If you don't take care of the middle and the right side of the map, then Paravision can just walk in, but you would have loved to have made some type of effort at a trade for that mid boss. And I don't know if it was stuck because of the ultimate or was just ulting to be goofy, but either way, Captain goes down. Trax will follow. And this middle lane starting to push back the way in favor of Paravision to knock at Atlas's front door.
Well, here we go. We are in the end game now. Waldo for the capture on the combo, but again, every single time we see it, it's just too little too late. Ultimate number, or Urn number 3 getting pushed in. Everybody's stuck in base too. I mean, you are playing tower defense at this point on Atlas's side. Good hook from Saf. I mean, the prediction on it, although it's the wrong target there, should be able to stay alive and deter any of these damage going through. Shadow transformation, good break on through though from Blob. It costs you your life. A 1 for 3. And now the hyper beam from OBT. See if you can keep the rest away.
And Blob gone. Waldo coming back online. We'll see if he can steal away priority ultimate. Is able to slow things down a bit. 2 rabbits made. Good hook from downtown. Staff will be erased in this one, but coming back pretty quickly courtesy of the Rejuvenator. Now the base has been opened up. Shrines still A-OK. Paravision not going to overstay their welcome.
Well, here we go again for Atlas. Not done yet. $24K soul lead into what is all of the flex slots that you can ask for just to finish things off here. Everybody's going to be grouping up through mid, and it's Prestis to open things up.
Staff goes down. Paravision only down 1, but 1 for 2 and still in the driver's seat, right? Still so incredibly strong. 26,000 net worth.
And the last little bit of the Patreon is going to be going down too. So back out, group up. Allow Atlas this last chance, this last stand in the map. And you can see that everything is going to be here to see if they can put it all together. And yeah, so 23 minutes into this one, and Atlas might be cooked. As a team who is going in here, see if they can steal away a win from this Paravision squad, has their last stand in front of them to get anything going, to get any sort of confidence for the back end. But it's all wiped away. In fact, it's snuffed out. The light of the tunnel just doesn't look bright. Waldo's going to go in for the soul exchange, but there's 3 members around you, and it's not going to do a damn thing. Shoulder charge for Captain. You're doing anything at this moment. But 5 go down, and it is the victory march. The red carpet's rolled out as Paravision are going to walk down memory lane, and they are going to take their 3rd win, or their 4th win.
Yeah, this is a completely undefeated Paravision squad. Now, a little lighter on their schedule here as we got started, you know, playing CIS Rejects, who qualified at the beginning through the closed qualifiers, and they jump on into this one. They play a kind of a battered and bruised Aegis Aurora, and then they try their hand at Atlas, and I mean, Paravision just doing Paravision things. They continue to remain undefeated, but they still have a week ahead of them, I guess we should say. As for Atlas, signs of life, man. Signs of life. We talked about how flexible Paravision looked for a bit, but Atlas also kind of did the same thing. It was Waldo on the Sinclair this time around. They made some changes. They drafted a little differently. Unfortunately, things just didn't go their way in this one, but we still have 2 more days of groups for them.
And I will say, you know, I was really impressed with the drafting that was going on too from the side of Atlas. I think that, like you saw even in game 1, they really put themselves in a chance to win that game. It's just really looking at the way that Paravision played it. It's like the draft didn't even matter. It's just like in general state of game every single time. It's like, okay, things will be close. You're trading kills. You're doing everything that you can to throw the kitchen sink at this Paravision team. They still walk out on top with a Guardian. You know, you do everything you can and you still feel like you're losing if you're playing this Paravision squad. And it just really goes to show that, like, yes, like they're comfortable playing so many different heroes, so many different compositions, and at the end of the day, they just seem like the better team when it comes down to how to get to that Patriot, how to put that win in the column. And when it comes down to the macro play, you just look at either the way that Together is split pushing. Taz is able to just command those lanes inside of the I'd say middle portion of that game too. And whenever those team fights did come, it was Litz who just felt like you were everywhere in the play, always in that burrow, always comboing people, really making it look like this Mo and Krill should and will be in every single composition. I mean, it's such a good pick when it comes down to really setting up the rest of your team.
Yeah, that was again really the difference between, like, we got to see the contrast between Mo and Krill's, and this was even a Mo and Krill that was put in a tough situation. Not to necessarily say that they were weak side, but they weren't in a very favorable lane given the amount of pressure that was there from Captain and OBT on the Abrams and the Bebop respectively. So they made the best out of a tough situation. They bided their time, and then eventually they were able to punish the aggression from Captain and OBT for just thinking they had a little more in the tank than they actually did. And you know, as even as that lane ended up being, we saw some huge outplays. It's from Litz especially, right? That kill that OBT should have had where pulls him in, bombs him, but then he gets hit by a Scorn. I believe he then got parried. OBT then got parried, and Litz is able to walk away and hit him with the Uno reverse card. So a little bit of individual prowess showed there, individual skill by Litz. but it was nice to see. Like,
Yeah, it really
oh, okay,
was.
Mo and Krill in the front lines is sick.
It's impressive when you're just like looking at these fights that are just so drawn out by Paravision. Even thinking towards like Together, who's like caught extending through that first lane, like all the way deep towards the Walker. You had OBT, Captain, and Waldo all there. You miss the Rabbit Hex, you miss the hook, and Together finds the kill onto Captain because he's the only one that chases down the alley. It's like moments like that where you just see that like you can really do no wrong sometimes when you're Paravision in those plays, and like the playmaking capabilities, the technical knowledge, and the mechanics to back it all up. It's just it's really the full package for this team, and that brings them into a situation where like, hey, Paravision are 3-0. They're right behind Virtus Pro, who are 4-0. The only reason right now that they're not 4-0 is because they only played one game in day one. So both games today go well. You are undefeated right alongside that VP team going into tomorrow. Now you have your chance to play for potential first seed going into playoffs, or even second seed at that same time. You're just waiting for this Paravision team to play either one win or VP to see who is going to really round out that first place spot, that second place spot, because the fact that one win tied versus Aegis Aurora, going for that McGinnis pick, it opens up some chances for Paravision to really be in that second seed spot.
Yeah, Aegis Aurora really threw a wrench into things, and
I think we're kind of losing Tanner. It looks like he is frozen on this side, so we're gonna get things set up real quick for our next games. We got Thanos taking the stage. We get to move things over to see how the North American teams can play in day 2. Yesterday, Thanos, they looked good. Let's see if they can get it going today as well. We'll see you soon. Oh, it doesn't seem like we are going into a break right now, so I thought we had it for this one, so no interview, no break right now, so we're just going to keep things rolling and I guess wait for Tanner to get back into this one. Atlas versus Thanos, though, again, I guess I could just like spin things up for this one real quick for you guys, because we got the stats going into it. We got everything situated, and I think for this Atlas team, it still remains the question on how do they put a win in that column, maybe even steal a map, even tie one of these teams, because 0-3 across all 3 matches that you've played, you don't want to go 0-4 into this next one. So you got Thanos up next. See if you can shut down the North American powerhouse that is changing across the ocean, to see if they can get things going again in another tournament. But we're going to set things up, get the teams ready. We'll come back with some more Bombshell here, presented by One Win. Don't go anywhere. We got 2 more matches left.
And we are back. I am back. Seymour, thank you for holding down the fort momentarily while I snuck away. I was getting DDoS or something was happening, but we are jumping right back on into it. Day 2 of the one-win Bombshell Volume 5 tournament continues as we take a trip around the world. Fortunately, we're doing it with Atlas. He's got the world on his shoulders, but they also, as a team, have the world on their shoulders with Thanos standing in front of them from across the pond, minus Hoot. He's the exception. He is on the EU side of the pond. Atlas now have to show their grit, which for the first 15 minutes in game 2 of that Paravision matchup, they showed their grit. They stayed in the game and eventually Paravision pulled ahead. Now they have to stay in the game and pull ahead themselves against Thanos here.
Yeah, first off, don't leave me like that again, man.
That's an accident. It's an accident. And the worst part about it is I could see and I could hear, but nobody could see or hear me. And I was making the ugliest face, man. That's how it goes, though, you know?
I mean, same thing with the camera frozen. It wasn't a pretty sight. I won't lie. Shout out to production for covering that one up.
Yeah. Thank you, production. Thank you, production.
I will say, for this one, I'd say it's like Thanos are walking into this tournament and all these European teams are like, all right, you're going to step into our house. If you want to eat at the same table, you really got to show that you can do it even at a disadvantage. I will say, if there's any team that's going to do it at a disadvantage, it's going to be this Thanos team. When you're taking the core of Hydra Nation, who have just been at the pinnacle of deadlock competition in North America for so long, since the beginning, and then you mix it with melee creeps who are right beside them, and you still take some of the best from Europe and you kind of mix it into there. It is a good concoction of a team that can really do some damage here in this Bombshell tournament. We saw it yesterday versus Aegis, Aurora, and especially against this Atlas team today. I think this Thanos team is looking to make a statement, step up, be that squad that can crack into the top 3. You're going to see that later on too, I'd say, with the matchup versus one win for this Thanos team. That's going to be a big match for them. But for this one in particular, Atlas are seeking their first win of the tournament. Thanos are looking to dethrone some European talent.
Yep, that they are. As we jump on into it, the draft is ready, and we'll see what the priorities, or where the priorities lie. They're banning out the pocket. I mean, the players must be feeling a certain type of pressure, or maybe there's just too much flexibility because there are a couple of pocket players for Atlas, but it just feels awkward. They ban away the pocket. Great talent obviously gone, and then that just leaves everybody's favorite Cowgirl, Holiday, to do Holiday things, man.
People have been struggling against the Holiday this week.
Yeah.
And I will say, you know, whether or not it's a strong hero or it's like a weak hero, like it still is a consistent hero pick for Atlas this pocket. So you take it away from Vrake, and that's going to force Vrake to kind of like move around inside of his role, like use different heroes. And you know, I think Thanos are kind of recognizing that maybe that knocks this Atlas team down a peg. So a little bit of a target ban there for the pocket. Now to see where Atlas go on top of that. Yes, you could go back to the Sinclair. Trax has been playing it all day long, really, every single time that we've seen him so far. And if not that, I mean, steal away the Lady Geist. Xeno was a monster on it yesterday. Make sure you're grabbing this Paradox too, just so you have that early lockdown. Because if you don't grab that Paradox, Thanos are just going to flip things around and grab it themselves. So yeah, Atlas, they grab the Paradox, they grab the Mirage. You see the Bebop and the Yamato on the other side, and then the Vindicta now to round out our first picks.
Yeah, coming in quick. I thought maybe we would get an Atlas Yamato. Not that it looked incredible, but Blob was staying ahead of the game on the Yamato. Was the most farmed on the team for quite some time. Unfortunately, didn't have much of a leg to stand on in terms of what the team was able to get done. But I thought I think it was Trax who's playing the Paradox in this last one, never giving up, always looking to find angles to hit that paradoxical swap and look to find some kills. On a team when you're down, 30,000 souls, it can be difficult, but it's a brand new game here. And with the Paradox being scooped up on one side, it makes sense that the Bebop is getting played a whole lot. The Vindicta was also picked up into the Bebop, so Thanos are going to have some options. And now they're setting themselves up nicely as Mo and Sinclair go. Kelvin's picked up, and that almost now again puts the ball in Atlas's court. Like, hey, you're going to let us have the shiv, or you're going to pick it?
Well, I will say, obviously, you know, we're getting that Hoot Bebop again. He's been playing a whole lot of that this tournament. Atlas grabbing the Viscous. Good for saves, especially against like this lasso or against this hook. Like that Viscous is going to come in very clutch, especially if Hoot continues to be an issue for any anti-air that you're seeing with a Vindicta being grabbed there by Atlas. So I like the Viscous pickup. Obviously, Calvin for Thanos is going to be strong as well. I don't think we saw too much Calvin get picked up by this Thanos team yesterday, but you can't imagine that, you know, maybe this is going to drop over towards low mains a player, or, you know, maybe even we could be seeing really anybody flex over towards this Calvin, like realistically for this side. But I know they've been switching things up quite a bit. Just yesterday in particular, but we could start to see kind of like for this next couple picks now for Thanos is like, where do you go with this one? Because like you have your lockdown in terms of the Holiday and the Bebop. Frozen Shelter too is going to help with that from the Kelvin.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Shiv. I would hate to see the Shiv get picked up, possibly even a Warden out of Hydration. We've been seeing a whole lot of Warden play so far in the 1-win Bombshell. And Atlas on the other side can, you know, think about something of their own, whether or not they want to bring out that Calico or whether or not they want to steal away that Shiv. You know, maybe go for something like the 7 again. And even though it's not been going good, it wouldn't be terrible for Blob, because I think Blob was doing all the right things. It's just, I think it's more so that I'm starting to see 7 might not be too viable.
Yeah, the ult is, it just seems more like a nuisance. You almost want to play the 7 without ulting, almost, just because every time we've seen it, the 7 is usually getting shot out of the air. Is Lady Geist actually allowed to go the way of Atlas? So after the bans and the Viscous pickup, the next pick for Thanos was the Calico.
Yeah, it's like, it kind of always hits me. There's always like that one hero that sneaks through to like the last couple of picks that I'm just like, oh yeah, Lady Geist hasn't get picked up yet so far. The fact that she's going second to last for Atlas and available that long really surprises me, just in how much Lady Geist has been one of the pretty much prio picks across every composition throughout this Bombshell. But yeah, Thanos gonna grab that Calico. Don't hate to see that whatsoever. Probably a good flex for, you know, somebody like Hydration to go over to.
Yeah.
Where do they kind of round it out though? Because I mean, the Warden, picks. So now I don't know who's going to be playing the Calico at the same time. Because
maybe
you got to think there's going to be Hydration. Yeah, maybe you put Rocker on the Calico, Hydration on the Warden. Atlas, though, I think they've put together quite a strong composition, though, to battle this one. Still, you can see that I think that you're going to struggle against this Holiday. Everybody's been struggling against this Holiday.
Yeah, the Holiday is, I mean, even I think we saw a third pick Grey Talon. So if Holiday is up, that's going round 1 no matter what. Grey Talon also kind of matching that priority power in either being banned or picked in one of these first couple of rounds. But yeah, for Atlas, they're well-rounded. You know, having both the Mirage and the Lady Geist, that feels pretty darn good just based off of the numbers that Lady Geist has been putting up this entire time, and just where Mirage has been since Mirage has existed. Has been touched quite a few times, but is still just so strong to stand in the back lines and really open up options on the map.
Here's kind of what I'm thinking in terms of, you know, Thanos playing, who's going to be playing what. I can see Zeno on the Yamato. I can see Calico maybe going over towards Lefa or low main. No, not low main. I think low main's going to be playing the Holiday. Calico and Lefa. Warden on the Hydration. Hoot's going to be playing the Bebop. And that just leaves Rocker on the Kelvin for this this composition. For Atlas, I'd say a lot's to kind of like desire for this team, because they have been switching up. I think Captain, obviously, over towards the Viscous. We're going to be getting Blob probably playing the, I'd say maybe Vindicta or the Lady Geist. Waldo on the Paradox. You got options for this team, but like for my big question is like, where does Trax go in this? Because Trax can even go between the Lady Geist or the Vindicta too. It's gonna be tough. And for Atlas, I mean, the one thing I will say for this Atlas team, sorry to cut you off, Tanner, is that like for the laning phase against Paravision, they were doing fantastic. It's just, it comes down to, can this team keep up when it comes to like post 10 minutes, post that laning phase as like the big thing for Atlas, because they put together good drafts, they lane well, and then it just falls apart. So it's like, I need to see this Atlas team against Thanos. If anybody, this is going to be where Atlas really steps up against one of the top teams here.
Yeah, Atlas really put themselves in a position where, you know, it wasn't a Virtus Pro performance where we jump into game and all 3 lanes are pushed in the right direction for Virtus Pro, but they found themselves winning lane. We really had like a nice balance in the games that we've seen Atlas, where they might have a losing lane, they've also got a winning lane, and then they've got one right down the middle. And I think what really helps kind of open things up out of the laning phase for the people that have been playing against Atlas is that losing lane for Atlas just loses a little sooner than their winning lane. And once you're there, that's when the map opens up, right? Once Thanos has a Guardian down, they can then just leave somebody to farm it out, right? Yamato, you hang out here. Warden, you hang out here. I'm going to go help elsewhere. And then I can flip the script on our losing lane. So I'd like to see a lot of onus for Atlas here to really put some extra effort into their winning lane once they figure out which one that is. I mean, ideally you get a winning mid lane, and then you can just have somebody jump over for a quick jaunt, maybe after resetting back in base, have somebody hop out, help push that mid lane down, and then you can open up the map for yourselves. But you're right, man. The first 8 to 10 minutes, it's neck and neck in these lanes. Surely we're not being set up by eventually people thinking, oh, this is going to be Hoot on Bebop. This is going to be Hoot on Bebop. And then
no, it's going to be Hoot on
Leffa plays the Bebop. I'm not saying now, but I'm just saying in the future, they're thinking like, oh, here comes the support Bebop. Like, here comes Bomb Bob. And then it's Leffa on the Bebop who is just tracking everybody down, melting brains. Right? Is that going to happen in playoffs? We see it in grand finals? They mix it up?
I think that might be as silly as seeing like the McGinnis come out for 1 win yesterday. That would be definitely a little off script for this team. I see where you're going for it, but I think that would be a little off script for them to be playing here. I think for Thanos, like already they're dealing with a lot in trying to keep up with some of the connection that's going on between these games, and then you switch over something like that, you're just kind of like banking on your tracking to be everything. Your macro is going to be everything when you come over here for Thanos. So that's kind of like what you're looking for in this squad to stay ahead of teams like Atlas. And if Paravision can do it, I mean, you can see Thanos do it too. I mean, this is a team that like every single time it was like you were losing the lane, especially the middle lane, but you were winning on the outer lanes, and then all of a sudden things snowballed once those Guardians started going down. So I think for Atlas, I mean, if you could start to get some edge here in lanes, I gotta see some early attacks onto these Guardians, some early damage leading into an early Guardian take to really open up this map for you, because that's where things started to fall apart back in games 1 and 2 for Paravision.
Yeah, and we are underway. Atlas playing their last series of the day. Thanos playing their first of 2 on the day. Thanos, your Emberhand, Atlas, your Sapphire Flame, and the Cursed Apple already under fire. And look at the, like, brand new to the game, 1 minute in, we're already seeing Thanos being pressured underneath the Guardians, only momentarily. But in both side lanes, Atlas came out with some strong pressure.
Yeah, and right away you can see that pressure is Thanos this time. Just looking to see if he can catch anybody. Who with the pullback yanks Waldo. Still manages to parry the Yamato. So that is a big, big shutdown there. Could have gotten a little out of hand and not allowing Waldo to just get blown up by that hook. But I love the play there by Hoot.
Aggressive on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage, looking for something behind enemy lines. And now, like, if you're 1 minute in and you're given 15 opportunities in lane to land a hook, that's a scary place to start, right? Atlas are like, oh man,
mean,
the
like-
first hook, he was almost 1 for 1 on finding kills. Like that, it could have been bad for us.
Yeah, I'm gonna give a little bit though to Hoot on that one. It's not like he was given that. He took that opportunity. He walked right into the belly of the beast and he grabbed it. So like you can see that there's no fear right now for Hoot. Another hook. This time it leads to a kill. Waldo the first to drop, and right away you're just gonna be putting some poke shots down onto this Guardian.
And this is the type of setup that you like to see. It kind of flashes us back to the holiday Grey Talon, where once the Alaska was online, right, pull somebody in, and then Grey Talon just absolutely nukes them. Well, that's very similar. Hoot hits that pull, and Xeno is ready to charge with the flash and send it out for huge damage. And like when you can identify that in a lane, like, okay, what is their combo here? If you can see it as the viewer, right, it's probably that easy to get done as the gamers in this lobby. So Hoot 2 for 2 on his hooks thus far. Meanwhile, Lefa sneaking to the opposite side of things is going to get pressured back, but just to the stairs, and he just leaped right back in.
Yeah, it leaps away, quite literally. So you can see that Thanos doing good at just leading inside the laning phase. This is something that they did yesterday versus Aegis Aurora very well, is like win the lanes, and like later on you started to see Aegis Aurora start to catch up versus them. But when it comes down to things, they know exactly what they got to do. Hoot's just hitting the right hooks, and you're getting a lot of good Guardian damage down. So keeping things going here. Power slash right into both Waldo and Vrake. Waldo's trying to get away. Some chip damage here from the Yamato, but will you be able to finish it off? You see the healing right, I think, was stopped there. So Waldo's not even going to be able to heal up, and you're just chased down by Zeno. That is insane, the fact that he got that last little bit of damage to stop the healing right.
There's 2 1v1s happening here.
Both
While
won.
Xeno is on the chase, yeah, Brayek was trying to get something back, and Hoot ended up sitting him down. Meanwhile, Lefa, again, just on the attacking side of this bridge in this far right lane, I mean, refuses to give up any space and is happy to take a kill with it as well. Ults are starting to come online for Thanos, and, well, speaking of... Alt pop there. Lomain eventually steals the kill onto OBT. I say steals, but secures the kill.
Yeah, it's a team
Alt
game,
not
man.
needed. Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's welcome when it comes down to the kill column.
Yeah, you must be a tank or a support player if you're saying, dude, I didn't KS, bro. I just secured it. It was killed secured, not killed stolen.
But it's a man of the people. Just a man of the people. But look at this. A little bit of a peel over towards the left lane coming out from your Bebop. Hoot might be looking for a hook. Doesn't hit it, though. So, all right. See you later. I tried.
Yeah, maybe I'll see you in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And fortunately, this lane is going so well that Hoot is allowed to do that, right? Shadow transformations online.
And you got the
There's
hyper beam,
no
too.
Oh, yeah, here comes that hyper beam as he gets back into lane. Waldo forced to use the time wall to make sure that nothing sneaks through as he is hidden by the shop. And Waldo might actually... Now, he's just going the long way around. I thought maybe he would sneak on over to this left lane, but right lane being punished. That Guardian's down. The map is opened up here for Hoot and Xeno.
Yeah, the Guardian's down. Now you can start fully rotating hook lanes as you please. Why not just uppercut Captain at the same time? So everything is falling apart for Atlas here in the laning phase, as this is shades of what we got back in game number 1 and 2 for Paravision. Return to Shadow isn't going to be the one who finishes it, but OBT is still going to fall there. Hoot deals the finishing blow. And that's another Guardian collected. You can see immediately Waldo's just going to give it up, move through mid, see if you can catch some timing here onto Zeno with the kinetic carbine. It stops him, but he's still in the natural cover. And the rest grouping up over towards lane 1. No early TPs anymore through mid, so there's no instant help right away. Rocker goes down. And you're going to get here in time for Lomain to see if he can assist, but will it be enough just yet? Will force them away, but the Lasso's going to miss.
Yeah, Lasso misses. That would have been a nice pickup there. Blob walking away with his life, was low on HP, doesn't have that exchange available either. I mean, just again, Thanos, as soon as they spot themselves a lead, not only do they just continue to pressure this mid lane, get a whole bunch done in that lane, as soon as that happened, they're immediately on the outside. And Xeno being as strong as Xeno is right now and playing the Yamato or the Yamato, wave clear is there. Shadow transformation is there. You know, like now Atlas, as much as mid lane wasn't even an option, it's less of an option because you have to help your team elsewhere. We move out to the left side of the map and, well, Thanos is standing and fighting just underneath the Guardian. Goo's flying. Unfortunately, the Goo isn't landing. Rocker gonna try and slow things down. Arctic Beam is out. Blob doesn't have the ultimate, so needs to be careful. We'll go inside the cube for now. Stays alive for a moment longer. Meanwhile, I mean, look at the health bars. Rocker's the only one in danger. He's also in extra danger because he's on the wrong side of the map. So he headed the wrong direction and eventually gets sat down. And that's, I think, one of the first moments we've seen 8 minutes into this game where Thanos kind of make a goofy little mistake.
7K up, 8 minutes in. You're still feeling good right now if you're Thanos, even making mistakes like that. I mean, you were maybe 10 seconds away from the frozen shelter, so like maybe that silliness could have paid off. A good hook from Hoot, forces the tornado, and a big bomb too. Hyper beam, see if you can finish them off at distance. Low main lands the barrel. And this should be the last Guardian toppling for Atlas.
Wow. Yeah, Thanos just peeled it back. So that first layer gone. Just around the corner from Urn and Bridge buffs. Maybe a couple more kills to be had. Waldo.
Look at immediately
hanging out in this mid lane. The hook is there. Lasso follows. Lasso from downtown, and Waldo hoping to survive. Low main will secure it.
As soon as you lost the fight in the left lane, you saw that the first idea for Blob is like, okay, I'm going to go to mid and I'm going to try to help you guys get this Guardian down. But they're still too slow to get it down. Zeno is solo holding this mid lane, or did it for so long to allow the rest of your team to rotate from lane to lane. And you got nothing if you're Atlas from anything that was happening inside of this laning phase. You lost every single lane. And Thanos, who yesterday, yes, they were winning lanes, but they were losing in terms of like certain macro moments. You started to see their opponents catch up after that. Like they are really setting themselves up in a moment where they could just snowball this game to an early victory.
Heavy presence on the left side of the map. We'll see which of the sides we coin flip the Urn to go to. So it's a little lighter on the right side, and that's where the turn-in is. Bridge buff's going to be collected. Xeno going to get one for free. And now we're starting to see that fight for control of the Urn.
This is a big
User
fight.
popped on your lady, guys, but man, you just got to get out of dodge. Urn scooped up. Who's going to take that one? And the rest of the team seemingly want to fight, but they're fighting on the back foot, right? Backpedaling away from it, not wanting to give too much. They know they're a player down.
Look at this. It's
Yeah, here it is.
a Urn that's going to be on the side of Atlas. So while this is happening, Waldo takes it into his own right to see if he can steal away a Guardian. The rest of the team is looking to catch up and see if they can stop this Urn from going in. And I'd like to see Waldo turn things around as well. You have the paradoxical swap. It would be a great tool to see if you can stop this moment for Thanos and have a good turnaround. Zeno, though, finds tracks. You're going low if you're Hoot, but you're still alive. Uppercuts to find barrier. How? How is he still in this one? But Captain goes down. The peel from Leffa, keeping the fight for Thanos, keeping the Urn for Thanos, and the lead.
That is absolutely insane. Right when I was about to call Hoot greedy for 3 times trying to pick up the Urn and slam it home while he's still sitting on his ultimate and everybody's inside that building. But I mean, Thanos find a way to make it work. Divine Barrier kept him alive. They end up securing that Urn. Now 14,000 souls, the lead for the Amber Hand. Trax happy to get one back in way of assassination there. So the Vindicta getting some souls for herself. But man, yeah, that was a tough Urn skirmish. Fortunately for Atlas, at the end of the day, they do walk away with a flex slot. So they're still licking their wounds, but it was Blob to work his way to the left side of the map and grab that Guardian.
So now you're looking for some stability in lanes, and as soon as you can work and push these outer lanes, looking at the majority of Atlas to collapse down mid, see if you can catch this team fight early before things continue to snowball. Use your numbers, try to isolate some members, and catch a good ultimate, and a paradoxical swap could set you up for a kill. But look at the way that they're running, though, on Thanos' side. Like, in close proximity to this holiday, you have Hoot, you have Rocker, so you have support in case those ultimates do try to isolate you. It's really like Thanos doing a good job at spacing them out, so none of those proactive plays can happen from Atlas. You gotta really pick and choose something smart.
High ground taken by Hoot, but gets swapped to the low ground. Big pickup there. Execution coming from OBP.
Last stands.
Waldo now looking for some more. Yeah, last stand is out. Hydration incredibly healthy still in this fight. Waldo's kind of on the outside and unfortunately is being picked off as well. OBT gonna fall gracefully down into the welcome arms of Rocker and Hydration. And I mean, the Shiv is just so hard to kill. Fortunately for Thanos, they do find a way. That bloodletting not going to be enough to keep him alive. So a scrappy little skirmish still goes the way of Thanos. Fortunately, it's at a point in the game where there's not a whole lot more to get from it. They are going to take away some of these camps, but you're going to have time to reset, to respawn, reset, and start to get that up once more for these bridge buffs.
Blob's in trouble. You look over towards that outer right lane, and Blob is surrounded by 3 members from Thanos. So another situation where you're trying to walk out of your lane and see if you can start shoving towards those walkers on the other side. You get caught. And even that play where they were kind of trying to take that fight through, like, the jungle of Atlas, I didn't hate it. I thought they timed it right as well. You even got a good cube from Captain. I think Thanos just are doing a good job at spacing out each player so that the peel is very close in proximity and you don't have to go too far to support each other. So making sure that those team fights are guarded. Low main shows up and it really blows up any chances that Atlas did have in that fight. So this is what I'm saying. If you're Atlas right now, you got to really pick and choose when is the right time. And, you know, it might not be now. It might not be for a couple minutes. You're just going to be farming up your jungle. You're going to be farming up your lanes, just trying to keep in this game steadily. But when that moment arrives, I'm looking at this team to just jump at the opportunity to catch somebody out of position.
But what does that look like? Catching somebody out of position. Well, we're 10 players strong here. That urn starts to come down. Leffa and Vrake on the opposite side of the map. Vrake could teleport to the fight. Leffa
would it be a bad option?
Cannot.
Like, just Traveler out there, have that extra 6v5 to fight for this urn. But then you give up the chance for Leffa to then push into this walker. That is the issue here.
Yeah, that's tough. You almost have to match the team playing the urn, and if somebody from Thanos is looking to split push in a side lane,
it's going to be a 6v6.
Use that Traveler to get over
and
there.
And all 12 ultimates alive and active. So this could be a very messy urn return if Thanos jumped the gun. But you know that this team is a lot smarter than that. And in this whole sense is that, like, the longer you hold this urn, the longer that Atlas have to kind of dedicate majority of their players to the left side of the map, which then opens up a chance for Thanos to start to shove these walkers on the right side and really draw away those extra members, then push the urn. So I think that's going to be the call here for low main is what they're doing is just keeping the urn out of the hands of Atlas and forcing them to dedicate too many bodies onto the left side of the map.
Yeah, and when it comes to the turn-in, unlike the pickup, Mirage never really knows when's the best time to be with the team for the turn-in and then be able to ult away. At pickup, it's like, hey, let's go fight for this urn. We're going to pick it up, and then I can ult somewhere. So because they're hanging on to it, that same teleport play to catch somebody in a side lane really is not available. He has to stay in this side lane, like you mentioned before during pickup, to make sure that Hydration isn't pushing this one up and getting a Walker for free. If we
Low
know
main.
that Warden can absolutely shred Walker.
Oh, I thought he was going to hit that lasso, but just barely missed the mark. Urn's going to be running back to its spawn. It's going to draw Thanos away from this Urn return position, allow for this Atlas team to again spread their wings and claim some more space on this map once again. Thanos going to turn around, grab that Urn, and with the pressure down. So they're really kind of walking on eggshells for Atlas. You're trying to farm as best as you can, but you're really giving no chance to do it.
You're also your strongest member, your richest member in Way of Souls is the one who is holding down the side lane. So even a fight here does not feel good. Hoot, though, gonna get swapped, taken
There we go.
dangerously low, eventually executed. Assassination
Now
comes
back
through.
up.
Yeah, Urn to be dropped, and now Thanos are gonna look to take this fight here. Blob on the outside, Trax getting lassoed up and taken down, so 1-for-1 thus far. Meanwhile, out towards the right side, Break had to join the fight. Hydration looking to push this Walker, gonna be met by Waldo. So everybody walks away, the dust settles just a bit, but the Urn still in possession of Thanos.
Still a 5-on-5 for at least 10 more seconds. I would have liked to see Atlas back up. I mean, you know that lasso is going to be in there, and Waldo or Trax gets caught by it, but here we go, right inside the frozen shelter, right through the heart of OBT.
What?
Zeno piercing the frozen shelter right to the rescue of Rocker. I don't think I've ever seen somebody do that before. That is an interaction to say the least.
Yeah, that... I hope we look at that, because that is absolutely insane. It's bad enough that it goes through walls, but through ultimate... Come on now.
I mean, as long as you latch onto that one hero, I guess you are good, no matter what. But Rocker, happy to have all the help you can inside that dome. So a little bit of pressure onto that middle Walker you saw from Hoot. However, after getting that Urn returned, you're sitting at about a 40k soul lead, and you're not going to be too greedy to take more than that. Still, you expect that eventually Atlas are going to have to walk out of these lanes.
Time to move.
And once they do, that's going to be when Thanos is going to showcase it. 10 seconds, you got bridge buffs up, and yeah, nobody from Atlas are going to walk up to that. They give the Spirit over towards Hoot as well. That is going to be some gnarly bombs.
Yeah, the ultimate as well going to have a little extra oomph. And I mean, they're prepping right for what I think could be a really good fight for Hoot, because as we work this Urn back towards the right side of the map, this is the turn that's inside that building. If you want to fight to try and deny this Urn, you really have to be within Hyper Beam vision. So that buff's going to feel pretty good. Lasso goes wide. Chemical Fire down, and unfortunately for Lomé, no, this is looking pretty fortunate for Lomé. Actually forces out the goo ball as well. So Trax picked up as the Urn works its way across the map, and now the goo ball won't be available for
Look at
Captain
this.
to try and stop this Urn.
Instead of fighting this Urn, okay, so a little bit of a change in dynamic for what the game plan is for Atlas. It's going to be a Thanos giving up the Urn, going for this Temple Guardian, but at the same time, you got OBT taking a left Walker. You have 3 members of Atlas on the right side taking another Walker, so you might give up Rejuvenator here, but you're looking to get something out of it. I don't hate this trade for Atlas. It is just a bold one in considering now you're going to have to fight through an Urn fight after taking these Walkers with Rejuvenator on the side of Thanos.
They might only get 1 Walker. Rocker came over here to help Hydration. They're going to do their darndest in Atlas to try and get this one, but Captain
they don't even
also
get it.
goes down. Yeah, so you lose, what, 3 deaths? You lose the Urn and mid-boss,
Well,
and you got
hold
1
on.
Walker for it.
Hoot's Hyper Beam is going to be interrupted.
Going for the earn secure, you get it. And not only that, Waldo hooked, so just waiting in the shadows. And another kill there for Thanos. Flex slot number 2 opens up with that middle walker going down, and immediately you can see that Thanos grouping up now to see if they can find another one. Hydration just breaks through it like it's nothing.
They think they're making it too.
You've got what you've needed. You have the Rejuvenator. Now they can just back up and start to farm more.
And although we highlight how much was lost by Atlas in that trade, you have to applaud them for going for something, but also mixing it up, right? Not just allowing Thanos to hang on to the urn and really dictate the pace of the game. They had to do something. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out in their favor. It never really was going to work out in their favor. They were just hoping to get more than they did.
Hydration really is a wrecking ball on this Warden, I will say. He has been split pushing, soaking up these lanes, and 31k on the Warden. I mean, he's not topped on the leaderboard. You see Lefa 33 and Xeno 32, but I think that's just like you're adding to the Titans that is this roster. So stepping up here with the last bit of the Rejuvenator to see if he can crack this base open and get these shrines. And the only person who can really fight against this is dead.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good. 25,000 Soul Mirage still waiting in the wings. 5 seconds left on that respawn. Meanwhile, Hyper Beam purring in the background. Those shrines are starting to be targeted. Flex Slash to come. Oh my goodness, the hook from downtown hits. Cube Rescue Beam though. Maybe all for naught. Okay, staying alive is Waldo. Blob, unfortunately, we can't say the same for them there. Shrines fall. Players are up, but ultimates really aren't, right? The Traveler, the Execute, the Killing Spree, not the best ultimates to have in this situation to hang on to your base. So Thanos will be able to reset the Patron here. Getting topped off inside the shelter as well. Do they just hang out and try and finish this right here?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, just look at this lead that you have for Thanos. You don't got to go anywhere. Pitch a tent. Why don't you? As you're here to stay, a couple of the rest of the base guardians going to go down. They will end up backing up. So respect being shown here. Last Paradoxical Swap Rocker not able to escape. So there's a good use of the ultimate from Waldo. And Atlas get to fight for a little bit longer. You got bridge buffs coming up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, good time to find a kill there. Thanos looking to get set up for those buffs. Even though they are a player down, everything should go their way. The urn is going to be on the opposite side of the map in Atlas territory. And now, you know, there's really nothing to trade. You have to stand and fight this. If you push too far out on the right side, they're just going to end the game because your patron's in the pit. I think Thanos know that. Hey, let's grab the urn. Let's go score this thing. If they try to fight us, we kill them. If they don't try to fight us, we get a free urn, and we still look to end.
Well, here's the Walker finally going to get finished off by Captain. Still untouched is this middle lane, though. Like damage onto that Guardian, but that's really it. Urn's getting ran through. Nothing is going to stop it either. Paradox goes swap into the Ava. I wouldn't say that's a very smart target, being as fast as this cat can be. Lefa is A-okay to just get away from this one. And you'd see the rest of Atlas going to take what they could get with that Walker going down, back up, see if they can buy a couple more things. And group up for one last chance.
Yeah, the Holiday just leaping into the sight lines of 3. And what can Atlas do? OBT, the first one under fire. The best one to have. They're going to try and chop away at the HP there from the back lines. Lefa just sending down shots. And again, the Patron's in the pit, so they have to make this final stand right here. Goo Punch goes wide. A little bit of goofing with the rescue beam. and they're not
Get down,
full
Mr. President.
committing. Yeah, exactly.
All right, back in. Leffa not afraid to fight this one. Into the pit we go. Blab for the solo exchange. No shot there. Return to shadows for Leffa. Stays topped off. Up top is Waldo just chipping away at these players on top of this wall, but frozen shelter now from Rocker, keeping the team inside. Last stand on hydration. This patron, it is long gone. Thanos, another win under their belts here in the one-win Bombshell Volume 5. Not a win yet in the series, but a map win to keep things going in terms of climbing this leaderboard through the European side of Deadlock. Atlas continuing to show struggles in trying to put a win in that column, as they're going to have to try one more time against this Thanos team today.
Yeah, they will get another shot at this in game 2, but for game 1, I will say for Thanos, it felt like they took a little longer to, get this one finished. It wasn't as quick as I thought it maybe looked at the beginning, because it was super oppressive. And within the first 6 minutes or so, we're seeing mid being cracked wide open, and then Hoot and Xeno just being able to do what they want on the map. But it was full control, regardless of how long it did or didn't take there for Thanos.
Yeah, and even still at the end there, you saw how much that, Thanos just wanted to fight in the base at that last stand. We can look back through that map and you can see that, start to finish, this was Thanos. Like in the laning phase, they were dominating. You left that eventually. You saw that hydration was solo holding the right side of the map versus Vraic, who was managing to farm, but because hydration was keeping his attention, he never really could help out the team. And in doing so, Thanos just won their team fights. Hoot was a maniac on the Bebop, just constantly landing hooks. And Zeno as well. I mean, you got to shout out this Yamato masterclass that you saw yesterday and continuing into today as well. He is really putting on a show for the fans. Thanos are here to play, and, I think they're proving a lot of doubters wrong. Ping Tiff or not, they are still looking like some of the best here in Deadlock.
Yeah, that they are, like you mentioned, ping difference or not, playing from across the pond. I also want to mention, in looking up what Xeno has done and what Xeno has played in the Deadlock sphere, going 14-1-10 with 29,644 player damage, is not the only accolade, but there aren't many accolades. So much like we mentioned with this Thanos squad, piecing together a semi-pug team, right? You have 3 of your core, you have 3 players who, 2 that I believe have played together. I think it was, no, Hoot maybe got in the mix with somebody there. I know that Xeno has played with Leffa and Hydration before, back in like the Aurora Masters tournament. All of that basically to say, what a show you're putting on. You're playing with some of the top talent from NA to come out and play the way that you're playing this weekend. I don't know if Xeno is just not available to have a rigid schedule and stay on a team, but man, really making a name for himself.
It's just whenever Hydra Nation need him, they just give him the call. Just like, come on.
Yeah, for real.
We'll give you the Super Max. Play with us, and we'll look good. So it's like, this is just a solid roster coming up for Thanos, I will say. Heading into this next game, I think Atlas is a lot of pressure now in terms of like where you're going to end up at the end of this tournament, because the only invited team so far to not win or tie a game. And you're going into this next one thinking that like, okay, guys, we got to at least get one under our belts, but it's like, how do you do it? Because like, yes, versus, Paravision, you saw this team at least winning inside of the lanes, Tanner, but like against Thanos, they were losing lanes and then they were losing the macro as well. So it's like, is it like too late? Maybe like, is it too late here for this Atlas team?
Yeah, I don't know. Their next matchup, I believe, comes tomorrow. I think they've got the first game of the day. It's against CIS Reject. So that's a game that that's going to test their mettle, right? This is one that we have to put up numbers on because they have had a relatively tough schedule. And if you guys are, for whatever reason, taking off now, we've got one more game with Thanos and Atlas, and then we've got one win in Thanos coming up next. You don't want to miss it, but just in case you have to and you still want to be able to follow along on the action, you can show some love to one win as a whole. We'll have a QR code on screen for you guys to scan to make sure you can drop a follow, subscribe where you can. I know we've got some viewers over on YouTube, so follow on YouTube or follow on Twitter, subscribe on YouTube, follow on X, subscribe on X, do it all there. I'm going to hit them both just in case. We're going to call it X for now. Here on Twitch as well, if you aren't following, please do. This is the 5th volume of a one-win tournament, which means there was some before, and there's probably more to come. And outside of being a viewer and watching your favorite players play, one win is keeping everybody updated on socials with how the matches are going. There's going to be VODs, so you guys can check out the VODs. And there was a closed qualifier for this event, which I think is the coolest thing because there's a $10,000 prize pool. And like, what? You could be a player too? Like maybe for number 6, you could put a team together and then try and qualify through the closed qualifiers. Like that. What? Am I saying that right, Seymour? Does that sound crazy?
There's a lot of opportunity coming from one win. I mean, shout out to one win just in general, and not even across Deadlock, just about the board. I mean, they are all about the grassroots community. And like for a game like Deadlock that really needs the grassroots community to come together. I mean, we got Fight Night going on tonight. We got the one win Bombshell in the morning. You got so much Deadlock this week to watch, and we are really eating. So it takes a second to go follow them on socials, show them support, and show them that it really matters that we got some Deadlock coming through, because it is a lot here for a $10,000 prize pool from one win. And that is awesome that they are getting it done, Tanner.
On top of it all, they're putting together 2 broadcasts as well, right?
Yeah.
They put together an English broadcast for this one, which allows me and Seymour to help you guys through the action. So, and ZP and Jason Kaplan as well.
They're
They
pretty cool.
brought you guys earlier. If you're our NA folk, maybe you missed them. You didn't get to see them this morning, but they opened up the show for us, and they had some banger matchups. Now, we are one game. I've been getting so tripped up. I think we should call them matches for the whole series and games for the specific game. So we are one game into our match between Thanos and Atlas, and Thanos is looking pretty strong. Atlas obviously has some work to do, some cleaning up to do to see if they can get it done in the second game. But after this one, we've got a vetted matchup. We've got a matchup that's juicy that everybody's waiting to see, that being Thanos taking on one win. So the next 3 games is Thanos, are they going to level up in game 2 against Atlas? And then can they take the success that they found in game 1 and move it all the way through the rest of the day? Because we're going to be hanging out with Thanos for 3 more games.
Yeah, we got Thanos this game. We got Thanos in the next match as well versus one win. I think a lot of people are looking forward to Thanos versus one win. Some of the #1 players in North America versus the #1 team in Europe. To end the day here on just day 2 of this. We got 7 days total, or 6 days total of action, I'm pretty sure, across the board for the group stages and the playoffs. And then we go into tomorrow for this one for Atlas. Kind of like, what are we looking for if you do end up losing this one? I mean, you start off tomorrow against the likes of CIS Rejects. You finish off day 4 versus Aegis, Aurora, and Lotus. So 3 more matches after this one to hopefully try to buff out your record, sneak into that top 5. But right now versus Thanos, again, I mean, if you want to be in the money, you got to go a step further. You got to beat teams like Thanos. If you want to be in top 4, you have to show that you can take them down, Tanner. So it's like, this is that moment for Atlas to really, really finally show us if they have what it takes.
What is with the pocket ban? I get the Bebop ban. That makes sense to me. But Thanos coming through with another pocket ban. Just a lot of respect given over to what Vraic can do on this pocket pick, which leaves up 1 and 2. I think both of these picks that have been grabbed in the first round are tied for first place, which I think in some formats puts them at second place or something like that. Great talent, Holiday, both of them grabbed. Now, I think as much damage as Great Talon's going to do, you want something solid to pair with it, right? You want something to try and make it easier for the Great Talon to just nuke somebody. And then Holiday, you want somebody that is going to help nuke, right? So both of these heroes need some type of supplemental damage, and we are getting there with the Mirage Paradox scooped up and a Yamato Kelvin for Thanos.
The Calvin pick there for Thanos is huge, especially for Rocker. I mean, he was fantastic on it in the last game, and even towards the end, like those frozen shelters were good. The ability to just keep your team alive in lane was good. When you do get to that tier 2 frozen grenade, I think for Atlas right now, it's a lose in that first pick, whether you went Great Talon or you go Holiday. They're both heroes that you don't want to give up to Thanos. So it's like you pick up the Great Talon, you think that maybe the Great Talon would be a little bit worse than that. I wonder where Hoot's going to go now that Bebop is banned, because we haven't seen Hoot play anything other than the Bebop, I don't think, just yet. So
yeah, I mean, if you're looking for more lockdown, right, a Mo and Krill could be like, hey, Hoot, just go ahead and combo somebody. Obviously, the hooks,
but even like
really what
Hydration played the Mo and Krill yesterday too, so it's like
that is true.
In that whole sense, but there's options. You go for the ban here. If you're Thanos, you banned out the Pocket. Now maybe you ban out the Sinclair in case Trax wants to go to that Sinclair this time. Atlas, I'd ban the Mo and Krill. Honestly, I would ban the Mo and Krill if I was Atlas. If you're going for the Bebop ban, you ban the Mo and Krill on top of it.
What was played? Viscous is available for Atlas. Calico. Warden. What am I missing from Thanos? Like, Thanos is on track to have the same team comp almost.
Yeah, pretty much.
Minus the Bebop
Warden, now. So Thanos is gonna... Yeah, so Atlas goes for the Mo and Krill ban. It's just one of those things that, like, you're taking away those, like, further lockdown heroes, possibly even going in towards a Lash pickup for Thanos if they even want to, like, top things off for it. You get the Sinclair.
Is that Hoot Sinclair?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a Hoot Sinclair. I think, like, if anything, like, maybe you put, like... it's hard because maybe this is where you go to, like, if you're Lefa or... Well, it's hard, really, to see where they're going to go for this one, too, because I really don't know where Hoot's going to go after this.
Yeah. And so, like, for Thanos, what we're looking at, right? Calico banned away. Yamato could be a Lefa pick as well, but probably a Xeno pick, just the way that Xeno played it last time. Why not just keep him comfortable? Which leaves you with, if I'm saying everything is the same, you've picked right now for Lomain, Xeno, Rocker, and I'll say Hoot. And now we're looking to round it out with a Lefa Hydration, which could again be the Warden and something different for Lefa. On the opposite side, hey, Captain likes the Viscous. Play the Viscous. We saw a lot of good Viscous play. We saw a handful of good saves as well. Unfortunately, Thanos was just really putting the pressure on as the game got later, which makes it to where you have to be perfect on Viscous to make sure everybody gets out alive.
I don't hate the Abrams pickup either. I mean, you pair that in a lane with this Great Talent, and then, you know, that's some good setup for the charge shots if you land those shoulder charges. So that's also Atlas kind of just like layering into this team composition to enable each other, especially for the laning phase where they really need it the most after the way that it went back in game number 1. Thanos now, balls in their court to see where they go. Warden's still up if Hydration wants to go there. Lady Geist is still up as well, just in case. You want to maybe put Lefa on the Yamato, and then you want to put Xeno on the Lady Geist. And yeah, you leave Hoot open for that Sinclair, then Hydration gets the Warden, so it's like...
That's looking good. That's looking good for Thanos.
That's looking good for Thanos. Yeah.
Yeah, that's looking pretty nice. On the opposite side, I mean, what are we even thinking here for Atlas? Shiv is available. I guess OBT's probably playing the Abrams, so we're not looking for an OBT hero. We're probably looking for... I don't even know. They've been mixing up the Paradox so much between Trax and Waldo. If if we put everybody kind of where they were, Vraic would scoop up the Mirage again. The Great
I think you go
Talon
for the Calico.
was banned.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Calico's banned. Shiv maybe.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
would really
know
have to
if you
be
go
a
for the
Shiv, but I
Shiv.
don't know who's piloting that one.
You go for the Infernus for Blob. Okay, I was thinking maybe 7 was going to be like, okay, I was trying to figure out where Blob was going to this one. And yeah, it was either 7 or it was Infernus. So, like, the Infernus is good here, especially considering you want to make sure that you can, like, burn down the healing from this Kelvin and maybe even track through any ultimate that's kind of getting thrown when you throw that concussive combustion out. Just in case that last stand needs to be interrupted. I don't know. I
That's
still
a
think I
nice
favor
ult to
Thanos here.
steal, though. Yeah, like the Sinclair, I think really just leveled up with the 7, or not the 7, excuse me, the Infernus pickup. Having the ability to steal that concussive combustion because it is an ult that's right on top of you. You're kind of giving it away to the Sinclair. There's also some cool stuff you can do with, if you want to get crazy, which we just saw Thanos do. They were just fighting at the end of the game for no reason. With your assistant, where you can concussive combustion and then throw your assistant forward, teleport to your assistant, and then just be right on top of somebody to make sure that that ult lands. So we'll see. The Sinclair, I feel like it's been a little hit or miss. Obviously played on the topper echelon of teams. We've seen some really good showing of the Sinclair, but this is it. Atlas still chasing their first win as we make our way out to the Cursed Apple for game 2 between Atlas and Thanos.
With that map win in game 1, Thanos rise to number 3 on the leaderboard here in the group stage. Atlas dropped to 8th place, dead last with the loss. So this win would go a long way for this Atlas team to see if they can steal something away from Thanos here in game 2. But right away, back to where we left off is Huto and the Sinclair. Whether it's Bebop or Sinclair, it doesn't matter. He's in your face.
The game just started, man, and they're already running at him. Thanos is not letting anybody have fun in this lobby.
Some moron is gonna try to punch me, and they're not gonna like what happens next.
So even like looking across this one, you don't get the Grey Talon Abrams lineup. It's actually Viscous with the Abrams, so a tanky lane over onto the outer. You get the Mirage Grey Talon, so hopefully able to like battle through this Yamato, especially with the Scarabs. Charge shot as well, gonna make it tough for the Yamato to exist if they can get going, but on the outside, I mean, you look at this Infernus Paradox. I mean, what are you thinking for this one? Because it's like, that is kind of a fragile lineup to have, especially against a Warden and a Kelvin.
Yeah. The best part about it, I think it works well for Thanos just because there's a lot of poke, right? There's a lot of chip damage between the fire from Infernus, from the Carbine, and the Pulse Grenade from the Paradox. But then you just have the Kelvin, who's, you know, probably getting healing right or healing Nova in some regard, able to just keep that lane healthy. I do think, however, that lane shines a little bit for Atlas just because there's so much pressure. Like, sure, you're going to be able to heal up our damage, but we're just going to constantly, with this Infernus just being able to hold Mouse 1 down, we're just constantly peppering and being annoying, which then puts the onus on Thanos to, again, get ahead in this mid lane and then maybe leap out and help an overextended right lane and see if they can't basically do what they did in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that is what everybody's been doing so far today, at least on the winning side. Paravision did it to Atlas, and now Thanos are doing the exact same thing, so I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this is not looking good already. Captain down to about 25% HP. Gonna have to back down over towards the Curiosity Shop. Give some space over towards these Thanos players, now shoving you under your Guardians.
And who just drawing a picture around Waldo there. A couple of auto attacks that don't quite land. And man, when they do from the Sinclair, they do heap of damage. Slowmain goes up top, And Leffa, okay, follows up and is looking to chase down OBT.
I think one thing in particular is like for Atlas that like we saw last game that Vrake was able to like at least consistently farm, especially towards like the halfway mark of the game. It's just he never really was active in those fights. So it's like if Vrake can start to put that together and then be a little bit more attentive in terms of using that Traveler to be there in the team fights, he could be a key to this game. I mean, Vrake has been having a pretty decent couple of days here for Atlas. It's just putting it all together at the same time and communicating when you need to be there has been where they fall apart. So now coming into about 4 minutes, you see some ultimates starting to come online for Thanos. Xeno, he's gonna fall low main as well, so a couple kills for Atlas to try to fight back, but you have the audience participation. And who's just happy to just keep on pushing through this Guardian.
Yeah, if you're Great Talon, you do not want to get close to Hoot, right? Giving up that guided owl, it means help in the side lanes or an execute in this mid lane just because of the low HP. Speaking of guided owls, that one's headed from mid out towards the left side. They're looking for something extra onto Leffa, and that was a lot of damage. It did 40% of Leffa's health.
He does have the soul exchange, so I'm sure he's going to stick around for a little bit longer. See if Atlas bite. Blob ends up taking up Rocker, though. 2-for-1 trade over towards the outer right side of the map. Hydration's going to tear through that Guardian like it's nothing. Paper mache to the Warden. And look at this right off the bat. Rocker's just going to go reinforce the left lane. So he's going to get in here. Has the Frozen Shelter on cooldown. So not going to be available. Instead, they just run in, manage to slow down OBT, and set up low main for the kill.
Yeah, OBT tried to ult out to safety, but dies in midair. And immediately Rocker right back to the base, able to top off, purchase anything he needs, and then is out to help the Warden in Hydration, who doesn't do a great job of wave clearing. So good on Atlas to force this Warden under turret, under the Guardian, and get a little bit of what they could. Unfortunately, no kill pressure, no real threat to Hydration, but they do get some chip damage on the Guardian.
Who just undeterred. He is in his lane.
He's playing Sinclair like he's got a hook and he's gonna pull somebody to death. Like the
he might just like manifest one out of that magic hat.
Yeah.
But not only that, it's like Xeno too. This guy might be the best at Yamato. So a little bit of a backup here for Hoot. Guardian's gonna go down right back in. Xeno trying to hunt down these kills. He's gonna find it with the help of low main. Barrel in the back. Do you finish the second one? Look how low Vrake is. Xeno's gonna confirm that with the power slash and another set of kills for Thanos.
And meanwhile, Frack steps on out. And, well, dies for it. Unfortunate. Guided Owl used on the right side of the map to try and slow things down. Blob under fire. Both Hydration and Rocker a bit overextended, so they'll back away. That Guardian still stands. But the first one down in mid, just around that 7-minute mark. And just like we saw last game from Thanos, right? Open up mid lane. Let's help out where we can. Gooball gonna help Captain get out to safety. And it's a 3v3 in this lane. Time Wall gonna slow things down. The assistant won't be able to help out too much there. It will allow for Hoot to get out of danger if he needs to, and he's just going right back in. Steals the ultimate on the melee, comes down on top of the cube. Man, Hoot made that one look good. Fortunately for Captain, he had the cube in time and will stay alive.
And there we go.
Grab the ult mid heavy.
I know, it is just so quick for Hoot there. He is on one right now today. This Thanos team yesterday, you could see a little bit of a slip up against some of the matches that they were playing, but they know they got one win coming up for the last match of the day. And they look like they're on point firing on all cylinders. Good assistance there from Captain to keep Waldo away from that Ice Beam. Rocker just not able to fully kill off this Grey Talon. Instead, Captain's going to fully heal Waldo. And you look across the way that Thanos are looking to play this one. Very loose in terms of setting up an advantage over towards the right side, looking for this last Guardian.
And it's low. Guided Owl in a hold hydration in his tracks. He's going to look to back up. Lasso available, but out of range. So low main won't get anything there. Yeah, now the question is, right, just how long does that Guardian stand? We're also nearing Urn timer. It's about to get going here for buffs and the Urn. So if you're Atlas, you got to be thinking about ways. You got to be thinking about what your response is about to be, because Thanos is pretty inevitably going to grab that Urn, look to grab the buffs as well, and make a play somewhere. Traveler grabbed by who? Works his way across the map, and now that front line of defense is gone for Atlas.
Captain, Goo Ball. Get out of there. Get out of there, Goo Man. Come on. So, not gonna fall to Lefa here. 10 minutes in, 55k souls for Thanos. And as soon as this Urn run pops up, you can imagine that that is going to be where Thanos sets their eyes. Is it going to be a neutral Urn, though? That is one thing that I'm wondering. As you can see, OBT was going to see if he can collect it himself, and it is a trap laid out. Who's going crazy right now? And yeah, it is an Urn on the side of Atlas, so Thanos gonna have to go deep to get this one secured, but they have everything they need to get it done.
Yeah, they really do. And Captain's had to use the Goo Ball twice now just to survive. And so this most recent one means that the Goo Ball won't be online. However, the rest of the team does have ults aplenty. And so Lefa's going to go back to base. They're flirting with the Urn once more, very similar to what we saw previously. And yeah, Lefa's just going to head right back out to the left side and say, hey, you're either going to stall this Urn with us, and I'm going to take this Walker, or we're going to go ahead and get this Urn for free. It seems like he has hit the brakes on that one. And Drake is going to be out in the side lane once more, just working on that farm.
I know you don't want to, but this might be a situation where you just got to go into Thanos' side, find somebody to kill, and look to get this Guardian captured. I know it gives up the Urn, but at this point, you just cannot afford to lose out on these flex slots like you did before. That is really where the difference sometimes comes to these teams who fall behind. They're going to look over towards low main, so back over to the middle. Zeno's here to see if he can stall. Working back up that right lane is going to be Hydration. Urn yet to make progress. They really want this Guardian.
I mean, Zeno's hanging on to it for as long as possible. Has the locket, 8 charges on that, so he'll be able to heal himself a bit. We go ahead and plop in the healing right. Unfortunately, that'll be knocked off almost immediately. Now the rest of the team here for Thanos to try and defend. They lose the Guardian. The flex slot will go the way of Atlas, but they lose 2 players for it, and the Urn just has a clear runway for Rocker to take that one home.
Wait a second. I know it gets there. I was going to say maybe OBT is able to shoulder charge him off of it, but snooze, you lose in that sense. And yeah, you get that Guardian, so you knew that like that's where the trade was going to come through, to try to take a little bit of an objective there, open up the flex slot, and now you go back to like stalling out these waves, freezing them in lane, and trying to farm up to the point of maybe we can fight this Thanos team in a team fight. But at the same time, you still have that Guardian on the right side, so gotta figure out a way to work that objective. And I think you're just gonna put Drake over to the left side, see if he can farm up like he did last time. And I'd like to see some more stacks through mid to see if he can maybe draw some of these Thanos players away from that outer right side of the map.
4 players strong are Atlas. Looking for something. Lasso comes through, binding word down, and they're pulling Blob deep underwater all the way back to the Guardian. Blob will go. Low main traded, however. And Pulse Grenade even gets some chip damage onto Hydration, who just continues to march forward. Has the last stand. Rest of the abilities on cooldown, so no threat of lockdown from the Warden. However, just the Warden existing is threat enough to send Atlas back behind. Well, what they thought were friendly lines. Strax goes down. Waldo gonna try and hang on to this Walker, but I think Waldo, you know you're getting dove, buddy. Yeah, you really just got to get all the way back to base.
Even look at this. This should be a Walker for free. At that, you saw that you went to go in deep. If you're OBT, he was going all the way through the middle lane. Low main's gonna kill him there, but he is trying to shove into that Walker. He actually almost traded Walkers through that middle lane, so that could have been big, but instead, Thanos just gonna hit the TP and throw down that frozen shelter. There should be a second one for them.
2 Walkers down. The middle one also being pressured here by Low main. Walker falls
Even
on the
if
way
you
out.
die,
and Bray come in.
That was perfect for Thanos. You get 2 Walkers for the price of 3/4 of one. As soon as this next urn spawns in, it's an instant run for Thanos. They are so far ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you
Wait a
do?
second.
It looks like a bit of contention. Yeah, Atlas don't want to give this one up for free.
I think this is the first time we've actually seen Atlas proactively go get the urn first. So Guided Owl hopefully to deter anybody looking to contest this one as well. Blob goes down on the left side of the map, so Thanos most likely will contest this. If not, that middle Guardian is middle Walker is going down. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason they should let this urn get returned for free.
I mean, this is right where they want to be, right? That turn-in is right next to this Walker. You go fight this urn, you win this fight. Not only you winning a fight, getting an urn, but you're also probably getting this Walker as well. Shoulder charge. Gonna misplace just a bit. Hydration on the outside, peppering the Walkers. It continues to get chipped away. All eyes on the Walkers. Nino forced to back away. Still has that restorative locket. He's waiting to pop that one to maybe try and get it maxed out. The Walker secured, and they see, right? There's no fear of that urn turn in, so they're just going to continue to collect. Urn picked up once more. Captain's got it, but it's anchoring you, buddy. You got to get rid of that. You're losing everything.
I mean, Atlas, they so desperately want to do something, but they just can't, and Thanos aren't allowing you to do it. So as soon as they get this Walker, they go over, they take this space, they shove these lanes, they deny the presence of Atlas. You want to go return this urn, but if you do so, you are dead man.
It's just all you can do is keep away. I guess, sure, you're stopping Thanos from getting the urn, but
Maybe go kill Hydration. He's all alone. Oh, and he knows it. He's got Fleetfoot. He's got the Divine Barrier. He's like, no, guys, no. I know what you want to do, but it's not going to be that easy.
Well, it also true too, like Captain's carrying the urn. He can see you on the minimap. Like, why is the urn coming back this way? Surely something spooky is about to happen.
Something's not right.
Yeah.
And then everybody inside, like, the urn returnal building is just like, yeah, hey, it's very quiet over here. I think they're coming to you.
Yeah,
watch out.
Goes by.
Here's a little bit of a gap, though, that they might try to do it. But as soon as it's Thanos, they knows you're here. So even if you do return it, you are going to die for this one. Lasso grabs Captain. We're going for a ride.
Hey, Captain on the outside, but it's only Low main this way. And OBT not happy about the Lasso play, so the Sheriff can't quite get away. Zeno gonna get a trade on the opposite side. That's Blob going down. So Infernus no longer able to burn things down. He's got that transformation narrowly saved Zeno from death there. Tracked, tried to put up the time wall, but unfortunately just did not mean enough. So urn picked up. That will be secured by Thanos. And again, just playing the keep away game. delayed the inevitable. Earn goes Thanos' way. They also find the kills on the back end. And
why not?
Maybe, yeah, mid boss. Next on the menu.
This is a masterclass out of Thanos here in day 2 of the 1-win Bombshell. No stone unturned. No corner unchecked. No chances for Atlas here in this game, and they make sure of that. With hydration, the understanding that the peel is coming back to see if they can isolate him over to the right side. The understanding that Thanos can go return back to the lanes, push those waves once more, and then come back and lasso Captain, trying to return that urn. The traps being laid, it's thorough. There's layers. And as soon as you uncover that layer, you are a dead man walking. So it's like this for Thanos. Setting themselves up to see if they can put another win under their belt and climb closer and closer to one of the top seeds here in the tournament.
Absolutely need to secure a win. And with 44,000 souls, you know, all signs point to yes in terms of victory here. But if there is a way that Atlas come back in this one, I mean, that would spell absolute disaster for Thanos because they've already dropped a map. And now I think we're assuming that they're going to be in that top 4, top 5 discussion. But you got one win next, right? So you got to start playing as clean as possible to get prepped for that next matchup. You got 2 games against the #1 team right now that's just been running amok across the pond from this North American squad.
I don't even know how Atlas comes back from this, because every single time today we've seen a team at this big of a lead. It's only had one outcome. So now with the Rejuvenator, I'm sure Thanos just grouping up to see if they can put the finishing blow in with this urn. He's going to miss the kinetic carbine. Swap's gonna miss as well. Caught in the binding word, and you're just ran over. Bled dry hydration. He's so fast and tanky. What a build here from the Warden. Combustive combustion inside the frozen shelter. OBG trying to jump towards the air. Cut down though by the Yamato, and let's go for more.
Maybe one more reset for Thanos before they go ahead and close things out, as they're still got to work on the shrines and then the patron, which means Atlas will have one more chance. So right now, Blob, Captain, and Freya need to stay alive if they want an actual opportunity at a last stand. The rest of the team now starting to come back online. Tracked up, Waldo around the corner, and OBT coming through as well, and this is going to be their final stand. No goo ball, no concussive combustion, no seismic impact, no superhero landing is going deep into the mix. Oh, is the guided owl, and that's going to be all she wrote. Unfortunately, the Q can't get out to safety. OBT meets his fate once more, and Thanos close it out a little quicker than in the last one as they set their eyes on the patron. Now look to do it 2 more times. They've got one win just around the corner.
Yeah, let's be honest. There's only one thing that Thanos wants, and that's the top seat. So the win here versus Atlas, they give themselves a chance to cross borders, to cross regions, and get it done. Now taking another win, they climb themselves into a 2-1-0 standing. Another point's going to push them closer to that Paravision team, who are remaining undefeated. But if they can take down one win, that is going to really shake things up, Tanner, in terms of what we would expect in the standings. And like everything that anybody would have predicted, Thanos having a chance to take down one win, I'm sure wasn't one of them.
Yeah, and, you know, looking ahead, actually, maybe let's not look ahead just yet. Let's go ahead and let's enjoy what we got to see from Thanos in this one, because it could no longer be sunshine and rainbows. It could be doom and gloom, right? This next matchup is really going to test their mettle, but it does put them in a good spot. Or not put them in a good spot. A win puts them in a good spot, right? Because OneWin have also made the same mistake that Thanos did, and they got a little goofy and they gave up a game. So if somebody can come out on top of this one 2-0, that puts you in the driver's seat in terms of, you know, where you're at in the on the leaderboards.
Yeah, it's the difference between, like, you know, playing for that 4th, 5th place spot and maybe playing for already being in the money. It's like, that's the difference you're looking at there with the game here between OneWin and Thanos. So it's like, looking back at it, I mean, it was sheer dominance across the board, and chat was loving it. I was loving it. The Xeno and Hoot show. I mean, how about that? Like, stealing the limelight between, you know, players like Lefa, Hydration, Rocker, and even Low Maid. I just like looking at the way that Xeno and Hoot play that mid lane, whether it's the Bebop for Hoot or the Sinclair. Why are people letting this Yamato go through? It's like, at some point you got to recognize that this Xeno Yamato is an issue, and, you know, maybe a potential ban, a target ban for the future of this OneWin tournament. But Thanos coming out here, you just look across the board, and it wasn't even that dominant of a win from them. It was just clinical.
Yeah, very clinical. 7-0-17 on Hoot, who is playing the Bebop and gets to give us a different look at what the Sinclair can do here. I'm still kind of floored by the heavy melee into OBT's Abram, steal the ultimate, try to ult captain. That right there, who was having fun, right? Who was hitting that Sinclair flow state that I think you really need to hit with that hero, because it's not as easy as just pushing your buttons on the Sinclair, right? You got to know the geometry. There's a lot going on there.
I think this is immediately, I think this actually takes Atlas out of contention for the playoffs. I'm trying to do like the math here. But 0-0-3, 0-7 in map counts. I mean, you got still a couple more games versus Aegis Aurora, Sis Rejects, and Lotus, but like even Aegis Aurora have 2 ties under their belt. So like, if Atlas shows up versus Sis Rejects or Lotus and does anything other than win, that is any chance to get into that top 5 gone.
That's tough. Still 2 more days of play, and they've got some of the more difficult ones out of the way. It sounds like we are going to be getting an interview with somebody from this Atlas squad, and maybe we can pick their brains about some of the picks that they've brought into this one. I really want to know what Atlas thought about the countless pocket bans. You know, like, where does that come from? Do they feel like teams think pocket is strong, or do they feel like Vraic could be a problem with that pocket? And it sounds like hopefully we'll get those questions answered. Oh, it actually sounds like we're here right now with Waldo. We can go ahead and bring Waldo on board from Atlas and get Waldo into the mix. Waldo, first and foremost, thank you so much for joining us. I know that this is not every gamer is looking to hop on cam and get talking with some random guys on the internet. So thank you for joining us. Obviously, a difficult series there against this Thanos squad. Can I just, you know, with this Thanos squad coming from across the pond, I'm sure you're very familiar with the players, have seen them in the leaderboards, wherever it may be. What was it like playing? Were you surprised by anything, I guess, by playing, you know, a different maybe play style, because NA and EU do things a little different?
I mean, I felt like they were playing really good. The NA guys play differently compared to what I'm usually playing against in the EU. It's kind of unintuitive, I would say. But they were definitely really good in lane, considering they were on ping. And I feel like they have a lot of potential.
Yeah, they do look good. I think one thing that like we've been kind of wondering on the desk just across yesterday and today with the changes of E-Shift and everything, have you felt like your team has been impacted in any way, like with that, especially for the pocket picks that you guys keep trying to bring out? It definitely looks like it's struggling in terms of trying to play the pocket.
I mean, we have Rake on our team, who is a very famous pocket player. He like has like 600 games on this hero. So I think they were target banning him. I also tell from other picks that it seemed like they wanted to target ban other players from our team. But I don't feel like they really needed to target ban. And I also think the issue of the change, I mean, I think players are now buying Warpstone, I'm pretty sure. At least I'm buying Warpstone now. And Pocket as a hero, he's really, really strong in lane. I don't understand why they were first banning it. I guess it was just target ban and they were just having fun.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, that's not the only time we saw it, right? We saw it in the Paravision series as well. I guess since we've had you for 2 games, is there anything that you can think back on that Paravision series? Because you guys, I feel like for the first half of those games were in it neck and neck. The even when it looked like Paravision were doing the right things, you guys always managed to stay in contention in those souls. Between the 2 series, how did you feel you guys fared against Paravision, or what do you think was working against Paravision?
Paravision, they have a star player, I would say, 2 star players really, Taz and Together. We were kind of target banning Taz, honestly, with Paradox and Holiday and even Viscous at some point. And Paravision, I felt like they were such a coordinated team, and we were just kind of aping them, staying on top on souls. So going into them, I think the best way would just be playing unintuitive, like catch them off guard. They do that as well to us, but I feel like they're one of the, I wouldn't say predictable, but they're definitely coordinated.
And can I quickly see where I'm going to jump in just to Kevin? You keep saying unintuitive. What does that mean for the P-brains like me? That, like, does that mean it doesn't make sense to you why they're doing the things that they're doing? What does unintuitive mean to you?
It's when they're like invading your jungle at random times. You know, you see them shoving a lane, and then you know they're gonna come at you in the jungle, and then sometimes they're not doing that and they're still coming at you in the jungle, catching off guard, getting that pick for the objectives. So yeah. And the NA players, I was surprised. I thought they would be more coordinated and predictable, but they were not. They were playing really, really well.
Yeah, they really looked like they stepped up in today for sure, looking sharp, especially heading into a big match coming up for Thanos. But for you guys, I mean, now you're stuck in what seems like 8th place for the tournament with a couple games coming up versus, you know, Sis Rejects, Lotus, and Aegis Aurora. Is there anything, you know, going into the next couple days you guys feel like you really need to step up in?
I would say just winning lanes as of now. I mean, we were having some trouble in the lanes. I mean, we have like kind of assigned lanes. I mean, me and Rake like to play together in mid lane, and we kind of couldn't pull off what we did usually today. We were losing our mid lane really fast because, I mean, the players were really good as well. Some of our macro can get, or like should be worked on, like shoving lanes, because they always play off timings for us. They shove in like a side lane or 2, and then you go looking for a fight. And I mean, you're kind of like forced in a dilemma. So like, take this fight, they have someone split pushing into us, or vice versa. They just do whatever they want. They have a lot of map control, these teams, and I feel like that's what we should work on right now.
I love the, like, between doing whatever they want or the thought of like, what are they doing? It makes no sense. Like, what do you mean they're not in our jungle? What, okay, now they are in our jungle. What is? I love it. Waldo, thank you so much for the takes. Obviously, joining us on an interview, not only joining us on an interview just to join us on an interview as a gamer, but doing it after a defeat, man, that says a lot about you. So thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Before I let you go, is there any shout outs you would like to give? Any love you would like to give anybody?
I would like to shout out Hoot. I was getting kind of cocky into this, but he actually destroyed me. Especially in the first game, I was so pissed off that I told my team we should first ban Bebop instantly. It still didn't work out. They got Sinclair and I got destroyed again. But yeah, I think Hoot is a player with... Oh, my bad, sorry.
No, go ahead. Give him his love. Give him his flowers.
I think Hoot is like highest potential player in EU. I think he's gonna be one of the best coming into the future of the scene. He's definitely in pops and in coordinated play. He's been the top player and the top star of every team he's been in. And I hope to see him getting picked up by a bigger org sometime.
Oh, well, Waldo, you definitely deserve a spot, man. If not at the top of the leaderboards, in everybody's heart. Seriously, you are an absolute class act. thank you again, Waldo, for joining us on this one, man, and best of luck throughout the rest of the week.
Thank you for having me.
I think he said it right there. I mean, Hoot coming out with some cinema in the match. Like, this guy was all over it in the Bebop and the Sinclair. He looks fantastic. I agree right there. I think that Hoot, he does look like he's at the top of his game right now. And not only that, elevating Thanos to be even better than what we could have imagined them to be alongside Zeno in that middle lane and across it, just playing whatever role he deems he wants to play right now. I'm excited for this next match coming up because I think, you know, it's right to see like that Thanos is playing well. When you hear it from Waldo and saying you didn't think or you thought that they were going to be predictable, they're coming into the match and they're unpredictable. That just goes to show that this Thanos team has prepared for this tournament, even though they knew that they were going to be walking in with what everybody would be saying is a disadvantage in terms of playing from North America to Europe. They're coming here with the game style, the proper game style, and they're playing some of the best deadlock that they could be playing.
Absolutely. And yes, we've got one more for you guys. So strap in because this right here is for a battle at the top. Both of these teams have blundered and now we get to see them go head to head, and a 2-0 would go a long way. It's Thanos. It's one win in their own home. They have to defend it here for the last game of day 2. We're going to hop away for a short 5-minute break. When we come back, an absolute banger to close out the day. Don't go anywhere. our last game of the day. Dang it, I did it. Our last match of the day. 2 games for you as we look to jump on into it. As we've been doing, we follow tradition. Typically, one team plays and then they play again. That team playing again is Thanos, and they are bringing us home here in day 2 against the home team, Seymour.
Yeah, I like the whole idea of having teams play back to back. You know, especially if you know, for example, Thanos. You know, you come in, for example, maybe they would be a little tired. You know, waking up in the morning. They always have that second game to bounce back. And, you know, this time they show up, they perform, and now you have the second game where you're feeling at the top of your game. So it's a big one, considering that we've kind of been setting it up all day long. And, you know, 1 win sitting in 4th place, 1 win, 1 tie, 3 maps won, 1 map lost. Thanos sitting 1-1-0 as well, just with 4 maps won and 1 lost. So it's a little bit ahead of this 1-win squad, and we're kind of setting this one up as the whole sense of this could totally be the separation between 3rd place and a 4th place seeding going into the playoffs in a few days. And again, you think about that even deeper, Tanner. That's the difference in playing, you know, for a 4th place finish and a 5th place finish for any of these teams. Granted, 5th place, you don't really get in the money. So this is a big matchup for both of these squads to just kind of pull ahead in terms of ranking.
Yeah, and you know, if you land a 4th place spot, you're just already in the money. You get knocked out, that's fine. And then if you land a 4th place spot, you get to do the unthinkable and go for the upset and 10 times your money from 500 to 5,000. So we'll see what happens as we do pull up our head-to-head here. Again, 1 win, Thanos, both of them coming into this one after flubbing a little bit yesterday. And I'm wondering how much, and maybe if not today, another day, or just a Twitter, we can reach out to somebody in 1 win. How much pressure goes into playing in the 1 win Bombshell? Right? This is kind of like your tournament. Is there a lot of pressure to really perform?
No. I mean, you got to think about how much Deadlock these guys play every single day of their lives. It's just another day in the life of these competitors playing on it.
Aaron Judge plays a lot of baseball, but when it comes playoff time, he chokes, all right? And the Yankees probably aren't happy about it.
I think that's just from speaking from the fan perspective and not the player perspective. It's probably just another baseball game to him as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of pressure just in general for playing games like this. I mean, you know that, you know, for 1 win, you have, like, I'd say, the status of the #1 team in Europe to uphold right now, especially considering you're playing up against some of the best from North America. My question is, do we get the McGinnis pick from them again? Do you think they'd be like bold enough to bring it out one more time, Tanner? Because that would be funny. I think that would be a huge joke to watch for 1 win. Try that against this Thanos squad. But we're into the draft phase, and we can see already banned the Holiday. 1 win said we don't want that. Thanos, they banned the Grey Talon, and they banned the Paradox. So look at the base, look at the bans that we're getting here in terms of there's not really a whole setup in those power playmakers. Like, you don't have the Paradox or the Holiday, so that's gonna leave you into the Moe and Krill for Thanos. Maybe we get that hydration Moe and Krill. They get the Bebop as well. So what did 1 win do here? Are you kind of forced to play the Lash?
Possibly. ABL did play the Lash yesterday, so there is a chance. But the Abrams is also like, it's not the Moe and Krill, it's not the Bebop. But if you're looking for somebody to get somebody out of position, the shoulder charge can do that. Unfortunately for Abrams, he's got to get into a position to get somebody out of position. So it is very far from what we're going to see from, you know, Hoots, Bebop, and Hydration's Moe and Krill in way of being able to pick somebody off. And I think a really smart ban there and taking away that Lady Geist as we move deeper into this.
Yeah, I don't know what Lomain's going to play either. You know, maybe if they steal away the Lash, you could put Lomain on the Lash because, you know, he usually plays either the Holiday or the Paradox so far. But you're giving up a lot to this Thanos squad in terms of like comfort, because like Zeno's going to be on this Yamato again. You get Hoot on the Bebop. Hydration's been good on the Mo and Krill. You give Calvin over towards Rocker. I mean, this is literally falling into place every single hero that they want to play right now, except for, you know, Lomane. But I'm sure Lomane's happy enough to maybe grab that Lash. Like, this would be Thanos kind of cooking right now. And I think one win on the other side, I mean, you get the Sinclair. Vindicta can be powerful, but it's going to be hard to play up against like this Bebop. It's going to be hard, especially against the Calvin, who's going to be like protecting your team as well, and sliding up into the air, contesting you on those points of power that Vindicta usually is going to be at. Shiv as well. I mean, that could be good in the battle versus this Yamato, but it just really comes down to, can you set it yourselves up for chances to use that killing blow? Because how many times did we see this Thanos team full HP in the team fights?
Yeah, a lot. Very, very often. I do want to say, I think a fun little bit of, oh no, the word just escaped my brain, and this is what you do for a living and you can't think of words. I think there was a little bit of conditioning. Yes, we made it. Done by Thanos. And I think one win read into it beautifully. Thanos had been playing the Kelvin without the Shiv. Even with the Shiv ban, even without a Shiv ban, I thought there was a world where maybe...
They need more damage, I think.
They definitely need some more damage. But I thought maybe a world where we talked about, what is Lomane going to play? Well, if Lomane just wants to hook people up, Lomane could play the Mo and Krill. We could pick something different up for hydration. And then I guess the hydration would be the Shiv, right? That's what I thought was going to happen.
No, sir.
But it gets denied. It's going to be a... Lash has what, one win? Thanos?
Hey, they're playing up against one win, so maybe that's the strategy right now.
That is true.
Okay, so Pocket 2 for one win. I mean, you definitely heard it from Waldo that Pocket is going to be strong for the lane if you can get it going. It's just we haven't yet been shown that so far in the Bombshell. Is that Pocket's kind of been left to a lot to desire in form of like damage done, afflictions hits, long-lasting lives, and sustaining these team fights. I mean, Waldo was saying that like a lot of players who are playing on like initiation like this have swapped away from going for that ethereal shift, considering you don't get it as fast now, and you're almost prioritizing having that warp stone. Is that enough for like Pocket though? It still like seems like it doesn't give you enough chance to like have your team back you up. I mean, it can be good, but it's still different, I'm sure, for Pocket players to get that one going. So, like, we know Pocket can be good. It's just we haven't yet seen it.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's like two negative sides of the battery when you put them together, and they just don't want to go together. It's like, we haven't seen great Pockets. We also, not that we haven't seen great Pockets, we haven't seen great Pocket success. We haven't seen great Lash success. So what happens? This is the unstoppable,
I will say,
immovable object.
I mean, one win still have a really, really good composition that they've put together. And if you're
we're locking in on the Pocket and the Lash only, and that's all we're talking about all games.
And if you look at like the Sinclair's options, I mean, you can grab the combo, you have Frozen Shelter, you even have the Death Slam too. So like, those are three great options for team fight capability that the Sinclair is going to have. Obviously, if you can like look at this one-win team and you can stay ahead, you can start winning these lanes, that is where you are looking to actually control this first game. Because if these are heroes that, yes, they can do a lot of damage, but they still need to activate some of them to get them going. And Thanos just playing their comfort picks is just where they're going to be happy in their lane, thriving. Once again, looking to see if Hoot can step into this mid lane, land some hooks for Zeno. The follow-up. I mean...
Yeah, this was a scary lane last time, Seymour. So one win gonna have their work cut out for them. They join us on the Amber Hand side. Thanos, Sapphire Flame, and look at them, just under turret again. That back alleyway is where we saw a lot of these hooks land. I think, fortunately, 55 seconds into the game for one win, Hook doesn't have the hook yet. So no real threat there.
So even across like these lane compositions that you're kind of getting here, Shiv and Mirage, like this is a good combo because like if you can land some of those Scarabs, get them low enough, then maybe you can set up the Shiv to land some killing blows. It's tough for this Sinclair pocket because again, I mean, you're just trying to avoid these hooks and bombs and literally everything just thrown at you. And it's so damn tough playing against Zeno and Hoot. We saw it, yes, in last game. We see it this game. They are so good at running this mid lane for Thanos. You look towards other places, though, for one win to see if they can get ahead. And it's going to have to be down to those side lanes, I feel.
Yeah, the Abrams Vindicta... Oh, man, they just... I think... need to try and take as much advantage before that 3,000 soul mark, because as soon as the death slam and the combo come online, that is where things can get incredibly volatile over there. On that left side, as much damage as there is, that's also where that healing has gone as well with that Kelvin paired with Calico. Obviously a bloodbath in the mid lane. We know that Broadway is going to be just this. This flammable gets uppercutted downtown. And another kill picked up here. I think now that you're understanding the way that the game is playing here for Thanos, one win here in this mid lane, specifically Empty Dreams and Flammable, they have to do everything they can
Only
to play
this. Who's in trouble? And there's the trade.
Not die.
I mean, you get back off of that one. You're happy to just now stall this wave. You've gotten your kill. You've traded. So yeah, I think wave clear is definitely the option. The only issue is that like even if you're clearing waves, like eventually Hoot is going to be fishing for that hook, and if he hits it, then you don't have the option to wave clear. You have to fight that. So it's like you're just staying vigilant inside of that middle lane. Flammable Empty Dreams, they can get it done, but I'm still looking elsewhere though to see who else can maybe fight back here on the upper hand. I do like this Shiv Mirage combo. I think Abrams and Vindicta, I mean, you hit a stake into a shoulder charge. That Vindicta can do so much damage, especially when you're looking at like shutting down this Lash. If you can like shoulder charge low main, constantly keep them behind, then you're really setting yourself up for like shutting down any potential playmaking later on, because without that Holiday and without that Paradox, there isn't a whole lot of playmaking to look at here for Thanos other than hydration and low main.
God. I mean, it's like so cringe, man. Hoot is being such a bully. Flammable did a beautiful stutter step to not get hooked from the other side of the Guardian, and then Hoot's just like, all right, whatever, dude, and then just hits him with a special beam cannon. And then the follow-up from Xeno, it's this mid lane is so unplayable. Fortunately for the side lanes, right? Like Lash and Mo and Krill, they're still a bit away from those ultimates. Not that the Abrams and Vindicta like have their ultimates and they're just immediately about to win lane, but they're ahead, which is exactly what they needed to do. Now they need to start being careful because that death slam is available.
Sometimes I wish this midi map was like kind of like switched to like 90 degrees, that they could actually have like top, mid, bottom lanes. But
yeah,
that would be nice. Instead, it's we get to look at the side lanes and how good one win are at just commanding this space. Bomb in for Hoot, backs up, uppercut onto Overseas. Hydration cleans up a couple more kills, and the Frozen Shelter gonna keep Hoot under wraps right there. So happy to stay clear of the damage, happy to triple up here on the left side. Not giving really anything up towards one win for these side lanes. I like this call from Hoot.
Yeah, one winner looking though here, right? Trying to find Rocker. They do pick the kill onto Lefa. This Guardian gonna get pressured a bit. Hoot's coming right back. So 1v1 in the mid lane is allowed for the 3v3 and all this space in the left lane. Zabiel goes down. Hoot makes sure of that one. Now a 2v2, and Hoot's not done. Hoot almost full HP after finding a kill inside the satchel. He'll go and Empty Dreams. Unfortunately, looking at an empty satchel as he gets popped. The tornado out to safety. But what is really safe? Fortunately, 5 seconds separated Xenon from death because that hook was not available.
I was gonna say like a few more seconds and Xenon is cooked.
Yeah.
ABL's gonna come back though. Lands the killing blow onto Hoot. Leffa jumps up top, see if he can put some fancy footwork on, and yeah, back to Rocker you go. So safety net for Thanos under the Guardian. Mid tower already gone there for Hoot and Zeno. I mean, they might be the best in the tournament right now.
I would love to see, if ever, the stats on what that looked like between the duo lane.
Hyper beam?
Who did the damage, man?
Who gave the robot the Kamehameha?
Yeah, seriously.
He's
Like,
really
I'm
got
looking-
he's got literally everything here. And more. He's gonna back up. He's still got that hook. Lands it. ABL. Welcome to the show. And we'll see you in the next one.
Oh, okay, but a stolen hyper beam. Flammable. At the very least, just buying some space, because it has been non-stop for like the past minute and a half in this left lane. As people are coming from base, they're just right back into the squabble. And so for now, they slow things down, right? That hyper beam in response bought enough space. And I say bought enough space, but they're just right back at it. How bad do they want this? That's them on the opposite side, though, thrown underneath. Up goes Hydration, slam back down, though. Kill assist, Lomain goes down. Zanya dies as well. Unfortunately, Overseas couldn't quite collect the kill onto Hydration, who's so dangerously low, but we'll see if he gets aggressive here, right? Hydration's still tucked away on low HP.
Pretty aggressive here, ABL. Just gonna get out before anything turns sideways. Hook onto Flammable. Fortunately enough, gonna have that Spectral Assistant to TP out of dodge, but you are still in trouble. Just in general, if you're Flammable and you're not able to escape Leffa. So you can start to see that Thanos just commanding these lanes in terms of kills, finding themselves some space, and any advantage that they want. Another hook from Hoot. So for one win, you got to start taking some sites elsewhere. And you can see that they're going to group up, possibly send some over towards the right side and gain some ground there. But no, back to base they go. They have to maintain status quo, at least stop this Guardian from dropping.
Lomain left picked up mid. That sends Xeno out with Hydration to the far right, and again, 3v3 in this left lane. Hyper Beam to try and clear things out. Pressure on the Guardian. Hoot just zoning at this point, if not in way of hook. And it looks like one getting sent right back. So another Hyper Beam stolen by Flammable. And that's not just as much space, so there's a little bit of breathing room. And the game is so incredibly close, right? The next big fight, like whatever happens in this left lane is really going to crack things open for either side.
So I mean, this is some overbearing pressure out of Thanos, but like the whole question is like, can they keep this consistent across the entirety? Because albeit like you've been winning lanes, you've been stealing Guardians, even still the soul lead is pretty even on both sides. So here we get one win. Finally gonna take a Guardian over towards the right side of the map. That's gonna free up some space for the Abrams and Vindicta to get active, but at the same time, Xeno wants to do that first. So he's already quadrupled the pressure over on the left side. 4 players stacked. Close by is gonna be Flammable, but Xeno's at 11k right now. Do you really want to fight this Yam?
Oh, you don't have a choice. Flammable just gonna get run down.
Good
Charged
stake.
up, good damage on the backside, but yeah, huge stake. Just put Xeno in place. Rocker there for the save, but it's frozen shelter used just to try and get a Yamato top
Look at
top
this.
cross grenade.
One win, grouping up
Gonna
through
come out.
mid. They're gonna take that middle Guardian now, so there's some more openings coming through. Hydration's gonna be pressured out towards the right side while the scrimmage just continues forever. This is the never-ending battle on the left side of the map. Even while Left is running this urn, they're still fighting. And it's not gonna stop.
I think what I would be worried about is Xeno being in this fight for so long with 3 people in that lane. Yes, has a lot of souls, but is eventually going to start to feel the diminishing returns of sharing that lane with so many team members. Whereas we have Empty Dreams on the opposite side of the map, right? Trying to help out with this earn turn in, or trying to stop the earn turn in, I should say. There's a good chance that we get the duel. Traveler available if Xenon wants to join. Hoot is going to try and keep him at bay, and Low Main's gone.
Yeah, long gone there. Zanya turns back around. Xeno's going to be caught in the Rabbit Hex, goes for the Shadow Transformation. Same thing, copied by Flammable. So it looks like we're going to get a toe-to-toe battle between Yamato Ultimates, but it's going to be Xeno that backs off first. Back to the safety of Rocker. No Frozen Shelter just yet, so they got to back up here. Lots of damage from Empty Dreams. Finally, the Mirage breaks through. And the fight is won. ABL's going to return that Soul Urn. And you can see that one win, albeit a slow start to this game. Here they are.
And it scooped up an Urn. Second Guardian was picked up on the left side of the map, so Hoot wasn't in that fight. And yeah, those big ultimates being down, right? Xeno getting a little overzealous and chasing Flammable, and then almost dying and forcing Rocker to use the Frozen Shelter to keep him alive meant it wasn't available in that fight for the Urn. And obviously Rocker would have loved to have had that there to try and keep himself alive and have a little more oomph behind that fight, have a little more healing power, right? Could fight on the front foot knowing, hey, I can drop this Frozen Shelter. And yeah, shoulder charge right to the face of Leffa, who sneaked away with
Death Slam avoided.
To die. Yeah, Death Slam coming through and nobody's home. Low Main's missed a couple of times now with that huge Lash ultimate.
That's so important, though. I mean, it backs Sonya down, allows Leffa to just stay alive.
Very true.
And it's not a long cooldown between Death Slams, so you're going to get it back for the next team fight. And here we see ABL might be in trouble here. Down low, they hear this one. So 3 people, knock, knock. The chase is on. Xeno trying to catch the Shiv here with Rocker. Hooks back out of the TP. It's Hoot again.
Can you just give me Hoot's player cam always? I just want to see. What's going on over there. I just want to see what excellence looks like, you know? Like, golly, man.
This guy's writing the strat book on how to play Bebop.
Yeah. He's forcing first bans on Bebop, right? Like, that's what Waldo said from Atlas, man.
So here we see, I mean, like, Thanos came out the gates firing. You get that early lane win through mid, but one win, all things considered, are keeping this one even. And not only that, you've already seen Empty Dreams has caught up with Xeno. So now that you're putting together kills, now that you're starting to farm, this game is still anyone's game. In through this one between Thanos and one win. And I mean, this is exactly what you could have asked for. You could have asked for a better matchup between some of the best players from each region.
Yeah, and this is just the group stage, right? They're not going to meet again in the group stage, but there is a chance that we get this again in the playoffs. Hoot, a little short on that hook there. 30 seconds before the next Urn and the bridge buffs. And everybody's back to life. We're just waiting on that combo to come back for hydration, and that should be all 12 ultimates online for what should ideally be a skirmish of all skirmish, way more than what we saw in that left lane. As that hook lands from downtown, Nanya forced to use that ultimate. That's going to be 11 ultimates available at this Urn fight here on Pickup.
Here we go. In behind, Empty Dreams might be caught out, but that is a good dash to safety. In for the Death Slam. Who does it grab? All the way through, right into the combo. Overseas, nowhere to go. Hydration makes sure of that. And it's a good 1-2 swap between the Lash and the Moe and Krill. That's not allowing you to go anywhere. Not only that, the full pocket into Hoot to let this beam fly. ABL is going to be tracked down. Leffa confirms that. And this might be Thanos' turn to see if they can start to reclaim this advantage. Urn's going to be grabbed by Flammable, though, so down into the mid-boss.
They'll trade it. Yeah, they'll trade it here. That's fine. We'll give you the Urn. You can take that. We're going to try and steal this one away. Doesn't look like one would want to give it up, though. Thanos should know that the Urn was dropped, right? Affliction onto just about everybody, so the health bars starting to get tattered away. Mid-boss to be paused for now when we go back to an earn fight, but the destination has changed. The location, the setting is a little bit different. Empty Dreams tries to stay alive, cannot get away with Cloak inside the satchel. There was not enough safety either. Low main be traded on the backside. Leffa also going down. The urn's been completely reset, however, and Rocker is in the vicinity to maybe pick this one up and try and play keep away.
Is this what we're in for? From now on? What is that? Hulk! Again, he's just waiting through. But is this just what we're kind of in for the rest of this patch at the moment? Is just without E-shifts, there's nothing to save you from the Bebop. Warpstone's not enough. Hydration gonna get through that one. Oh my God.
Look at Hoot's face! Hoot is like, oh my God! Hoot's taking big deep breaths. A big kill onto Overseas, the Vindicta Dawn. Hydration. All the Mo and Krill 1-in-1s for side selection. It pays off. They understand the distance and the heavy melee. They steal the rejuve. And did they just slam home the urn too? That whole time Rocker was playing keep away. He was getting chased by Flammable. It was Ice and Fire lost.
It was over the moment they decided to fight us.
This is Hoot's world. We're just living in it, I guess, right now. He is setting everybody up on his team just for mass success.
You need to be ready.
But it's hydration there. I mean, to steal that one away for the Rejuvenator, that was a contestable Rejuve, and so they did. So this might be where we're seeing it get a little cooked for the EU Pride. You lose this, and suddenly the question, the debate on, like, is NA better than EU? It might take a little Hoot.
You get a little crazy on day 2. I don't know.
It might take a little bit extra Hoot there, but we might be seeing it.
You see, yeah, NA's not better than EU, but if they synergize, guys, that's what it is. We just need to come together. We need to unite, because that's when it looks damn good. Man, that steal, contestable? I don't even think that's the right word. That should not have been contestable, but who cutting the numbers down and grabbing Vindicta and then having enough time to get in the pit as well, and hydration also being there? It was a 3v2 still, I'm pretty sure. There was only 2 players from Thanos there, and they're still allowed to grab that. That is, I mean, core shattering. That feels awful for OneWin, and the Souls show it because OneWin had the lead.
I can't believe this is a day 2 match already. They were cooking.
Game 1.
Oh, this is cooking so far. OneWin, they knew what they were doing putting together this schedule. They said, look, we had to give the people what they want. We got to give it to them now. So, I mean, OneWin here. Okay, so still down in Souls, but you look at, like, the overall state of game. I mean, each team has a Walker. Each team has Guardians. The only thing that hasn't really dropped yet for OneWin that you'd like to get is that left side Guardian. But you can start to see some players grouping together, get that down. Tano's going to react and mirror that in the rotation there. Xeno contesting this one. Aside from that, a little bit longer in terms of the next urn. Rejuvenator still a little bit left on it as well. A couple more minutes to worry about, but okay, no, I said a couple more seconds to worry about it. It gets done right away. So this is really where I'd say OneWin want to start this claw back, to start crawling their way back into it. And it's going to start with this left side of the map. Try to get this Guardian down.
Yeah, Urn spawning on the left side, however, so that's going to bring everybody over to try and fight for this one. Xenon on the right side of the map. Unfortunately, there's not anything there to grab except for base Guardians for your Mirage, right? So gets it pushed out. That's great. Let's have that wave management. And it looks like the call might be, dude, just stay there. Unfortunately, Xeno, who's been so strong on the Yamato, 24,000 skulls, the most on the squad, gets so much to stay alive, but had to use a whole lot.
This is going to be a team fight for the urn on the side of OneWin as well. So, like, Thanos going to lure away these players. Nice snipe from overseas, though. Xeno going to be assassinated. It's a little bit extra change in the pocket there for the Vindicta. And that is surely going to deter this urn push and just let them hold it on their side. Rocker, he doesn't need to do anything with it. He's just got to break some boxes and hold it in their side of the map. But you can see now with that numbers advantage, one win going to clear out this last Guardian on the left side. Suddenly we're even in objective. The only thing that's separating these two teams is the small soul lead that Thanos is starting to get, and maybe these hooks too.
Oh, yeah, Flammable can't get out of that one, but they get one right back. Who helped to secure the first, but goes down almost immediately. Frozen Shelter used. Empty Dream still healthy on the inside of this one as things get a little Arctic. Sonya goes deep into the back lines with a shoulder charge, and they still have the urn. So pressure's still here mid for one win, right? They can just match the pressure around this urn. They don't have to give up anything. Finally, the urn's gonna be dropped. Hydration now getting caught out. They drop the combo. Who's there to follow up? Unfortunately, nobody. The Arctic team will slow things down, but that's all it's going to do. Thanos still in the driver's seat for now. Nobody's fallen. They have control of the urn on their side of the map.
Back in.
Finally, the walls start to fall. The bricks start to crumble. And Thanos have found a way back in. 3 huge kills as that urn heads back to its respawn. They're looking to get more. Walkers now on the menu.
Yeah, it's all down to just kind of like thinking. You go in with that shoulder charge, you're grabbed by the combo, and then the Hydrated is like, all right, you can stay in this room. I'm going to just Warpstone my way back out right into Rocker, who's just consistently healing, keeping the team sustained, and managing the space that Thanos wants to keep. So you lose the Walker on the left side, slowly losing the one on the right side. You can see that majority of Thanos going to group up to see if he can get the third one as well. They're looking to snowball this game.
Turn picked up. They've been slowed down just a little bit. Overseas, maybe in a bit of trouble. Mid Walker does fall, and so does the one on the right side. A bit of an answer back, though. Low main trying to sneak away. Zanya and friends are here to try and slow things down. Leffa on the Calico stuck in the back lines, but here comes the rest of Thanos, right? They're trying to turn this one around. No ult for the last, but he's got the high ground. He's gonna fall inside the Frozen Shelter. That worked out beautifully. Lock him down with the shelter, lock him down with the combo. No way, Empty Dreams is still alive some way, somehow. Leffa,
what a shoulder charge.
Now it's one win fight in the fight.
I'm pretty sure Zanaya hit like a 3-player shoulder charge there. Just interrupts everything. Leffa, low main, Rocker. We'll see you in 40 seconds.
Oh,
that's an instant
respawn.
mid-boss right here. So go for the Temple Guardian, get that Rejuvenator, and hope that Hydration can't steal it again.
Hey, Shadow Transformation's available. Xeno might look to do something. No, they do call him back. You know what? Let's not do that, because then we're going to be super split, and, well, your 29,000 souls mean a whole lot to us. So, Rejuve picked up.
We're back.
But one win are still staring down a 27,000 soul deficit.
This is where you're looking at one win are kind of back into it, so.
I'm not leaving this lying around.
Yes, you're down in souls. Yes, you still need to get these 2 walkers, but with this Rejuvenator, I mean, you can go for something bold here. You have that chance. You don't really have anything to defend either, other than these base Guardians, so why not go for something big?
Good wave management on the right side, really everywhere. One win just able to walk these troopers forward. 2 walkers worth of souls still available. A map worth of souls as well, right? That right side has a handful of camps up still. A couple of Sinner Sacrifice available. Buffs are back. That one gonna feel pretty darn good in the hands of Empty Dreams. And now one win in a really good position, right? Still having the Rejuve. Be a little more aggressive here on this turn fight.
Oh, it's just seeing the hook fly past him, and it's just knowing that Hoot is somewhere waiting. Hyper Beam. Back in, good barrage up top. Urn's gonna be picked up by Leffa. Looks like they're trying to run it. Bomb on top of you. If you're Empty Dreams, can you get away? Satchel through the cloak. And yes, you're here. That slam out, and that's actually gonna be grabbed back in. Healing beam on both sides. It's Overseas the first to fall in this fight.
Yeah, Overseas got caught in the combo after coming out of that E-shift. Goes down first. They traded back, but that's support for 2 huge damage members. Xenon the next to go down. Again, Rejuve cutting these timers in half. So now the onus is on Thanos to clean this up quickly, to have enough time to get that urn across the map. Who's the next to fall? Zanya, Flammable, the only two that stand for the team, and they are, dare I say, they are crawling at this point. That health's so incredibly low.
And they grab that urn across. It is going to be an urn in favor of 1 win. So there's that you're playing with. Zanaya's going to go back for the bridge buff on the left side, but with the longer respawn times from Thanos, you can't really push this urn. You're just going to keep this away. And now with 1 win, I mean, like in this whole sense, in this little lull that you're going to get with the long cooldown onto Hood, I mean, this is maybe a chance to start stealing some farm away, grabbing these tier 3s. Shove in towards this last remaining walker that you can look to grab, but Thanos are playing defense. And they're ready to deal with anything that comes their way.
They just need a fight where Empty isn't getting hooked right off the rip, right? Empty got hooked, took so much damage and had to go. And while Empty was on his way out, Overseas got comboed and killed. And there's just so many souls on the pocket this deep in the game as well, right? That affliction means so much to the team fight. And hey, you know what? I'm fine with this. I'm happy to see 5 minutes after 5 minutes after 5 minutes of setup and go, because that has been incredibly exciting. The last 2 urns have been just as fun as that skirmish that lasted for 38 minutes at the beginning of this game in the left lane.
I mean, you and I, we've been nonstop getting just like 2-0s, just blowout games. Like this is,
yeah, we have.
This is a treat.
A little different. This one's a little different. So 2 minutes until the next urn, and this urn has not been scored, right? So
yeah, it could be
I wonder if there's a little bit of pressure, for Thanos to try and get this one in as quickly as possible. I don't actually even know the interaction. Will the urn just get ripped from Lefa's hands and respawn?
No, I think it waits. It will wait till it's down. It'll probably just cancel out at the same time, but
count on you, Kelvin.
I think they're starting to catch on to Hoot here. You see it for Flammable there. Make me eat my words. There was a second where this guy, like Tony Hawk Pro Skater, kick flipped over a hook, but now with the player down, you lose your Sinclair. This is the chance to put that urn down.
That's a great time for it. 50 seconds now on the next one. Buffs around the corner as well. No way. The affliction hits nobody. It definitely didn't hit Xeno. Xeno's feeling healthy enough to just stand right in front of the base Guardians. Needs to get going. However, they need to respond to Xenon deep inside the base. He's going for those Guardians. Has the Traveler should he need it, but he hears the footsteps coming. He's going to sneak himself away. And I believe this urn is going to spawn on the right side of the map. Now, even if Thanos are set up for this urn, it's still not great for them because it's going to be on the wrong side of the map.
I mean, like, all things considered, year one team fight back into this game here. Big death slam coming through. And it's Empty Dreams to find Zeno right away. See if they can win this one through and start to pull this one back inside the frozen shelter. It's going to be a chaotic battle. And you can see that it's the Arctic Beam just slowing things down for the rest of Thanos to stay sustained inside the ultimate. A couple of these one-win players low on HP, reeling to stay alive. But the chase is on. And Lefa, low main, they're going to make sure that nobody can get away.
Yeah, that was huge from low main. The onus was on Thanos to just find a fight. We just have to find a way to do it. Bomb on. And unfortunately, Empty Dreams cannot stay alive. And this could be the beginning of the end. Urn is up, buffs available. And okay, Xenon's gonna say, hey, if you want to try and take my base, I'm gonna go ahead and take this urn. Low main wants to try and stop him here. Hold front. Hits the brake for just a second. He'll pick it back up. Yeah, you just gotta go, buddy. You can't stand here any longer. Thanos sniff that one out. Go ahead and grab that. They'll be able to score this turn, pick up the mid boss as well. And it might not be the base, but that was a great look at Thanos finally saying, guys, we just have to go, right? We have to stop playing this in and out game. We can't keep giving them opportunities. We have to fight. You know, we have a 40,000 soul lead, and it just doesn't feel like it because we continue to go back and forth with them.
Well, here is where it is. This is when you're going to feel it with Hydration soloing the Temple Guardian with Hoot actually alongside him. Rest of the team is just trucking in to get those shrines down. Well, 6 players off the respawn for 1 win. Now you can turn around, grab this Rejuvenator, and look to put the finishing touch on this first game. Thanos, I mean, North America, they are here. I'm sure a lot of people would have expected 1 win to comfortably walk away with it, all things considered. Thanos, they have been really playing well today.
You know, this feels so different than... oh, Empty Dreams. You see red and you're like, nope, that's gotta be Bebop. He immediately hit the satchel, hit the cloak, and got out of there. That was too funny. Look at Hooch just looking for some more. Unfortunately, splits the upright there. I'm gonna hold the thought. I don't even remember what I was about to say previously, but this could be one of
This is it.
2 final pushes here. JBL healthy in the midst of all of this. Hydration trying to lock him down. Now those health bars starting to get whittled away. Shadow transformation online. Combo already used the death slam into the backside, but unfortunately nothing really found off the back end of it. Flammable goes, but that's
Somebody
kind of
cue
the
Freebird.
mainstay of the fight.
This is where we see everybody pins into their base for 1 win. Thanos, nice, healthy. Thank Rocker for that one. Patron's going to be burned fast, and you can see that 1 win going to try to get themselves a chance to sustain their Patron and keep this tier 1 alive. But as soon as they're forced back out, Thanos just going to secure what is theirs. And it looks like this is going to be the last stand for 1 win.
Flammable still not alive either. Flammable not in the mix. 1 win gonna try and catch Thanos on the way out, and Xeno's just going back in, says way out. What are we talking about? Another shadow transformation. Gonna get the lockdown onto Empty Dreams. Hops inside the suitcase. He'll survive for now, but survive is just not the right word. He will stall. He will hang on. He was grasping at straws there, and unfortunately his grip will fade. Death slam as the bells ring, but it doesn't matter. And this time, Thanos not playing around. Eyes set on the Patron, and they'll grab game 1.
That's gotta be a movie for Thanos fans all across tuning in. North America walking away with game number 1. Here in their match versus 1 win, the top team from Europe struggling against some of the best from North America. A fantastic game through and through. Just, I felt like forever through the whole time. Even though you were keeping up in the objective, you were keeping up in terms of team fights, you were finding kills, you were finding picks here and there. It always felt like you had a lead on the side of Thanos. And that lead just could never be closed. And so towards the end, I mean, you just saw that as soon as Thanos was getting into these team fight situations where you were getting low main on the Lash, landing some major death slams, if anything goes wrong, you had Rocker just waiting to heal you back up. I mean, how many times did we see this guy drop a frozen shelter in the midst of a team fight that actually keeps the team full 6 alive? Not to mention, you have Hoot away, just grabbing hooks left, right, and center. Hydration stealing Rejuvenators.
Yeah.
I mean, and Xeno just, what? He found a kill sub 1 minute into this game. It was a masterclass from start to finish from Thanos, always staying ahead, always keeping their lead. I mean, 1 win, tried their best at just continuously staying in this game, but they just couldn't close that gap towards the end of it. You just saw that Thanos were too far ahead.
And there was quite a bit of time where Thanos had that lead and they weren't really doing a whole lot with it. Now, I know it was hard, right? Until they were able to force a fight. You know, all of the urns are on the wrong side of the map. It was defended really well. One win had Xenon, who was pushing in these side lanes, right? This Mirage just kind of being a problem. And, you know, so much happened in that game. It wasn't even until the highlights that I remembered that, not that I remembered, I'm not even going to say that. It wasn't until the highlights reminded me that Hydration stole the Rejuvenator, right? So much was happening in that game, and it's like, oh yeah, this is a pretty big turning point. This was the point of the game where it was close, and then it just wasn't.
Oh, 40k damage on the Bebop, 14 kills, 18 assists. He might be the GOAT. Is Bebop back? I don't know if he ever really truly left. He was always there in some capacity, but wow. There were so many times too where like Hoot was in positions to like that mid boss steal that Hydration has. They were going for the Temple Guardian. This guy was sitting behind the veil waiting for somebody to drop, and as soon as Overseas did, he's just hooked, taken out of the fight. And Hoot's happy to 1v1 anybody that is grabbed by that hook. So you take down the Vindicta, you see that, you leave Hydration inside to brawl everybody else. And then Hoot jumps in with the bomb uppercut combo that gives that over to Hydration. That could have been such a different game if that wasn't stolen.
Yeah, who knows how that plays out, right? Oh, man, what? That was just game one, Seymour. That was the first of two. Unfortunately, it's our last series of the day, which stinks. But like you mentioned, we're getting a great taste of what's to come. Maybe a little bit of foreshadowing, maybe starting this revenge/comeback arc for one win. It's also really important that because we have 2 more days of group, both of these teams who are in the upper echelon, one would love to get a win here, right? Go 1-1 against Thanos. It doesn't hurt that bad because they both dropped the game yesterday, right? So this series means a whole lot for them because then it really is an upward battle, or you're almost guaranteed a lower seed if you're 1 win and you lose to Thanos here. I would have to look at the schedules again to see what's on the docket, but yeah, it would really stink. I know 1 win has to play. They play Virtus Pro, and I think Thanos both play Virtus Pro.
I think they still have to play Paravision too. You got to play all the top teams still right now if you're 1 win. So you got a pretty tough couple of days for you. And that's what I was kind of shaping this one up, is like this could really be the difference between 3rd and 4th place depending on how those games go. So like if you sit here and you go tied, you're still looking to go tied if you lose your other games in that 3rd place spot. If you lose this outright, then suddenly you lose that head-to-head to Thanos, and you have to go beat Virtus Pro. You have to go beat Paravision as well. Yeah. And that's how you get that top seed right now if you're 1 win. Other than that, you're kind of putting yourself in a tough spot if you lose this match versus Thanos outright. Still have a chance to tie it. Still have a chance to bring this one back. And I will say, kind of like looking back at those stats and like thinking back towards them, is that we've been given a lot of hate towards these pocket picks because they just haven't been working. But you got to give some respect over towards Empty Dreams and what he was trying to do in a lot of those team fights. Some major afflictions, a lot of damage off of the satchel as well. Always being present there. I mean, you had even times where Empty Dreams was opening up those team fights with kills. You just couldn't outlast what was brought behind this Kelvin pick. And now thinking forward, if you are 1 win, you have to start thinking that, you know, maybe you're going to be targeting this Bebop right away, take it away from Hoots, follow it up with possibly the Kelvin, because there were so many times that you probably could have won those fights if not for Rocker and that frozen shelter that was keeping the team safe, drawing so many abilities out. So possibly keep your eyes on that for target bans going into this next game. Obviously you're going to keep the Paradox open and the Holiday open at that point, possibly. So that's just something you got to compromise with.
That was a really interesting pick ban, right? Right off the rip, it's Paradox doesn't get scooped up very early, right? Like 1 win doesn't put any precedence on that. To kind of caveat to the Kelvin pick and how strong that is, again, it always threatens that, hey, we might pick up the Shiv, but it also there were so many more options for hydration, right? If Hoot hit a hook, then yeah, we can combo that, sure. But if not, then all right, let's just drop a frozen tomb on somebody, a frozen shelter on somebody, and now I'm gonna ult him on the inside, and that's one of those quote unquote forward facing Mo and Krill ult where you had to step forward and do it, but you have the safety of that shelter. Like that Kelvin pick just really elevates some of the other picks on the team.
I can't wait to get into this this next draft, because I think that there's so many options that you can take into this route back in. I think that right now I'm just kind of like calming down from that first game, because that was a lot to go through in terms of trying to figure out who is the better team right now between OneWin and Thanos. I'm seeing it all over the place. This is what people have been waiting for today. It's what we've been waiting for today to kind of see, and I think that it's delivering with everything that we could ask for. There was a moment where I cannot wait until we get a LAN event between these international teams, because like that's going to be cinema.
Maybe Volume 6. Maybe Volume 6. Who knows? Maybe the people should be fighting us.
You're really putting things out there for Volume 6.
Yeah, let me know. I'm just excited for Volume 6. Speaking of Volume 6, what we're talking about is, if you guys are new here, you've never been here before, you're not sure what Deadlock is, or just stumbled across this one, well, we all know you're lying. But with that, OneWin Bombshell Volume 5, that's where we stand. This is our 5th rendition of a tournament pieced together by OneWin. And while we have some time here setting up for that next draft, we would love for you guys to show some love over to OneWin and what they've been putting on as a whole, from Dota 2 now moving over to Deadlock. They've been putting on esports events. And not only have they been putting on events, but they've been doing a great job in terms of coverage across the board. They've got 2 streams going, I believe a Russian stream and this English stream. So you can pick your poison there, whichever you would like. And then on top of that, we've also got scores everywhere. If you can't watch the games, you can follow them on Twitter, OneWin_Deadlock on Twitter, or just look in the panels below. Drop a follow, stay updated. We've got 5 more days of this. I think that's how the math works. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it was 4 more days of this after today. Anyways, we're into it. Let's go. Bebop, gone. Respect it. I respect it.
I think you have to. At that point, Thanos gonna get rid of the Paradox. That leaves the Grey Talon open for OneWin. They're gonna scoop that one up right away. Thanos gonna go back to grabbing this Holiday Yamato again for Xeno. This guy loves it. He loves it. Absolutely. OneWin also gonna steal away for the Mo and Krill from Hydration. So already going for some targets right off the prio picks to maybe nerf this Thanos squad away from their comfort, force them to play something a little bit more into the meta. You see, get that instant Mirage as well on top of it. So there's probably the one going over towards Hydration.
The Sinclair gone on top of the Bebop too means, like, what does Hoot do now? Because Hoot went crazy on the Sinclair. Hoot doesn't get a chance to play that Bebop either. So, no.
Did he get to play it last time either? He still won.
Let's go. Yeah, that is very true.
They banned it in Game 2 earlier versus Atlas, and it was still a Hoot victory at the end of it. So,
but he also went like 11-0-18 on Sinclair.
Yeah, he doesn't.
That's what you know what I'm saying. So yeah, so that it stings a little bit, but I'm excited to see what it is. I also thought, not that Bebop is a support, but you are playing more of a role that's like, hey guys, I'm gonna try and help you out. I'm gonna try and set you guys up, right? Trying to be a setup guy. I thought we would see a little more. Exactly. Yeah. I guess playmaker is kind of the word that everybody's been using for that. I thought we would see like a more setup style Sinclair from Hoot when he played it. Not the case at all. Just went crazy, just went bananas, had a super murder kill lane. That's not happening. If you missed that, go back and check it out in the VOD, as we're still waiting on our second round of bans. Mo and Krill gone. Mo and Krill picked up, I should say, for OneWin. What are you putting on top of that? And in this ban, are you looking to get rid of that Kelvin?
I think so. I think considering that they've left that Kelvin for the second wave of bans, I think you'd be silly not to ban the Kelvin. considering that's what Rocker's been playing for the past couple. You'd be taken away from that, leaving the frozen shelter gone as well. Like I said, it was a big safety net for a lot of those team fights in the last game for Thanos. But no, it's going to be the Vindicta banned away from one win and the Pocket banned away from Thanos. So ripping that one away from Empty Dreams. And one win with that early pick. They're just going to grab the Kelvin themselves. So
Steal it.
Steal that one away. Keep that one out of Rocker's hands. How do you answer back if you're Thanos? Because, I mean, you could definitely go in towards maybe picking up... yeah, we've seen Ivy played a lot this week. So, is that something we get? The Viscous, maybe? Snatch for Thanos? That would be good, because if you get the Viscous, then that combo can be countered out by the Cube. Then you get the Cube to block off anything that Sinclair is going to be grabbing. Maybe the Lasso, if he steals it. There's some options here for Thanos, and I think that Viscous might be something that you're going to be looking at.
Yeah, or just do something crazy, Hoot. Give us the Dynamo. Give us something insane. Give us something crazy. Something real playmaker. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It is going to be the Viscous. Locked in. That makes a lot of sense. Lady Geist, obviously another power pick that kind of snuck their way on through. And I'm wondering, we've seen two renditions of this Kelvin gameplay. We've seen Kelvin Shiv, let's win lane, and then play the rest of the game. We've seen Thanos also say, hey, Kelvin is just strong on its own, which Kelvin grabbed so many bans in the first day. It's been surprising that it hasn't been banned out as much today. But what do One Win want to do with it? Do they want to pick up a Shiv, slap it next to the Kelvin and say, we have a strong lane, right? We're securing one strong lane. And maybe that's your mid lane against Xeno, who's been going bananas? Who knows?
I think that right now, One Win are actually giving themselves a good shot here in the draft. Like, I'm liking this. Mo and Krill, great talent. Sinclair, and Kelvin. I think that right now you're kind of looking towards, like, where is the tankiness going to be? Where is going to be that front line? So you get that Shiv, possibly an Abrams to round out this composition might not be a bad call. And for Thanos, you have that Lady Geist. Calico on Leffa has been so dang good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame them for going in that route either.
You have to assume Leffa's got to be playing either the Lady Geist or the Mirage, right?
Not necessarily.
I would think.
I mean, you could put Hoot onto one of the two. You put Rocker onto the Viscous. Hydration can play either Mirage or Lady Geist, whichever, probably the Mirage. And you leave Leffa open to play that Calico if you do want it.
Yeah. And Shiv pick up by One Win. I mean, that is not necessarily to be expected because, again, we saw Thanos not locking that in. It's going to be an Infernus to round it out, actually, on the back end there for One Win. So there's just a lot of oomph behind this One Win team, right? We saw so much pressure from both sides on the urn. You absolutely love to have an Infernus in those fights, right? If we see that same kind of style, having that concussive combustion can really help this squad out on top of it. And then, hey, Infernus, get in there, shoot some people, blow some people up with your ultimate. We'll rescue you, beam you to safety. And if anybody follows, Moan Curl's here to hit him with the left, hit him with the right.
Yeah, I don't hate the Infernus too to round out. This is some serious damage coming up from this One Win squad. I'm kind of worried in terms of, you know, how much they're going to be able to, like, stay in these fights. A lot going to be on to that, you know, Calvin, just like we saw Rocker do in the last game. Mo and Krill too. Probably going to have to build into more of a beefy build in that whole sense. If done properly, I mean, this could be a very strong one. Okay, so Lash going to round things out. That kind of changes things out. So now I'm looking probably Leffa on the Geist. Mirage getting played possibly by Hydration. Low main on the Lash. Hoot going towards this Holiday possibly. Viscous for Rocker. And then Xeno on the Yamato. So rounding things out for Thanos. I still think One Win have themselves a good pick. I'm not really confident in that Infernus last pick. But I see where they're going. And that's more so just to deny really anything. Have that combustive combustion or for the ultimate in the team fights. you just don't really have a lot of sustain, I feel, on this squad. I could be wrong, other than that, like that Mo and Krill and the Kelvin.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of urgency from the Kelvin to be able to keep everybody up. You also have sustain when Sinclair steals the Soul Exchange and the Shadow Transformation, so maybe it's not as bad as you think.
Maybe. I mean, you still get like good picks though, like even with the Death Slam or the lasso. So it's like you have great options there if you're 1-win for initiation, and engage there. Because even when things were stacked against Thanos last one, when everybody's like, okay, like these are comfort picks for Thanos. This is what they want to play. This isn't necessarily the meta. They still made it happen. So it's like, this would be a good time for you to counter pick most of Thanos. And if Thanos still walks away and wins, they might be the undisputed region.
Do we feel there's a whole lot of front line for Thanos?
Well, you still have like Viscus, Yamato, like Mirage, and Geist have like a lot of sustain in those fights. Especially considering that you're not normally going to see the Mirage in there until he uses the Traveler to get into those fights. You have the Lady Geist who's going to be able to get that Soul Exchange. You got the transformation for the Yamato, Cube off this Viscus, and low main playing Lash can just get the hell out of there. You can also like bounce pad out. I mean, like for Thanos, they have options for those fights, and like for sustain, it's just
I don't know how I'm feeling about it. I'm like, it's hard to say. I feel it lacks a little bit of damage because obviously they do so much damage, right? The Lady Geist, the Yamato, we've seen all of that damage. But on the opposite side, I feel like it's maybe a little easier to just get some crazy damage coming out. I thought the Mo and Crow would maybe be laned with the Great Talon, but it does look like Mo and Infernus working together here in this right lane. Okay, I was like, this doesn't look like mid lane. I wasn't sure where we're at, but here we go. Last game of the day. Thanos, your Ember Hand, 1 win, your Sapphire Flame, and this right here, the pressure is on, right, Seymour? This 1 win, need a win here.
yeah. So hopefully that in that right lane, you can get this Infernus going, because if so, that could be the catalyst in the fight in terms of burning things on, getting that Spirit lifesteal going. But other than that, I mean, I'm just kind of gauging things across these duo lanes. Kelvin, Shiv, again, kind of getting picked up by 1 win this time. So that's something that's going to be difficult to deal with for the Lash and the Mirage. Hopefully just looking to burst through this Shiv defer. In the middle, I mean, constantly yesterday and today, it has been non-stop wins in this mid lane between Zeno and Hoot. So now that Hoot's off the Bebop, does anything change? So far, nothing has shown to change.
Yeah, now, I don't want to say kill pressure is a little less, but it is more so about the lasso instead of the hooks that can, you know, happen right now at that 2-minute mark. So you would almost think there's going to be a little more breathing room, but then you rewind 30 seconds and see the huge barrel that just did crazy burst damage with Zeno right behind it. Low main going to go down here. First couple of kills going the way of 1 win. One happening out on the left side of the map. They've also done enough to force Rocker back to the base. Oh, and it looks like they're actually going to swap. They're going to send Lash out to the right side. Put that Lady Geist with the Mirage and see if they can't find some more success in the side lane.
A little bit of an early lead coming out for 1 win in terms of those souls. A small one, but in these early times, these extra items could go a long way, especially in terms of this pressure that you're looking at for them to win these lanes and then start to snowball and hopefully go tied against this Thanos squad. So nice dodge on the power slash, just minimal damage off of this one. Still Zeno going to be pushing through. Spectral assistance, TP's away, and Just barely. Xenon holding on to this life for the Sinclair overseas. Got to be careful. You know what this Yamato is going to be capable of. Yeah. And I've been seeing a lot of doubt for the Yam pick into everything here, but still Xeno just finds a way to make it work.
And that Lady Geist Mirage lane out on the left side isn't finding a whole lot more success. They're being forced underneath the turret, much like we're seeing in the mid lane. On the opposite end of things, we are nearing some ultimates, right? That killing blow, the killing spree online for ABL. So that Shiv, you know, you find anybody in execution range, and we'll see a handful of those. He's getting aggressive on the left side of the map, and we're just around the corner from the combo. Concussive Combustion online and already used. Combo also used. Low main might be finding himself a second death as he goes up top. Ground strike and find a bit of damage. Meanwhile, Empty Dreams, who got a little too overzealous, goes down at it all. And Zanaya wants some more. Okay, he is going to back away after landing that spawn.
The Hoot goes down through mid. Nice shot from overseas. Leffa drops as well. So One Win looking to stamp some success here in the early laning phase. And you can see that they actually have Rocker kind of trapped here. So good parry on hydration. Zanya easily going to pick that one up onto the Viscous and reap your reward of some extra tower damage. That Slam's going to miss its mark, and you're going to roll right back into peppering away at that thing.
Wow, he ended up dying up top as well. Low main falls. Guardian creeping lower and lower. Empty Dreams just happy to walk up and keep peppering away at this Guardian. This right side pressures starting to become a little too unbearable, I think, as Leffa now on the back foot. This is anything like we've seen from Leffa in the last 3 games. One win, really finding their footing. They've got this firm handhold here in the early game.
It's funny, too, because, like, hydration here on the Viscous. Rocker playing the Lady Guys, too. His team's got so much depth on top of it, so. See if Thanos can put things together here. Go 2-0. You're winning that middle lane fight. Here come the Denizen camps spawning up at 6 minutes. We got a 26k lead to 24. Thanos just 2k down. Still, though, it is way too early to be worried about that.
Much less pressure in the mid lane, though, right? Like, still a lot of pressure.
Yeah, you don't get
much
like
less than the last couple of
7 minutes. Like that's
exactly. Game 1 still felt like the Hoot and Xeno show, even though it was against One Win, and then they were able to branch out to that left lane and start to open things up. Speaking of, ground strike comes through. Empty Dreams will be erased. Is there a response? Puddle Punch. You get some verticality on the big man. The Scorn will also get some verticality damage to help that Moen Krill stay a little healthy. No combo available for the next few seconds, so just trying to play careful, and unfortunately for Hoot, it's just not the same playing the Holiday.
It's definitely a lot different than the Bebop that we saw, but you know, it's still consistent through mid. I will say, you look at the tower damage difference to those Guardians, and you can tell, here's a guided owl over towards the right lane. And you don't get away with it with the tornado. So in comes the killing blow from ABL. Leffa's going to be tracked down. Turning around is One Win. See if they finish off the rest, including this Guardian. But Hoot off the spawn is going to go assist Rocker. Trade things out onto ABL. Keep that Guardian healthy.
Hydration goes down again. Volatility in that right lane. Death Slam, ground strike on top of it. From the outside, Oversea was just hoping to pepper some damage. Xenon, a different magician. Flammable, rocking that Kelvin means Xenon will be playing this Sinclair. That will be a Guardian down. That's One Win, scooping up the first Guardian of this game.
Yeah, already better than last game. You've been able to wave clear here through mid, keep this Guardian up a lot longer than before.
And that means that Xeno is going to take longer to farm up to that powerhouse Yamato that we've seen in the past. So this is good looks for one win across game 2. Just in the general status of what we're looking at. As with now 8.5 minutes in, we're almost going to be towards that first earn. And you have to be thinking that one win might look to take some strikes here at some of these Guardians to see if he can open up these lanes for a successful earn.
Good keg damage. 3 players pressuring this mid Guardian. Thanos and Hoot able to just play the high ground, toss out a couple of kegs. That was enough to displace, maybe dissuade from trying to take this Guardian. Yeah, now, like, most importantly, like you mentioned, right? Earn coming up here soon. Combo underneath the Guardian. Who cares? Xeno gonna get pressured all the way back. He goes. Goldfront's trying to slow things down, but tonight just cannot be stopped. Healthy as all can be on the Mo and Krill, and he wants some more. He steps on the jump pad, will bonk his head. But now you have options, right? Yamato gonna be coming out of the base. 30 seconds on the earn. And where's the setup? Out towards the left we go. Only 2 players here for Thanos, and soon they're about to be outnumbered. Hydration just taking shots to the back of the head. It's illegal in other places, but not here in the Cursed Apple, as he's forced to use the goo ball out to safety. Zanaya also forced to just give that one up. The response here, Xeno trying to get back into the action, wants to hang on to this Guardian. Deaths right now are awful because the Urn has spawned and it's on this side of the map.
Zanaya thinking whether or not you should go in for Hoot. Here's the Death Slam from Lomain. Brought on back. And it is a good ground slam too. Overseas going to be caught. Zanaya's going to pick this one up, and it's a counter from Xenon, a Death Slam of his own. To see if he can set up a trade. Who's going to be brought back behind the Guardian? Xeno looking to come to the safety. Xenon is going to be taken down. Hoot as well, though. Guardian for Thanos. Or should be a Guardian for Thanos. Doesn't look like they got the waves to really push up just yet. But while that happens, Zanaya freely moves the soul from one side to the other.
Big pickup there. Now 8,000 soul lead, 1 win. I mean, it was neck and neck until 15-ish minutes. That second Urn got a little dicey, and then we saw the steal last time. And the entire time, Thanos still had the lead, no matter how small it was, until they pulled away. So 1 win, completely flipping the script here. Minor lead headed their direction, but most importantly, showing, right, that they're not afraid to take control of these objectives. Not that they were last game, but a little bit of trepidation and maybe a little too lackadaisical, especially on that Rejuvenator, giving that one up.
Well, now that we've freed things up a little bit for this 1-win team, you can see that they are quite comfortable with this pick off the draft. As you see that combo is coming up again. Going to be looking over towards this last Guardian for 1 win as they want to get this one done. They are hunting for a chance to go through it. But Loman's scouting for all this information, and Zanaya is seeing that one. It just shows that Loman's waiting for a chance to get this Death Slam going.
And picks up 2, slams down 2, flammable so low, eventually gone. Hydration here to collect the kills. 4 players answering here from Thanos as they look for a little more, you know, going deep on the inside, trying to follow up with Hydration. Goo Ball goes a bit wide. ABL just gonna find the execute. A big pickup there. Now flex slots unlocked on both sides. Guardians fall on either side of the map. Hoot is just not in a position to be able to fight this, and Empty Dreams makes it hurt. Hoot goes down. This Holiday not quite finding the same value here, caught all alone.
Lowman looking to stay alive. The jukes, but can't get away. ABL, another one. And here is the last Guardian falling. So things opening up fully for 1 win as they are in full form right now, I will say. Just going through it, across it. I mean, you should be having the next earn is going to be your focus once again to see if you can push this lead even further up to a 10k soul lead, and most of it spread evenly. You look at ABL and Empty Dreams are quite lethal right now. Empty Dreams, I'm sure, can just stat check anybody he really wants to.
And, you know, Empty Dreams showed so much pride in the last game. Hold that thought, ABL on the receiving end of a little bit of a butt whooping. Lomaine's actually going to be the one to die. I say it about ABL, but
Zeno's in trouble.
Healthy as can be.
Zeno's getting hunted down. And yeah, Empty Dreams is showing just what this Infernus pick it can do against the Yamato. That Zeno's been looking so good with ever since. Combustion to find some space, hoping to track down Hydration, but the Goo Ball happy to just roll away from danger. Everybody grouping up towards the right side of the map here for one win, and Thanos to possibly duke things out in a second, but as you see Empty Dreams get away, everybody's just going to spread out again. You have full mid here to get a little bit of a wave pushed up. Overseas going to make sure that is capable, and coming into it, everybody grouping up towards the right side. It looks like this is Thanos looking to see if they can put something together to get this last Guardian before the urn spawns.
Empty Dreams, I was going to say it before that last little skirmish happened. Playing the Infernus, it's way easier for your damage to be felt, right? The pocket, you kind of have to play perfect. You have to play in and out. You got to hit multiple people with your ultimate. Empty Dreams is just running people down this game, and it's feeling pretty darn good here. Frozen Shelter going to try and slow things down. People get caught out here. Empty Dreams, we said his name way too much, just like Beetlejuice. We summoned him 6 feet under, but Low Main will fall once more. No execute there for ABL. Unfortunately, couldn't find the damage. Overseas, however, will. So we trade 2 for 2. That urn still stands. This skirmish is happening on the right side of the map, and it looks like one win going to start to pull ahead. Rocker will fall. ABL also out of the mix here. Urn's picked up by Thanos, and on the opposite side, Zeno has been pressuring Xenon to try and push him in to maybe get some damage on this Walker, but all said and done, kills traded, sure, but Thanos are coming out on top here.
Yeah, Thanos going to be able to hit this urn safely and secured. That's going to close this soul gap a little bit. So now what you're looking at in and around 8k difference for these teams when things settle down on where it's going to lie, and that's giving Thanos a real shot at this one, especially if you can quickly find this last Guardian. That's going to put things back to even. You can start to see that one win are looking to poke and prod towards the left side. They got 5 players stacked on this one. ABL just soaking lane over towards the right side. Try to get as powerful as you could for this Shiv. And that seems like what a lot of people are doing these days, at least yesterday and today, is just leaving one of your power carries open to farm lane by himself. Get as beefy as you can.
There's a lot of beef on this side of the map. Lasso comes through. Owl right behind it, however, says, hey, if you want to take a steep, we're going to go too. Low Main taken low inside the Frozen Shelter. That'll keep one win squad nice and healthy overseas. Now taking quite a bit of damage. Will take to the skies and is able to walk away. So is who? Zeno might not be able to stay the same, though, trying to hide behind the Walker. 1 HP and a dream. Zeno makes it out alive, but one win is keeping the pressure on.
It seems like GT has to be one of the best right now to play. It's the amount of sheer damage this Grey Talon does. Rapid Hex in on Rocker. See that Hoot desperately just needs to get out of that lane. One win gonna disengage from that Walker push. They thought they'd have a chance to maybe get in there and get that Walker down, but taking the mid Walker is enough for them at this moment in time. They're just bleeding dry, Thanos. And I love it. It's slow, it's methodical, it's respectful, and I think that, you know, Thanos, after game 1, they've warranted a little bit of respect.
Oh, man, none given there. Lasso, though, the cube comes out.
Is he still
Stop
alive?
that combo from really getting a whole lot done. And some way, somehow, Zanaya, yeah, is just dancing around all the damage. Will eventually go. Guided Owl just a second too late to be able to try and help out there. And Zanaya thought he saw an angle, but gets absolutely swarmed by
And
Thanos.
as soon as you see that Zanaya is going to go down, you send that Guided Owl over towards the far left lane. It deletes the rest of the troops there, allows for a wave to push up into that walker, forces Leffa to have an offset timing for the rotation back over to right, but it still wasn't enough to give Xenon that chance to get some good damage down onto that walker just yet. So Leffa gets there in time. And we are back to square one, I'd say, for OneWin trying to push these waves. And Thanos, they can kind of recognize that this is the lead that is going to stay for a little bit. They're waiting for the next opportunity to see if they can get something going.
Yeah, and I mean, staying efficient. If you look at the map, there's a couple of camps just came back up, but there was 3 camps on the map at one point. As it looks okay. I was gonna say, I think we've got a little bit of a disconnect or something, because somebody's running into a wall, another person's running into a truck.
Yeah, Xenon, you gotta wait. The magnificent Sinclair has vanished from the lobby, so that is not something that I'm used to in his kit. I don't remember there being something in his kit that just disappears from the lobby itself. So we'll have to wait. Take a look at a couple of these builds here. I'm pretty sure Empty Dreams, I thought he was originally playing into the gun build for Infernus, but it might have not been that, because he was getting so much like tick damage or DOT off of that spirit. I was trying to take a look at it.
This. The customization on the map.
Yeah, all the OneWin stuff is just so funny to watch. Like OneWin Corp Limited.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a really cool addition. If you guys
out to
didn't know, you're
OneWin,
watching
man.
a OneWin tournament. Yeah, OneWin Bombshell Vol.5. If you're not following already, I mean, come on. What are you doing?
Well, we got a lot of people here, and don't forget that if you want to show your support to OneWin, you can pop over to the socials. OneWin_deadlock_EN. Show your support. And what they're putting on right now, not only the $10,000 prize pool, but an English stream. They're giving you competition between Thanos here, North America and Europe.
Yeah.
An absolute movie to watch. And I think this is more than what we could have asked for in terms of some solid Deadlock on a Wednesday afternoon. You get both this OneWin Bombshell and Deadlock Fight Night right after. So we are eating.
Absolutely. Yeah, OneWin_Bombshell will get you all of the updates, not only on this tournament, but for the next one. That's on Twitter or X. So please go check them out there. You talked about the coverage. They've been staying on top of every match, tweeting after every single match to keep people updated in all of these best of twos, right? If you were to go to the Twitter right now, you would see that Thanos is up 1 game against OneWin. And if you saw that on your timeline, you'd be like, wait, what? What's going on here? And then that would make you tune in. So shout out to OneWin for putting stuff on like that, making that possible, and staying on top of it on all the socials. That is incredible to be doing that.
That is rad. I wonder what is going on with Xenon, though. Must be like, could be some connection issues. Waiting to get an update on our side as well. Because I promise you, we want to get this one going. We want to see the end of this grand matchup that has been Thanos versus OneWin. But for everybody like tuning in, it hasn't been kind of paying attention. I mean, this is a long tournament. 6 days, 4 days of group stage, 2 days of the playoff bracket. If you want to make it to the playoff bracket,